Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if Harry Potter was raised by Dr. Cullen. Here is short summary. When baby Harry is taken to a hospital by the Dursleys, Dr. Cullen chooses not to let him go. Raised with love far from the wizarding world, Harry grows up unaware of his true identity, until the secrets of his past finally catch up with him. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The infant's cries echoed as the blustery wind got stronger and shook him roughly. Small hands scratched at a marred forehead as his eyes opened and looked desperately for familiarity, but there was nothing. For a fraction of a moment, the baby's hand brushed against a rectangular envelope, but the letter was quickly blown away from his touch as another gusty wind passed by and blew it far from view. The door opened and a large man looked down, disgruntled. His eyes widened in horror and immediate recognition. This couldn't be Petunia, he called, demanding his wife at his side. After bickering and cursing, it was decided that once morning came, the babe should be delivered to an orphanage or a hospital. They took the boy in and cruelly stuck him in the corner like a broken toy. His cries died when Vernon silenced him violently by picking him up and shaking him until his small body couldn't take the stress anymore. The sun rose and hit the child's eyelids softly, but he didn't wake. Petunia came down, dressed and ready to get rid of such a nuisance. She sighed in irritation, picked up the basket and walked to the car. With a bit of pity and the small amount of love she still held for her sister, she decided to take the child to a hospital. She walked in, embarrassed, and wondered what people would think of her once she made her intentions clear. She cleared her throat and went up to the first nurse she saw. "This child was left on my doorstep." The nurse's face fell into confusion. And I don't know whose child it is. I have no obligation to take care of him. The only thing I was told was that his name and that his parents died. She quickly lied, looking down as if she were sad. She had no idea why he was on her doorstep, actually. She just hoped in vain that the nurse would just believe her so she could leave. The nurse nodded sadly, thinking that maybe Petunia wanted to find the child's parents. "His name, Harry Potter. Dr. Cullen," a loud voice shouted in dismay. He looked up just as his office door was opened. "Doctor, I don't know what to do. She just came in, gave me the basket and left. Now, I know this has happened before, but it's just never happened to me." "And what is it?" he asked, trying to calm her. She gently gave him the basket and he held his breath as he looked down at the small baby boy. "And this is an abandoned child, doctor. He was left on someone's doorstep and she wasn't sure what to do, so she brought him here. All she knew was that the boy's parents died. Does he have a Harry Potter?" Carlisle sighed. "My shift is over, but I'll give him a proper medical exam. Call child services so they can contact an adoption agency." "Yes, doctor, thank you, sir." Carlisle nodded softly. He turned back to the baby. "Hello there, Harry," he cooed. Harry opened his eyes and the vampire was shocked to see the emerald eyes that Edward once had. He smiled affectionately. "What a beautiful child." Harry giggled. "Meddy," he exclaimed. Carlisle hummed as he walked Harry down for his checkup. "Meddy weird. Meddy weird." He laughed. "Mungo, Mungo." Carlisle laughed at his child gibberish. He set Harry down on an examining table and began to look over the boy to make sure he was okay. "Mama?" he suddenly asked, as if realizing his parents weren't anywhere near. "Ma, da." Carlisle gave a soft smile as he closed his eyes and listened to Harry's heartbeat. "I'm sorry, my child, but they're gone." Harry tilted his head, obviously not understanding. "Don't worry. We'll find you a family that will love you just like your ma and da." Harry looked away and Carlisle could tell the babe wasn't satisfied with his answer. Of course, as young as Harry was, he wouldn't understand. He let out a deep breath before continuing. "Well, young man," he said, "you seem to be quite a healthy baby." Harry giggled and stood on top of the table. "Da say hi, man. Grr." The raven-haired child raised his hands, shaping them into claws, and began pawing at the air. Carlisle laughed as he took the child into his arms once more. "Come now, let's," a shrill ring sounded and Carlisle looked at the phone on the wall. He grinned at Harry before someone called him and asked him to pick up. He quickly made his way back to his office and the secretary transferred the call. "Hello?" he asked, setting Harry down onto his lap. "Carlisle," a hesitant voice asked. "Esme, what's wrong?" "Alice has had a vision of Harry." Carlisle was shocked into silence. The family knew. He looked down. "And she sees us adopting him." "What?" he shouted harsher than intended. Harry flinched and began crying. "Oh, no, no, dear child. I'm sorry, don't cry." Carlisle set the phone on speaker and got up to bounce Harry in his arms. He began to hum a quiet tune, something he heard Edward play once before. His humming slowed as he realized what he was doing. A few minutes with the baby and he was already becoming attached. "How is it possible, Esme? We could put the child into serious harm." "Well," she started. By the sound of her voice, Carlisle knew his wife wanted desperately to adopt Harry. "Alice said we wouldn't," was all she said as they fell into another awkward silence. "Jasper would have to hunt more," he said warily. "In fact, all of us will if Alice's vision is correct." "Oh, Carlisle, I know how hard it will be and how quick this decision is, but think of it. A child, a baby to raise." He pinched the bridge of his nose and gave Harry a soft smile when the young boy placed his head on his shoulder. "I'll call child services." Rosalie fidgeted in her seat. Were they actually going to do this? Was adopting a human into the family a smart decision? She scoffed. Of course it wasn't. The baby would seriously be hurt if one slipped. Then what would adopting him be worth? She glanced at Emmett who looked far too excited. She scoffed and covered her face with her hands. Would it be so bad? It was what she always wanted, having a child to raise and call her own. Surely that motive alone could keep her in control. Alice was bouncing around in one of the rooms. She had gone in hours ago, telling everyone she had to decorate. Edward revealed that in Alice's vision, Carlisle's looks were persuasive enough to allow Harry to stay the night. Besides, as Alice stated, Harry was going to be adopted. Edward, of course, was furious. He flew around the house, cursing everything in his way and shouting about the level of stupidity in the family. Jasper was letting out shaky breaths, as if he needed them. The tense atmosphere was affecting him deeply. In one moment he felt nervousness and anxiety flooding through him, but it quickly changes to excitement and overwhelming joy. In an hour, Carlisle would be walking through the front door with Harry in his arms. Esme was in the kitchen, furiously cooking up a storm. The dining room table was already covered with sweets such as cookies and muffins. She finished desserts and went straight back to work on food that she thought Harry could eat for dinner. The minutes passed quickly but it felt like forever to the surrogate mother. She wrung her hands together and looked at her children for support. Alice sat at her left, holding her hand with a giddy smile. Emmett came to the other, throwing an arm around her. Her unneeded breath caught in her throat as they heard Carlisle's car approach. A door opened and closed, then another. Carlisle said something in hushed tones to Harry and the baby giggled in response. "Car vroom," they heard. Rosalie couldn't stop the laugh that left her. Emmett gripped Esme's shoulder tightly with a grin. He stood with her as they made their way to the door. "This is my house, Harry. You'll be staying for the night, and hopefully, if they say yes, you can stay and be a part of my family." They heard Carlisle explain as a key entered the lock. Esme pulled Emmett's arm off her shoulder and gripped his hand tightly. Edward and Jasper were looking at each other anxiously and Alice bounced on her heels. Rosalie toyed with the hem of her shirt in anticipation. The door opened and Carlisle set the child down. Harry took steps forward into the house. Esme watched in anticipation as Harry looked around their large house in awe. He lifted his foot to continue inward but tripped over the rug. "Harry!" Esme shrieked, quickly letting go of Emmett and Alice and making her way to the baby, Rosalie at her side. Carlisle shook his head and picked Harry up while Esme quickly began to swipe her hand over Harry's body. "Are you okay, little one?" she asked in concern. Harry's giggle bounced off the walls, sounding like music to the worried woman. He pointed at Alice and proclaimed, "Fairy." Alice pouted as everyone laughed. The baby quickly wriggled his way out of Carlisle's arms and clumsily made his way to Emmett. "Hi!" Emmett roared. Carlisle laughed as Harry took the same pose he did in the hospital. "Hi man too. Grr." Emmett's booming laughter sounded. He bent down until his face was inches away from Harry. He let out a loud growl, a real one, to amuse Harry. Rosalie smacked the back of his head angrily while Edward groaned in the corner. What are you, stupid? You'll scare. She slowly trailed off as she looked back at Harry. The boy was on his back, laughing hysterically. Mooey, mooey. The tall vampire frowned. Is he calling me a cow? Carlyle cleared his throat and cut in. I believe his family may have had dogs. We saw a rather large black dog on the street and Harry pointed to it and called it, Pafoof. It could be that they had another that's name resembles what Harry is saying. Harry shook his head. No. Mooey see moon. He go awoo. The entire family froze and stared at Harry. Carlyle sat on the ground next to him. Can you say that again, Harry? Mooey go awoo. Pafoof go arf arf. Harry said proudly. Hi right. Hi win cookie. If the situation weren't so serious, he would have laughed. Not right now, child, he turned but not before seeing Harry's lip tremble. Edward, what do you see in? Carlyle. Edward shouted as the family gasped. Esme's hand flew up and pointed at Harry. Carlyle quickly turned back and looked at him. Harry was sitting there, swaying his head back and forth, as he munched happily on a chocolate chip cookie. Emmett grabbed Rosalie protectively. What the? Emmett, language. Alice scolded before Esme could. What is he? Jasper asked, his face contorted in worry. Edward quickly interrupted. Carlyle, his mind is filled with so many things. Werewolves, people turning into animals, floating objects. He's just settled on one of his parents and they're both holding twigs. Why are they holding twigs? He gulped and nodded his head. Oh, wands. Wands. Esme asked in confusion. Well, they're waving it around and jets of light have appeared out of them and, he quieted. So did Harry. Edward's eyebrows shot up. Last night was Halloween, yes. They nodded. Someone went into their house and, he trailed off and a look of horror crossed his face. Carlyle, his mother was murdered in front of him. His father, Carlyle asked hurriedly. Killed before them. He rushed them upstairs before the vile murderer came in. How was his mother killed? Edward looked up and glanced at every face in the room. He raised the wah stick, and a jet of green light came out and ran through her. She just fell to the ground. Oh God, Carlyle, she kept screaming and pleading to spare Harry. Esme gripped Carlyle's arm. We can't let him go. What if that man is still out there looking for him? Rosalie picked Harry up and bounced him up and down. The emerald eyes stared up with a smile. Emmett came behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. He smiled down at Harry comfortingly. Harry raised a hand and rested it on Rosalie's cheek before laying his head on her unoccupied shoulder. The vampires were quite soothing to be around, after all. Alice's eyes glazed over for a few moments before she let out a smile. Don't worry. The pretty little social worker will be easily swayed. Why is that? Esme asked, not sure if she should be happy that they could adopt Harry so quickly or scared that a woman could be so easily convinced. Could it happen with others? Would she so willingly give the children away? Edward shook his head with a laugh. She will become mesmerized by Carlyle's beauty. Why is everything centering on Carlyle today? Emmett pouted. I'm handsome too. Of course you are, Rosalie said, stating it as if it were fact. She set Harry down and the boy ran into Esme's arms. The woman smiled at him. Is Carlyle gonna look extra handsome so we can keep you? Harry tilted his head. Handsome. He pursed his lips and raised his chin while flicking his hair back with the back of his hand. Hi handsome. They all laughed happily. Well, Doctor, Miss Carell said, her eyelashes fluttering every so often. Carlyle tried not to squirm uncomfortably. It's been a week and it seems that little Harry is exceptionally happy with your family. I'm happy to say you seem to be the perfect family for him. Wonderful. My family and I shall celebrate now. Mail me the paperwork. Thank you, he told her quickly before shuffling her out. Oh but, he slammed the door and leaned on it as if she would break through. Good God, the woman doesn't have any understanding of the existence of my wife. Alice giggled and hugged the man. Well done, Daddy. Now let's go find Harry and tell him. He rolled her eyes at her childishness. Harry was in the living room, bouncing up and down on Jasper's lap. The vampire was looking away, his lips sealed into a thick line and his chest unmoving. He was obviously holding his breath. Carlyle picked him up and smiled. Harry, Miss Carell has agreed to let us keep you in our family. You're now Harry Cullen, the son of Carlyle and Esme. Harry frowned. Harry Potter. We, Ma and Ah. Esme sighed and ran her hand on his back. You see, sweetie, your Ma and Ah are in heaven now, so we're going to take care of you for them and we'll love you just like they would want us to. Heaven, with Giema and Giapa. They nodded. Harry's mouth shaped into an "oh" before he nodded. "K, you be Ma and Ah now." Carlisle sighed in relief. Thankfully, Harry was still too young to understand what happened clearly. At least he was accepting. Harry was finally 2. The family agreed on celebrating Harry's birthday on the 1st of November, the day that Harry came into their lives. In a few days, they'd be moving again, back to America. Jasper was slowly gaining more control and was able to carry Harry around the house. Edward was trying desperately to teach Harry piano, saying that starting at a young age would be better for him. Alice damn near bought every toy she found when she took Harry shopping, and Rosalie and Emmett were settling comfortably into the position of Harry's elder siblings as well. Esme and Carlisle enjoyed life with Harry, loving the feeling of taking care of a child. Mama. Esme turned and looked at the mop of black hair that was flying furiously at her. She opened her arms as the 2-year-old jumped into them. She laughed and swung him around. What is it, sweetie? Edward. She sighed. Edward. Stop making your brother play piano. But Esme, he said, quickly appearing by their side. This is a good age for him to start learning. He's 2, she said flatly. His fingers are barely big enough to stretch a centimeter apart. Well, now that's just an exaggeration. She shook her head. When he's 4. Oh, but Esme. When he's 4, you can start teaching him. Fine, he muttered, striding away. Thanks, Mama, Harry smiled. Cookie. I'm sorry, Harry, but you can't have cookies until you've finished lunch. He pouted but allowed Esme to sit him in his high chair and set a plate down filled with food for him. He reluctantly picked up a spoon and began picking at his food. Start eating, young man, or you aren't getting any cookies today. He grumbled and shoveled a spoonful of corn into his mouth, glaring at his mother all the while. She smiled at him and tickled his chin. He giggled and turned away. That's my baby boy. She walked over to the counter, poured milk into a sippy cup for him, and set it on his table. Juice, he demanded. Harry, no. You're having milk. Mama. Juice. No. Da. Carlisle swiftly appeared in the room and smiled at the boy. Juice. What did your mother say? He asked calmly, already knowing the answer. No. Well, then you're going to have milk. Juice. They turned and watched the top of the sippy cup blow off and rocket into the wall while the milk shot out and splashed onto the floor. The two stood in silence as their elder children walked in to look at the scene. Milk was slowly flowing through the pattern of the tiles and the cover of the cup was lodged into the wall. Harry blushed and hid his face, something he always seemed to do when accidental spurts of magic leaked through. Esme sighed and grabbed a towel. Harry Cullen, if you weren't so little, I'd make you clean this mess yourself. Carlisle secured a snoring Harry into his car seat. Every one of his children asked to have Harry in their car, but it was simply not allowed. There was no way Carlisle would let Harry out of his sight. He keyed his son's raven hair and pulled back to close the door. After settling himself into the driver's seat, he gave Esme a brief smile and pulled out of the parking lot. They were on their way to the Denali Coven. Carlisle. Esme said softly. Yes, dear. Oh, what if they want to take Harry away? He nearly slammed down on the brake at the preposterous idea. What? The Denali Coven? Yes. It's just, he's so adorable. Everyone would love to have him as their own and. Don't be silly, Esme, he laughed. Paranoia is unbecoming of you. If she could blush, she would have. This is the first time he's going to be meeting another family in 1 year. I don't have a right to be worried. Of course you can be worried, but kidnapping. She pursed her lips before laughing quietly to herself. He brought her hand up to his lips and keyed it lovingly. Don't worry so. A loud shriek caught him off guard and the car swerved. The vampires behind him noticed, but any human wouldn't have realized that the car took an inch out of track for a fraction of a second. Harry, he cried. What's wrong? Where's Bear? The two cringed in the front. Bear was a mutilated stuffed animal that Harry could never let go of. It was in perfect condition, until Emmett saw it, of course. The brute growled and attacked it as if it were real. Harry nearly fainted when he saw Bear ripped in half, a button eye missing, and stuffing hanging loosely from Emmett's mouth. While Harry was asleep in the airport, Alice had taken Bear and disposed of it by throwing it into a trash can. The boy wouldn't be pleased once he heard that Bear was gone. Carlisle cleared his throat. Son, your mother would like to tell you something. She shot her husband a glare before turning back and looking at Harry with a soft glow in her eyes. Sweetie, Alice threw him out in the garbage. She cringed once she realized what she said. Alice would be severely angry. Tears leaked out of Harry's eyes and he began screaming at the top of his lungs. Esme looked out the back window to see Edward flinch in his car. Carlisle, she pleaded desperately. Don't worry, son, we'll get you a new stuffed animal. He promised. I want Bear, he cried piteously. Esme began looking around wildly. Oh please, Carlisle, let's find a toy store now. What? Oh Carlisle, please, can we at least bring our things to the house first before we go out and look for a toy store? Carlisle, look at him. He gripped the steering wheel and looked at Edward in his rearview mirror. He saw his son nod in understanding. Carlisle groaned as he took the next exit, knowing that his children weren't following him. Tanya ran out with a smile on her face. She hugged Alice tightly. Where is Carlisle and Esme? She asked politely, but Alice could see she didn't really care. The tall vampire's eyes were on Edward. Alice rolled her eyes playfully. They went into town to look for a toy store, she answered. Harry is quite unhappy that I've gotten rid of his toy. Ah yes, she exclaimed, the human. I've heard many stories about him from Esme. Edward grabbed his bags and gave her a polite smile as he walked past her and into the house. Tanya sighed as her eyes followed his every step. Rosalie shook her head, not very pleased with the way she latched onto Edward, and passed her by without a glance, dragging Emmett along. Jasper grasped their bags and nodded at Alice. The pixie-like vampire waved at Kate and Irina as they came out before the couple quickly made their way to the room they'd be staying in. Eleazar and Carmen were in the living room, waiting for the vampires to settle into their rooms. Once everyone was in the living room, the Cullens decided it was the perfect time to inform the others about Harry. An hour later, Carlisle's car came to a screeching halt in front of the house. Come on, Harry. It's time to meet everyone. No. A stubborn voice rang. Young man, your father and I just bought you 3 new toys. Don't be stubborn. Esme scolded. Don't want to. And why not? Carlisle asked. Is Alice there? Edward laughed as Alice flinched. Harry, 2 of your new toys are stuffed animals. Can't you forgive Alice yet? But Bear, Esme sighed as she opened the door, Harry in her arms. Sweetie, you have Jinx the fox and Corduroy Bear now. He scoffed and hid his face in his mother's shoulder. Everyone stood as Carlisle and Esme walked into the living room. Kate smiled when she saw the boy in her arms. Everyone, this is Harry, she said proudly. Harry burrowed closer to his mother. Now, sweetie, don't be rude. He looked up and looked around. Esme placed him on the ground but he whined as he tried to get back into her arms. She shook her head with a teasing smile. He pouted before running over to Rosalie. The B***'s eyebrows rose. Harry's bottom lip began to tremble and his eyes watered. Rose looked around uncomfortably, not used to showing affection in front of others. With a groan she let out a quiet, oh, and picked him up quickly. Harry giggled and moved around until he was at ease. You little trickster, she accused. He leaned up and kissed her cheek before resting his head against her chest once more. Look at the pretty women and say hi, Harry. Emmett said. He picked him off Rose's lap and set him in the middle of the rug, making the boy groan. Hi, he said stubbornly. He looked up and saw Tanya smiling kindly at him. He stood, deciding to walk around and see what the new people looked like. On his way up he tripped over his feet and instinctively, Kate reached out and grabbed him. Harry let out a strangled yelp and fell backwards. Harry! They all cried as Edward jumped up and caught him before his head could crash against the floor. I'm so sorry, Kate told them, horrified. She held her hand close to her chest, fearful that she might hurt him again. Harry got back up and collided into Jasper, unconsciously knowing that this brother could calm him down. Jasper stroked his hair and sent waves of peace towards the young boy. Harry's tense shoulders drooped and his eyes fell as he surrendered to sleep. Rosalie glared at her husband and smacked the back of his head. If you just let him stay on my lap then none of this would have happened. Emmett shrugged. It'll be a funny story to tell him when he's older. Later on, after Harry awoke, Edward sat next to him, delighted at the third toy Harry chose. It was a tiny red tabletop Shanehut, only having 25 keys on it. Esme and Carlisle had never seen their son so happy before. See how the black keys go 2 then 3, 2 then 3. The first white key in front of the 2 is called C. C. Harry exclaimed happily. Well, it seems he won't be complaining about Edward anymore, Jasper stated. I guess all he needed was a smaller piano. It is rather intimidating to someone as small as Harry. C, D, E, F, G. Harry nodded. C, D, F, G. No, no Harry, Edward sighed. He picked Harry up with a smile. He moved back a few keys and said, how about we start with A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Recognition lit up in Harry's eyes as he proceeded to name the keys as Edward played them. Very good, and they just repeat like that down the piano. For days, all Harry would say was the alphabet from A to G repeatedly. Although Edward was smiling proudly, the others were trying desperately to block out the sound of the giddy 2-year-old. He began humming what the keys sounded like and pressing his fingers down on the table like he saw his older brother do on the piano. He even pulled Edward back to his little Shanehut to learn more. Instead of Edward pressing the keys down, Harry was doing it himself, with one finger of course. Shockingly, he had remembered where the A key was, and when Edward told him to start at C, he nearly did it perfectly. Although she didn't want to interrupt, Esme walked into the room. Harry, it's time for dinner. She informed him. Nope. Yes it is, little prince, she told him walking over to pick him up. Harry quickly squirmed his way up into Edward's lap. Nope. I'll get your father, she warned. Harry shrugged and continued to press the keys down with Edward. The vampire looked back at her with a smug grin. She glared at him before turning around. Carlisle, the 2 heard her shout in a sing-song voice. Carlisle appeared and walked over to his sons. What have you done now, Harry? Piano, Edward corrected. Carlisle bent down. Harry, look at me while I'm talking to you. Emerald eyes stared up into his topaz ones. Do you know that it's time for you to eat dinner? Yes. And his bottom lip began to tremble and his eyes began to water. Edward looked down and hid his face, knowing that Harry was intentionally doing this. Carlisle would be putty in his hands. Carlisle, Esme started knowingly. Daddy, he begged, I want to learn with Edward. Carlisle's eyes flickered between his wife and his sons. 10 more minutes. He quickly got up and pulled on Esme's arm. Carlisle, a few minutes couldn't hurt. Do you want to raise a healthy, human boy or not? Dear God, woman, did you see the look he gave me? Harry giggled before turning back around and pressing a key down. G, G, G. Edward smirked. What a devious little child. Hopefully, Emmett would never find out. Remus Lupin wasn't angry. No, not angry at all. Remus Lupin was absolutely livid. What do you mean, I can't visit Harry? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. It was nice to see someone so protective of the young lad. Simple, Remus. You can't visit him at the Dursleys. And, why not? Simple, Remus, he said again. Harry isn't at the Dursleys. Seeing that the werewolf was about to destroy his office, Dumbledore quickly explained. A year ago, when we first brought Harry to the Dursleys, it appeared that they disregarded my directions and brought him to a hospital, unwilling to take care of him. I didn't know about any of this until I checked in a month later with Ms. Fig, the squib who lives next door to them. Why didn't you check in earlier than a month? Her flow wasn't working properly. We had an agreement that if there was a problem she would flow, but I wanted leave the family alone to settle for a month and so. Well, where is he now? The last I checked, he was with a loving, caring family named the Cullens. Remus scratched his head in frustration. Why would you let him stay with them? Are they muggles? Do they even know anything about magic? What do you think they'll do to him when he does accidental magic? He's been doing it since he was 7 months old. Remus, I believe that having Harry with the Cullens will be much more beneficial than having him with the Dursleys. Why do you say that? First off, Harry will be with a family who loves him. That night, Professor McGonagall was quite unhappy with me. She didn't like the Dursleys one bit. Apparently, I was wrong about them. I thought after seeing Harry, they would grow to care for him, but that wasn't the case. I looked around and found out at a local hospital that Petunia had given Harry to them. I checked on the Cullens right after I found out. He stopped himself and laughed, which was quite hard, I'll tell you, but Harry was definitely happy and being cared for. He has many elder siblings, 5 of them, and 2 caring parents who love him like their own. I could love him like my own, Remus said with despair. Remus, you must understand that when all of this was happening, you were mourning. I couldn't put that burden on you. The tired werewolf shook his head sadly. His eyes widened however, when he realized something that his former headmaster had said. Albus. Yes, you said it was hard to check on Harry when you went to the Cullens. That I did. It's quite hard to spy on vampires, after all. What? Esme gently lifted the blanket off her sleeping child and picked him up. Harry groaned as he wrapped his arms and legs around her. Open those beautiful eyes, baby, she cooed. He shook his head and sighed. She bounced him up and down as she walked down the stairs to join the others. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine, she sang. Harry turned his face away from her with a grumble. Come now, baby. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. He brought a fist up to his eyes and rubbed them tiredly. Make me happy, he responded with a slur. Carlisle looked up once they entered the room and smiled. When skies are gray, you'll never know, dear, she continued before bending down and kissing Harry's scarred forehead, how much I love you. Please don't take my. Harry looked up at them. When they didn't say anything, he frowned. You forgot. Again. Oh no, Esme. Carlisle cried. We forgot the last words of the song again. Oh dear, Carlisle, we'll need Harry's help again. Harry rolled his eyes. This time only. He demanded. They nodded their heads. Sunshine away. What a beautiful voice my brother has, Alice grinned. But, it's breakfast time for the human boy. Harry frowned. Why did they always call him that? When a plate of eggs was set before him, he couldn't seem to care anymore. Oh no. A booming voice sounded. Monster Harry is going to attack Eggsville. Harry giggled as Emmett picked him off his high chair and held him above the plate. He bent down and began to chomp at the eggs, using nothing but his mouth. Nom, nom, nom. Emmett. Esme scolded. Put him down. We aren't raising him to be a barbarian. The others walked into the room and sat around him while he ate. He finished quickly, loving his mother's cooking. Done, he said. She nodded in agreement. Okay, Harry. It's time for you to take a bath. Who would you like to do it for you today? Rosalie. Alice and Esme waited for his answer. He pointed a finger at Rosalie. She beamed as she picked him up. Remember what to dress him up in, Rose, Emmett reminded her. We're going to teach him a new game today. What are you teaching him? Carlisle asked as Esme cleared the table. Carmen and Eleazar listened in interest. Football. Jasper answered happily. The plate in Esme's hand shattered and Carmen flinched as the pieces of porcelain hit the floor. I'm so sorry, she apologized as she bent down and cleaned it. It's not a problem, dear, Carmen laughed. I would have reacted the same way. You are not teaching him football. He's only 2. No harm will come from it, Mommy dearest, Alice grinned. Rose patted the top of Emmett's head as if he were a pup. I'm sure it will all be fine. Remus sat in a daze. So you're trying to tell me that his family is a coven of vegetarian vampires. That's what they call themselves, Dumbledore cut in. I think it's a rather funny joke. And they're raising him as if there's nothing wrong. Yes. And why do you think this is better for Harry, again? Simple. Stop saying that. There is nothing simple about this situation. Dumbledore sighed. Remus, understand this. The Cullens are not like any other coven. They don't feed off humans, and in that way they can provide Harry with a caring family, but they're also like every other vampire in their strength and power. That kind of protection could only be dreamed of until now. If that isn't enough, unless Harry starts a fire, they can't be harmed by his random spouts of accidental magic. I'm going to be sending someone over to meet them and speak to them, but they being part of the magical world might help Harry. Of course that's if they know anything about the magical world. Why wouldn't they? Remus asked. Well, you know of the vampire royalty, the Volturi, of course. We learned of them briefly. In Dada. Well, they were entirely unhappy with the wizarding world. Many vampires were killed off because of us wizards. We were merely defending innocent lives, but that's not the way the vampires saw it. We were destroying their way of life. That's why the only vampires that know of the wizarding world aren't exactly on the light side. Ero Volturi never wants to be involved with us again, but he didn't stop the many vampires that were sided with Voldemort. He saw it as his form of revenge. Also, knowing that some witches and wizards are werewolves hit a nerve. Remus flinched. Don't take it personally, Remus. There is supposedly a tribe of werewolves, but not a real kind, more like shapeshifters. They phase out of their own will, never needing the full moon. Vampires despise them, and are equally hated back. I heard they smell quite horrid to each other as well. He managed a chuckle. But Harry, he's safe. Quite. What if the Volturi finds out the Cullens are raising a wizard? I don't think you should worry about that, Remus. He frowned. Why not? Dumbledore stood. It's quite simple really. Remus rolled his eyes. When the Cullens are sure that myths of the wizarding world are true and that Harry really is a wizard, he turned to Remus happily. They're going to defend him with the core of their beings. And how do you know this? Dumbledore picked up a paper of his desk. Simple, he placed it in Remus' hand. I have faith in what you'll say when you report to me. What? He asked in confusion before he disappeared. The old headmaster picked up a drop and popped it into his mouth. I hope real werewolves smell better than those shapeshifters. Grr. Harry and Emmett scratched at the air as they did a victory dance. Another touchdown. To be fair to the other team, Emmett was a cheater. He immediately went on Harry's team, knowing that everyone would allow him to win. Daddy grr, Harry demanded. Carlisle laughed as he shook his legs and raised his hands up as well. Edward rolled his eyes. Just wait until you're old enough to be tackled, he teased Harry. No one will be tackling anyone. Esme shouted. Flag football is enough to give me an immortal woman a heart attack. Break time, Harry. Rose called. Come in for cookies. Cookies. He cheered. He began walking when everyone stopped and looked up at the sky. Something was whirling down at a terribly fast speed. Straight above Harry. They all screamed his name, and he stopped, not realizing what was going on. Carlisle jet across and grabbed his son, shielding him underneath his body. He looked up in shock to see a man had appeared and fell clumsily onto the ground. That ridiculous, old coot. He could have warned me. Everyone fell into a defensive stance around Harry, and when Carlisle sniffed the air he understood why. Although the scent wasn't horribly mortifying, Carlisle could smell the wolf in the man. He got up and stood in front of his family, Kate and Edward by his side. Who are you? The haggard man looked up. His face was tired and scarred while his old clothes hung loosely around his shoulders. He glared at them. Who am I? Who the bloody hell are you? Then he took a deep breath through his nose and his eyes narrowed even further. He looked at the crumpled piece of paper in his hands and opened it. With a laugh he stood. Everyone crouched down, ready to fight. How did he even know where you guys live? This definitely isn't England. Oh well, anyway, I thought there were only 7 Cullens. Who are all the others then? Carlisle tilted his head. How do you know of us? My name is Remus Lupin and I believe I'm supposed to give this to you. Carlisle took the paper cautiously. To the Cullens, he glanced at his family. Thank you for taking Harry in when no one else would. It isn't signed. It doesn't have to be. You wrote it. No, but you can say the message is from me too. Remus sniffed quickly and smiled. Cub. Harry wiggled out of the tight circle that was formed around him. Only one person called him Cub, and that was Uncle Mooney, but Harry had forgotten about him. He was easily distracted by his life with the Cullens. He smiled at the old man. There he is, Remus said proudly. He kneeled down, knowing that the others were trying to get Harry back behind them. What a handsome young man you turned out to be, just like your father said you would. My, Harry, you look just like James, just like Prongs. Harry's eyes lit up in recognition. Prongs. Uncle Mooney. A big smile was plastered on the man's face. I'm glad to see you haven't forgotten about this old dog. Harry broke into a run and flew into Remus' arms, laughing. Esme stepped forward, worriedly. Carlisle held her hand and together they walked over to the two. Remus stood. We should talk. Harry, do you want to get those cookies, with Rose? The boy reluctantly walked over to his sister and he was brought into the house. It would be safe to assume you're his uncle. No wave that Jasper sent could break through the tension between vampire and werewolf. Not by blood, Remus answered before looking down sadly. I was one of his father's best friends. Could you give us insight to Harry's past? Esme begged. Remus watched as Harry's siblings coddled him in the kitchen. He smiled, happy to see the child so joyous. Although he knew everyone in the house could hear him, and would be listening, he found a little comfort in having just Carlisle and Esme in front of him. He sighed. "I'm sorry if I smell bad," he started, trying to break the tension. It worked perfectly. Everyone in the house but Harry laughed. Carlisle threw an arm around Esme's shoulders. "Trust us, Remus," he answered. "If you smelled bad you would have heard it from my children once you hit the ground. You smell just fine." "That's reassuring," he muttered. The couple before him laughed once more. He cleared his throat and shoved his hand in his pocket, toying with the idea of showing them his wand or not. "I believe that vampires have a myth of something called the Wizarding World, correct?" Esme looked at her husband questioningly. He nodded. "I've heard of it once before, but I never told my family." "What is it about?" she asked. "Well, it said that wizards and witches would take vampire lives in hopes that they could save innocent humans." "And it's true," Remus cut in. "Although vampires aren't the largest problem of the wizarding world, it's still a part of what happened." So everything that Edward saw in Harry's mind, it was true. Saw in his mind? He questioned. "You are aware that some vampires have powers?" Remus nodded at her question. Edward is a mind reader. He saw many things, from floating objects to people holding twigs. "Wands," he grinned, taking his own out of his pocket. "Wingardium Leviosa." The two were astounded as the side table began floating. "So now that you know the wizarding world is real, you must surely understand what Harry is." "A wizard," Carlisle nodded. "And a powerful one at that if he is already performing magic." Remus tilted his head. "Well, many babies do accidental magic at a young age, but you're correct about Harry being powerful. Extremely powerful, even." "Why?" Esme asked. He quieted and looked at the child that was now running around the hallway. "We're just like the Muggle reality, the non-magic people that is. We have good guys and bad ones. As you saw, we perform magic by summoning it from inside of us with our wands and saying spells and incantations." He stopped and looked back at the two vampires who adopted his cub. "We have many spells, Mr. and Mrs. Cullen." "Please," Carlisle said politely. "Call us by our names." Remus smiled grimly. "As I was saying, we have an innumerable amount of spells, but there are 3 that can send any wizard or witch into panic. They're called unforgivables, for they truly are unforgivable. Anyone who dares to use them will be thrown into Azkaban, the wizarding prison." He flinched when he said that. "No one ever escapes. Ever." Esme reached over and patted his shoulder. "The unforgivables?" she asked, trying to get his mind off of whatever was bothering him about Azkaban. Remus nodded. "The first is the Cruciatus curse. It inflicts unimaginable pain on the victim of the curse, but it can only work if your desire to cause pain is pure. My old school friends, the Longbottoms, were tortured into insanity by this curse. They left behind a son, Neville, born on the same day as Harry." Carlisle held onto Esme tightly. "What if this is the fate that Harry's parents fell into?" "The second unforgivable is the Imperious curse. The person who is put under the curse is made to obey any spoken or unspoken command the caster gives to them. The third is the killing curse. There's no way to block it. The only way to save yourself is if you dodge out of its way. Lily and James Potter suffered from this curse." "Oh God, that must have been what Edward saw in Harry's mind," Esme whispered. When it came to Harry's parents, all Edward could ever see was a green light hitting a woman. The werewolf quickly wiped a tear that fell onto his cheek. "Right, that's exactly what the killing curse looks like, a bright green light. In all of history, there has only been one survivor of this curse." "Who?" Carlisle asked. Remus leaned back on the sofa. "Harry James Potter." Remus was able to lay down the basics of the wizarding world. Schools, products, magical creatures, even candy, everything but the war. He had decided on saving that for last. He was able to stray away from the conversation when Harry came running in. He listened to Harry babble on about the Cullens and the silly antics he got into with his siblings. "Uncle Mooney?" he suddenly questioned. Remus nodded. "Where's Uncle Padfoot?" His eyes hardened and his fists clenched. Tanya was quick to understand something happened with this Padfoot. She picked Harry up and walked out. "How do you feel for ice cream, Harry?" they heard her say before the two disappeared, leaving the Cullens and Hales alone. Remus was sitting on the couch, silently thinking. That bloody bastard, he whispered to himself. Can you tell us what exactly happened to Harry, Remus? Esme asked quietly. He's the only one that survived the killing curse. Is that how he got that scar? He turned to look at the family. The wizarding world was being torn apart by a war, those who followed a dark wizard, one worthy enough to call himself the Dark Lord, and those who opposed him. Those who followed him were called Death Eaters. He who must not be named. Edward questioned after looking into Remus' thoughts. A dark laugh filled the room. That is what we were reduced to. Only a few could say his name, but it wasn't rare to find someone who would yell at you if you ever said his name. Remus closed his eyes. I'm sorry. I must look mighty cowardly right now. It's fine, please continue, Rosalie told him. He nodded. The war was getting very intense. A prophecy was made, that a child was to be born and only that child could defeat the Dark Lord. The prophecy was specific and it only fit 2 children, one being Harry and the other being Neville Longbottom. They waited for him to continue. The parents of said child supposedly defied the Dark Lord 3 times. The Potters and the Longbottoms both did so. The child was to be born as the 7th month died. Neville's birthday was on July 30th and Harry was born a day after. That means that Harry's real birthday is July 31st. Emmett cut in. Correct. Wait, Esme cut in. These Death Eaters, were they the ones who used the Cruciatus curse on the Longbottoms? Remus grinned. I like when I'm talking to people who can think fast. We were a close group of friends, James, Harry's father of course, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew and me. We were friends since our first year in Hogwarts. When they found out I was a werewolf, they were devoted enough to learn a certain magic that allowed them to turn into animals, so on every full moon night, they could help me. He laughed suddenly. Poor James was having such bad luck with Lily in the beginning. See, I hate to admit it, but we made a few bad choices in Hogwarts and one of them was bullying a boy named Severus Snape. He was one of Lily's friends and when she found out she was anything but pleased. It wasn't until our 7th year that Lily finally gave James a chance. And we're glad she did, Alice cut in with a fond smile on her face. We wouldn't have Harry if she didn't. Completely agreed, the werewolf responded. It was after Lily and James got married that we found out about this prophecy, when she was pregnant with him if I remember that right. James was already a wanted man. Many dark wizards were out to get him. He was an Auror after all, a profession that could be compared to the Muggle policeman. So they decided to go into hiding. Their location, thanks to magic, could never be known or found unless their secret keeper gave the information out. A secret keeper isn't just anyone. It's a person you know you can trust with your life. Unfortunately, James and Lily chose the wrong person. Who did they choose? Remus' eyes turned quickly from amber to black. He let out a heavy breath. Sirius. They stared in confusion. But you said he was one of your best friends. That's what we thought. We didn't know that scumbag traitor was working for the you-know-who the entire time. He went to his precious master and told him where Lily and James were hiding, but that wasn't enough for him. He found Peter as well and murdered him along with 12 Muggle witnesses. He blew up the street, for the love of Merlin. All that was left of Peter was a finger. A sodding finger. Did he escape? Edward asked angrily. No, Remus laughed mirthlessly. The Aurors showed up and arrested him. He was thrown into Azkaban without a trial. Dumbledore told me as they dragged him away he was laughing hysterically. Laughing. We were his friends. He was Harry's godfather. Tears began flowing from his eyes. We trusted him. Esme slowly walked over and threw an arm over the weeping man. I hope he rots, Emmett muttered quietly. So you know who killed Lily and James? Carlisle asked. When Remus nodded he continued. So you know who obviously went there to kill Harry. How did Harry survive? I just don't understand. None of us do, Remus stuttered. Well, when you know who murdered Lily, she gave a sacrifice of love for her son. This created some form of protection for him and the curse rebounded, shattering the Dark Lord's soul into millions. The reason that Harry has that scar is because, through that, he ended up with some of the Dark Lord's powers. Powers? Esme asked in alarm. As in the dark arts? Well some, I guess. Volume, his fists clenched as he forced the words out. Volume de Mort. He had some other special powers as well. We don't know if it will appear in Harry. Like what? Parseltongue. The gift of talking to snakes. Edward shot up in alarm. What? he began sheepishly. On Mother's Day, when we were still in England, I took him outside to pick some flowers from the backyard. A garden snake came slithering out of a bush, hissing all its way, and Harry began his back. I thought he was just fooling around, copying sounds and all. You didn't think of telling us this? Carlyle asked in annoyance. I didn't think anything of it, he answered sheepishly. All of you, he said, turning to his family. If anyone sees something unusual that Harry is doing, you'll tell Esme, Remus or I immediately, understood? He sighed before turning back to Remus. So this Dark Lord just vanished? He clarified. Remus nodded. According to Dumbledore, I told you about him, right? The one who gave Harry to the Dursleys. Wrote that little message to you. Sent me here with no warning. They laughed but agreed. Well, him and of course to Tales of the Boy Who Lived, yes. He just disappeared. He shook his head with a roll of eyes. Is that the title the Wizarding World gave Harry? The Boy Who Lived. Yes, they worship him from the top of his head to the dirt under his shoe. That's the only thing I can agree on with Dumbledore. Harry should stay away from the Wizarding World because once they see that scar everyone will know who he is. They'll shower him with gifts, people who don't know him. He can't have that fame go to his head. Harry's too innocent to be tainted by such idiocy. They'll never be able to see Harry for who he is. All they will see is their hero and protector. Even with him away right now, do you know what you're dealing with? He looked into every face before him. If you know who were to ever return, they would definitely call on him. If someone dies, they will blame him. Harry can do absolutely nothing wrong, and they will turn their backs and alienate him. It will be hard for Harry to find true friends if you let him go to Hogwarts. Esme looked as if her heart were breaking. I need to know you're ready for this, that you're willing to fight through all of this for him. Can you fight against the Volturi to protect him? Are you ready for your son's heart to be broken? Are you prepared to have your own heart broken when you have to hold your crying son at nights when he can't sleep? Can you handle watching a world build Harry up then tear him down over and over and over again? Esme began dry sobbing. She got up and ran out of the room. Harry. They heard her call. A soft voice was heard and the pattering of feet alerted that he was near. Oh, baby, she cried. Remus felt guilt wash over him. Jasper's stare turned to him. Don't, he stated. Don't feel guilty. We needed to know what we got ourselves into. Alice nodded in agreement, gripping her husband's hand tightly. Emmett, who had been sitting next to Remus, patted the man's back. It's okay, Mutt. Emmett. Edward groaned. Must you be so rude? Remus laughed in response. It's fine, Edward. I don't mind. It's better to be called a mutt than what others have called me. Alice couldn't stop herself. Did people beat you up? Is that why your clothes are so ugly? Alice. Carlyle said in horror, Esme standing in the doorway with a mortified look on her face. Harry was in her arms, seemingly unaware of anything that anyone was saying. Apologize. No, please don't, he cut in. It's fine. I completely agree. These clothes are terrible. Then why do you wear them? She asked desperately. I don't have money to buy any. You see, like I said before, some magical creatures are thought of as dark ones. Unfortunately, werewolves are part of that group. It's hard for me to find a job, and although some of my bosses didn't know at first, they eventually found out and fired me. That's horrid. He nodded sadly. I'm revolted to say that I depended on my friends greatly. I'm ashamed at the lengths they had to go for me, but that's why I'm so grateful for them. They truly did care for me. Yes, well, Alice pursed her lips before she gave him a big grin. It's a good thing I saw you before you came. I went shopping once I saw that sorry outfit. Alice. Carlyle shouted again. Why didn't you tell us? What good is a seer that doesn't tell us anything? Edward hissed. We were close to ripping his head off the first time we saw him. And I thought you had trouble with your visions when a werewolf comes into the picture. But he's a real one, not those phony baloney ones, so it wouldn't give me as much trouble, would it? That still doesn't answer why you didn't tell us, however it does answer why whenever Remus would say something, you'd just repeat it in your thoughts. I wanted it to be a surprise. What a nice surprise, Rosalie drawled sarcastically. Well, I didn't know that part. He was unsure if he would tell us about Harry or not, so his future kept changing. You could have at least told us what was clear. What's the fun in that? We're not talking about enjoyment, we're talking about knowledge. Well, with that statement, one would think you liked school. Daddy. Rosalie wants to go to high school again. Shut up, you little nuisance. Are they always like this? Remus asked Carlisle. Esme was still cuddling with Harry, afraid to let her son go. Carlisle shook his head. It's surprising how much more catty they can get. Wow, Remus. When you don't look so shaggy, you're quite handsome. He laughed when he heard Esme shouted at Alice from downstairs. After a night of rest, he didn't look as tired, so he couldn't help but agree with what Alice told him. Simple jeans and a blue zip sweater. He didn't look half bad. When you go out, you're going to have to beat women off you with a stick. Oh, dear Alice. I couldn't date if I wanted to. And why do you say that? She questioned him as she took his hand and began leading him back down. Let's not forget my monthly problem. You're not a woman, so what could you possibly be talking about? She teased. He shook his head in disbelief. He hadn't been this happy in 2 years. Dumbledore was right. This family was perfect for his little cub. Why, Remus, he heard. He looked up and blushed when he saw Tanya smiling at him as she passed to go back up to her room. Alice was right, but maybe you'll need a crowbar. A stick will break easily. Quite handsome, Eleazar nodded. You looked like you went through hell the first time you got here. Not quite, but pretty close, he muttered. Eleazar made to apologize, but Remus raised his hand and waved it off. It's fine. You did a good job for a little idiot, Rosalie told her sister. Alice glared up at her. Can we please move the attention away from me? Remus pleaded. Edward snorted. Unlikely. Alice will make sure attention is always on you. She takes pride in her work, and until she gets a new one, you're going to be her little Ken doll. I take that little comment personally for him, Alice cut in. If he's little, then I must be microscopic, but Edward is right. You're my fun little project now. We just met him yesterday. Don't you think you should give him time to breathe? I've already seen him becoming part of our family. Why wait? Before Edward could answer, she quickly cut him off. Now, before she left with Carlisle to hunt, Esme told me to tell you guys that she wants one of us to wake Harry up. I'll do it, Emmett called. Let me, Jasper said politely. I want to do it, Rosalie told them. Edward shook his head. May I? I feel like bringing him to the piano today. Rock, paper, scissors for it, Alice sang. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Can't you just tell us who wins? I do. Excellent. Time to wake the human. Remus laughed as he followed her up the stairs, eager to get his first view of Harry's room. He smiled when he saw that the Denali's had prepared one for him, fully decorated. The walls were decked out in a sky blue with white paint sponged on to look like clouds. 2 toy boxes were in the room, sitting at opposite corners, and a dresser stood across from his bed to keep hold all of his clothes. Harry was peacefully sleeping on a giant racecar bed, his blanket stretching up to cover his mouth. Alice tiptoed towards the snoozing boy and began tickling his sides. Wakey, wakey, love. Harry began squirming and he hid his smile as he turned away from her. He pulled the blanket over his head when he realized that Alice wasn't going to leave. What would you like for breakfast? I don't know how to cook that, silly. A quiet giggle reached the werewolf's ears. Sleep. Come, baby cakes. Look, Uncle Mooney is here. The boy groaned and began thrashing around. Wanna sleep? Harry, she said sternly. I'll get mother. She knew her threat wasn't real, since the couple was out, but the boy instantly stopped and, although he was whining, got up. He smiled sleepily at Remus before tumbling off his bed and clumsily making his way to the bathroom. Someone better go after him. He's going to mistaken Tanya's room for the bathroom, and she'll be changing. The two heard Tanya squeal in her room as she quickly moved to lock the door. It'll be too late. No. Harry. Harry's screams followed. Mommy. He shrieked. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Alice frowned. I didn't see this coming. They quickly walked into the hallway to see Harry on the ground. Tanya. What did you do? I don't know. I wasn't thinking. I didn't even. Her pleas of forgiveness were drowned out by Harry's crying. Oh God. She moaned, throwing her hands over her face. She quickly slammed her door when she realized she was still half dressed. Remus kneeled down, ignoring those who ascended the stairs and the others who walked out of their rooms. I didn't mean to push him. They heard Tanya shout through her door. You did what? Rosalie hissed, glaring at the door. Oh dear, Remus murmured. Harry has quite a large bump on his head. He lifted his shirt up, and a bruise on his stomach from where Tanya pushed him. Open this door, Tanya. Irina demanded. Oh, but I didn't mean to. She answered. Tanya, I hope you drown in your guilt, Rosalie growled. Ah, come on, Rosie, Emmett said, trying to soothe the situation. He picked his little brother up and began to bounce him up and down to try and stop his tears. He was going to get hurt eventually. The whole point of us existing in his life is that so he doesn't get hurt. And plus, I'd rather have him being hurt by other humans than by super-strength vampire idiots. Hey, Tanya defended herself as she pulled the door open. She was fully clothed and her face was looking down in shame. Well, you are. Harry's sobs were still strong as he gripped Emmett's shoulders tightly. If Harry hadn't been injured, it would look like quite a funny scene. Emmett was far too wide for Harry's arms and legs to wrap around him. It looked as if someone had glued the boy to the front of Emmett, his arms and legs spreading around the vampire as far as they could go. It was quite comical indeed. Ah, now little bro, Emmett cooed. It's okay. Tanya didn't mean to hurt you. Harry's bawling only grew louder when Edward touched his head to see how large the bump was. The bronze-haired vampire flinched. Sorry, little one. If your hair wasn't so, well, I would have seen it better. You could have just asked me, Remus cut in sardonically. Edward shot him a glare. Daddy. Remus felt a knife pierce his heart. He knew that he had accepted the family and trusted them, but in his heart it was still hard to hear Harry refer to anyone as his parents if they weren't James and Lily. Edward placed a hand on his shoulder. Oh right, the mind reader. Remus gave him a sad smile. It's okay, he whispered. Remus nodded in gratitude. Oh sweetheart, they're out right now, Kate whispered to Harry as he continued to cry for Carlisle. They'll come back soon. Maybe one of us should call them, Jasper suggested quietly. Esme wouldn't be happy to know that we didn't call her. Wait, Emmett told them. Harry was becoming quieter. After a few more moments, his hiccups and sniffles sounded only once every few minutes. You okay, bud? Harry shook his head against Emmett's chest. Ah, come on, kiddo. You're a man. Men don't cry. We're tough. Grr. Tears continued to leak out of Harry's eyes as the aching bump on his head pounded away. Does it still hurt? He asked curiously, raising a hand to touch it. Emmett, don't. Alice shouted, but his fingers had already brushed it. Harry let out a yelp as he began weeping loudly again. Esme held a lollipop in front of Harry's face. He smiled happily and reached out for it, but she pulled back. Please, he asked. She keyed his cheek and gave it to him. With a squeal, he popped it into his mouth and began swaying his head with a hum. Carlisle frowned, trying to put the ice back on Harry's head. Hurts, he whined as he pushed the hand away. It's the only way to get rid of that ugly bump, son, Carlisle explained. Harry continued to dodge away from his hand. You have too. He shook his head no. Harry, I know. Harry, stop. Remus laughed as he watched the ice quickly melt in Carlisle's hands. Harry looked away innocently licking his lollipop. Harry Cullen. Harry James Cullen if you want to be assertive, Alice piped. How do you expect me to make the bump go away? Carlisle asked as he walked into the kitchen to get more ice. You wouldn't happen to know any spells, would you, Remus? I'm sorry, but I don't, and Albus sent me here without any of my belongings so I couldn't look it up if I wanted to. It's all right, Esme told him as she picked Harry up and set him on her lap. Can you please let us put the ice back on that nasty golf ball you have on your head? Mama. He laughed loudly. What? Look at it. It's a big golf ball. No. Yes, it is. Not. I wonder if there's a way to contact Dumbledore. The flow isn't set up in this house. I don't even have flow powder. I've never owned an owl, Remus continued to mutter to himself, trying to figure out how to send a letter to the man. He stood and began pacing. I could always try using Muggle mail, but who would I send it to? The telephone. Or not. Maybe there's a little wizard village around here. Okay, Harry, Carlisle warned. If you melt this one, I'm taking away the piano, is that understood? Harry's wide eyes stared up at his father. It was usually Carlisle that was easily swayed, but the injury had turned him into full doctor mode. The boy crossed his arms and pouted, looking at anything but the B***-owned vampire. Carlisle sighed and sat next to him before softly pressing the ice down. Harry flinched and his lollipop dropped down to the carpet. Oh dear, Esme sighed. I'll just get you another one. For now, maybe a popsicle. She asked as she made her way to the kitchen. Are you okay now, darling? Harry frowned but nodded his head. Cold, he stated. Carlisle laughed. Yes, it's cold. Don't worry, little one. It'll get better soon. Remus looked up, about to ask a question when Alice raised her hand. Don't move, she told him. He looked at her questioningly before he jumped back in surprise when a chest and a few baggages appeared before him. She smiled before turning back to read her magazine. Well, what do you know? Remus laughed. A piece of parchment was pinned down on one of the bags. He picked it up and read it out loud. I deeply apologize for forgetting to send your belongings after you. Albus. Crazy Coot knows just when he's needed. Although it had been 2 years, the Cullens had grown terribly protective of Harry. If Rosalie was ever near, she would make sure that Tanya wasn't. Emmett always carried Harry up and down stairs. Edward, like Rosalie, had a problem trusting anyone, with handling Harry. He managed to get in trouble for accusing Carlisle of malpractice when he was giving Harry a routine checkup. Alice made sure she knew every step that Harry made in advance, and if Jasper was with him, he'd calm the emotions of others while Harry passed. It caused others to zone out so there wasn't a chance of them hurting Harry, but, like Edward, got Jasper into trouble every time he did it. Carlisle and Esme had gone into strict parent mode, but of course there were times when they couldn't help but be influenced by Emerald puppy dog eyes. Remus was just as, or even more, protective than all of them combined. Although the family had been raising him for 3 years already, Remus had known the boy since Harry was minutes old. Harry had been his cub since James first brought him out of that hospital room. Did you enjoy your birthday party, Harry? Esme asked as she sat him down next to her. He nodded energetically. Which present did you like the most? Edward's, he exclaimed. She smiled. Of course he would have liked Edward's the best. He had bought Harry a brand new Shanehut baby grand piano. She brushed his hair out away from his eyes. Sweetie, I know it's your birthday, but Daddy, Uncle Remy and I need to talk to you. His eyes widened. I didn't do anything. What? Sweetie, you aren't in trouble. I swear, I didn't mean it. Emmett told me Rose's dress would be prettier if I painted it. What? They both heard from downstairs. Remus and Carlisle flinched as they walked into Harry's room. Sweetie, I didn't think he would really. Emmett McCarty. Harry quickly buried himself under his blanket when they heard Rosalie storming up the steps. A bedroom door slammed open before a loud shriek sounded. You sorry excuse for a man. What were you thinking? This is my favorite dress. Esme desperately tried to calm Harry, but the boy began to sob. Harry, you aren't in trouble, she told him firmly as she pulled the blanket off of him. But Rosie is really angry, he stuttered. Rosalie walked into the room swiftly, and when Harry saw her, he made his way to hide behind his mother. Harry, I'm not angry at you, I'm angry at your fool brother. She muttered. So don't worry, little one. It's Emmett that's going to get in trouble tonight. Ah, Rose. They heard Emmett shout from downstairs. What you did is entirely inexcusable. She shrieked, stomping her way down the stairs. Carlisle ruffled Harry's hair gently. We promise you aren't in trouble, child. We just have a little surprise for you. You promise? Rosie isn't angry with me. We promise, Remus told him. Now, about that little surprise. Harry nodded his head, looking up at them. Ah, Carlisle. Well Harry, you're a wizard, he blurted out. Oh, so that's what you meant by telling him gently, Remus stated him sarcastically. You weren't much help. Well, I could have done better than just saying it like it was any old thing. If you could have done so much better than. Boys, Esme scolded. She turned back to Harry and smiled. Now I know this must be confusing, sweetheart, but we're here to explain. You know how there are times when something happens because you want it to happen. Harry nodded his head slowly. Not everyone can do that, love, but you. My special little boy, she stated with pride. You're a special person who has magic inside. Uncle Remy is a wizard too, and when you're older you'll be able to control it just like Remus. He tilted his head and opened his mouth. Like bunnies. Remus laughed. No, those are magicians, cub. They're non-magic people, muggles, who pretend to have magic. Oh, it's why Aunt Carmen got you robes for your birthday. Those are wizard robes and a Quidditch outfit. Quidditch is a game that wizards and witches play. But where did Aunt Carmen get the robes? He asked in confusion. The same place I got you that book, Remus answered him, pointing at Harry's new copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard. Remember when Aunt Carmen and Uncle Eleazar sent me to Massachusetts for a vacation? Well, it was also so I could get you some presents from the wizarding community in Salem. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Carmen and Eleazar had paid him generously for going across the country to buy their gifts for Harry. They had also made sure that Remus could use that time as a real vacation, renting him a private house and his own transportation. He was extremely thankful but still felt bad at the same time. They told him to think of it as a job they were doing for them, a business trip. There are wizarding communities all over the world, Harry. When you're old enough, we're going to go to Diagon Alley in England for your school things. Why can't I use magic now? Well, firstly you'll need a wand. Second, you don't know how to control magic. When you're 11, you'll go to school to learn how. But I'm going to be in kindergarten soon. That isn't the same, Carlisle told him. We sent you to a muggle school. No one there knows about magic and they can't ever know. This is a secret between all of us but you can't tell anyone else. So Rosie and Edward and Emmett and Alice and Jasper know too. And so does Carmen, Eleazar, Kate, Irina and Tanya. He scrunched his nose at Tanya's name. Now Harry, she's been very nice to you. She's a big, fat meanie pants. Remus, laughter echoed until Carlisle and Esme sent a glare his way. That's not a nice thing to say, Harry, he said, the corner of his lips twitching slightly. It isn't, Esme said, looking Harry straight in the eye. But we'll talk about that later. For now, we have one more thing to tell you. In the magical world, there are also magical creatures. The Denali's, Carlisle, your siblings and I are vampires. He gasped. Like Dracula. No, Carlisle said quickly. Absolutely not. You bite people. Wait, Harry let us. You guys bite people. No we. Biting people isn't nice. Miss Lassiter told me so when I bit Alex for taking my cookie. They don't bite people, Harry. Remus shouted. Yes they do. I saw it. I saw it. Dracula bit the girl and then he turned into a bat and flew away saying, "Eeeeee. Eeeeee. Eeeeee. You guys are big fat meanies." Harry, sit down, Carlisle said sternly as he reached out for him. Harry let out a scream. Remus and Esme tried to grab him before he ran out the door, but they didn't realize how fast the boy was going and just missed him. Daddy's gonna bite me. Edward, Alice, Jasper, Rosalie and Emmett were laughing hysterically as they watched Carlisle try to get Harry out of the cupboard he locked himself into. Harry, please come out, Carlisle begged. I'm not going to bite you. A muffled sob sounded from behind the door. Harry, son, please don't cry. But you're going to bite me, Harry blubbered. I'm not going to bite you, child. You're just saying that. Carlisle rested his head against the door and closed his eyes. Esme laid a hand on his shoulder while Remus tried to silence the others. Son, I love you so much. I would never bite you. Harry didn't respond. A few more minutes of silence passed. You promise? The boy finally said, opening the door just a bit so that you could see him peeking out. Carlisle looked at him and nodded. Harry let out another sob as he threw the door open and launched himself into his father's arms. I'm sorry, Daddy, he cried. Carlisle held him tightly. I promise you, child. I will never, never let anyone bite you. Pinky promise. Carlisle picked him up before hooking their pinkies together. Pinky promise. How about we tell you more about the kind of vampires we are tomorrow? You need to sleep, son. Harry nodded, resting his head on the shoulder before him. Sorry, Mama, Harry said when he saw Esme. She smiled at him, brushing his hair out of his eyes again. He waved at his brothers and sisters before Carlisle turned the corner to take him back to his room. So you only bite animals? Yes, Harry. And Uncle Mooney is a good werewolf who won't try to eat people either. He glared at Remus suspiciously. I won't try to eat people, he laughed. Harry crossed his arms, looking at all of them from the corner of his eye. I guess, it's okay for now, he turned on his heels and pointed a finger at them. But if you bite anybody I'm gonna be really, really angry. We promise, they all said simultaneously. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose like Edward. Now what is for lunch? Esme grinned and picked him up. I made you macaroni and cheese. That's one of my favorites. I know, little prince. When they disappeared into the kitchen, Carlisle dropped onto the sofa in relief. Thank God. We got through this. Carlisle. Alice pulled him off the couch as a green flame erupted from the fireplace. Oh dear, the voice chuckled. They vampires looked up and saw a man who was wearing a long purple robe. He adjusted a tall hat on his head before brushing the dust out of his beard. It seems you don't use this fireplace much. Obviously. Tanya hissed as she walked into the room. We're vampires. Now who the hell are you? Why, dear girl, I mean no harm. Relax, Tanya, Remus smiled as he walked forward to shake the man's hand. It's good to see you again, Albus. You too, Remus. Where is little Harry? He's in the kitchen eating lunch, Carlisle spoke, stepping forward to greet the man. I've heard much about you, Mr. Dumbledore. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is all mine, Albus' eyes twinkled as he looked at Carlisle. So this is the man who took Harry in so unselfishly. It is pleasing to see vampires who strive for a better way of living. Thank you, he answered. I don't mean to be rude, but why are you visiting us? Well, now that you've told Harry about magic, Remus told me you were planning on telling him on his birthday. I wanted your family to come visit Hogwarts and become comfortable with magic, if you're up to it of course. I'm sure you'll love the campus and I'll give you room and board. That's so much to give, Esme said as she walked in. Harry was still in the kitchen. Esme nodded at Tanya, who stood and walked to the kitchen to watch him. How would we repay you? Albus laughed. Why do you think I want something in return? Remus looked at him suspiciously. What is it, Albus? He smiled softly. I would like for Harry to meet another wizard his age, so he's at least familiar with magic and can be introduced to it at a young age. Like whom? He growled. Every family out there wants to worship the boy. I know of one who wouldn't. And they are the Weasleys, of course. Remus' eyes widened as he smiled in happiness. Albus, you genius. Why hadn't I thought of them before? Who are the Weasleys? Rosalie asked. They're a pureblood family who fought against you-know-who during the war, Remus answered them. Molly and Arthur are some of the kindest people you'll ever meet. They had 6 children the last time I saw them, the youngest being Ronald. He's the one who is Harry's age. They had Ginevra a year later, Albus told him. He looked up in surprise. The first Weasley girl in years. They're quite proud. Oh, Harry would love to meet them, Esme smiled. It's the beginning of August, Carlisle. Wouldn't it be lovely to spend a month in England before coming back for school? His eyebrows furrowed while he thought. Yes, it would be okay. Edward, Jasper and Emmett looked at each other. Emmett cleared his throat. Would there be anything fun to do at Hogwarts? Well, you are magical creatures, yes? Albus asked. They nodded. I'm sure you can learn how to fly a broom, and there are no muggles around, so you could do it in the daytime. Nice. Emmett boomed, giving Jasper a high five. Jasper rolled his eyes as he turned back to Alice. Would there be any villages around Hogwarts? Alice asked. Hogsmeade is where the students go during school time. I'm sure you'll love it there. They have all sorts of clothing stores around, although they mostly sell wizard attire. You read my mind like an open book, she exclaimed as she grasped Rosalie's arm with a squeal. I vote on a yes to England, she told Carlisle. Jasper nodded with her. Rosalie shrugged, but Emmett's head was bobbing up and down. Edward shrugged before nodding his head. Esme smiled at Carlisle. Just think, sweetheart, meeting more humans. We can bring them food when we go over, it's a human custom after all, which means I get to cook for more than 2 people. She clapped her hands before walking back into the kitchen. Harry, we're going on vacation. Huh? The boy shouted in confusion. Come darling, come, I want you to meet someone. Esme reappeared with Harry in her arms. Sweetheart, this is Albus Dumbledore. He's the principal of the school you're going to go to when you're older. We're going to visit the school so you can learn more about magic. You're going to meet a wizard family too. Harry's eyes widened in excitement. Really? Other wizards? Albus smiled at him. Would you like to come see the school? Yay. Good, good. You shall meet little Ronald Weasley. He's very excited to meet you as well, Harry. You already spoke to the Weasleys. Remus laughed. Of course I did, Albus smiled. I gave you an offer you couldn't refuse. Carlisle laughed. Apparently. In 3 days and after a long goodbye to the Dursleys, the Cullen family had portkeyed their way to Hogwarts grounds. The speed had fueled adrenaline into them, but had scared poor Harry into tears. Carlisle tried to calm him as he released the portkey and slowly floated onto the ground. Welcome. They heard. The family looked up into the eyes of a large man. Emmett's jaw fell open. You must be the Cullens. Oh, look at that. Is that the little Harry I picked up when he was just a year old? Why, yes it is, Hagrid. Remus said with a smirk. If it isn't Remus Lupin. Hagrid exclaimed. How've ya been? Just fine, Rubeus. Still the groundskeeper, I see. That I am. I thank Albus Dumbledore every day for giving me this job. His grin stretched across his face. Come on, now. I'm sure Portkeying took a lot out of ye. I'll show you too. Your rooms then. Albus wants Remus to show you guys to the headmaster's office. I'm sure you remember the way. Everyone noticed the sly tone in Hagrid's voice. Remus' eyes lit up with a bittersweet glow. Of course I remember. How can I forget? I got into trouble so many times that I could walk there blindfolded from any spot in Hogwarts. Hagrid laughed loudly before stopping and leaning in. Just thought I should warn ya, Remus. Severus is the potions master for Hogwarts and he's here early to restock Pomfrey's medicine cabinet. Ya might want to watch out for him. He's been in a sour mood since Albus announced that you'd be comin'. Remus blushed sheepishly. Thank you, Hagrid. Is Poppy here as well? That she is. She's quite excited to see you again. He frowned as he picked up the suitcases that the Cullens were carrying. He jerked his head in the direction he was walking in so the others would follow him. Though you might want to watch out for her too, something about hurting you if you haven't been taking care of yourself. Remus rolled his eyes with a scoff as they entered the castle. That woman what, Mr. Lupin? Everyone stopped and looked at a gray-haired woman standing before them with her arms crossed. She tapped her foot as she waited for Remus' response. He gaped silently before fishing for a coherent sentence. That woman is, simply, just, wonderful. She's just amazing and I don't know what I'd do without her. HMPH, she hummed before smiling and walking over to him. Dear Remus, she laughed as she threw her arms around him. It is good to see you again. He smiled at her gently. It is wonderful to see you as well, madam. Now tell me, she said, pushing him aside and looking Carlyle in the eye. Has this boy been taking care of himself after every full moon? Every month he'd leave his bed just to fool around with his friends. I had to start strapping him down. To be fair, that was only once, he said weakly to the others. They laughed at the look on his red face. She glared at him. After you're settled in and you're done speaking to the headmaster, I expect to see you and little Harry in the hospital wing. If you're not, I'll know where to find you, she finished threateningly. She turned to look at the little boy who was staring at her. She smiled softly with a tilt of her head. He looks just like his parents, she told them. You're lucky to have him. Esme nodded in thanks before Madame Pomfrey walked up the stairs. Emmett stared at her back as she walked away. She's scary, he stated. We've been here for about 5 minutes and she managed to scare poor Remy mindless. Remus glared at him. That's a sick lie. Hagrid laughed as he patted Remus on the back. Welcome back to Hogwarts. Do you always have to cook? Harry asked. The house elf nodded. Macy and the other house elves always have to cook for students and for teachers, but we like cooking for everyone. Little Harry Potter Cullen. Who cooks for you? He continued. He was currently sitting on Remus' lap as the two waited for the rest of the Cullens to find the Great Hall. Macy cooks for Macy, Harry Potter Cullen, sir. Someone else should cook for you, Macy, because you cook all the time. My mama can cook for all of you. Remus smiled at how thoughtful his cub was. Oh, little Harry Potter Cullen, you're too kind to the house elves, Macy wept. Remus cleared his throat gently. Macy, can you find the others and help them get here? They must be lost. Macy nodded with a quick goodbye to Harry. Do you like the house elves, Harry? He nodded before taking a bite of his eggs. They're silly. Remus laughed at the boy's statement. It had been 3 days since they arrived at Hogwarts and everyone was settling in quite easily. The Cullens had told Remus to go ahead of them with Harry so that they could learn the layout of the castle. The werewolf had a feeling that the moving staircases were confusing them, even though their vampire speed could easily get them to the next flight. Harry was quite happy. He loved talking to the portraits and going to Hagrid's hut to play with Fang. He also loved seeing magic before him. His eyes watched every wand wave and the sound of incantations were music to his ears. Uncle Remy, when do I get to meet Ron? Remus hummed as he chewed his toast. I'm not sure, cub, he said after swallowing, but we can't ask Albus today. Mama said that when you visit a house, you have to bring gifts. Can we buy Ron a gift? He ruffled his hair. Well, actually, Harry, your mother meant that you bring food, usually sweets like cookies. You don't have to worry about getting Ron a gift. Harry frowned. But it would still be nice. Can we get him a gift today? An overwhelming feeling of pride overcame Remus. Sure, Harry. I'll ask Carlisle if we can go to Hogsmeade today. Harry nodded happily before turning back to his breakfast. Do you know what you want to get Ronald? Harry shrugged. I don't know. What does he like? I don't know either, Harry. Maybe he likes the same things you do. I can get him a football. Remus chuckled. Ronald doesn't know anything about the Muggle world, remember? We have to get him something from the wizard world. Oh, does the wizard world have candy? Yes, they do. They have chocolates called chocolate frogs. You have to chase it around before you can eat it. Harry giggled at the notion of chasing candy around. There are many different wizard candies. How about Bertie Bott's? What's that? It's like jelly beans, but it comes in all different flavors like, Remus grinned slyly. Like what? Like earwax. Harry's nose scrunched up in disgust. We should get him the chocolates. Molly Weasley bustled around the house, trying to make it perfectly clean. Bill, stop leaving your things on the floor. Percy, pick your books up and put them in your room. Charlie, why are all your dragon toys out? Fred, George, leave Ginny alone. Ron sat with his blanket in his arms as he watched his mother run around the house in a mad dash. You don't know when Harry will stop by with his family, so we have to keep it extra clean, she had told him. He got up, dragging his blanket across the floor, and followed his mother into the kitchen. Mummy, can I have pumpkin juice? Of course, Ronald, ask someone to help you. Ron stared at her before he looking around the kitchen curiously. His father was at work, so that wouldn't do. He sighed and went to find Bill. His brother was in the living room, doing his summer homework. Billy, can you get me pumpkin juice? Bill turned with a sad smile. Sorry, Ron, but I really need to concentrate on this. If I don't learn this, Snape is going to kill me when I get back to school. Go find Charlie. I'm sure he'll help you. Ron nodded. Thanks, Billy. Sorry, Ron. Ron walked up the stairs carefully and opened Charlie's bedroom door. Charlie, he called. He looked up with a smile. Can you help me get pumpkin juice? Charlie gave Ron a sheepish smile. Sorry, Ron, but Mum wants me to clean my room. Can you wait a bit? I'm thirsty now. The boy pouted. Go find Percy. Ron sighed before walking to Percy's room. Percy. Percy made no movement. Percy, can I have pumpkin juice, please? Ronald, I'm reading, he snapped in irritation. He glared before slamming the door. Meanie, he muttered. He knew going to George and Fred wouldn't help anything, so he went back down and sat down in the spot he was before. He turned to find that Ginny was now sitting next to him. You can't help me, can you? He asked. Ginny looked up and began giggling at her older brother. Ron rolled his eyes before a grin settled on his face. He threw an arm around his little sister and fell back on the couch with her. I wanna play with Harry already, he told her. Maybe then I wouldn't be so bored, or thirsty. Ginny nodded, patting her brother's stomach. And hungry. Yay, and hungry. The two siblings laughed as Ron's stomach growled loudly. Harry was terribly excited. After Remus and he had returned from Hogsmeade, Albus had called them to his office to tell them the Weasleys would be ready the next day. Harry had never been so excited to sleep before. Carlisle and Esme were finding it quite amusing. Once morning came, and Emmett went into Harry's room to wake him up, they heard a cry of happiness. Whoa, kid. Emmett came running out of the room with Harry on top of his head. Emmett. Esme shrieked in fear that Harry would fall. Someone's eager, Emmett said sarcastically as he tried to pry Harry off of him. Mama, I get to meet Ronald today. Harry shouted happily as he jumped into her arms. Yes, and they invited you over for breakfast, so you need to get ready now. She told him, rushing to the bathroom. A knock at the portrait sounded and Carlisle went to answer it. Remus was standing there with his hands in his pockets. He was about to speak when he stopped and listened to Harry's laughter echo. He's quite excited, isn't he? Carlisle nodded with a laugh. I just came to say that I'm sorry, but I can't accompany you today. What's wrong? Carlisle asked. He shrugged and looked down. Tonight is the full moon and I'm feeling a bit restless is all. He patted his shoulder softly. Take care, Remus. Don't worry, I'm sure I can trust that the wolfsbane potion Severus made should work just fine. He takes pride in his work and this is the first time he's made it. He wouldn't have given it to me otherwise. Unless this is some sick sort of revenge, Carlyle told him grimly. I'd deserve it, Remus answered miserably. No you wouldn't, he told his friend firmly. It wasn't your fault at all. How were you to know what Sirius was going to do? Remember that. Remus nodded and looked away. Tell Harry I told him to enjoy himself. I'm sure he'll have fun with the Weasleys. Carlyle watched him walk away before turning back into the room. They all looked up at him with question. Is Remus okay? Alice asked softly. He isn't feeling too bad as he. Before he could answer her, Harry came running out with a backpack on. Daddy, Mommy is letting me carry the chocolates. Is Uncle Remy coming now? He shook his head. No son, Uncle Remy feels tired because tonight is the full moon. He has to stay home. Oh okay, Harry sighed in disappointment. Come on, Raven, Edward Said. He picked Harry up and threw him onto his back. Put a smile on that face. You get to meet little Ronald today. Harry smiled hesitantly before gripping Edward's shoulders tightly when he saw the hat portkey. Hold on tight, Raven, he warned before they disappeared from the room. Harry opened his eyes and took a peek of his surroundings. Everything was passing by in a blur. Harry, close your eyes. He heard Rosalie scream. His eyes immediately shut as he fought an upset stomach. Suddenly, the speed began to slow and he felt the tightening in his stomach vanish. Edward landed perfectly on his feet before setting Harry down. The green-eyed boy looked up to see a red-haired woman gaping at the Cullens. She began. Now, we know about vampires but it would be best to come in. All of you standing in that huge group can blind someone. They laughed as they followed her in. You must be Esme. And Carlyle, she said with a smile. I'm Molly Weasley and this is my husband Arthur. Arthur stood and shook their hands. Albus told us you've been living in the Muggle world, he started. Oh for heaven's sake, Arthur. Molly sighed, pushing him back down onto the seat. This must be little Harry, Molly said happily. Harry nodded and stuck his hand out. Nice to meet you, he told her as he shook her hand. Oh he's adorable, she told them, and very well-mannered. You've raised him well. Heaven knows how hard Arthur and I tried but our children can't even give a simple wave. Thank you, Molly, Esme said kindly. We brought cookies for later. I hope they taste all right. Our little critic over here loves them. They look quite delicious, Molly said with a smile. Arthur, show them the living room while Carlyle and Esme stay to help Harry choose what he wants for breakfast. Carlyle nudged Harry towards the table and watched as his son took a seat and placed his hands on the table. Go on dear, eat up, she said encouragingly. I'll wait for the others, Harry told her. Molly's face lit up. She turned to Esme and Carlyle with her hand on her heart. James and Lily would be so happy to know that their son was raised by you. Thank you, Molly. You're too kind. No really, she said firmly. I'm happy to see how you've raised Harry. I was afraid that he was going to be spoiled but, you've done a great job as parents. You've done much better, Esme told her. 7 children and all your own. We adopted all of ours and they were old enough to know the ways of life already. They didn't need our help. Although I wouldn't trade my children for anything, I envy the fact that you get to watch all of your children grow every day. Molly looked as if she could cry but the sound of running jolted her out of her state. Her eyes narrowed as she made her way into the hallway. Bill, Charlie, stop running, we have guests. Charlie, look, Esme and Carlyle heard the boy whisper. Those birds are right gorgeous. 2 sets of growls reached their ears. Carlyle chuckled as Esme tried to hide her grin. You two, go meet Harry while I get your other brothers. Is Ron up yet? Mom, he's been up since 5 in the morning, Charlie answered her as they walked into the kitchen. Hey there, mate. Harry smiled and waved his hand at them. You're Harry P. Cullen, right? I'm Charlie and this is my brother William. Stuff it, Charles, Bill glared. You can call me Bill, Harry. Charlie's just being silly. Harry smothered his giggle with his hand. My brother Emmett always calls my brother Eddie, even though Edward doesn't like that. Bill smiled as they sat down across from him. Aren't you going to eat something? Harry shook his head. Mama said I shouldn't eat until everyone is at the table. Charlie raised an eyebrow as he glanced at his brother. Then we'll do the same thing, Har. Percy walked in next. He sighed and took a seat next to his eldest brother. Good morning to everyone. Nice to meet you, Harry, Mr. and Mrs. Cullen. Carlisle and Esme nodded at the polite boy. Fred and George came running in next. Slow down, Percy scolded. You'll get hurt. Fred and George smiled as they went on either side of Harry. Hi there, Harry, they said simultaneously. You're going to be fun to play with, they finished together. Harry stared at the two as they took their seats before turning to the other redheads. Did they always do that? He asked lamely. They all laughed before a loud yawn echoed in the room. Mornin', the tiny girl said. Good morning, Ginny, the boy sounded. She's beautiful, Esme told Carlisle. Ginny rubbed her eyes and sat down next to George. She rested her head on the table. With a sigh. Where's Ronikins? Fred asked his little sister. Harry's eyes lit up when he saw that they intentionally left the chair next to him open. He's went sleepy again, so Mummy's Joaquin him up. Everyone turned and watched Molly walk down the stairs. He's just changing. He'll be down in a second, love, she told Harry. He smiled brightly as he got of his chair and stood in front of his parents. Carlisle laid a hand on his shoulder while Esme hooked arms with her husband. After a few minutes, a sleepy redhead walked down slowly. His feet touched the bottom and he stretched his arms up. Ronald, Molly laughed. Fix your shirt. It's on backwards. Ron looked down with wide eyes before his face turned bright red. He quickly turned it and shuffled towards his mother. Mummy, Harry is coming today, right? He asked. He turned around when he heard someone giggled behind him. Harry waved at him shyly. Hi, he nearly whispered. Carlisle glanced at Esme with a knowing look. Of course he would be shy when he actually met Ron. Harry quickly took his backpack off and began to dig through it. Mommy says when you go to a house you have to bring a present. Uncle Remy helped me get this for you. Finally, he pulled a brown package out of his backpack. Sorry, the wrapping is kind of funny, Harry apologized. Ron grinned as he looked at his mother for permission. When she nodded, he reached out with a quiet, thanks, and opened it. Mummy, Harry got me chocolate frogs, he said happily before his face turned sour. Can you hold it so Fred and George don't eat it? Dear Ronikins, Fred gasped. Mummy said we have to share with each other, George told him. Ron glared at them before turning back to Harry. Are you hungry? Mummy makes really good breakfast. He took Harry's hand and pulled him towards the table. My mama makes really good breakfast too, Harry smiled. They continued to talk to each other as they began to fill their plates up with food. Molly gave a smile to the two vampires. They could tell their sons would be great friends. And then he showed me exploding snaps and he told me about the ghoul in his attic. Harry told Remus. The boy had climbed into Remus' hospital bed to tell him all about his time at the burrow. And then you know what happened, Uncle Mooney. What happened, Cub? Remus smiled. Harry pouted and raised a bandaged finger. Percy's rat scabbers bit me. He gasped playfully and brought Harry's finger closer to his face. What a mean, little rat. With a nod, Harry continued. Ms. Molly got angry and told Percy to put Scabbers away. That's good. You didn't have to see mean, old Scabbers anymore. Harry sighed and snuggled against his uncle. Grandpa Albus told them to come here in 2 days. You get to see them this time. Maybe you can turn into Mooney and eat Scabbers. That's disgusting, Harry, Remus told him. I don't eat mean rats like Scabbers, I eat nice ones. They're less acidic and don't give me tummy aches. You're silly, Uncle Mooney. The man chuckled and keyed the boy's cheek. Don't make fun of me. And old. Oi, you're a silly, old werewolf. That's it, Remus shouted while turning and tickling Harry's side. Madame Pomfrey quickly ran in to help Harry and make Remus lie back down. Matty Poppy. Harry laughed as he tried to push Remus away. Make him stop. Mr. Lupin. The little bugger called me old. A&S silly. Mr. Lupin, unhand the boy and lie back down. Matty Poppy. Harry begged. Mr. Lupin. Mummy. Molly shot up with a scream and looked around wildly until her eyes settled on her youngest son. The boy was grinning happily, already dressed for the day. Mummy, we're going to Hogwarts today. Ronald. She scolded. It's still early. Go back to sleep. He frowned. Mummy, Bill helped everyone get ready. He said it was 11:30. What? She shrieked. Why didn't anyone wake us up? Arthur. The man woke with a start and stared up at his wife. It's 11:30 and we have to be at Hogwarts by 12. His eyes widened as they jumped up and ran around the room. "Ronald, go down to Bill and tell him to flow the headmaster. Say that we're going to be a bit late." Ron nodded as he ran down to his brother. An hour later, Arthur was standing by the fireplace, watching as his children flowed to Hogwarts. With a smile, he picked Ginny up after all his children had gone and walked into the fireplace. "Albus Dumbledore's office," he stated clearly. He met his family on the other side, Dumbledore behind them. "Hello, Albus. How are you today?" "Quite wonderful," Albus smiled. "Come along now." Little Harry has been impatiently waiting for Ronald. Ron grinned at the name of his new friend. "Where is he?" "He's in the Great Hall having lunch with his family." "With his family?" Molly asked in confusion. "We have blood pops and goblets of their meal," he finished quietly. "Blood pops are for vampires," Ron said as if the others didn't know. Ginny, however, looked at him and nodded, confirming that she was listening. "Harry's mummy and daddy and brothers and sisters are vampires." Her mouth formed an O shape. After a few more flights of stairs, they finally arrived at the Great Hall. "Harry!" Ron shouted as he ran down to the table he was at. Harry smiled at him and pushed Edward to make space for Ron to sit. "Hiya, Harry." "Hi." "Mommy made more cookies." Ron pumped his fist into the air in excitement. "Ms. Esme's cookies are yummy." "I know, right? Did you eat already?" "Yay. Bill made sandwiches while Mummy was sleeping." Harry turned to his mother with pleading eyes. "Mummy, I'm full. Can I go play with Ron now?" Esme checked Harry's plate to make sure he finished most of his food. "Sure, sweetie." Edward stood with a nod. "Take them to Remus' room and then you can come back to finish up." "Of course, Esme." Edward smiled at the boys and began walking in long strides, making them run after him, not that they minded. They were having fun chasing after the vampire. "Come on, Raven. Red. Try and catch me." Edward ran at human speed while the boys raced to grab him. "No fair. You're a vampire." Harry laughed. "Come on, younglings." Ron and Harry gave each other a glance before the redhead fell to the ground. "Ow!" he cried loudly. Edward stopped abruptly and quickly went back to them. "Are you?" "Attack!" Harry shouted. Ron flew up, grabbing the front of Edward while Harry jumped on his back. "Bring him down, you little scamps!" Edward shouted. He held onto Ron and made sure that Harry was secure on his back before zooming down the hallways. Laughter bounced off the walls, every portrait either smiling or glaring as they passed. Edward himself was having so much fun that he didn't realize he ran right past Remus' room. "Oh Remus," Esme said in surprise. "We thought you were in your room." Edward left with the boys to Remus. Alice and Rosalie were looking at him in concern. Emmett reached out to pat his shoulder while Jasper concentrated on the feelings that flowed through the werewolf. Both Carlisle and Esme were now calling Remus, but he couldn't pay them any attention. Percy Weasley was silently sitting next to his father while breaking a slice of bread into bits. The boy took one piece between his fingers and fed it to a rat that could only be Scabbers. Remus began shaking in his spot. The scent was too familiar and the patchy gray hair belonged to no other. Alice turned and looked at Percy's pet with wide eyes. "That's not a rat," she said slowly. Remus stepped closer and stared at the pink paws, but he still couldn't see. "Percy," he grunted. The boy turned up and looked at him. "Is your pet missing a finger?" he finished before Remus could continue. "We don't know what happened. We got him that way." "Is there something wrong, Remus?" Molly asked in concern. He ignored her, pulling his wand out and pointing it at Scabbers. "Remus, wait. What are you doing?" But it was too late. Scabbers ran out of Percy's grip and onto the floor just when Remus waved his wand and a stream of light hit the running animagus. There, on the ground, was Peter Pettigrew, curled in a ball as he shielded his face from Remus' view. A tattered jacket hung off his shoulders and his pants were torn at the bottom. When he turned slightly to get a view of his old friend, he was shocked to find that the man wore a grin on his face. His legs couldn't support him as Remus picked him up and hugged him tightly. "Peter," Remus' eyes closed in disbelief. "You're alive." This had to be some kind of sick joke. He had gone out to find the traitorous bastard who killed his best friends and got thrown into Azkaban for it. Sirius Black rested his head on the stone wall of his cell with a dark chuckle. He couldn't believe what had happened to his life. The high and mighty Auror was brought to his knees in front of the wizarding world, And to make matters worse, Pettigrew was running free while Sirius was incarcerated for absolutely no reason. When he was first thrown into Azkaban, he had gotten a quick look at the time. Although he was sometimes foolish, he wasn't stupid. It would be hell and nothing would be keeping him sane, but he counted. Every second, every minute, every hour. He knew exactly how long he had been a forced tenant in Azkaban, but it only lasted for so long. Falling in and out of sudden spasms due to the Dementors caused him to lose count, along with the burning feeling of hatred for Peter that consumed his every thought. He found himself thinking, always thinking. It was the only thing he could do in this godforsaken hellhole. He thought about Moony, the one surviving best friend he still had, and nearly threw up at the thought of Remus thinking he was a murderer. He thought about Harry and hoped that his dear godson was living his life happily. He thought about the day he would finally get out and take revenge on Pettigrew. Sirius' throat closed and his eyes fogged with tears. Why had this happened to him? The overwhelming feeling of regret drowned him every day. If he didn't go after Peter, he could have told everyone. He could have been taking care of Harry and he wouldn't have to suffer the uncertainty of whether or not Remus really did hate him now. Merlin, it was cold. He shivered and pulled his ragged shirt closer. A cold chill ran up his spine as he slumped over while a Dementor passed by. Edward closed his eyes and stopped running. Ron and Harry started to complain, but he wasn't listening. Something wasn't right. There was something going on in the Great Hall. Boys, he told them, while quickly making his way to their room. You are going to stay in Harry's room and I'll be right back for you, okay? Edward, Harry asked. What's going on? Nothing, don't worry, he said firmly. He spoke the password quietly and the portrait swung open. With a few strides, they were at Harry's door. Edward turned the knob and pushed them in. Stay, he commanded before turning on his heel and running down to the Great Hall. Ron and Harry glanced at each other. Hey Harry, Ron whispered. We gonna follow him, Harry whispered. Or Potter and or Weasley on the groove. On the move, on the move. Edward stepped into the Great Hall and looked at the new man standing near the group. The family was smiling, all but Alice and Jasper. The Weasleys looked excited. Edward cleared his throat, catching his sister's attention. Alice's eyes were glazed with worry. Edward, you have to help. I've been trying to get to him, but Remus has been so excited, he won't listen to anyone but Pettigrew. Pettigrew, Peter Pettigrew. Remus, friend who was killed by Sirius Black. Edward quickly whipped his attention back to the haggard man. I can't believe it, was all the man could think. He couldn't find anything wrong with the situation. Obviously Peter was happy to see his old. What if Remus finds out? I'll be thrown into Azkaban without a doubt. And Sirius, dear God, he'll kill me. They'll both kill me, Edward tensed. There was no possible way. Peter went on with his thoughts, all about that Halloween night, all about the Dark Lord and all about the arm the Dark Mark used to mar his forearm. Remus, Edward started slowly. Step away from him. Remus looked up for the first time, staring at him in confusion. Edward, what's the matter? Remus, get away from him now. He growled. Peter's eyes widened as he stepped back in fear. Emmett. Emmett quickly looked up before grabbing Peter by the arms. Edward quickly appeared before him. Hello, Peter. The man squeaked in response. Are you going to start telling the truth? Remus was staring at them in horror. Edward, what are you doing? Edward picked Peter up by his collar and threw him to the ground. Start talking, rat, before I make you start talking. I don't know what you're talking about, he wheezed as Edward pressed the heel of his foot down on Peter's stomach. Edward, Remus cried. Carlisle grabbed him. Remus, wait, there's a reason why Edward is doing this, he wouldn't do it otherwise. Talk, he shouted. You don't understand. Peter's face shifted in pain. You don't know what he would have done to me. I know what I'm going to do to you, you venomous traitor. Edward picked him up and threw him into the wall. Peter fell into an unconscious state before pinching the bridge of his nose. I thought I told you two to stay in the room. Harry ran in and jumped into Edward's arms while Ron ran to his mother. Tie him up and wait till he wakes up. Don't trust anything he says unless Alice says he's telling the truth. He waited for Ron to grab his hand before he took the two boys out of the Great Hall once more. What is going on? Remus asked breathlessly. Alice glared at the animagus with a deathly stare. An innocent man is locked up in Azkaban. Tie that murderer up. Peter blearily opened his eyes and looked around him. 6 vampires were glaring at him. At 2 red-headed adults would look at anything but him. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in a chair with a disappointed look on his face, and Remus was on the other side of the room, his head in his hands. "Peter," Remus sobbed. "How could you?" Albus watched Rosalie quickly move to comfort the werewolf before he turned back with a sad sigh. "Now Edward has already informed of what really happened, but I would like to hear it from you." Peter, although scared lifeless, stared in disbelief. Did the old fool actually think he was going to say anything out of his own free will? "No, we don't," Edward told him stiffly. Peter froze. "How did that boy, I'm old enough to be your grandfather, Junior, now start speaking?" You don't understand," Peter stuttered. "The power the Dark Lord has, what he could have done to me." "What would you have done?" "I would have died for them," Remus cried. "I would have died for my friends, you filthy bastard." He lunged forward but was quickly stopped by Emmett. I'll kill you, Peter. For 3 years I believed you were dead. That Sirius was the one who left Harry an orphan, you damn liar." "Have mercy," Peter shrieked when Remus slipped from Emmett's group. Jasper grabbed the werewolf and brought him back to the other side of the room. "Jasper, calm him," Carlisle commanded. Jasper nodded, but Remus' rage was only fractionally diminished. "Remus, please. He broke my pack apart and you expect me to calm down." Remus laughed darkly. "The wolf inside him is getting stronger. I can't hold him alone," Jasper stated. Rosalie walked and stood on Remus' other side, grabbing his arm to keep him still. Edward glanced over at them. "Emmett, stand in front of him." Seeing Pettigrew is just getting him angrier. Albus rubbed his knees before pulling a vial out of his pocket. He walked over to Peter, nodding towards Carlisle. The man came and held Peter tightly as Albus poured the potion down his throat. Peter choked, trying not to swallow, but it was no use. "What is your name?" Albus tested. "Peter Pettigrew." "What year were you born?" 1960, Peter's eyes closed in horror. Veritaserum. There really was no way out of this anymore. "Peter, please tell me," Albus said as if Peter had a choice, "were you the Potter's secret keeper?" "Yes." A sickened sob left Remus before Albus continued with his questions. "Peter, were you in allegiance with the Dark Lord? Did you take the mark?" Another affirmative response to his question. "Did Sirius Black kill the 12 Muggles that night?" "No." "Did you kill them, Peter?" "Yes." "Oh Merlin, Sirius," Remus moaned, his knees collapsing. "I turned my back on my best friend. I believed him to be a murderer." "It's not your fault," Rosalie whispered to him as she hugged him tightly. "It's not your fault." Albus opened the door and an Auror came walking in quietly. "Peter Pettigrew, you are under arrest and you shall be put on trial before the Wizengamot," he said quietly as the Auror took Peter by the arm. "No. Have mercy. Remus, my friend. You must understand. He would have killed me. Then you should have died." Remus shouted. "You should have died for your friends, like we would have done for you." The Auror jerked him away with a disgusted look before apparating away. With a snap of his fingers, the opening that was once open restored and the wards of Hogwarts were strong again. "Remus, get rest," Albus said. The man was about to protest, but with a wave of his hand Remus slumped over and onto Emmett's arms. "Take him to his room, Emmett," Albus asked gently. Emmett nodded and walked out of the room carrying the unconscious werewolf. "Carlisle, Esme, you'll come with me." "Where?" Esme wondered. "To Azkaban. This is horrifyingly disgusting," Esme said as her nose wrinkled in horror. "It smells like excrements and rotting flesh." "Hold your breath, sweetheart. You don't need it," Carlisle reminded her. "But I'm trying to find Sirius. You've never scented him before." "Untrue. The first time you brought Harry home there were 6 distinct scents on him, although there were 2 others I haven't identified yet. 2 were his parents, the 3 smelled so alike. The 3rd and 4th were Albus and Hagrid, which I realized when we first met them. The 5th was yours, of course. The 6th must be Sirius. I'm getting a hint of it just standing here." Carlisle tilted his head to stare at his wife. "Have I ever told you how amazing you were?" Albus smiled at the lovely couple. "This would be much more romantic if we weren't in such a dark and dreary place." Esme's and Carlisle's laughter brought a bit of light into Azkaban. "Come now. An innocent man is waiting for his freedom." The 3 walked down the nearly pitch-black corridor, weary of what was around them. "I don't like this place," Esme shivered, taking Carlisle's hand in her own. Albus quickly conjured a lamp and held it up. Silly me, he laughed. I gave them the wrong wand. Sirius Black was daydreaming again, or maybe he was just dreaming. After all, he didn't know what time of day it was anymore. He smiled at the image in his mind. He could see his little Harry running into his arms, calling him Uncle Padfoot. He could hear the annoyance in Remus' voice as he brought out yet another toy out of his pocket. You'll spoil him. He could just hear the scolding tone that Remus would use. He felt Harry's tiny hands brush against his fingers as he reached up for the toy. Harry would whine as he tried to reach for the toy that was being pulled away from him, and after a demanding, "Please," he would give in to his godson. Sirius, and there was his lovely girlfriend who nearly worshipped how beautiful Harry was. Sirius, 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 Sirius Black, is that you? Sirius' eyes opened and he glanced around wildly. What was going on? Oh dear Sirius, I think those damn ghost creatures have made him fall unconscious. I vote we kill them. She was stopped when Sirius let out a chuckle. So do I, pet, he grunted. He squinted and pulled back once he realized just how close the woman was. It's been a while since I've spoken to someone, or seen such a pretty bird. Hey, a joking voice cut in. Sirius watched a man crouch down beside the woman. She's mine. Carlisle, Alice won't be very happy when she sees him. What's that supposed to mean? Sirius asked in defense. Wait, sees me. Our daughter is a bit of a fashion queen. So, Azkaban is giving their prisoners makeovers. His eyebrow shot up. Bloody hell right, I get one. I've been here for much longer than you should have, a new voice cut in. Sirius jolted up in his spot as he shook slightly. He knew that voice. He was sure it was him. Hello, young Sirius. Albus, he breathed. What the bloody hell is going on? He flinched when he heard the stutter in his voice. He wasn't one to be weak. Albus took Sirius' hand and pulled him up. He passed the lamp to the man named Carlisle before turning back to the man before him. Sirius Black, let me be the first to tell you that I am so sorry. Sirius shook his head. This couldn't be happening. He was hallucinating. That was what it was. He was hallucinating again. Sirius, look at me. Please, son. He looked back up. I wish I knew so I could have stopped this. I wish we found Peter sooner, and I wish I had put more faith in you. I'm so sorry. For the first time since he saw the wreckage of Godric's Hollows, Sirius felt tears come to his eyes. How long has it been, Albus? The years. A laugh left Sirius. Harry is 4 now. And he's growing to be a beautiful boy, Esme told him. Sirius sent her a questioning look. She paused in hesitance. We adopted him. A sharp pain stabbed at his heart before he nodded in acceptance. One of the first words he said to us was Padfoot. Of course it sounded like Pafoof, but I'm sure you knew that. And Esme, calm down, Carlisle whispered. I'm trying to impress our child's godfather. She snapped. How did you know that I was Padfoot? Sirius asked in curiosity. Oh, that was Remus. He told us about it. Remus. His eyes lit up. How is he? Has he been taking care of himself? He hasn't been stressing himself out too much, has he? Carlisle smiled at him. Remus is currently under a magically induced sleep. He glanced at Albus before continuing. He nearly killed Mr. Pettigrew, and his body was being under way too much stress. I didn't know he had it in him, Sirius said in disbelief. He looked at the faces before him, suddenly grinning. Wolfishly. Does this mean I get to make a mockery out of the wizarding world? Albus couldn't stop the laugh that left him. It certainly does. Forgive me for this, but I love seeing the constipated look on the officials' faces when people point out their faults. Albus. Esme laughed. She turned back, ignoring Sirius' stinging smell, and hugged him tightly. Oh, this is so exciting. A new member of the family. You're much stronger than you look, he wheezed. A poignant feeling overcame Sirius as he stared at his old school in happiness. Hey, Albus. The headmaster nodded. Do you remember when I burned one of the tables in the Great Hall during the graduation ceremony? Sadly, yes. Did you keep it like I told you to? It's the table I have at my summer house. It's falling apart, however, I'll have to buy a new one. Sirius laughed as he ran around the grounds. Look at this, Albus. I'm free. I'm finally free. 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 Esme smiled as she watched him fool around like a teenager. I'm free and I smell terrible. His face twisted into disgust. Oh gods, how did you stand it? Before Carlisle could answer him, they heard a shriek sound from within the castle. Harry, Carlisle said as ran in. Harry, son. Before his feet touched the stone walkway of the castle, the raven-haired boy flew into his arms. Harry. What is it? Daddy, the bloody baron chased me and Ron. The boy hiccuped as Ron came out, face pale and hands shaking. Ronald, Esme gasped as she quickly picked him up. Ms. Esme. Ron sobbed. I don't want to go back in. Dear Ronald, don't cry. Alice suddenly appeared, glaring at the boys. Didn't I tell you not to leave my side? That's why the bloody baron chased you. Suddenly she smiled and looked at Esme. The others are still with Remus. They've been with him since the meeting. The boys were acting quite well behaved while you guys were talking to Mr. Traitorous jerk, but the minute they found out that Molly was letting Ron sleep over and that the two of you were out of the castle, they began running around like a bunch of barbarians. Even I can't keep up with them. They're sneaky little creatures. I guess Remus was right in saying that Harry's going to grow up to be just like James. Although Sirius was delighted to hear that Harry was like his father, her eyes narrowed. We're really going to have to keep them away from Emmett. I refuse to babysit again. If I do, there'll be more trouble. Alice, leave them be, Esme scolded. Harry, son, no more tears. They bloody baron can't get you when I'm here, Carlisle whispered. Sirius didn't know why he felt so angry. He always hoped that a kind family had found Harry and these people looked perfect. He knew it would have been impossible for Remus to take Harry in, but he always prayed that he had. Looking at Harry in Carlisle's arms deeply pained him. If Peter hadn't betrayed them, Harry would still be with James. Lily would be singing him to sleep and waking him in the morning. He was jolted out of his thoughts when he heard Harry speak again. He said he eats children. He continued to sob. I don't like Hogwarts anymore. Ron nodded in agreement, hiding his red face on Esme's shoulder. It's all right my sweet ones, Esme sighed. No pun intended. I don't get it, Sirius deadpanned. Now really isn't the time to talk about this, Albus cut in. Talk about what? Well, just say it, Albus. Sirius, this may be hard to accept, but the Cullens are vampires that don't. You let them adopt Harry. What kind of stupid, rash decision is that? For all you could know, they could turn him into a meal once he's older, has more meat on him. Or they could slip and kill him accidentally. Harry glared at Sirius, wondering why he was so angry about his family. They won't eat me, Daddy promised. Sirius' icy stare nearly froze Carlisle. Well, he isn't your really daddy, is he, so why would you trust him? As soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly regretted them. Harry's eyes widened. Yes he is. Sirius shook his head sadly. He isn't. You're lying. I'm not. You're a big, fat liar. No, Harry. And a meanie. Wait, I'm sorry. Go away. Sirius' heart shattered. Not only did he just insult a welcoming family, but he made himself out to be a big ponce. How was he supposed to fix this? It hurts, you know, Sirius started. He couldn't bear looking at Carlisle after the humiliation he put himself through. You guys love him, I can see that. I'd be blind if I didn't, but it's still painful to know that he isn't with James and Lily. His eyes widened. I didn't mean dead. I meant, it's fine, Carlisle laughed. I understand, you're right. We love him dearly. Esme and I didn't think that we would ever be able to raise a child, then we were blessed with Harry. We truly do care for him. Sirius sighed as he kicked the dirt on the ground. He flinched. After his little spat with Harry, he had gone for a shower and was given some of Carlisle's clothes to wear. Kicking the dirt caused some debris to land on shoes he didn't own. At Azkaban, the only thing that kept me sane was the thought that Harry could be happy somewhere, and right when I see that he is, I get angry. I'm a bloody prick is what I am. The only person that connects me to my best friend hates me. He doesn't hate you, he told him. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Well, maybe he isn't happy with you right now, but it'll blow over. Not for a while, he groaned. How stupid could I get? Carlisle smiled at him. If it makes you feel better, whenever Harry heard about you it was only the good stories. Remus tried reliving happy memories and we couldn't exactly tell Harry what happened to his parents because, well. Oh Merlin, I'm sorry, Sirius moaned in horror. I seriously am a big, fat meanie. Now, he laughed loudly. Esme told Harry that wasn't nice to say. What would Harry think if he heard you calling yourself that? He's the one who said I was one. How did you even hear that? He was in the castle by then. I have amazing hearing. Just like vampires. Sirius smiled and they fell into a comfortable silence. I guess you guys aren't that bad. Thank you. I'm still not comfortable around a bunch of bloodthirsty vampires. You'll have to start getting comfortable soon. Alice will no doubt take you on a shopping trip this weekend. Oh joy, he said sarcastically. Not only are vampires lethal but they can still torture you with hours of walking from store to store. At least you'll look fashionable. Fair enough. Sunlight flooded over Remus' eyelids. A heavy weight pressed down on his stomach and he let out a puff of air. He smiled when he saw Harry on top of him. Good morning, cub, he yawned. A frown was imprinted on his face. What's wrong? Mummy and Daddy brought Uncle Sirius home from vacation. His heart palpitated for a many moments before he could finally speak again. And why is the little prince frowning about that? He's a big fat meanie. Remus nearly fell out of bed. He said Mummy and Daddy are mean vampires that want to eat me. And you know what else he said? What? He knew Harry's answer wouldn't be pleasant. He said Mommy and Daddy weren't my real Mommy and Daddy. Harry's bottom lip began to tremble as he pressed his fists on Remus' chest. They're my real Mommy and Daddy, right, Uncle Mooney? Uncle Sirius was just lying. Oh, what to say? Carlisle and Esme had been planning on telling Harry the truth when he was older and would understand it. Slowly wrapping his arm around Harry's shoulder, Remus brought him into a comforting hug. Tell you what, cub. Why don't we talk to Carlisle and Esme later? I'm sure Uncle Sirius feels really bad for saying that to you. We can find him so he can say sorry to you. Harry crossed his arms. I told him to go away so we won't find him. Harry, that isn't a nice thing to say. Well, he's not a nice person. He's a very nice person. No, he isn't. Yes, he is, Harry. Uncle Sirius was just tired from vacation. He didn't know what he was saying. Yes, he did, 'cause he's a big fat meanie. Remus gave him a stern look. Did you call your Uncle Sirius a big fat meanie? Harry looked up with a, who, me, expression on his face. Harry James, he urged. The boy rolled his eyes with an exasperated sigh. Just once. You'll apologize. I didn't do anything. He's the big fat meanie, I know. Sirius twiddled his thumbs nervously as he sat in front of Albus' desk. In a few moments, Remus would be walking through the doors to see him. He always imagined their reunion to be filled with hugs and tears and laughs, but he really didn't know what would happen, especially after he had insulted that family that took Remus in as if he were their own. He also knew it would be completely different between the two. Their relationship could be strained by awkwardness and mistrust. Hopefully their relationship grew stronger if they realized how much they really could trust in each other. A knock at the door jolted Sirius out of his thoughts. He looked back in panic before turning back to Albus. On second thought, I think I'm still sleepy. I'll just flow on over to my room and... The door creaked open and a laugh echoed in the room. You don't think you're running away from me so soon, do you, Padfoot? And their reunion was filled with laughter. And tears. And hugs. Remember when Harry was just a day old? Of course I do. And we were arguing over who Harry's favorite uncle would be. A short laugh. James nearly killed us for waking the babe up. I think Harry answered that argument last night. Sirius groaned as he pushed Remus' shoulder. Come on. I just got out of Azkaban. I can't think clearly after being locked up for so long. Don't you remember what happened that one time you and James locked me up in the closet? An hour later you came out asking if the biscuits were done yet. Valid question. Mrs. Potter was cooking lunch, you get. She wasn't preparing a tea party for us. Oi, shut up. That just proves me right. Remus smiled before he threw an arm around his friend. Are you okay, Pads? Well, now I am. He stretched his arms up. You'd think with all the money we give to the ministry they'd clean Azkaban up a bit. Maybe put in some lights, build a Quidditch pitch to keep the prisoners in shape. Wouldn't want them wasting away when you could go on torturing them for years. Only you could make a joke about being locked up in Azkaban for 4 years. Sirius shrugged with a laugh. Better 4 years than 10. 12 even. 12 years in Azkaban. Remus scrunched his nose. You'd look horrifying. Imagine that. The fashion icon of the wizarding world looking old and, dare I say it, ugly. Old. Ugly. Moony, 12 years in Azkaban couldn't destroy my good looks. 20. Debatable. 30. Maybe a little. 40. Who would lock me up in Azkaban for 40 years? That's a horrendous crime to the women of the wizarding world. Remus rolled his eyes. Letting you back out was the crime to the women of the wizarding world. Women, beware. Sirius Black is on the loose once more. Just because I can get a woman. Don't even try that. I'm quite an appealing person. Oh really? Sirius laughed. What are you? A 20-something-year-old pure. Oh now you're crossing the line. Remus growled, hitting Sirius on the back of the head before running down the corridor. And no I'm not. Right, and you shagged. Vampire named Tanya, he smirked as he watched Sirius try to catch up with him. She'd kill me for saying that. What, 'cause you lied? He panted. No, because I wasn't supposed to tell. Sirius grabbed onto the collar of his friend's shirt to stop him. Wait, are you being serious? Remus tugged his hand off and threw his arm backward to send Sirius spinning. With a shrug he dodged Sirius' hand. I don't know, am I? What note has 1 count? A quarter note. What note has 2 counts? A half note. What note has 4 counts? A whole note. Good job, Harry, Edward sighed happily. Now let's go down to the Great Hall to have lunch with Uncle Remus and Uncle Sirius. Harry pouted. I don't want to have lunch with Uncle Sirius. Harry, he isn't as mean as you think he is. Yes he is. Uncle Remus likes him. Uncle Remus is old and silly and Daddy said when you get old you act silly. Father didn't say that, Edward sighed. He picked Harry up and began carrying him out of the room. He said that when you get older you get less silly. Lies. I'm not lying. Lies, Harry sang, sticking his tongue out to his older brother. Edward laughed and keyed his cheek. Just give Uncle Sirius a chance. He didn't want to go on vacation because he didn't want to leave you. He really missed you. He squirmed uncomfortably before glaring ahead. No, please, no, for me, why for you? I'm your favorite brother, Edward stated in front of the Great Hall. He dropped Harry to his feet and took his hand as they walked in. Harry glanced up at him with a giggle. What are you laughing about? The raven-haired boy shook his head, still laughing. Tell me now. You're not my favorite brother, Jasper is. Jasper looked up from his table and laughed at the sour look on Edward's face. Emmett had nearly fallen into hysterics as Rosalie and Alice hid their grins. Esme and Carlisle smiled kindly at Edward as the vampire tried to hide the embarrassment on his face. Yes, well, he said with pursed lips. Jasper doesn't teach you piano, now does he? No, but he reads to me. I read to you. He's better. What does that mean? He was in the army. That's cool. Harry brought his arms up as if he were holding an invisible gun and aimed at Jasper as he made noises that sounded like gunfire. Jasper grinned and picked him up before running around the hall to make Harry laugh. Edward stood in his spot and nearly pouted. I wanted to be in the army. Carlisle walked over and guided him to the table. Now Edward, don't be jealous. Harry doesn't know that you don't have to favor anyone. Yes, but he still favors Jasper over me. Hey, Emmett shrugged. Me too, but you don't see me crying. I'm not crying. Only because it's physically impossible, Rosalie cut in. Oh shut up. Oh Edward, it's okay, Alice giggled. You'll feel better in no time. He pinched the bridge of his nose as he forced out, I'm fine. It's all right to feel jealous, sweetheart, Esme said, patting his head. With a groan Edward let his forehead fall to the table. He heard a creak next to him before the gloating tone in Jasper's voice floated to his ears. Harry and his favorite brother are back. Edward could practically hear the smirk. Jasper, stop trying to get your brother riled up. He isn't getting me riled up, Edward gritted through his teeth. I think he is, Esme said. I think I am, Jasper laughed. Jasper, shut up, Edward snapped. Make me, boys, Esme shouted as the two began wrestling on the cold floor. Harry jumped on Emmett's back and began cheering them on. Boys, enough. Edward, Jasper, listen to your mother, Carlisle said sternly as he pulled them away from each other. The two vampires tried to lunge for each other again, but their attention was diverted by the entrance of two men. They stood straight and fell out of Carlisle's grip as the older vampire walked over to Remus and Sirius. I trust you slept well? He asked the latter. Sirius nodded with a frown. Is Harry okay? Esme smiled at him as she walked over. He's fine. I just wanted If you apologize one more time I don't think we'll forgive you, she said with a teasing grin. Sirius chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Come on. If you want to make it up to Harry anytime soon, you're going to have to get close to him. Harry had climbed off of Emmett's back and was now sitting next to his big brother with his arms crossed. Sirius sat across from him with a tiny smile. Harry, say hello to your uncle. Harry scoffed and looked away. Harry James. Esme scolded. Hello, Uncle Sirius. How was your day? He asked. Esme rolled her eyes. Harry may be a child but he always acted so formal when he didn't like someone. Hiya, Uncle Mooney. The boy shouted just to prove her point. Sirius' shoulders slumped slightly. So, Harry, Uncle Mooney told me you like reading. Yes. With a quick swipe at the plate before him a sandwich appeared in Harry's hand. He closed his eyes, took a bite, and quickly chewed the food in his mouth. What do you like to read? Anything as long as it isn't serious. Harry James Cullen, Esme gasped. Carlisle shook his head while Rosalie snickered behind her hand. Harry grinned at her as she gave him a thumbs up. Stop encouraging him, Rosalie, Carlisle told her sternly. She flipped her hair back with a scoff. The jerk deserved it. Where do you learn to say these things? Esme asked, still shocked and horrified at the attitude Harry had. Carlisle stared at his son. Probably Emmett. Hey, Emmett shouted in defense. I didn't teach him anything. Well, Edward is the one who gives him daily lessons and I just can't see him teaching Harry to be such a wise guy, Remus cut in. Burn, Edward whispered to Alice although he knew that all of them could hear him. Emmett glared as they laughed quietly. Rosalie smirked at her husband. It's okay, sweetie. Just because you teach Harry to be such a little smart aleck doesn't mean we love you any less. I didn't teach Harry anything, he said in annoyance. It's probably why Harry turned out so smart, Jasper told him. Emmett growled as they fell into another round of laughter. Esme rubbed his forehead. Children, stop laughing at your brother. Harry, apologize to your uncle. But he's mean, Harry pouted. He's not mean, you're being mean. Now apologize to your uncle. How do you know he's my uncle? Harry leaned in, thinking that he caught her. He isn't your real uncle, he's your godfather. Harry fell back with a large frown. Uncle Mooney is my godfather. No, Carlisle corrected. We named Uncle Remus your second godfather because Uncle Sirius was away. So, Uncle Sirius wasn't a good godfather. No, he wasn't. He was. But he went away and you had to make Uncle Remy my godfather. Harry, Carlisle sighed. Uncle Sirius is just as good of a godfather as Uncle Remus is. Harry fell into silence before he turned back. But Daddy, he's mean. I'm not mean, Sirius whined. I was just acting stupid last night because I was tired and I just came back from vacation. He sighed in exasperation. Fine, can I just eat my sandwich now? Esme glared at him. We will talk about this later, young man. Esme and Carlisle could feel their hearts suddenly start to beat as Harry snuggled closer to them on his bed. The two were lying on either side of him, smiling softly as they waited for him to settle in. Harry's unruly hair was brushing the sides of his forehead and his emerald eyes shone as he looked at his parents. A beautiful smile was on his face and a light blush was visible on his cheeks. Esme brushed her fingers across his cheek and reveled in the softness of his skin. Harry, darling. He nodded in acknowledgement that he was listening. You know Daddy and I love you very much, right? I love you too, silly mummy, he said. She laughed as she threaded her fingers in his soft hair. Harry, we love you so much, but when Uncle Sirius said we weren't your real parents, he wasn't lying. Harry's eyes snapped up to see him. Mommy and I adopted you. What does adopted mean? Harry whispered. It means that we found you and made you a part of our family because we love you so much. So, Uncle Sirius isn't a big fat meanie. Carlisle shook his head. I'm sorry, son. Do you remember Uncle Peter? Uncle Mooney's friend. Esme shook her head. Uncle Peter isn't Uncle Mooney's friend anymore. We found out that Uncle Peter was bad, remember? Harry narrowed his eyes before giggling. Edward threw him into the wall. Right, Carlisle tried not to laugh. Well, Uncle Peter helped a bad man make your real mother and father go away, so we promised we'd take care of you for them. Who were my real mommy and daddy? Your mommy was a pretty woman named Lily and your daddy was a handsome man named James. You look just like them, sweetheart, Esme sighed. They'd be so proud to see what a beautiful boy you've become. So Mommy Lily and Daddy James were nice like you? Harry asked. Carlisle nodded. They were very nice and they loved you so much. They were sad when they had to go away. Where are they now? The two glanced at each other. When you were still a baby, we told you that your parents went to heaven. Heaven is a place where you become angels, like Alice said. Oh, so where did Uncle Sirius go? Esme started. Uncle Sirius went away, because he got in trouble. Why'd he get in trouble? Harry frowned. Did he say something mean? Harry, she said sternly. Uncle Sirius got in trouble because they thought he was the one who helped the bad man make your mommy and daddy go away. But that was Uncle Peter. The wizarding world can be silly sometimes, sweetheart, but it's all better now. Harry still had a frown on his face as he slid down and closed his eyes to sleep. I should say sorry, huh? He whispered. Yes, son, Carlisle said just as softly. You love me like Mommy Lily and Daddy James did. We love you very much. He opened one eye to look at them before he yawned loudly. I love you too, he murmured before falling asleep. Mama, may I have eggs please? Certainly. Esme reached over and filled Harry's plate. He smiled up at her and kissed her cheek. She let out a little giggle and laid a key of her own on his forehead. Carlisle was breezing through the Daily Prophet. He murmured to himself every time something caught his interest. Harry began looking over until he decided to sit in his father's lap to look at the newspaper as well. Esme moved the plate of eggs in front of him so he could continue eating. Emmett was sitting on the other side of Carlisle with his arm around Rosalie. The B***owned was staring curiously at wizard fashion magazine Albus had given her. Alice was at the other table with Jasper, speaking quietly about what they could do before they had to go back home. Edward, who was sitting next to Esme, was drumming his fingers on the table. Mommy, did you make breakfast for Macy and the other house elves? Esme shook her head. Macy told me I wasn't allowed to. Why not? Because she didn't think a pretty lady like me should be bothered to cook for them, she said shyly. Harry stared up at her before turning back to his eggs. He pushed a forkful into his mouth and looked at the moving pictures in the newspaper. Well, we should cook breakfast for them, but you are pretty, Mama. Thank you, darling. Carlisle glanced up and smiled at her. She grinned back before looking away in embarrassment. Your mother is quite beautiful, isn't she, Harry? He said softly. Harry nodded. One look at her and I was a goner, son. If she could blush she would've. Oh, like how I thought Mary was pretty? He asked. Carlisle nodded. How is Mary, by the way? The cute girl was in Harry's class and he had the most adorable crush on her. Carlisle didn't expect Harry's eyes to narrow at her name when he said it. She stole my cookies and broke one of my action figures. He glared at the wall. Girls. Emmett choked on his laughter as Rosalie smacked the back of his head for finding what Harry said amusing. Jasper glanced back at the boy with a smirk while Edward chuckled quietly. Good morning, all, said a cheery Albus as he floated into the room. They all smiled at him before turning back to the doors to watch Sirius and Remus walk in. Harry gave his biggest smile as he ran over to his godfathers. With a leap, he was in Remus' arms. Mornin' Uncle Remus, he giggled. The werewolf smiled at him and kissed his cheek. He nodded his head towards the other man. Mornin' Uncle Sirius. Sirius looked at him with shock before grinning as well. Mama told me what happened, so sorry Uncle Sirius. Peter Pumpkin Eater is the big fat meanie, not you. Sirius' eyes became glossy for a fraction of a moment. Thank you, little pup. That means a lot to me. Harry shrugged, clearly not understanding how important it was to Sirius. Now put me down, Uncle Mooney. I'm still hungry and we were having a pleasant conversation. About what? Backstabbing girls, he growled. Harry James. Esme snapped. He straightened next to Remus with an innocent look on his face. Sorry, Mama, he said with a soft, wispy voice. Serious laughter echoed through the hall. I had a girlfriend when I was your age, he told Harry, laying a hand on his head as they walked towards the table. Broke up with her though. She stole my cookie. Harry's eyes widened and he gave an exasperated sigh. What is wrong with girls and cookies? I just don't know. Silly lot, they are. Esme frowned as she turned back to Carlisle. He's been hanging around Englishmen for too long. And what's wrong with Englishmen? He asked with a raise of a brow. She rolled her eyes and pushed the newspaper until it was inches away from his face. Just keep reading, darling. I think it's quite charming that Harry still has his accent, Carlisle voiced, setting the newspaper down on the table. It is, Alice piped. He's going to be a lady killer when he grows up. I saw it. Rosalie scoffed. If you think I'm going to let human girls near Harry, you're more insane than I thought. They're much too ditzy. Not all of them, she argued. And besides, Harry is human. He can't date a vampire. They'll eat him. Harry's eyes widened. I thought they'd just steal cookies. Alice glanced at Esme and Carlisle, who were now glaring at her. She let out a sheepish laugh. No, no, Harry. Don't worry. She stopped talking as she stared forward. Jasper's hand trailed up her back as he waited for her patiently. She blinked and looked around with a snicker. Quiet everybody. Dracula's coming. Right when she finished her sentence, someone came in through the doors. The family gave a quick glance up and saw Severus Snape for the first time. Carlisle looked back at Albus and found the man smiling happily. It was obvious that the headmaster had asked his loyal employee to come up. Sirius groaned quietly as Remus patted his shoulder. Good morning, Severus, Remus said politely as the potions master walked in. Severus stopped in his step. His head snapped to look at the werewolf. Sirius scoffed when Severus began glaring at Remus. He said, "Good morning, Snape. Isn't it polite to say it back? I don't get one from you, Black," he said in his low, sarcastic drawl. Sirius let out a quick laugh before he sat up, brought his fists to his chest and widened his eyes. "Good morning, Snivellus," he said with an airy tone, resembling a little girl. Severus glanced at the others in the room as embarrassment flooded through him. How he despised that name. He was about to snap back when he heard a small voice. "Name calling is impolite. Mommy said so. That's why she takes away my candy when I call people big fat meanies." Severus turned and saw a little boy sitting next to a beautiful woman. "You should apologize. Harry," the woman started, "greet Severus properly." "Good morning, Mr. Severus," Harry said cheerily. Obsidian eyes stared into emerald ones. "Harry Potter," Severus quickly looked away. His eyes were just like lilies. He hadn't taken Albus seriously when the man said so. Was the child being treated properly? Was he being spoiled? He wasn't beaten when he got in trouble, was he? With a shake of his head, Severus continued up to his seat next to Albus. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," he said quietly. "Mr. Cullen." He let out an exasperated sigh and turned around. What? His last name is Cullen. Who is this boy with his odd-colored hair and nearly black eyes? Severus stared at him for a minute. Black eyes. When was the last time you fed, boy? He asked. The whole family turned to look at the boy in question. He looked around in embarrassment. "I fed. You don't need to be hungry to have black eyes." I got irritated. "Why?" Esme asked. "I can't read his thoughts," he answered quietly, much too quietly for Severus to hear. With a quick, whatever, he turned on his heel and continued onto his seat. The vampires asked Harry to be quiet as they listened to the conversation between the two. "I cannot believe you forced me up here," the man muttered. Now Severus, I know you were at least a bit curious of Harry's family." "No, I was merely curious about how ugly Black has gotten. It seems, a lot," would be the answer. They couldn't help it. The Cullens began laughing at what he said. "Oh right," Severus sighed as he began to tuck in. Vampire hearing. What did he say? He heard Black's angry voice echo across the hall. One of the vampires leaned in and whispered something. "Damn right I'm a beautiful man." Severus dropped his fork with an irritated growl. "I did not call you beautiful, you arrogant fool. I called you ugly." Sirius stood and fought against Remus, forcing him back down. "I'm not ugly, you're ugly. You guys fight like my friends Julian and Nick," Harry voiced. "What happened with those two?" Carlisle asked with a smug smile, already knowing the answer. "They said sorry and now they share toys and candy." Sirius and Severus stared at the boy, glanced at each other, then looked away in absolute horror. Best friends with each other? Not in a million years. Laughter echoed loudly as two men ran down the corridor, one with a little boy on his back. "Slow down, Uncle Mooney." Harry giggled. He glanced over at Sirius to see the man quickly shift into a dog and stumble around the place until he gained speed and was running alongside them again. A joyous cry left Harry's lips as Padfoot looked up at him with a bark. After a few minutes they slowed down, tried to catch their breath. Sirius had transformed back from Padfoot and was lying on the floor, breathing heavily. Okay, Harry, Sirius panted. What are we going to do now? Take Padfoot on a walk. With a leash and everything. Remus couldn't stop laughing at Sirius' expense. The animagus however wasn't as amused. His face scrunched up and he gave a grunt. How about we just take you to Hogsmeade? Get you a kitty broom or something. Harry frowned before shrugging his acceptance. I guess so. Aw come on, he chuckled. Sirius got onto his feet and took Harry into his arms. It'll be fun. Kitty brooms are wicked. Alice already bought me a kitty broom though. So then we'll get you something else, Remus told him resolutely. But Mama taught me not to ask for too much because it isn't polite, Harry recited, remembering his mother's words clearly. Asking for too much was greedy and that made greedy boys who didn't get cookies after dinner or any sweets at all. Don't worry, kid, Sirius laughed. We aren't going to spoil you. We're just going to get you a gift or two. Sirius smiled as he paid the man. The cashier looked up and gave him his change. Thank you, sir, and might I say, welcome back. Sirius winked. He was already well known in the wizarding world, but now that the truth had come out, he had become more famous than notorious. Sure, there were the handful of people who were still unsure to believe him or not, but he didn't mind. Most could see the evidence was right in their faces. Sirius turned back to look at Harry. The boy smiled up at him. Thank you for the candy, Uncle Sirius, he said shyly. Sirius chuckled and handed him the bagful of sweets. He was expecting Harry to go to the toy store only to find that his godson was quite simple and easy to please. Where do you want to go now, Harry? Remus asked softly. The boy shrugged. I don't need anything else. We can just go home now. Now, none of that, Sirius laughed. Harry glanced up at him and saw that both his godfathers were looking at a store across from them. He looked forward and smiled when he saw a magical pet shop. Do you want to go, Harry? Harry shook his head with a blush. No, it's okay. All right, it's settled then. Sirius took the bag and gave it to Remus. With a quick swipe, Harry was back in Sirius' arms. Here we go. He walked Harry across to the store and set him down to start looking. Harry gave him a stubborn glare. I can walk, Uncle Siri. But you weren't going to walk here, now start looking. We're going to get you a pet. Harry frowned. What if Emmett tries to eat it? Aren't you worried about the rest of them eating your pet? Remus laughed. No, only Emmett would do it. Harry, just start looking and we'll talk to your brother, Sirius grinned. After a hesitant squirm, Harry gave them a large smile and ran into the store. Eager little boy, isn't he? Always was, Remus responded. Just like James. They walked in and followed him around. Harry was looking into the number of cages, but the two could tell that he wasn't interested in what he was seeing. What's that? He asked, pointing at a furry animal that was wrapping itself into a ball. Remus looked in and grinned at Harry's choice. That's a magical wolf pup. Its lifespan will be as long as yours and it'll stay young and fit. Once it recognizes its owner, he'll listen to the command of that person only. It appears instantly with a call of its name and disappears when you tell it to. You'd be lucky to have one. Harry stared at the wolf curiously. The pup, sensing another presence, lifted its head from where it was previously tucked. Its head tilted and surveyed Harry inquisitively as well. Harry let out a hum, reached in and brushed its head before continuing to walk down the aisle. He turned and found himself in the reptile section. His eyes glanced back and forth between the different cases before they settled on a certain one that caught his interest. An average-length snake was coiled and staring straight back at Harry with its dark eyes. Its dark green scales glistened every now and then when the light hit it. Is he magical too? Just like the wolf pup, especially for you, Harry, Remus told him, holding his shoulder softly. Sirius frowned. What's that mean? He's a parselmouth, he whispered quietly. What? Sirius, calm down. It doesn't make him evil and you know that. Sirius shot him an irritated glare. I know that. It was just shocking. You didn't tell me that before. The two quieted as they watched Harry's fingers touch the glass that encased the snake while staring back at the aisle that the wolf was lying in. The boy let out a quiet sigh as he looked back and forth. So Harry, which one do you want? Remus asked, knowing it would be a hard decision. Harry stared up at the two. Which one did he want most? Esme smiled as she watched Harry walk in with Sirius and Remus. He grinned at her before looking back at his arms. Esme looked down, wondering what he was looking at. The boy was carrying a blanket in his arms that seemed to be moving around slightly. She raised her head by an inch and breathed in. A wolf? Esme asked in horror. The two fools bought him a pet. One that could easily be eaten by a hungry vampire. Mama, look, he said happily when he finally stood in front of her. An adorable little pup was staring up at her with its amber eyes. Uncle Siri bought me a puppy. A puppy? She asked weakly. Harry nodded in excitement. Uncle Mooney helped me name him. What did you name him? She gritted through her teeth, glaring up at Remus in irritation. He looked away in innocence. Fowlin, Harry answered proudly. Her eyes softened and she looked at the two. Little wolf. Uncle Remy said Fowlin recognized me as his master, so he does anything I say, but I won't force him. Unless someone gets me angry. Then I'll make him poo in their beds. Remus cleared his throat and Sirius laughed loudly. Harry can command the wolf to do almost anything, vocally or mentally. The two have connected and Fowlin can be seen as one of his familiars. She was about to ask a question about the wolf before she stopped herself. 1. Harry glanced up before giggling. Oh yay. Melinda, stop hiding. Melinda, a name meaning both, dark serpent, and, sweet serpent. Esme's sensitive hearing caught the sound of a hiss before a snake slithered out of Harry's pocket and onto his shoulders. Esme shot out of her seat with a shriek. Uncle Siri and Uncle Mooney got me Melinda. Carlisle. Dumbledore. At the Ministry, with Sirius making sure everything is now straightened out. Lupin. Rosalie, Alice and Esme have decided to take him out on a shopping spree for new clothes. The rest of you and your parasite clan. We're going to explore the Forbidden Forest for Albus to see what other dangers exist there besides the known ones. Severus rubbed his forehead in irritation. Severus the First, no, I haven't known you for a long time, but it would be quite helpful if you watched Harry for us. And why should I do something oh so helpful for you? He sneered. I'll pay. Severus glared at him before quickly glancing away. Albus would be quite disappointed if he refused such a polite request. If he gives me 1 second of grief, I'm throwing the boy in the dungeons. Carlisle smiled. Alice already assured him that Severus would do nothing to harm Harry. He walked to the door and opened it to let his son in. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Severus. He bent down to his son's level and gave him a tight hug. Be good for Mr. Severus. Yes, Daddy, the boy promised. Carlisle pecked his forehead and turned back to the potion's master. I really can't thank you enough, Severus. You can thank me by leaving, he muttered. Instead of being insulted like Severus hoped he would be, Carlisle laughed softly. Be gone, vampire. Leave with your spawn. Thank you, Severus. Harry. I promised already, Daddy. The boy whined. Carlisle keyed his head one more time before leaving him in the care of a grumpy Severus Snape. Harry smiled up at him. Hi, Mr. Severus. He glared down at the boy. That's enough of your tomfoolery. Harry frowned and opened his mouth to respond, but Severus raised his hand. When Harry knew not to say anything, Severus reached out and picked him up by his underarms. He carried Harry across the room and dropped him onto a chair. You will stay here while I will be on the other side of the room to brew a potion needed for the hospital wing. If you make one sound, one utterance that disturbs me, my potion may just blow up and kill the both of us. Would you like that? Harry shook his head slowly. Good. So sit down and shut up. The boy's bottom found the surface of the chair and his hand quickly covered his mouth. Severus nodded, pleased, before walking towards the simmering cauldron on the other side of the room. Hey, Mr. Severus. He groaned, wondering why he thought a young boy like Harry would listen to directions. What are you making? None of your business. Oh, Harry sighed. Can I help? No, you silly boy. Severus slammed his hand on the desk, making the boy jump in his seat. It's much too dangerous for you to make a potion, and that is why you are seated on the other side of the room. Your bloody parents didn't think of that before they left you in my care, but since nothing can be done, you will stay on your side of the room and I will stay on mine. An awkward silence fell upon them. But I can learn how to make lotions before I go to school. Potions. Oh geez, Harry closed his eyes and smacked his forehead because of his mistake. Severus couldn't help the amusement that flooded through him. He turned around to hide a smirk and bent over the cauldron, slowly adding the first ingredient into the bubbling liquid. Mr. Severus, can I please help? Absolutely not, now shut up. With only a few minutes of silence, Severus was again interrupted by odd sounds. He glanced around, wondering where the quiet hissing was coming from. He wasn't the only one hearing that was he. He quickly looked at the boy only to find that Harry was the source of the incessant noise. "Boy, would you," his sentence faltered as he watched a snake slither out of Harry's pocket and make its way to lounge on Harry's shoulders. Harry looked up with a hum. "Do you speak to snakes?" "Yes, Mr. Severus. This is Melinda. She's my pretty, baby snake. Uncle Siri told me that one day she's gonna get longer and will be even more deadly." "Get that out of here!" Severus shouted in horror. Harry frowned. "But Mr. Severus, she's harmless right now. I'm her bossy boss, so she has to do what I say." He giggled and looked down at Melinda, hissing quietly to her. "Enough. Make it leave." Harry rolled his eyes before hissing a command. Melinda bowed her head before disappearing from the room. Severus sighed in irritation. Just come over here. Stand on this chair." Harry gave him a bright smile as he hopped towards the man and climbed onto the chair next to him. "I'll point at what to give me and you'll pass it over. Don't drop anything in. Let me handle that." "Okay, Mr. Severus. Is it done yet?" Harry asked. Severus glanced at the cauldron before shaking his head. "Patience, young one. It should be done in a few more minutes." Harry looked around in boredom. He was currently lying on his stomach across 3 desks that were pushed together. He swung his feet in the air while his head swayed back and forth in his hands. "Fowlin," he sung. The wolf pup appeared on the little space Harry left for him on the desk. Fowlin barked as he lunged into Harry's arms before he fell off the table. Harry giggled and stroked his pup's fur. "You're such a silly wolf, Fowlin. Did Black give that one to you as well?" Severus asked, looking up from his work. Fowlin barked at him before resting his head back in Harry's arms. Harry answered. "He's only a puppy, but he's going to get older like Melinda. You'll get older as well." "I know. Did you know that when I'm 11 I'm going to go to school here?" "Yes, and I will be your teacher." "God forbid I must teach a brat like you." Harry giggled while Fowlin listened quietly. "If you're gonna be my teacher, then did I get an A on this potion?" "First of all, brat, I can't give you a grade because you didn't make this by yourself. Second of all, the grading system is different from Muggles." He got up from his desk and walked over to the cauldron. "I at least expect and exceeds expectations from you. If not, you will be serving detention every night, scrubbing cauldrons with toothbrushes and whatnot." "I'll just use magic," he said cheekily. "I'll take your wand away." "I don't need to use my wand." "Don't be arrogant, you little brat," Severus sneered. "Of course you'll need a wand. You aren't that powerful." Harry frowned. "I'll make Fowlin clean for me," he giggled. Fowlin growled at him before licking his cheek in forgiveness. "Sorry, Fowlin." He barked in response and licked Harry's cheek again for good measure. Severus stirred the potion twice before nodding his head. "It's finished." Harry jumped up in excitement, getting off the desks and running over. Fowlin was quick to follow him, making his way carefully from the desk, to the chair, then finally onto the ground. He clumsily made his way across the room until he stopped before Harry and sat next to him. "What do we do with it?" "I shall put them in these vials." With a quick wave of Severus' wand, a dozen vials appeared before him, "Then I will bring them up to Madame Pomfrey." Just as Severus was about to lift one of the vials, a knock sounded at the door. The two turned to see who opened the door. Edward. The 4-year-old smiled, running into his older brother's arms. "I made a potion." "Did you?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "And how was his work, Professor?" Severus smirked. "Acceptable, Mr. Cullen." Edward smiled kindly. "We'll be leaving tomorrow at 10. The Weasleys are coming and you certainly aren't amused with them." He paused to hear Severus snort. "It would be lovely if you came to see us off, according to Carlyle that is." "And why should I see you off? You get to see Sirius and Remus leave." "It's settled then," Severus grumbled. "I'll be in the Great Hall in the morning." Harry allowed Melinda to curl around his arm while Fowlin nuzzled Ron's face in farewell. "Mama said we'll come back every summer to visit you, and Grandpa Albus, and Mr. Severus," Harry told him. Ron nodded sadly, knowing that he was going to be bored for another year until Harry came back. "Can we still write letters?" Ron asked. "Yup. Uncle Mooney and Uncle Siri put a spell on everyone so they can't eat people, Fowlin or any of the owls." "That's good." "Yay. Daddy and Jasper were really happy but Emmett wasn't. Harry frowned before shrugging. He wanted to eat Fallon and when he couldn't he got angry. I made Fallon pee on him. Mama didn't let me have dessert that night. Ron giggled. Can Fallon come if the twins bother me? Course. Harry. The two glanced at Esme who was beckoning him over. The portkey is going to activate. With a long sigh, Harry leaned over and hugged Ron. I'll miss you. Miss you too, Ron grinned. Fallon, go to your cage. The pup barked and trotted over to his carrier so he would be safe during their transport. Rosalie bent down and kissed Ron's cheek, making the boy blush darkly, before picking Harry up and onto her back. We'll see you again, little Ron, Rosalie promised. Harry waved at him as Rosalie carried him towards the rest of their family. Carlisle shook Severus' hand firmly with a gentile smile. You should visit. Teach more about potions to Harry. You'd be a fool to think I'd willingly go to a house that holds not only bloodthirsty vampires but Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. I'm sure they've matured over these years, especially with what has happened. Carlisle glanced back at the two men in question. They were currently saying their goodbyes to the headmaster. Remus still feels guilty for risking your life. That wasn't his fault, it was Black's. And he's held guilt too. He's much too proud to admit it though. Carlisle sighed and put his hands in his pockets. Don't let your past prejudices get in the way of your relationship with my son. He isn't his father. He's just Harry. He finished with a soft question. When you left him with me yesterday, I was expecting to see a clone of James Potter. He already looked like him, it made sense to me if he acted just like him too. He looked away in shame. It's clear to see that Harry is like his real father in so many ways but, gods. He's just like Lily. Carlisle stared at the man before him, realizing that it wasn't just childhood enmity Severus held against James Potter. Well then, he started. If Lily Potter was the one who you cared about, I'm sure she would be happy to see you aren't alienating her only son. Severus turned to look at the Cullens who could now be looked at as more of a family than a coven. With a quick glance at the blonde vampire, he crossed his arms and turned to leave. It would be pleasing if Harry had an introduction to potions before his schoolmates, and I'm sure he'll pass it along to the Weasley brat. I'm sure you wouldn't want your son failing a course, now would you? With one last, fleeting look at Harry he walked out of the Great Hall and back to his room in the dungeons. Snape. Black. How's your little chemistry set? Learned any new tricks? Would you two settle down? Esme snapped. She knew that 4 years had reduced their animosity towards each other, and Remus was always kind to Severus, but there were always occasional bouts of banter between Severus and Sirius. The only reason they were civil to each other was because they were both important to Harry. Esme sighed as she continued to try and find Fallon. Harry thought it would be humorous if his now full-grown, Grey Wolf became invisible and ran amok in the Denali house. If Remus didn't use magic to restrain their appetite towards Fallon, Tanya would have made him her next meal by now. Fallon, can you please come out? She begged, knowing that he wouldn't listen to her. The family found that Fallon was a truly loyal wolf that would only obey what Harry asked of him. Esme groaned in irritation. Harry James Cullen, she shouted. You tell Fallon to stop it now or he's sleeping outside. Fallon, Harry said, his voice laced with fear. Come back here. Esme shrieked and jumped aside as Fallon appeared next to her and ran up the stairs. As quick as the wolf went up, Harry began running down. Mummy, Fallon can't sleep outside. He might get. Harry stopped short when he saw Severus. Sev, he said happily. With a quick leap off the stairs, he began running towards his potions tutor. Severus allowed Harry to hug him before patting the boy's head and stepping backward. Daddy has been reading the potions book to me so I can learn more, like you said. Good, Severus sent a glare towards Sirius. If only some did that when they were in school, maybe they wouldn't have failed potions. I didn't fail. How would I have become an Auror? Sirius defended. You barely passed and Slughorn had terribly low standards. Oh shut up, you greasy. Uncle Sirius, Harry said quietly, sending his godfather a somber look. Sirius quickly quieted and gave Severus a forced smile. I'm sorry, Severus, he growled. That's quite all right, Severus smirked. Sev, Harry cried in exasperation. I'm sorry, Black, he pinched the bridge of his nose in anger. Esme laughed as she looked at them. Oh Harry, isn't that cute? You've made them the best of friends. Lies, Severus hissed. All right, All right, she surrendered. That's enough of this. Severus, go on down to the basement. The lab has been replenished for you. Harry nodded in excitement as he led him down. Uncle Mooney got a new job at the bookstore and Uncle Siri told me he's just got a lot of money. Look what they got for us. He opened the door to show the new basement. There was one bookcase that was stocked with potions books and a little cabinet up on the wall that held jars of ingredients. 3 cauldrons were on a large round desk and of course, Alice had decorated the room so it wouldn't look so dingy. Severus looked around in mild shock. The basement had been barren last summer and now looked fit enough to be a room at Hogwarts. It looks quite acceptable for learning. Harry nodded as he skipped over to the chair. Guess what else I've been learning? Severus waited for him to continue. Uncle Siri has been teaching me about Dada. Dada. Dada really, but saying it like, Dada, is easier. You might as well say Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry made a face. Too long. Severus gave him a smirk. Of course, you are excited to go back to Hogwarts, aren't you? The 8-year-old nodded with a smile. I wanna go now but Mummy said I have to wait. He raised a brow in question. You, the spoiled brat, aren't getting what he wants. The world has come to an end. Harry rolled his eyes as he climbed onto a chair to grab a book off one of the higher shelves of the bookcase. You're a meanie. Juvenile words. I asked Edward what juvenile meant. You can't say that about me. Why not? Because I'm 8. And that means I can act like an 8-year-old. An 8-year-old that can make his own amateur potion with help from his potions professor. Severus gave him a chuckle. You're like my nephew. You have a nephew, Sev? Harry asked. Not a legitimate nephew, Harry growled, cutting his sentence off. Severus glared at him without any malice. Not my real nephew, like how you were with Black and Lupin. You give them the title of uncle, but they aren't actually related to you. My godson happens to be a boy, your age, named Draco Malfoy. That boy is truly a spoiled brat. But he's nice. He asked hopefully. Severus glanced at him. After 4 years, he could say that he knew the boy well. Harry loved making friends and the thought of getting to know someone new put a smile on his face. Severus sighed and took the book from Harry's hands, flipping around to try and find a simple potion, one that wasn't too dangerous, that Harry could help him make. Draco is a kind boy, with a generous heart, but has been misled by a man, his father, who's been giving him the wrong upbringing. Harry frowned, tilting his head. So he can't be my friend. Severus grimaced, thinking of Lucius. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, Harry. The boy pouted before looking away with a sad sigh. Frowning is unbecoming of you, brat. Harry gave him a quick smile before Severus began lecturing him on the next potion he would be teaching Harry. Harry laughed as Ron lunged at him and hugged him tightly. Esme picked up the bag he dropped and gave it to Hagrid, who was taking their bags up to Hogwarts. Hi, Ron. You're back. I thought it would take forever. The twins have been horrible. No, we haven't. Fred and George sounded. Well, we were until you sent Fowlin after us, the little devil. Just as they said that, Fowlin was let of his cage. The wolf bounded over to Harry and stood in front of the boy with a snare. The twins quickly backed up, staring at the wolf in annoyance. We're never going to have a fun day when that beast is around. Fowlin, go on to Hogwarts, Harry smiled, patting his head. Fowlin barked before quickly disappearing. Melinda, you too. The weight in Harry's pocket was suddenly lightened. Rosalie, Edward, Emmett, Alice and Jasper had portkeyed straight to Hogwarts, but the Weasleys asked if it was okay to bring Harry to Hogsmeade to spend a day with the youngest Weasley boy. Sirius and Remus were still at home but were following in an hour, only because Sirius had overslept and Remus volunteered to stay behind with him. Arthur took Ginny into his arms and made his sons follow him to the bookstore so that Harry wouldn't have any distractions when he had his day with Ron. Now you too, Carlisle smiled at the boys as Esme took Harry's hand. Molly ruffled Ron's hair and waited for his answer. Can we go to the Quidditch store? He asked politely. Harry nodded in agreement. We certainly can, Carlisle answered. They walked down a few stores before they finally found the windows that displayed Quidditch uniforms and various brooms. Harry and Ron grinned excitedly, pulling on their parents' hands to get into the store quickly. Calm down, Harry, Esme laughed. He giggled. Mummy, open the door please. She pulled the door by its handle and the 3 adults watched the 2 boys run in. Harry, the kitty brooms are over here. Ron led him to the left. That's the one I have, the raven-haired boy pointed towards one of the older models. Mummy said on my birthday I can get a new one. I wish I can have a broom. Harry shrugged. I'll get one for your birthday too. But Gus said they cost a lot of money. Ron said with wide eyes. Mummy and Daddy have lots of money. I can buy two. He blushed in embarrassment. It's okay, Harry. You don't have to. Harry was about to respond when they heard a voice behind them. Father, I want it now. Patience, Draco. It's inappropriate for a Malfoy to whine like some lowly commoner. Harry turned around in shock. Was that Sev's godson? Ron, however, frowned at the name. I heard Dursleys talk about Mr. Malfoy. He's a meanie, he whispered. Uncle Sev said that too, but I heard Draco was nice. Ron shrugged, still staring at the two blondes in hesitation. Lucius was called by the cashier, who was now holding the newest kitty broom model. The man walked towards the counter, but Draco stayed behind, looking at the other toys he could convince his dad to get. Come on, Harry smiled. Ron dragged himself behind his excited best friend, not as happy. Hi. The toy Draco held in his hand flew up into the air as he jumped in his spot. Draco turned to glare at who had scared him. Instead, he gave a shy smile when he saw the emerald-eyed boy grinning at him. He didn't meet a lot of children his age, so he was happy when he met any. Who are you? I'm Harry, and this is my best friend Ron. You're Draco. He frowned. I'm supposed to say that. How do you know my name? Sev teaches me potions. He said you were his godson and that you were nice. Draco stood straight, with an air of confidence. Of course I'm nice. He watched Harry's hair sway as he laughed at his answer. Draco, thinking he was making fun of him, was about to respond angrily but stopped himself when he saw the spot that appeared after Harry's hair parted. You're Harry Potter, he shouted, pointing at the scar. Ron grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him back. His mother warned him that people weren't supposed to know who Harry really was. Harry looked at his mother. Esme and Carlisle were looking at him in concern, but Molly hadn't heard. Lucius, on the other hand, had quickly turned to see who his son was talking to. My name is Harry Cullen, he answered firmly. No, but your scar. Draco said in wonder. Father always talks about you, and so does his friends. I think. Harry stopped listening when he saw Lucius quickly making his way to the three boys. Harry, Ron whispered. I don't think this is good. Me neither, he whispered back. Lucius was right behind Draco, who was still talking, when Molly suddenly appeared before the boys. Hello, Mr. Malfoy, she said snippily. He raised a brow and looked her up and down condescendingly. Mrs. Weasley, he said with a slight nod of his head. So this is your son, is it? And the other boy is mine, a voice behind Lucius sounded. The aristocratic man turned his head to see a man staring right back at him. He had his arm around the waist of a beautiful woman who was glaring at him as well. Harry. The boy quickly ran behind his parents, Ron following as Molly made her way around to them. Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Malfoy. Please do. I'm Carlisle Cullen and this is my wife Esme. This is our son, Harry. Harry Cullen? He asked, obviously knowing that the boy was indeed Harry Potter. Yes, Esme said stiffly. Cullen. Harry, why don't we get some ice cream with Ron? The boy nodded, knowing his mother wasn't actually questioning him. Molly and Esme led their sons out of the store. Father, may I go with them? Draco asked politely. Not today, son, Lucius said quietly, watching Carlisle very carefully. The man stepped closer to him and Lucius tried not to look intimidated. I'll say this once, Malfoy, he started. I know who you are and what you did. You will stay away from my son. Lucius blinked. Carlisle was gone. Albus looked up when his door was thrown open and the potions master swiftly walked in. Severus, he questioned. What has gotten you so? It seems that Lucius has had a run-in with Cullens at Hogsmeade. Albus' eyes grew darker. He would like for Draco to visit me for the weekend and possibly make new friends. Could you perhaps just guess who he wants his son to become close with? Harry, the old man sighed. I cannot refuse him, Albus, you must understand. If the Dark Lord were ever to return, my role is still as your spy. If I say no to Lucius, he'll immediately know that I'm trying to protect the boy. Albus stared at the man before him. He quickly got up and walked over to the fireplace. Bending his head down, he sprinkled flow powder over the flames and moved forward. After a few minutes, he stepped back and the Cullens, all except Alice, walked through the open, green flames. She already knew what was going on, so she stayed to watch Harry. "What's wrong, Albus?" Carlisle asked, feeling like he already knew the problem. "Severus has informed me that you had a run-in with Lucius Malfoy in Hogsmeade." Esme nodded. "Indeed. Lucius has kindly asked Severus to take Draco in for the weekend." Edward's hand clenched. "Draco is his son, yes. He's trying to get his son closer to Harry, isn't he?" Rosalie muttered in anger. "Yes he is," Snape answered her quietly. "And if I say no to Lucius, he'll know what I'm trying to do." "Then there's Harry. He loves new friends," Esme stated in concern. "What will we do, Albus?" Draco stumbled through the fireplace with a laugh. Severus tried not to smile when the boy came running into his arms. "Uncle Severus," he shouted. Said man bent down to catch him and pick him up. "How are you, Uncle Severus?" "I'm just fine, Draco." "Where is your—" "I'm right here." Severus looked up to see Lucius standing before him, brushing dust off of his shoulder. "Wonderful to see you again," he said with a smirk. "You as well," he told him with a nod. "Uncle Severus," Draco cut in. "Father said I could be friends with Harry. He said I'd have fun with him playing games and everything. And I brought my kitty broom." "Does Harry have a kitty broom?" Although Severus felt deep anger because of Lucius' plans towards his brat, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Draco. The boy never did have any true friends, so he jumped at any chance he could to have one. "Go on to your room, Draco," he said, cutting into the boy's rambling. Draco waved goodbye to his father before jumping out of Severus' arms and running into one of the rooms. He's quite excited to meet Potter. "Yes. It's almost nauseating." Severus tried not to roll his eyes. "Have you heard what Goyle and Crabbe have been talking about?" Severus shook his head no. "They've found Wormtail. Now they're looking for a way to bring the Dark Lord back," he told him quietly. Severus felt a lump grow in his throat. "Exquisite," he answered in sarcasm. "The three most unintelligent of us are the ones looking for a way to restore our Lord." Lucius chuckled quietly. "It's another reason why I wanted Draco to come this weekend." Narcissa never refused, but she was also one who is quite protective of her son. If it was the only way to get her to shut up then. Severus' head snapped and Lucius stopped when he saw his friend's glare. "And do you not care about your own flesh and blood, Lucius?" Severus spat, finally unable to hold the grief he felt for his godson. Lucius sighed and turned away. He grabbed the flow out of his pocket and threw it into the flames. "He's an 8-year-old boy," he started. Severus almost screamed at him. The tone in Lucius' voice said that his 8-year-old boy should know his place in the war, but he stopped himself when Lucius gave him a look over his shoulder. "Take care of him, Severus," he said quietly, but with much force. Severus stared at the flames long after Lucius was gone. "This is Fowlin," Harry said proudly. Draco smiled as he moved forward hesitantly. "Don't be scared, Draco. Fowlin, say hi." The wolf barked and jumped up onto his hind legs. The blond boy let out a yelp as Fowlin rested his paws on Draco's shoulders and licked both of his cheeks. "He's silly." He laughed. "Yay, that's why Sev won't let him in the room when we're making potions anymore." Harry frowned. Last time, he knocked the cauldron over and it burnt half of Sev's robes off. Uncle Siri made fun of him for a week. Draco giggled behind his hand. "Do you have any other pets?" Harry's eyes widened as he smacked his forehead. "Oh geez. How could I forget? Melinda," he gasped. "You have a snake." "Yup. I'm a Parselmouth and—" Draco stared as Melinda started hissing. Harry glared at his snake. "That's not a nice thing to say, Melinda," he scolded. "What did she say?" "She said not everyone is a Parselmouth and they're mean to people who are." "She said you would be mean to me." "I won't be mean to you. I think it's cool." Harry grinned smugly at his snake and Melinda rose up, looking ready to strike him. He hissed at her and stroked her head. The snake, looking pleased, settled back on his shoulder. "She's a silly snake too. She always pretends she's gonna hurt me when I'm right, but she wouldn't do that." "Right, Melinda." The snake gave a quiet hiss, still staring at her master's new friend. "You won't hurt Draco either." Draco sighed in relief as Melinda slithered back into Harry's pocket. "All right, come on Dre. Fowlin, follow us. Ron is coming to play today." The wolf yipped happily as he trotted next to Harry. Is Ron your Weasley friend? Yep. He's been my best friend since I was 4. Draco frowned. But I want you to be my best friend. Harry glanced at him in confusion. Well, can't I have 2 best friends? No. You can only have 1. He scratched his head, wondering what to say. I'll talk to my daddy about this. He can help me choose my best friend. Draco shrugged. I guess. The 2 boys finally found the Great Hall and watched Fallon run in when he saw Ronald. The redhead laughed as Fallon knocked him over. Harry grabbed Draco's arm and dragged him towards Ron, just like he had done to Ron in the Quidditch store. Ron, you're here already. I said I was gonna be here for lunch, Ron grinned, ruffling Fallon's hair. Oh yay, sorry. I forgot. Ron glanced up and did a double take when he saw Draco. Harry, he gulped. It's okay, Ron, Harry reassured him. Dre's my friend. Best friend, Draco muttered quietly, but it wasn't soft enough for Ron to not hear. The redhead glared at him angrily. He's my best friend. Not if I take him away from you. Thief. No, I'm not. I just take what I want. That makes you a thief. That makes you a sore loser. Fallon slowly crept back to Harry, who was sinking down on one of the benches. Oh geez, the 8-year-old said, shaking his head in horror. With an angry sigh he got up. I don't want any of you for my friends. Harry shouted to stop them. Draco and Ron jumped out of their skin and looked at him in horror. Fallon. The 2 ran out of the room, leaving Ron and Draco in the dust. Carlisle and Severus watched in amusement as Ron and Draco knocked on Harry's door patiently. Please, Harry, we're sorry, Ron begged. No. Draco turned and glared at him. See, look what you did. What I did, he shouted. Boys, don't start, Carlisle warned them. For Merlin's sake, Harry. Severus shouted as the vampire tried to calm the 2 children. He pushed Draco and Ron aside and took his wand out. Alohomora. He grabbed the knob and threw the door open. Fallon, who had previously been told to make sure no one could come into the room, was shocked to see Severus open the door. The wolf snapped out of its stupor and growled deep in his throat. He lunged forward with a feral snarl and tackled the unsuspecting potions master onto the ground. Fallon, Harry said with wide eyes, but the wolf wasn't stopping. Severus' wand had rolled away from him so he couldn't defend himself from tearing at his clothing. Fallon, wait. Saint, Carlisle, Ron and Draco looked at the green-eyed boy in surprise when his sentence was cut off by loud laughter. Harry was grabbing his sides as he fought tears back from laughing so hard. Fallon, street stop it. The wolf was relentless. Get this mongrel off of me. Severus shouted, pushing Fallon's jaw away as carefully as he could so he wouldn't be bitten. Harry fell onto his knees, still laughing hysterically. He tried forcing the sentence out again, but he just couldn't do it. Carlisle hid a grin as he walked forward and tried to pull Fallon away. Draco and Ron took one look at the scene before they began laughing as well. Stop laughing, you ungrateful little dunderheads, before I kick this mud into the afterlife. With that, Draco and Ron had fallen onto the floor as well. An hour later, Severus had repaired his clothes and was now sulking in the doorway, glaring at Fallon in absolute hatred. Fallon gave him a grin before he turned innocent eyes to Harry and licked the boy's face. Severus shook his head. Manipulative, little beast, he muttered. Harry rolled his eyes and hugged Fallon close to his chest. Now will the 3 of you please explain the actual situation? Draco wants to be my best friend, Harry started. But he's mine, Ron continued. And now we want to know how I can take him from Ron without Ron being a sore loser. Draco. The 2 boys whined. The blonde looked away, raising his head with a snotty attitude. Daddy, who do I make my best friend? Harry said, turning to his father. Carlisle sighed and sat next to his son. Harry, why do you need to choose? It is quite possible to have 2 best friends. In fact, all 3 of you could be best friends if you wanted. Carlisle wasn't exactly pleased with Draco getting closer to Harry, but he couldn't deprive a boy his friends, especially on account of the boy's father. They would just have to be incredibly watchful and make sure they could curb Draco's mind in the right direction. But a best friend is only one person. But best friends can be more than one. Don't you guys want to be best friends? Ron and Draco scrunched their noses. But he's a Malfoy, but he's a Weasley, sounded simultaneously. And what's wrong with that? Well, he's a Weasley, Draco finished lamely. I don't actually know what's wrong with that. Me neither, Ron sighed. Only that our daddies don't like each other. Well, Carlisle told them. My advice to the both of you is that you don't care if your fathers don't like each other. As long as you two like each other, then that's fine. The two glanced at each other. I guess. Ron shrugged. Draco frowned. I heard it would be bad for my reputation. Draco, do you even know what reputation means? Severus said in irritation. Not really. Father just said that we have to look good in front of people. So let your father worry about his reputation. You shouldn't find it necessary to care about what others think of you. He cleared his throat and looked away. Many criticize me for always wearing dark clothes, but you don't see me sniveling like your father does. Don't tell him I said that. Draco giggled. Okay, I guess I can try being his friend, but not best friend yet. He has to prove he's wicked enough to be my best friend. Harry doesn't have to prove it. Ron protested. That's 'cause I know he is. Not fair. Sore loser. Stop calling me that. Harry slapped his forehead. Oh geez. Severus rolled his eyes and walked out while Carlisle laughed in their continuous banter. Happy birthday. Harry groaned and pulled the blanket over his head. Oh come on, Harry, Draco laughed, pulling the cover off his face. Harry glared at them. I'm sleeping. It's your 10th birthday. Wake up. 2 years of friendship, we must celebrate. Ron grinned smugly. 6 for me. Oh, shut up. Knock it off, I'm sleeping. Harry shouted. Draco and Ron rolled their eyes and got onto his bed. Jumping up and down, they began hollering at the top of their lungs. Harry, thanks to some training Carlisle and his brothers had given him, maneuvered his legs swiftly and the 2 other 10-year-olds were on the ground. He sat up with rage in his eyes. Mom. Esme opened the door and stuck her head in. Harry, get up. It's time for breakfast, and happy birthday, darling. He growled, throwing himself back down, and buried his head underneath his pillows. The boy had been adamant not to leave his bed, which left Emmett to pull him out and get him dressed. Now, Harry was sitting in the great hall, glaring a hole into his brother's chest. Emmett was squirming around uncomfortable. Esme, make him stop, he begged. Fallon and Melinda will attack you when you least expect it, Harry snapped, shifting forward to scare him. Carlisle pulled him back down onto his seat. Settle down, son. It's your birthday. Don't be in such a foul mood. Harry smiled up at his father but gave a quick glance of warning to Emmett. Evil, the large vampire muttered. He watched Harry squint his eyes at him. What are you looking at, you little? Emmett cut himself off with a loud yelp when Fallon appeared next to him with a vicious bark. Harry James, send him back to your room, now. Esme scolded. Harry sighed and shooed his wolf away. Now eat your breakfast so we can open your presents. Harry picked up his fork and began picking at his food. He smiled as he listened to Draco and Ron fight over who got him a better present and watched the twins imitating them behind their backs. Alice was anxiously waiting for him to finish while Rosalie waited patiently, wanting him to eat everything on his plate. Japper was accusing Emmett of screaming like a girl when Fallon appeared, laughing all the while, and Edward, who was sitting next to Harry, had an arm around his little brother, grinning excitedly. Why are you smiling so brightly, Edward? Harry asked curiously. You're usually brooding. Rosalie snorted in laughter when Edward glared at him. It's nothing, Harry. I just think you'll like the present I got you. He won't, Alice taunted. I saw it. He'll absolutely hate it. Shut up, Alice. You're too hyper to block your thoughts. I saw it too. He'll adore it. You're just jealous because he won't like yours as much. The girl glared daggers at him. Yay, well, my husband is his favorite brother. Oh, don't bring that up again, Harry groaned. Since the first time he said it, his family had been teasing Edward about it constantly. He was old enough to realize that he didn't have to favor anyone, so it bothered him when they just had to use that to make the bronze-haired vampire silent. Edward ruffled Harry's hair. Thanks, kiddo, he whispered, a smirk tugging the side of his lips. Harry nodded while finishing up the remnants of food he had left. So, he started with his mouth full, which earned him an admonishment from Esme. He swallowed quickly and turned back. What did you get me, Edward? My gift is last, he stated. Well, along with Esme and Carlisle's. Then I'll go first. Alice grinned. She bounced off to the other table and plucked her large box off. With a dance in her step, she made her way back to Harry and plopped the large present before him. Go on, open it. Harry tore the wrapping paper off and opened the lid as quickly as he could. He forced himself to keep the large grin on his face. "Oh, Alice, new clothing. This is wonderful," Jasper snickered as he told him to take the clothes out. "Oh, neat. Thanks, Jasper." Harry pulled out a book that held the complete collection of Edgar Allan Poe. "I'll start reading it later," he promised. "Okay, that's enough of boring gifts," Rosalie laughed. She took her gift out of her pocket. Harry frowned. It wasn't that he minded that it was so small, he was actually happy. Rosalie was very much into getting Harry extravagant gifts on his birthday, and he wondered why she finally listened to him this year. He reached his hand out and she dropped it onto his palm. Tentatively, he opened the case and frowned at what he saw. "It's a picture of a dune buggy." She nodded her head. "That's waiting for you outside, next to Hagrid's hut. Dumble's put a spell on it so it can be used on Hogwarts grounds." "Oh, Rosie," he cried, but he couldn't keep the smile off his face. She leaned over the table and kissed his forehead. "You're welcome, my little raven. You aren't riding that till you're 14, Esme said with a strict tone in her voice. Harry sent a pleading look at his mother, and when she didn't budge he turned to his father. "We'll talk, son," he told him, reassuring Harry that he'd try to convince her. "Carlisle." Esme glared at her husband. He shrugged sheepishly. "He's a 10-year-old boy. I think he can take care of himself on a child-sized dune buggy." "This conversation isn't over," she muttered before watching Harry open his next present. Harry had gotten an adult-sized broom and a golden snitch from Emmett. Just last year, Madame Hooch had stayed at Hogwarts over the summer and introduced the Cullens to Quidditch. Esme had finally agreed to let Harry use a real broom, and they had quickly learned just how amazing Harry's reflexes were when he caught sight of the snitch before any vampire did, reached out, and grabbed it out of the air. Hooch was still disappointed that he wouldn't be allowed onto a team until his second year, only because of Hogwarts rules. Molly had knitted him a blue sweater with a large H on it, calling him an honorary Weasley. She turned to the rest of the Cullens and said that their sweaters were still in the making and would be finished by Christmas. The twins gave him dog biscuits, presumably for Fowlin, but seeing the devious looks on their faces, he knew to throw those out when they weren't looking. Bill and Charlie, who had come to visit with the Weasleys, got Harry Quidditch gear, completely convinced that Harry would make it onto team in his first year. "There's no way they wouldn't let him on," Charlie argued. "He's much too good to let go." Percy gave him his copy of Hogwarts, a history, claiming that he read it enough times to write it down for himself. Severus had gotten him a cauldron that would be appropriate in a year when he began school, and Remus and Sirius bought him a large amount of sweets and large trunk with his initials, HJPC, engraved on it. They, like Severus, thought it would be useful when he became a Hogwarts student. Ron and Draco, he had learned, had gotten him 2 different Quidditch team uniforms. Not only were they arguing who had a better present, but who supported the better team. Harry felt a sense of happiness fill his chest when he saw them. Sure, it was easy for Draco to get the Bulgarian national uniform, but Ron and his family must have saved their money for a while to buy the Chudley Cannon's uniform for him. After setting all of his gifts to the side, he turned to his parents. "So, Mums, Pops, whatcha get me?" Carlisle laughed as he stood, motioning Harry and Esme to come with him. Esme smiled, taking his hand. "Harry, darling," she told him. "As vampires, we have to move around constantly so that humans won't get suspicious of us. You know that, right?" He nodded his head slowly. "Well, in the wizarding world, we wouldn't have to worry about that. They'd know what we are, and, although they'd be quite suspicious of our intentions, they wouldn't question why we weren't aging." "So what are you saying?" Harry said, excitement brightening his eyes. "Well," Carlisle told him, grinning, "we got a house built for us here. And not only that," Molly laughed. "It's near the burrow." Ron told him. Harry's jaw dropped. "You can walk to our house." "Well, it's a bit of a walk, maybe. You should just run with your family, but still. And you could meet our neighbors, the Lovegoods. They're a bit wonky, but Mum says they're good people. And another thing," Edward added, leaning in. "Your room is particularly large. My present is in it." "What is it?" He shrugged and looked at his nails. "A grand piano." "Bloody hell. Harry James Cullen," Esme shouted. "How is his friendship with Potter?" Lucius asked as he raised his glass to his mouth. Severus looked away to frown. Cullen, as he prefers, has found your son to be quite an amicable young boy. Marvelous, much easier than I thought it would be, he muttered. Severus looked up in time to catch Lucius bring his hand to his face and rub his forehead while cover his eyes from view. He squinted at the action. As a spy, Severus learned how to tell the liars from those who told the truth. Rubbing your forehead was a sure sign of shame. Is there something wrong? He asked, hiding his smirk. Lucius quickly brought his hand down and looked up at his friend. Obviously not. Everything I hoped would happen has happened. It was a fraction, while Lucius was talking, that everything happened, and the untrained eye wouldn't have taken any notice to any of the movement, but Severus did. A quick shrug of the shoulder and small gulp. Severus watched the man take a deep breath. Another small indication for the human lie detector. What are you trying to hide, Lucius? Severus voiced, standing over the man. Okay, are you ready, Red Fox? Repeat, are you ready, Red Fox? Harry spoke quietly into his walkie-talkie. After begging oh so kindly to his grandpa, Albus, and promising that they were only going to pretend to be spies with them, Dumbledore had put a spell on the objects so they would remain working. Albus had suspected something, but Harry was sure he wouldn't expect this. Red Fox? He questioned when all he heard was static. Would you answer? He heard Draco scream into his. Harry tried not to laugh as the blundering of Ron trying to get his walkie-talkie to work was heard. All right, got it. I'm ready, Raven. Ron sounded. Harry nodded. Grey Storm, is your station ready? I repeat, Grey Storm is. It's ready. Let's do this already, Draco said impatiently. All right, he hissed through his teeth. Oh, you got our captain angry, Ron taunted. Oh whatever, the blonde said. The other two were picturing him rolling his eyes. Okay, floor 2, 4, and 6. Say the word at my command. Wait, Ron cried. Mister. Albus figured we would be doing this outside. I mean, what if they're destructive? Maybe we shouldn't have stolen these from Emmett. I mean, when did he even have the time to buy magically activated fireworks? Say it. Aw man, Ron whined in his safe room, which was also one of the third corridor classrooms. Firework 2. Firework 4. Firework 6. The fireworks that were once lying in front of him disappeared. Harry grinned as he heard the sound of echo through the halls. He heard Draco snicker. You're locked up good, Grey Storm. As safe as one can get in the dungeons, Raven. Then here we go. Tell me the truth, Lucius. Why do you feel shameful for making Draco befriend Harry Cullen? I don't. A quick sneer. A look of contempt. I'm getting somewhere. Severus pulled him up by his arm and threw him across, making the man stumble. This is my plan, and it will fall through whether I like it or not. His eyes widened comically. I meant, slip of the tongue. A muggle named Freud worked with the mind. Severus sat on the edge of his couch. That is called a Freudian slip, or a verbal mistake that is thought to reveal an unconscious thought. Lucius took a swig of his fire whiskey. Before he could question why Severus knew about a muggle doctor or whatever Freud was, Severus started again. So tell me, Lucius. What are you lying to me about? He glared at the man before him. Do you think I have no affection for my son whatsoever? Loud, booming noises from outside Severus' door interrupted them. The two whipped their wands out and pointed them in its direction. Alohomora. The irritated potions master commanded. The door swung open. Their eyes widened as fireworks burst into the room. Get down. It's lit up the dark, dingy dungeons, Raven. For the first time, Harry grinned. Okay. Last but not least, the Great Hall. Harry glanced in. His family was still inside, finishing their lunch. Sirius and Remus, however, were making their way out. Harry's eyes widened. Guys, we might have a bit of a problem. What? The two sounded together. He looked down at his walkie-talkies right when Sirius and Remus had stepped in front of him. They looked at him curiously. The masters are here, he sighed. They're gonna have to be let into the plan. What? Draco growled. But the whole point of this was to prove that we're going to be better than the Marauders. Sirius' eyebrows skyrocketed. What's going on? He said suspiciously. Harry let a deep sigh out of his chest. You might want to get out of the way and be ready to run. He stood in front of the doorway. The Cullens looked up and smiled at him. Harry, Alice grinned. I thought you finished your... She trailed off as she looked out into space. Suddenly, her face turned into a sneer. Harry Cullen, don't you? Great Hall fireworks, he shrieked. The vampires, besides Alice, were too shocked to move. Harry felt himself being lifted and taken away from the scene. You little brat, she laughed as fireworks went off in the Great Hall. Rosalie will kill you for the ash in her hair. Remus and Sirius were laughing alongside them as they ran out onto the grounds. Albus, Severus, Lucius, Remus, Sirius, the Cullens, and the Weasleys were now in the repaired Great Hall, staring down the three boys that were sitting in a row on one of the tabletops. Severus and Lucius had burnt clothing and ash on their faces. The Cullens had to change their clothes because the damage done caused the clothes to cover nothing. Rosalie was sifting her fingers through her hair thoroughly, still paranoid that some debris would be in it. Albus had been safe in his office and had called the Weasleys once three guilty culprits were brought before him. However, the old headmaster couldn't wipe the mirth off his face. Can I just say I am really proud of my little brother? Fred and George said together. Oh, be quiet you two. Molly snapped. What were you thinking of, Ronald? The redhead bowed his head. That it would be funny. Molly groaned as she dropped her head into her hands. Arthur wanted to laugh at his boy, but he knew if he did he would get into trouble with Molly as well. And you, Harry? Esme asked in a very calm voice. Harry gulped and inched away from his mother. The only time Esme ever sounded so calm was when she was either not angry or ridiculously angry. He started. Carlyle raised a brow, waiting for his response. I plead the fifth. Her eyes widened as she advanced on her son. Carlyle grabbed her by the waist and pulled her back. This isn't over, young man. She shouted. If you think you're going to get away with this one. What in Merlin's name is in your mind, boy? Esme stopped and everyone looked at Lucius Malfoy, standing in front of his son with a fire in his eyes. Well, Draco flinched when his father's voice echoed in the hall. I'm waiting for your answer, Draco Malfoy. Father, he stuttered. We were only having a bit of fun. A bit of fun. Lucius glared at his son. Not only did you three put others in harm, you could have put yourselves into danger. Magically activating fireworks. Even magic is known to malfunction, boy. Or are you too stupid to realize that? Father, Draco said softly. I'm sorry. Sorry isn't good enough, he answered stiffly. Do you not realize what would have happened if one of you were hurt? If I had lost you. Draco's head snapped up to look at his father. How your mother and I would have felt. Were you even thinking? Not caring if others were around, Draco launched himself into his father's chest and the tall, older man wrapped his arms around his son. You stupid boy, he said with as much affection as he could. Severus stared at the two and something suddenly clicked in his mind. He looked away and saw Molly crying at the scene. She pulled Ron to her and hugged him tightly. I never thought I would say this, Ronald, but I hope you were listening to what Mr. Malfoy said to Draco. She sobbed. Ron laughed tearfully as he hugged his mother back. Fred and George rubbed his back, knowing their little brother was feeling guilty and Ginny was smiling kindly at him. Esme sighed as she looked at her son. I'm going to be called into Hogwarts repeatedly once you start going to school here, aren't I? She asked. Harry gave her a hesitantly smile before he found himself in the arms of his mother as his father checked him over for any injuries for the fourth time that day. Remus and Sirius ruffled his hair before winking at him. They knew he would be doing lots of pranks in the future, just not as extreme as this one. Severus turned back to the two Malfoys and wondered when would be the perfect time to confront Lucius about his little dilemma. You're an odd one, you know that. Lucius scoffed and laughed at his friend's words. Severus, I have no time for you today. Despite the man's words, Severus proceeded to close the door and sit in one of the chairs in front of the desk. A few years ago, if you saw Draco's dead body lying before you, that is enough. The only thing you would have cared about is that you lost an heir. Lucius stood and slammed his hand down on the desktop. What do you? So tell me what changed. Lucius, what have you done recently that your son actually matters to you? Lucius' silver eyes glowed as he sat back down and thought about Draco. You're right, he told Severus. I could have cared less about what could have happened to Draco before. I could always make a new heir, Narcissa is, quite willing, he said sardonically. But now, after his friendship with that dratted boy, I don't know what I would do if I lost Draco. Severus nodded, waiting for him to continue. He sighed quietly and dropped his wand on top of his papers. I didn't really notice it until much later on, but there was that year after he became friends with Harry. Dad. Lucius looked at Draco in confusion. Dad, look at this, Draco told him once he finally was in front of the man. He continued on, showing Lucius a Muggle magic trick Harry had shown him that he had finally mastered. Draco, he cut in, but the boy didn't notice. Draco. He stopped himself and looked at his father. Why? He shook his head and started again. Why aren't you calling me, father? His eyebrows scrunched together. Well, Harry calls Carlisle, Dad. And if Harry told you to eat rotten food from a garbage can? Lucius snapped in irritation. What was the Potter brat teaching Draco? How to be disrespectful to parents. But father, Draco said carefully, frowning all the while, Harry told me that he calls Carlisle, Dad, because it's nicer and more affectionate. Lucius was bothered by the sudden feeling of a heavy weight being pushed down on his chest. Affectionate. Draco nodded happily. Harry said affectionate meant loving. So I called you, Dad, to show you that I loved you. The older man squirmed uncomfortably and cleared his throat. He was never one to show his emotions. His father had made sure of that. He looked back at his 8-year-old boy again and a warm sensation rushed through him. So may I call you that? I'm sure it would be acceptable. A bright smile lit his face. Now look at this Muggle magic trick. Muggle. Yes, did you know that Muggles had magic, Dad? Lucius tried not to flinch at the new title Draco was using for him. It would take him a while to get used to being called something so informal. It isn't real magic, more of an illusion to the Muggles who are watching the trick being performed. Draco stared at him in confusion. Just know it isn't real, not like our magic is. Yay, but look at it, he said, and began to do the trick again. Lucius laughed and turned back to the work he was doing. Why are you so intent on showing me a Muggle trick that makes them think that they are so extraordinary, Draco? Harry told me Carlisle was proud of him when he showed it to him. The tip of Lucius' quill snapped and the word he had tried to write was a messy blotch instead. He raised his head slowly and looked into the hope-filled eyes of his son. Lucius had once said the same thing to his father, and unfortunately was ignored. Showing emotions to others only softened a man, or so he was told. Lucius was faced with the decision of doing what his father did or letting Draco know just what he thought of him. Severus and Lucius looked at each other. And you chose to do what? He asked impatiently. Lucius opened his mouth but a flutter of blonde hair caught their attention. They looked at the door and saw Draco running with Fowlin, who undoubtedly had been sent by Harry to surprise the youngest Malfoy. When Severus turned back, he found Lucius smiling as he watched his son turn the corner and disappear from his view. He cleared his throat to catch the blonde man's attention once more. Lucius snapped out of his reverie and looked up at him. Well, he murmured. Lucius tapped his fingers on the desk before he pulled back and opened one of the drawers. Reaching in, his fingers brushed against the object he was looking for. He pulled out a brown paper bag and a bottle. I took it from him. Severus glared. You mean to tell me that? He stopped himself in shock as Lucius took the bottle and began twirling it, making a spectacle of himself as he used his other hand to swish around the object. What are you doing? Lucius held a finger up before pointing it at the paper bag. He picked it up delicately and put the bottle into the bag. He pressed his fingers on the bottom and held it upside down. With a twist of his fingers, he waved his hand underneath the bag, as if to say, "Ta-da." It didn't fall out. The bottle has disappeared. You're holding the bottle through the bag, he said in boredom. Lucius gave him a quick glance. I'm sorry, what? You expect me to believe that you made the bottle disappear? You're holding the bottom of the bottle. Lucius stared at the paper bag as if confused. With a shrug, he crumpled it into a ball and threw it over his shoulder. Severus gaped and Lucius smirked at the man. He folded his fingers together and rested his elbows on the table. So to answer your very first question, what do you think I did? Carlisle and Esme glanced at each other with a frown as Harry sulked into the kitchen and sat down in his place at the table. Edward ruffled his hair, but the boy flinched away. The bronze-haired vampire looked at the others, worried. Cheer up, Harry, Alice said. Maybe it will come today. Or maybe I'm not good enough to be in Hogwarts, he muttered. Ron and Draco have already gotten theirs. Oh Harry, Rose said sadly. Alice, are you sure you haven't seen anything? She rubbed her forehead in frustration. Yes, I don't know why, but for some reason, I just can't see this one. Harry sighed and looked away. He wished that Sirius and Remus were around. After the decision to stay in England, his godfathers had figured it was about time to start facing their past and settle into Grimmauld Place. Sirius promised that after he got the place into shape, the Cullens would be welcomed over any time. Call it your second home. He had told them. Well, you probably wouldn't want it as your second home in this condition, but I'll be fixing it up soon. Harry thanked his mother quietly when a plate of eggs, bacon and toast was placed before him. Esme cupped his cheek and keyed his forehead. Chin up, Harry, she said softly. He gave her a weak smile and began to pick at his food. Come on, kiddo, Emmett said. We've practically lived at Hogwarts already. If you don't get accepted there, you could explore the other schools that have accepted you. He turned around and pulled the letters off the counter. Look at this. Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. Drumstrang Institute. Esme shook her head. He isn't going to Drumstrang. I refuse. Why not? They've never admitted Muggle-born students into their school. Lily was a Muggle-born witch and I'll be damned if the students there bully Harry just because of that. She wiped the counter down in annoyance. She was a great person whose memory should be respected. If Harry goes there, he'll only feel hatred for his mother. No, I won't, Harry protested. Esme rolled her eyes. They only want you there because they want to use you as a trophy anyway, Harry. We'll just wait for your Hogwarts letter to come. He threw his fork onto his plate and stormed away. And what if I don't get it? He shouted furiously, before slamming his bedroom door shut. They all flinched and grew silent when they heard Harry playing his piano. Whenever he was angry, he always calmed himself by playing his favorite pieces. Polonaise, Edward murmured, resting his head in the palm of his hand, in G minor. So moody lately, Jasper complained quietly. After an hour, Harry rested his hands on his lap and stared at the keys. What if he really didn't get into Hogwarts? It would only make sense. If Ron and Draco received their letters already, then where was his? He looked out the window and sighed. His family was generous to give him the most beautiful room in the house. His piano was standing next to the balcony and his rather large bed was on the other side of the room, near his own private bathroom. Edward usually came in to play piano with him, but today, Harry knew his older brother would leave him alone. He sighed and turned to pay attention to his piano once again, but something caught his eye. He got up cautiously and walked over to the balcony. A small, flying creature was making its way towards his balcony door. Harry's eyes widened as he stepped back and opened the door. He ran out in excitement and the beautiful, snowy white owl settled on his outstretched arm. Her amber eyes stared at him proudly. He looked at her curiously before taking the bulky letter it was grasping. You're a beautiful one, aren't you? He asked the owl. He didn't expect the affectionate nip it would give him. His laughed as he opened one of the letters. And a smart one, he said as he took the letter out. He cleared his throat and began to read it out loud. Dear Harry, I'm sorry your birthday present was late but I wanted to find you the perfect owl. The shopkeeper said that this snowy owl is quite a special one and I knew you'd love her. Happy birthday, Harry. Oh, and don't forget the other letter inside mine. Hagrid. Harry smiled as he turned back to the owl. So Hagrid got you for me. The owl hopped onto his shoulder and tugged on his hair. She tugged on his hair harder. Oh right, the other letter. Harry pulled the envelope out and gasped. Finally, he whispered. His fingers traced over the Hogwarts emblem before he tore the envelope open. Dear Mr. Cullen, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He closed his eyes and began to jump up and down. Mom, Dad, I got my Hogwarts letter. He screamed. Harry smiled excitedly as Hagrid opened the Diagon Alley entrance for him. He nearly ran in, but Carlisle quickly stopped him. You've got your money, yay? Hagrid asked. Esme nodded. They had a savings at Gringotts, but they really didn't have to worry about withdrawing anything. They had more money than needed with them. I'll be leaving ya then. Congratulations, Harry, the giant said with a smile. He walked through the crowd to attend to his own business. Okay Harry, what's first on the list? Rosalie asked. He looked back and groaned. Clothes. Alice squealed and took his hand. Rosalie and I can take him and you guys can get his books. She looked over the short list given before handing it to the boys and tugging Harry towards Madame Malkin's. A bell signaled their entrance and the usually busy woman looked up from her seat at the counter. "Ah," she smiled. "Another Hogwarts student. Come in then." Alice glanced at Rose to see the girl looking around the store curiously. "We need 3 work robes, a plain pointed hat, and dragon hide gloves." Malkin laughed. Alice shrugged. "Make it 5 robes. Come this way for the fitting." The 3 followed her to the back of the store where a mirror stood. "How do you know what house emblem to put on the robe?" Harry asked. "I don't have to worry about that," she informed him as she started to fit him into a robe. "It is put on magically after you're sorted. If you put an enchantment on your luggage and your chests, it will do the same thing." After a few more minutes, the woman was done. "Is there anything else you needed?" she asked politely. "Can we get 2 pairs of gloves? He tends to lose things easily." "We better make that 3 hats as well then," Rosalie told her. Malkin felt her dizzy for a second. "That's a lot of money," she said in partial shock. The B***owned shrugged. "We have a lot of money." "Then it's not a problem," she exclaimed. "Thank you so much." Rose and Alice glanced at each other with a smirk. Harry smiled up at them before looking at himself in the mirror. He looked quite handsome in school robes. Since Edward and Jasper had gotten Harry his books and Emmett bought him an extra cauldron, all they had to worry about was Harry's wand. The younger vampires waited outside while Harry, Carlisle and Esme entered Ollivander's. Harry looked around tentatively before walking towards the desk with his parents. "Hello?" he asked quietly. Suddenly, an old man appeared on one of the sliding ladders. "Oh," Harry exclaimed in surprise. "Hello. I'm obviously here for a wand," he finished lamely. Esme and Carlisle laughed at his nervousness while Ollivander chuckled quietly. "I was wondering when I was going to see you, Harry Potter, or as Dumbledore told me, you're a Cullen now." Harry nodded slowly. Ollivander hummed in thought as he turned back to his wands and looked through them. "I remember when your father and mother came in here, Mahogany and Willow, respectively. Now, let's try this one." He pulled a box out and opened it, placing it before the boy carefully. "Well, go on," he encouraged. Harry picked the wand up and glanced at his parents. With a swish of the wand, the glass of the oil lamp next to him shattered. He let out a yelp and ducked before he could get hurt. Slowly, he put the wand back into the box, scared that he would break something else. "Apparently not," Ollivander murmured. He took another out and gave it to the boy. Harry shook his head. "I don't want to break anything else of yours," he told him softly. "Don't worry about me, young man. I've repaired this store more times than you can imagine." Harry sighed and picked the wand up. He gave it a quick wave and was startled to see most of the boxes that were lined along the wall fly out of their places. He groaned and put it back down. "Don't worry, Mr. Cullen. We'll find you," he trailed off as a sudden thought came to his mind. "I wonder." He walked out of view for a good minute before he came back, holding a box delicately. He set it before Harry and opened it carefully. Esme looked at Carlisle, obviously wondering what's so special about the wand. Harry stared at the wand for a few seconds before picking it up. Without any movement, sparks shot out of the wand and a wave of magic flew through him. His hair fluttered and his eyes widened as he breathed deeply. Ollivander nodded. "Curious, most curious." "Why?" Harry asked, still gripping the wand. He looked back when he heard a thump at the door. Alice was staring in at them, shock written on her face. What's so curious about it?" He stared at Harry before blinking and clearing his throat. "I remember every wand I've sold, Mr. Cullen, and exactly who I sold it to. For example, I told you about your parents' wands." Harry nodded. "Your wand is holly, 11 inches. Its core is a single phoenix feather, I believe you know Fox." Harry wanted to smile at the mention of Albus, familiar, but he knew the news he was getting wasn't one to smile about. "It just so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar." Harry's eyes snapped down to the wand he was gripping. "Take it back," Esme demanded. "Take it back now. He won't have it." "I'm sorry to inform you, Mrs. Cullen," Ollivander said quietly. "But the wand chooses the wizard, not the other way around." Esme rubbed her nose and looked back at the wall they had run through. She turned back to Harry with a sad smile. "Are you sure you want to go? We can go back home and you can stay with us." We'll give you private tutors and… Esme, Edward interrupted. She sighed in exasperation. I can't believe my baby is going to Hogwarts, her face scrunched up, looking as if she were about to cry. And we won't see you until Christmas, her lip began to tremble. And after that, come along, son, Carlisle cut in. Do you see Ronald or Draco, Harry? The green-eyed boy looked around but shook his head. No, I can't. Emmett shrugged. Maybe they're on the train. Fred, George, leave Percy alone right now. Or maybe they aren't, he finished with a laugh. Harry smiled as the red-headed clan came into view. He hollered Ron's name and his best friend turned with a grin. The Weasleys came over and helped the two first-years settle into the train. When Ron and Harry had their luggage settled, they went back out to say goodbye to their family. Mom, where's Uncle Siri? Harry whispered. She frowned, but Harry could see the playful glint in her eyes. Remus had quickly looked away from him. They were hiding something. I don't know, darling. The train whistle blew and they all looked at the train sadly. Time to go, bro. Jasper said. Harry smiled as the boy ruffled his hair and stepped back. Emmett grinned, picking him up and hugging him tightly before passing him to Edward. Harry's face turned bright red when he found himself being carried bridal style in Edward's arms. Edward, put me down. The vampire chuckled before setting him onto his feet. Study hard. Don't get a girlfriend, okay? It will distract you from your work. Edward, man. Emmett groaned. Encourage him to get a girl, moron. Rosalie pushed the boys aside and keyed Harry's cheek. Take care, all right sweetheart. He nodded with a smile. Rose winked at him as he strolled over to the Weasleys and gave Ron a key on the cheek as well. Molly laughed as her son's face turned into a dark shade of red. What about us? They heard the twins shout. Alice hugged Harry tightly and sighed a soft, goodbye. Don't get into much trouble, all right. Remus laughed, ruffling his hair. You wouldn't want your parents to be called in during the first week of school, would you? Harry smirked and gave Remus a hug. I'll miss you, Uncle Mooney. I hope you figure out how to get that ridiculous painting off soon. Their noses scrunched at the mention of the portrait of Mrs. Black. Esme opened her arms and Harry ran into them. I'll miss you, Mom, he whispered to her. Esme smiled and keyed the top of his head. Dad, Harry said when Esme released him. Carlisle kneeled on one knee to look at his son. Always remember how proud we are of you, Carlisle told him. Harry nodded and gave his father a quick hug. He hopped onto the train with Ron and after a few minutes, the two families saw them at the window. Molly sniffled and raised a napkin to her eyes. Arthur threw an arm around her shoulders and held her tightly. They grow up so fast, she murmured. Esme nodded in agreement as the train began to move and they waved goodbye. The vampire dry sobbed into her husband's shoulder. How were you able to do this 6 times already? She asked. Molly laughed and patted her back. 7 once next year comes. Ginny giggled and hugged her mother. Where do you think Draco is? Ron asked in curiosity. Harry shrugged. He might be in one of the other compartments. He'll find us soon enough. Harry, we've been on the train for an hour, he said with a roll of his eyes. Maybe we should. Missed me so much, Weasley. The two looked up to see Draco standing in the doorway with a smirk. They grinned and helped Draco pull his bags in. An hour with those miserable oafs Crabbe and Goyle and I decided not to wait for you two to find me anymore. Thanks by the way. Sorry, Harry said with a flinch. He rubbed his lighting-shaped scar before looking back at the blonde. How was the rest of your summer? Boring, he complained. I had to go to France again. Oh yes, Ron said sarcastically. How absolutely boring. Shut up, Ron, Draco laughed. By the way, did you see Neville? The 3 boys had gotten the chance to meet Neville that summer. Although the boy was awfully shy, they enjoyed getting to know him. No, Ron said with a frown. Do you know where he is? Draco laughed again. He's lost Trevor, yet again. A muggle-born named Granger is helping him look for it. I told Neville to get rid of that troublesome frog, but does anyone ever listen to me? Listening to you usually gets us into trouble, Harry told him with a grin. Oh shut up. The door slid open and stopped them from continuing any banter. Excuse me, the 3 boys looked up to see a girl with bushy hair looking around. Have any of you seen a frog? A boy named Neville has lost him. Oh hello again, Draco. Draco nodded his head with respect. Granger, these are my friends Ron Weasley and Harry Cullen. If Hermione noticed. Harry's scar, she didn't say anything. Everyone in the wizarding world knew about the vampires who adopted Harry. After a little incident during their first time at Diagon Alley a few years ago, people were much too scared of Emmett to call Harry anything but a Cullen. "Nice to meet you," she said with a smile. "So did any of you see Trevor? The frog that is. Is Neville anywhere near?" Harry asked. As if hearing his name being called, the boy appeared next to Hermione. I'm really sorry to be bothering you, Hermione," he nearly whispered. He looked into the compartment and gave a shy smile when he saw his new friends. "Hey guys," he said happily, but the sad look on his face didn't leave him. Harry got up and patted his back. "We'll find him, Nev." "Harry Cullen," Professor McGonagall said loudly. The hall grew quiet as Harry glanced at Ron and Draco before making his way towards the stool. He grinned when Minerva winked at him and he sat down, trying not to shake from nervousness. He felt the hat settle onto his head and he heard a quiet hum sounded. "Harry Potter, Cullen," he grimaced at the raspy, judge-like voice the hat had. "Quite a complex one, aren't you?" A smirk fitted Harry's face, finding the statement to be a compliment. "Very loyal, incredibly intelligent, extremely clever, you live with a family of vampires. They might slip one day." "They won't," he spat. "They might. Grandpa Albus and Sev are working on a potion to stop their bloodlust anyway," Harry said in irritation. "Leave my family alone. The wizarding world won't ever leave them alone. If you accidentally get a cut and our savior is gone. My family won't harm me in any way," he whispered viciously. "You put a lot of faith in a family of animals. Leave them alone." It wasn't loud enough for the entire hall to hear, but the professors, McGonagall, most of the first years, and especially the Sorting Hat did. A low chuckle startled Harry out of his anger. "And exceedingly brave. You must be the only child alive who would accept his family with open arms after they confess to being dangerous. You may have heard this before, but you are just like your biological parents." An affectionate smile found itself on Harry's face. "I believe we found your house, Mr. Cullen." Harry's eyes closed as he heard the Gryffindor house cheering, Fred and George the loudest of all of them. He could have sworn his loyalty to his family would have made him a Hufflepuff. Harry rubbed his eyes before looking around the door room. He grinned and got out of bed quickly, jumping onto Ron's and shaking his friend awake. "Come on, Ron. First day of classes." Ron groaned and rolled over. "Oh come on, mate. Aren't you at least a little excited? First year Gryffindors and all that." Neville laughed when he got to them. He scratched his head and grinned, taking a frog out of his pocket. "He was hiding in my suitcase the whole time. I found him bundled up in one of my robes." Harry laughed before turning back to the drowsy Reed head. "Ron, really, you have to wake up. It's time to go down and eat." Neville frowned. Well actually, breakfast is over. I skipped it. We need to get to class now." Harry's eyes widened as he took a look at the clock for the first time. He groaned and ran to the bathroom, Ron following him quickly. "Severus and Draco are going to kill us." Ron groaned. Draco glared at the two as they ran in and sat down next to him. "Idiots," he hissed at them. "Why are you late? And where were you this morning?" "I had to sit with Crabbe and Goyle." "It's not like you could have sat with us anyway, Draco," Harry said sheepishly. "You're in Slytherin. So, I could have turned around and spoke to you. Do you know how much torture I was going through trying to talk to those two idiots?" Just before Ron was going to answer, the door was thrown open and Severus nearly flew into the classroom, his robe billowing and all. "He sure can make an entrance," Ron muttered, sinking into his seat. After a little monologue that Severus gave to the class, intended to scare the first years obviously, he began looking around the classroom for a victim. He gave a quick glance to see the Granger girl, anticipating the next words that would come out of his mouth. He rolled his eyes and continued on, attacking Neville with a question. Harry flinched, feeling bad for his friend. He knew Severus wouldn't choose any of them to answer a question since the man was the one who had tutored the three boys for the past few years. He only wished that they met Neville much sooner than they really did. "How utterly disappointing," Harry heard the potions master say. He tapped Neville on the back and gave him a reassuring look. "He's being ridiculously cruel," Ron whispered. Draco nodded. "We're gonna have to get used to this too. He's not going to favor us just because we're good at potions. He'll favor you, you're in his house," he snapped back in irritation. Draco raised a brow before looking away with a smirk. Well then I guess I'm the lucky one. Draco stormed onto the field in anger. He threw his books down on the ground and walked over to a broom silently. Harry and Ron stood next to him cautiously, trying not to upset him further. I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose, Harry told him quietly. My godfather embarrassed me in front of my whole class, Draco fumed. Calling me a daydreaming fool, accusing me of not paying attention in his class, and threatening to tell my father isn't an accident, Harry. The two flinched. They both knew that Draco believed disappointing Lucius was the worst he could ever do. Maybe Severus really is trying to show he isn't going to favor anyone anymore, Ron whispered, as they heard footsteps coming closer. Good afternoon, class. Their heads snapped upward and they stared at their professor in shock. Hoochie Coochie has decided to take a vacation this year, so I'll be teaching you how to handle a broom. And, Draco started with frown. What do we call you? Sirius laughed as he held his hand above his broom. The handle snapped up and he gripped it tightly before hopping onto it floating in the air. Professor Black, of course. That's odd, Ron said lowly. Very odd, Harry agreed, but he couldn't help staring at Sirius in excitement. Hermione smiled as she saw Harry, Ron and Draco walking by with Neville. To be honest, although they were a month into the school year, she was having difficulty fitting in Harry. Neville and Draco were the first ones who were nice to her, and after helping Ron with charms, she was sure she'd make quick friends with him as well. With a quick glance in their direction, she picked her books up and ran to catch up with them. Her smile brightened when she heard her name and she stopped herself from saying hello, hoping to surprise the boys. So, like I said, Draco continued. Severus always talks about father's change of heart, so I don't think inviting Hermione to the Christmas party at Malfoy Manor will be a problem. Don't you think it's a bit early to be making a guest list, Draco? Neville laughed. The blonde shrugged. Malfoys must always be prepared. Besides, if we have a problem later on we could just take the names off the list. I doubt Hermione will be such a problem, anyway. Intelligent. Kind. She fits the standards of the people I would call friends, he finished pompously. Hermione tried not to giggle as she opened her mouth to greet them. Oh please, she's an absolute nightmare. Ron glowered. It's Leviosa not Leviosa, he mocked. What a know-it-all. Did I even ask for her help? An overwhelming feeling of dread flooded the Muggle-born witch as she tried not to cry. She looked down and slowed her pace, glaring into Ron's back. She watched Harry turn to the redhead angrily. Ron, that isn't a very nice thing to say. She was just trying to help you so you could get it straight. Oh who bloody well. Hermione gripped her books to her chest and pushed past them, running ahead as fast as she could. She didn't glance back but she could hear Draco yelling at Ron. Look what you've done now, Ron. How was I supposed to know she was there? The boy shouted in horror. Hermione. The girl sobbed as she picked her books up again and tried to get away from Harry. Hermione, wait. He grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Hermione looked up to see a soft smile on his face. So, how are you? He asked awkwardly. A rack of sobs shook her body again. No, please don't cry. I don't do well with crying girls. It's Halloween. We have fun today with candy and, she dropped her books and covered her face with her hands. He started, my sisters are vampires, and so is my mother, so I never got used to a crying girl. It's a physical impossibility for them. So maybe, you could perhaps give me a smile so I'm not stuttering like a fool over here. She laughed and brought her fists to her sides. Sorry, she whispered to him. He shrugged. No need to say sorry. Ron was being a ponce. She laughed again as she shrugged her shoulders miserably. I guess I am a bit of a know-it-all. I didn't have to interfere with what he was doing. No, really Hermione. It was fine. Harry reassured her. Ron just has a lot of pride that Draco and I are still trying to break down. Don't worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong. He nudged her side and gave her books to her. After throwing an arm around her shoulders and guiding her towards the Gryffindor tower he gave her a little laugh. Besides, you're already on the guest list for the annual Malfoy Manor Christmas party. That makes you one popular girl. She looked away. I was thinking about that as well. Weren't the Malfoys known for being one of those pureblood thinking families? I wouldn't be quite popular, would I? Wouldn't I actually be hurting the Malfoy reputation? Harry grimaced. Well, actually last year, Lucius made an excuse that he would only celebrate Christmas with his family. Draco was risking his family a great deal by talking about the Christmas party in public. The only people that are ever at the manor are my family, the Weasleys, now the Longbottoms, and you. Why me? She said with a frustrated groan. He barely knows me. Why would he trust me so easily? He shrugged. Draco truly does know how to choose his friends. He believes you're going to be a good friend for us, a girl in the pack finally besides Ginny, he said with a laugh. He also thinks his father would be quite pleased to know he befriended a Muggle-born girl, not that he's using you. Your background is just an added bonus for it. Why would Mr. Malfoy be pleased? Well, Lucius became curious about Muggles and Muggle-borns after his little epiphany, as Severus, Professor Snape likes to call it, but he can't openly go up to anyone. He'd be risking his family and himself. If you know who were to ever return licorice wands, he said as they found themselves in front of the fat lady. If he were ever to come back, Lucius would be in a horrendous amount of trouble. Luckily, he doesn't have to worry about Draco as much as his wife. Family agreement we had with the Malfoys. He paused and looked back at Hermione. So the Grangers are really Lucius' chance at redemption, and Draco would do anything for his father. She smiled a bit. I'm honored. Being someone's chance at redemption, I feel like a superhero, she joked. Harry laughed and patted her back. I hope you're feeling better, Hermione. Ron won't admit it, but he feels terrible right now. He may have a strong pride, but he really does hate making girls cry. He's like a knight, she teased. With a sigh she sat on the couch and sighed. One that's written in the romantic style that is chivalrous but awkward with ladies. Harry bowed and kneeled in front of her. My lady, he said with a deep voice. She giggled and curtsied. My lord. Harry. They heard. They quickly straightened and looked at the stairs. Draco helped me figure out a way to apologize. Ron stopped and stared at Hermione open-mouthed. His face turned red as he stood straight and looked away. What time is dinner? The bushy-haired girl rolled her eyes and waved to Harry. I'll see you at dinner, Harry, she said with a smile. Her lips thinned and she pointed her nose upwards as she walked towards the girls' dormitories. Ronald, she said stiffly. He stuttered out a, see you, before smacking his forehead when she disappeared. Merlin's beard, I'm a moron. You really are, Harry told him. Draco turned and grinned at Harry and Hermione before turning back and talking quietly with Blaise Zabini. I'm just going to go to the lavatory for a second, Hermione whispered. She smiled at Ron, who had given her an awkward apology after abandoning Draco's plan of writing her a letter to say sorry, and walked out of the hall. You're lucky she's so forgiving, Neville told him. Most girls are so sensitive. Oh, tell me about it, Ron groaned. I say one wrong thing and Ginny never leaves me alone. Alice and Rosalie nearly blew a fuse when Emmett told them they looked horrid in their dresses, Harry chuckled. Grandma didn't appreciate me telling her she looked fat in her clothes, Neville said in embarrassment. I was 4. He protested when Ron and Harry began laughing at him. Yay, well, don't sweat it, Harry said, ignoring the confused look Neville gave him from the American slang. I said something that would have had my mother cry herself to sleep. It was horrible. I told her that. The students looked up as Quirrell ran in frantically. Troll. In the dungeon. Troll. He screamed. Harry's face grew dark as the man stopped and looked around. I thought you might like to know, he said before falling to the ground in a dead faint. Ron and Neville scrambled out of their seats with the others and Draco was nearly screaming his head off. Silence. The students heard. Everyone looked up to see a grave look on their headmaster's usually placid face. Students will follow the prefects to their houses in an orderly and quick fashion. Go now. They began flowing out of the hall as quickly as they could. Harry, Ron and Draco found themselves pushed together as the Gryffindors and Slytherins were the last to leave the hall. We'll be in our houses in no time, Draco said in a panic. Then we'll be fine. Oh God, Slytherins are in the dungeons. I'm going to die. I'll never see you guys again. I've never even had a girlfriend before. Harry. Ron gasped. Harry's eyes widened as he realized why Ron looked horrified. Draco. Harry shouted, trying to gain the blonde's attention. As the students pushed past the frozen boys, Harry let out an alarmed, Hermione. Carlisle sighed as he walked into one of the fireplaces in St. Mungo's. Dumbledore had helped him get a kind of internship at the hospital so that Carlisle could learn about magical illnesses. It had been a long day for him, so going home was a happy thought. When he arrived home, he found the living room empty and the house quiet. "Hello," he called. "Anyone home?" "Up here, Carlisle." He heard the soft voice of Esme from their room. He smiled as he dropped his bag in his office before going up to the bedroom. "Where are the—" his sentence trailed off when he opened the door. Esme was sitting on the bed with a seductive twinkle in her eyes. "Children," he finished. "Not that I care. What's going on?" She nearly giggled as she got off the bed and walked towards him slowly. He threw his jacket on the chair and met her halfway, wrapping his arms around her waist as hers snaked up his chest. "Yes, the children are out today," she told him. "Which means," he said with a grin, "which means we have the house to ourselves." With a tilt of her head, they met in a loving key. "It's been much too long," Carlisle whispered against her lips as she nodded in agreement. She took his hand and led him towards the bed before she lay down before him. He gave her a chuckle and was about to lean over her when, "Esme." "Carlisle." He groaned and his forehead pressed against hers. "This has to be a joke," he muttered before pulling her up. He kissed her cheek and hugged her tightly before they went down to the living room together. "Albus?" he questioned. "Is something wrong with Harry?" Esme asked in worry. Albus grimaced. "It would be best if you two came to Hogwarts right now." "What about our kids? They can catch up. We need the both of you now. The Malfoys and Weasleys are being called now." Lucius held his hand out and Narcissa walked into the fireplace with him. "Albus Dumbledore's office," he said clearly. The couches before them disappeared and they walked out to see Arthur, Molly, Carlisle and Esme sitting in the office with concern on their faces. "Well, with them here, our children have obviously gotten into trouble again." "More than that, Lucius," Albus said gravely. "We are just waiting for Minerva to return with—" The door opened and a kind-looking couple walked in. "Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I'm happy you were able to make it here. Is there something wrong with Hermione, Professor Dumbledore?" Mrs. Granger asked quietly. "She isn't hurt, is she?" He folded his hands and gave them a sigh. "I'm afraid she has a few minor injuries." "What happened?" Mr. Granger asked in horror. "During our Halloween feast, a troll made its way into the Hogwarts dungeons. The students were quickly brought back to their respective houses, but everyone saw the sense of pride that flooded Albus. Miss Granger was in the bathroom and her friends knew they couldn't leave her there. The troll managed to find its way to the girls' lavatory just when the three boys were about to get Hermione out." "My Harry," Esme asked in disbelief, "faced a troll. And Draco," Narcissa said with feeling of dismay and pride. "And Ronald. He can barely go up into the attic because of the ghoul." Molly exclaimed. "I assure you, it was them," Albus said. "The troll knocked all of them back and they all got a few bruises and scratches, nothing serious. They are all resting in the hospital wing for the night. The troll was expelled to another country, very far from here." "How do we know another troll won't make its way in?" Mrs. Granger asked in anger. "Our children were hurt. How can we make sure you'll protect them this time?" "Because," a dark voice said in the shadows. Severus stepped out for them to see him. "Trolls are very unintelligent. It most likely got in with the help of someone from inside." "Someone is plotting against the school from inside," Carlisle stated to clarify. "So we're going to find this person and they will be severely punished," Lucius promised. Albus cleared his throat. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Lucius has a high position in the ministry and on the school board. Once we find who has done this, he will make sure they will get their just desserts." The two muggles nodded in understanding. "How long will this spell last?" "The one that allows us to see Hogwarts," they asked. "We want to stay with Hermione until she wakes up tomorrow morning." "It should last until you leave the grounds," he told them. "I'm sure all of you would like to see your children. They can lead you to the hospital wing, Mr. and Mrs. Granger." "Thank you, Headmaster, Mr. Granger said in respect. Dumbledore nodded. "Before you leave," he said as they all got up, "I want you to know that it wasn't the teachers who took down the troll." "It wasn't?" Arthur asked in confusion. "Who else could have?" "Your son." They all stared at Albus in shock. The troll had Harry and Draco in one hand and the club in the other. The teachers had all gotten there in time to see it happen. Ronald used a quick levitating charm, which took the troll's club, and dropped it onto its head, knocking it unconscious. He has won his house 30 points. Be proud of your son. Molly nodded and squeezed Arthur's hand tightly. Ronald, she whispered. I knew he had it in him, Arthur bragged, tears coming to his eyes. Lucius and Carlisle patted the man's back as they guided the Grangers out. It'd be really nice if they stopped staring, Harry whispered, quickening his pace fractionally so people wouldn't notice. Well, what do you expect? Hermione teased. You three saved me from a troll, the first-year heroes. Who wouldn't stare? I hate when people stare at me, he said in irritation. Oh, just relish in the moment, Harry, Ron laughed. Don't you feel popular? Draco nodded, trying to get his friend to relax. He groaned and looked down at the ground. Can we please just get to the next class as fast as we can? They all nodded, knowing that Harry wasn't going to accept the popularity so easily. As they walked down the corridors, they couldn't help but hear everyone whispering about them. Harry was quickly getting irritated. Most people would love the attention and use it to their advantage. Harry, however, wasn't one to boast, and he found it quite annoying when others insisted on bragging about themselves. Why be called a hero when it was a moral obligation that needed to be done in the first place? He nearly growled when he heard people start calling his name to ask questions. He glanced at his friends and they saw his aggravation growing. Wouldn't it be lovely if everyone would just? This is absolutely maddening. Everyone heard. Oliver Wood came into view as he rounded a corner with his friends. I can't believe we still haven't found a seeker. Why did every person out on that field have to be rubbish at Quidditch during tryouts? Calm down, Oliver, one boy said. We can always use Howard Keatings. He was the best out of all of them, really. Yay, the best out of a group of blundering fools who wouldn't know the difference between a chaser and a keeper. Harry stood frozen as he watched the Gryffindor Quidditch captain pass him by. With a sigh, he continued walking. I'd do anything to be on that team, he muttered. Draco patted his back and sped him along so they wouldn't be late for potions. Cheer up, Harry, he told him. Once next year hits, you'll be the star of the team. Of course I'll have to root against you, house spirit and whatnot. This is a horrible day for you, isn't it? Ron asked tactlessly. When Harry groaned, Hermione and Draco glared at the redhead angrily. What did I say? Oliver and Katie Bell walked out onto the field, carrying the Quidditch trunk together, the rest of the team behind them. Don't worry, Oliver, Katie said with a smile. I'm sure we'll find someone this time. This is horrible, Katie. We're the only house that has had to make another tryout. I'll die if we don't get the cup again. It's just Quidditch. Her eyes widened and she flinched when she realized what she said. With a yelp, she fell to the ground with the trunk when Oliver let go of the handle. Oliver, wait, I didn't mean. Oh, she's in for it now, Fred laughed. I won't be shocked if you get kicked off the team. George joined in. Just Quidditch? Oliver questioned, ignoring the twins' antics. Just Quidditch. I'll have you know that. Leave him alone. They all looked across the field to see Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Draco Malfoy, and Harry Cullen trying to help a defenseless Neville against Marcus Flint and his cronies. What did you say, girlie? Marcus asked, daring her to respond. He's messing with our brother, George said angrily. And our tiny friends, Fred muttered. I don't think Marcus will be entirely happy to have the Gryffindor beaters on his ugly ass. Oliver, having hated Flint already, nodded his head. Come on, guys. Let's help them out. The team began to march across the field, listening to the fight all the while. Oliver's anger sparked and they moved faster as they watched Marcus push Hermione to the ground. You don't tell me what to do, you filthy mudblood, he hissed, holding Neville's Remembrall high above his head while his wand was pointed at Hermione. Draco whipped his wand out, ready to curse the older Slytherin, but Marcus's friends were quick to defend him. You'd best put that down, Malfoy, before I tell your father that you're being a bad boy, he taunted. Draco, knowing he couldn't risk his father, slowly lowered it. Harry's fist was shaking and he was glaring at the boy before him. The borrowed, school broom in his hand could have snapped in half. You know, we were having a relaxing, fun time today, flying around and enjoying each other's company. Then you and your gang of mongrels came in and ruined our day. I will say this, oh so nicely. Give the Remembrall back, Flint, he said as calmly as he could, and I won't have to curse you from here to your next life for picking on and insulting my friends. Oh, you want the Remembrall back? Flint mocked. Harry's grip tightened. Go get it. Don't do it, Flint. Oliver shouted as they got closer. Marcus glanced in his direction with a laugh before saying a quick incantation that sent the Remembrall flying. Neville stared in horror as his Remembrall got further and further away. Marcus and his friends ran back into the castle, laughing hysterically. Guys, your wands, Oliver commanded. He took his wand out hoping he could aim at it perfectly to retrieve it, but everyone knew it wouldn't work. He was squinting trying to find it in the air, when a forceful breeze pushed his arm back. He looked up in surprise to see Harry on his broom, chasing after the Remembrall. Get it, Harry. Ron cheered, knowing his friend would get it in time. Oliver looked around to see most on his team confused while Draco, Ron, Neville, George and Fred looking excited. Just watch, Oliver, Fred told him, throwing an arm over his shoulders. He'll come back with it in his hand. They watched Harry twist in the air, throwing his hand upward. To them, it looked as if he had lost control for a second, but the boy proved them wrong by bringing his hand straight to his chest afterwards. He tugged on the broom's handle and leaned forward to get back to them quickly. Hey Neville, he called out. Catch. Neville cupped his hands together and held it out, allowing Harry to drop the Remembrall right into his palms. Thanks, Harry, he said gratefully. The green-eyed boy nodded with a smile. Good job, Harry, Fred told him when he landed, the Quidditch team surrounding the first year. We knew you could do it, George winked. Of course. When did we doubt you? Never. They both let out a grunt when they were pushed apart from each other. Oliver stared at Harry with awe and happiness. You, he said speechlessly. Huh? Harry asked in confusion. You're our new seeker. But Professor, you must understand. I need him on my team. Absolutely not, Mr. Wood. He is a first year, making it against the rules. Professor, Mr. and Mrs. Cullen, Oliver said desperately. He straightened, looking right at his head of house, Harry's parents and headmaster. If you could only see the way Harry flies. I've seen it. The Cullens have seen it, Albus interrupted. Minerva, you have seen it as well. Don't try to lie. I know how much the Quidditch House Cup means to you, he teased. The woman blushed and looked away. Oliver grinned when Albus winked at him and held his hand up. I really don't see the problem in it. Harry is quite a unique boy, although first years aren't allowed on teams, there isn't a reason why he shouldn't be allowed on the team. Albus Dumbledore, Minerva said, as if scolding a child. Quidditch is a ruthless sport. What would happen if he got hurt? In all fairness, all of us are at risk when we get on that field, Oliver cut in. Professor, please. He's the seeker we've been waiting for. Now I wouldn't say this about most first years because most are inexperienced at the game, Albus said, but Madam Hooch worked with Harry during the summers and he's already well trained for the game, especially since he played with vampires and beat them several times. Minerva twiddled her fingers. It really isn't my decision. Esme. Carlisle. Esme had a tentative look on her face. I don't know, she said slowly. She looked at Carlisle to see what he was thinking. The man sighed and rubbed his chin in thought. Please, Oliver begged. Think of it. Your son will be the youngest seeker in a century. Quidditch is an extremely dangerous sport, he said in all seriousness. I'm not sure if I want to see my son in the hospital wing. Oliver closed his eyes as he waited to hear the verdict. Begin, Severus drawled, trailing back to his desk and burying his nose in his work. Harry took one glance at the man before turning back to his cauldron. We've done this one already, he whispered to Ron. The boy nodded in agreement. Might as well finish this quickly. They began their work in silence, hoping they wouldn't be the ones to suffer Severus' criticisms. This is boring, Ron complained as he carefully dropped the ingredient in. He looked over to see Draco quickly doing his work with Blaise Zabini on the desk next to them. If he spills one thing, Severus will kill him. Stop squabbling with Mr. Potter, Weasley and get to work. Ron flinched and looked back down at what he was chopping. Greasy git, he whispered. Harry laughed quietly next to him, trying to hide his smile. Just 1 hour and we'll be out of here and a few more classes closer to lunch, Harry reassured him. Lunch would be lovely, he said happily. Hermione, who was in front of them, turned around while Neville glanced back with a grin. You both just ate breakfast, she whispered. So. She rolled her eyes and turned back around. She demonstrated how to chop the leaves to Neville before responding. You're going to overstuff yourself one day, Ronald Weasley. Ah, Hermione, Neville smiled. Leave him alone. Well, someone has to watch his health. You sound like my mother, Ron said in distaste. She gasped and looked at him in horror. I sound like a mother. Miss Granger. Severus snapped. She jumped in her seat and looked up at him. Sorry, Professor, she said with a blush. He glared at her. The four of you. Stop fooling around, and the door was thrown open and Oliver Wood came running in, looking around wildly. Mr. Wood. Harry. He shouted when he finally found the boy. The class was staring at him in shock as Oliver ran up to the boy and picked him up with a laugh. They said yes. Harry gripped Oliver's shoulders tightly as he looked him straight in the eye. I'm not lying, Harry. They said yes. They said yes. Mr. Wood. Mr. Potter. Enough. Severus shouted in anger. I have never had a class so blatantly. You're on the team. Harry's eyes widened as Oliver continued to bounce him up and down in enjoyment. I'm on the team. I'm on the team. Mr. Potter, stop screaming at once. I'm on the team. Oh my God, I'm on the team. Ron, I'm the Gryffindor Seeker. You two will desist immediately. But who would even try to break into Gringotts? Draco asked. That has to be the most moronic decision ever. Oh yes, let me just break into Gringotts where I'll surely get caught. But the problem is that they broke into an emptied vault, Hermione stated. That's the question to ask. What was in the vault that was so desperately needed? Ron shrugged. Who knows? If you're so desperate so as to break into Gringotts, it must have been something really special. They walked up the next flight of stairs, only to find themselves stuck when the stairs began moving. Oh, this is a bloody joke. Harry looked around, wondering what route to take. What do we do now? Hermione asked. Harry pointed at the door in front of him. I'm sure we can get somewhere through here. Hermione stared at him, horrified. I'm sorry, has your intelligence dropped by 100%? First of all, we aren't allowed on this floor, it's against the rules. Second of all, hey, she protested as they walked away from her. She looked around to find they were pretty much trapped on the platform. With a groan, she followed them in. This has to be the stupidest thing we could ever do. Hermione whispered viciously. Calm down, Granger, Draco snapped. Calm down. It's dark, damp and, oh right. We aren't supposed to be here. Suddenly an echoed, meow, sounded. Mrs. Norris, Ron said in horror. They ran down the dark corridor as fast as they could, watching as the lamps lit and dimmed as they passed. There's nowhere to go, Ron whispered, once they reached the end. He saw another door and began tugging on it. It's locked. Are you a wizard or not? Hermione pushed him aside. Alohomora. The latch popped open and they ran in, closing the door behind them quickly. Who's here? They heard. Filch, Harry mouthed. They all nodded in agreement. It was definitely the grumpy, crabby old man. They stayed quiet as they listened to his footsteps disappear. That was way too close this time, he murmured. Harry, Draco stuttered. The blonde tapped Ron's shoulder and showed him what he was looking at. We have to be a lot more careful, Harry continued. Hermione was right. We shouldn't have come here. Harry, mate, Ron squeaked. Hermione glanced at the redhead before noticing what exactly was in the room they had entered. I'm sorry, Hermione. We should have listened to. Hermione's fingers pressed his cheeks together, squishing his lips into a fish-like mouth. Huh? He asked as best as he could. She turned his face and his eyes widened at what he saw. What? The large, three-headed dog stood on its legs and began growling at the intruders. Its bark echoed in the room and the four screamed in terror. Hermione lunged at the doorknob and they rushed out, but the dog was quick. It rammed a head into the door. Push it shut, Hermione commanded. The boys helped her, and once the door was closed, she dropped the lock and began running back to where the door they came from. If I get expelled or killed because of you three, I'll never forgive you. Severus, Harry said, as he threw himself on the couch. Draco and Ron nodded at him, telling him to take lead. Hermione was standing near the door, still quite scared of the potion's master. Severus hummed in response, showing Harry that he was listening. Why is there a large, three-headed dog in Hogwarts? The vial in his hand smashed into pieces, but it didn't stop the four. Guarding a door, she cut in. Don't forget it was guarding a door. Yes, sorry we didn't see it, Ron said sarcastically. Silly me, I thought looking at its 3 heads would be much more important. What were you 4 doing there in the first place? Severus asked in anger. He repaired the vial and set it on the desk. You know it's against the rules for any student to be. Uncle Sev, Draco said with a roll of his eyes. We were stuck. You could have waited for another flight of stairs to move for you, he said flatly. Draco tried to find an answer. We had a severe lapse in judgment. Obviously. You could have gotten killed. Don't go near Fluffy again or… Fluffy. Ron wanted to laugh. That beast of a thing has a name. Hermione asked in disgust. And Fluffy of all the names. Harry grimaced. What's it hiding? None of your concern. Severus shouted. What are you 4 even doing here? Shouldn't you be getting ready for the Quidditch game, Harry? Why are you so excited to see your team lose against me? Harry smirked, letting go of the subject easily. Out, you brat, and take your group of dunderheads with you. Harry groaned as he got off the couch and adjusted his Quidditch uniform. Come on guys. I might as well have breakfast so I don't suddenly faint during the game. Bye, Severus. That's Professor Snape to you, Mr. Potter. Good luck. Hermione waved at Severus while Ron and Draco said a quick goodbye. So we really aren't going to find anything out from Severus, Draco muttered. I thought for sure that Golden Boy over here would be able to convince him. Didn't even try to convince him, did you? What a failure, he said with mock sadness. That means we'll have to throw you out into the garbage and find a replacement, Harry. Shut up, Draco. Harry laughed. We'll find out about this sooner or later. They walked into the Great Hall, only to be bombarded by Seamus Finnegan. Harry, you'll never believe it. Harry frowned, waiting for him to continue. I didn't open it, of course. Neville did. They forced me to. Neville protested. He pulled Harry by his arm to the Quidditch table. Look at it, Harry. The boy's eyes widened at what he saw. The Nimbus 2000. It's brand new as well. There was no note though. Do you know who got it for you? I wanted to get it for you, a voice said behind them. Harry looked up and smiled at his godfather. Sirius grinned at him and ruffled his hair. But your proud head of house got to it before I did, he whispered. Harry's eyes widened as he looked up at the teacher's table. Minerva was sitting there with a smirk on her face. She waved at him as Hedwig was settled on her other arm. Harry grinned and waved back in thankfulness. You'll do great out there, Bambi, Sirius said proudly. He gave Harry a tight squeeze on his shoulder before walking away. Bambi. Harry glanced at Neville with a nod. They call me Bambi because my real dad's nickname used to be Prongs. Sirius told me that when my father and his friends were younger, they became unregistered animagi. The only reason that they allowed Sirius to register as an animagus was because they used it as part of their apology for sending him to Azkaban. My father was a stag. Bambi is a Muggle cartoon about a baby deer. Sirius told me that when I'm old enough, he's going to help me become an animagus and he'll make a new nickname for me. That is so sweet, Hermione said with a smile. Harry smiled back at her. It's one of the ways that my family makes sure I still feel connected with my real parents. Harry played around with his new broom. Well, Draco said, trying to break the tension. Think you're ready to beat Flint at his own game? Oh, I'd say I'm just about, he said, excitement building inside of him. Harry didn't know how nervous he was going to be until he was standing at the team opening. He was just gaining control of himself when Fred and George came up and made it worse. Don't worry, Harry, Fred said. George and I will make sure you don't get hit with a bludger, but if you do, then you still shouldn't worry. The last person who got hit with a bludger was only in a coma for a month. His jaw dropped and he whimpered as the twins snickered and left him to fall apart. Don't be nervous, Harry. Oliver said with a grin. Put a smile on that face. We're going to beat Slytherin today. Oliver, I think I'm going to puke, he muttered. He laughed and patted his back. Hey, I was nervous with my first game too. Did it turn out okay? He frowned and scratched his head. Don't remember actually. A bludger hit my head and I fell off my broom. I ended up in the hospital wing for a week. I'll kill the twins if they let one slip, he growled. The entrance opened for them and Harry was nearly blown away by all the cheers. He listened to the roll calls the announcer made. Finally, Oliver and he were the last ones left. You'll do great out there, Harry, Oliver promised. Captain Oliver would. The Gryffindors cheered as Oliver jumped onto his broom and flew around the pitch before finding his position. Harry gulped and rubbed his scar as he waited. And now Gryffindor. Welcome your new seeker. The youngest in a century. Harry Cullen. Harry nodded and got onto his broom. He zoomed out and held his hand up in the air as he flew above the stands. The Gryffindors cheered as loudly as they did for Oliver. Harry grinned when he found his family sitting in the visitors' stand, cheering his name as loud as they could. He waved at them and gave one last look at the Gryffindor stand before settling in the air, waiting for the game to start. He looked across to find the Slytherin seeker sneering at him. Harry smirked before looking down to see Flint and Oliver glaring daggers at each other. He laughed and waved at the referee. "Hooch," everyone called, welcoming her back. She grinned up at them. "Now I'm only here for the games because you know I can't miss out on my favorite part of the year." They all yelled and cheered. "I want a good clean game." She prepared to throw the quaffle into the air, and with a blow of her whistle, the game began. The chasers had their eyes on the ball as they all fought for it. Harry began to look around, hoping he could quickly find the snitch. He tilted his broom handle and began flying around the pitch. When he spotted Emmett and Edward pointing at their ears, he suddenly remembered all the training he had been through with his family. He closed his eyes and listened to the sound around him. The whooshing of brooms and the calls of the crowd. His eyes shot open and he moved his head before a bludger knocked him right of his broom. He gave a sigh of relief before his eyes widened again and he gripped his broom as tightly as he could. "What's going on?" he questioned angrily. Nearly everyone on the pitch stopped to watch the boy. His broom began thrashing wildly, as if trying to throw Harry off. "Ah!" he shouted as tried to stay on. Hermione and Ron were watching from their seats in the Gryffindor stand. "What's going on?" Ron asked in horror. Hermione looked around in suspicion. She saw Draco waving at her, and when he had caught her attention, he pointed towards the faculty stand. She looked over and squinted, trying to catch what he was looking at. Every professor was looking around in panic except for Severus. "Is Professor Snape trying to cast a curse on him?" she asked in disbelief. Ron looked over and glared. "No. If anything, he's trying to counteract whatever is going on. But to do a spell you must have eye contact. He's the only one looking at Harry. He hasn't blinked once." Ron growled and began to scout the teachers' faces. "Look, Hermione, look." He pointed at the teacher just a few seats behind Severus. "Quirrell. He's muttering something too." "And the eye contact," Hermione murmured. "You really don't think so, do you? He's so defenseless." Ron finished. "Come on, we have to help Harry," Hermione shouted. She pulled Ron's hand and they ran down, making their way towards the faculty stand. After running down a long walkway and climbing flights of stairs, they finally got up to the stand. She glanced out to see that Harry had been thrown off his broom and was hanging on by his hands. "Oh gods!" she nearly shouted. "My own, this way." She followed him to see that he found an entrance that led to the bottom of the benches. She glanced at him before taking her wand out and finding Quirrell's seat. With a quiet incantation, Quirrell's robes were set on fire. The man jumped up and tried to put it out and Harry's broom calmed. They looked out to see that Severus was glaring deeply at their defense teacher. Hermione's jaw fell as they looked at each other. "Quirrell?" she questioned. "No way," Ron whispered. Harry's hand slipped as he tried to get back onto his broom. He let out a yelp as he hung on by an arm. He saw Esme standing in her seat, screaming in horror, as Rose held onto Emmett tightly. Alice was gripping Jasper's arm and Edward, who had gotten out of his seat to the front of the stand, was making gestures with his body, trying to help his little brother. Harry nodded, and with much force, he threw his arm up and gripped his broom. He gave a few deep breaths before using all of his energy to pull on the broom while pushing his body up. With a swing of his legs he was on his broom again. He took a quick look at the board. Slytherin was leading by just a few points. The Gryffindors cheered and Esme fell back into Carlisle's arms. Harry nodded at Edward before looking around for the Slytherin seeker. He cursed when he saw that the boy had taken advantage of Harry's moment of disability and had found the snitch. He leaned far down on his broom and caught up to the boy. The seeker glared at him and knocked his side, pushing Harry off track. A mixture of calls came from the crowd. Harry ignored everything around him and got back into position, his eyes on the snitch. He glanced over and decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. The two seekers pushed and bumped into each other, trying to knock each other away. They both inched closer to the snitch, reaching their arms out to try and catch it. However, as they were getting closer to the snitch, they were also getting closer to the ground. The Slytherin seeker glanced at Harry and found the boy wasn't pulling up. He glared and continued on, but when he got much too close to the ground for his liking, he pulled up and soared away. Harry, at the last minute, pulled upward, just grazing the grass with his feet. The whole stadium cheered in amazement and wonder. In rash decision-making, he stood on his broom and controlled it with his feet. Why did I do this? He asked himself when he nearly stumbled off. He saw the snitch before him and reached out. He leaned forward slightly and felt it graze his fingers. In a panic to catch it, he pushed his feet forward and tumbled off his broom. Laughter was heard from many, but the Gryffindors weren't amused. They stared at their fallen seeker in horror, wondering if he was going to get up. Harry's broom was on the ground just a few feet away from him. He looked around dizzily and pushed his glasses back onto his face. With as much strength as he had, he got back onto his feet and held onto his stomach. Cullen is going to spew," he heard the announcer's voice say. Indeed, he was making motions as though he were going to throw up. He opened his mouth and held his hands out. A wet snitch landed into his palms. He stared at it before laughing hysterically. He ran towards Hooch and held the snitch up for everyone to see. Cullen has the snitch. Gryffindor wins. Hooch held Harry's hand in the air with a proud smile on her face. The Gryffindor team landed on the ground and ran towards Harry. Oliver threw his broom on the ground and picked Harry up, swinging him around. "You did it. You did it," he laughed. Fred and George took Harry and hoisted him onto their shoulders. Cullen, they started, and the crowd joined in with them soon enough. Harry rolled his eyes as he listened to his mother lecture about idiotic decisions in an attempt to show off. "Mom, really," he sighed as Madame Pomfrey finished wrapping a bandage around his arm. When he tumbled onto the ground, his arm pads were pushed off and he ended up getting nasty scrapes on both arms. "You know I wasn't trying to show off." She glared at him before taking his hand and hitting it gently with hers. "For once, Harry James Potter Cullen," she muttered, "it would be wonderful if I didn't have to hear about you and your near-death experiences. And it's only my first year," he piped enthusiastically. She groaned and pulled him into a tight hug. "Come now, Esme," Sirius laughed. "That was pretty amazing. Old Mooney will be quite disappointed that he missed that. Lazy old bugger sleeps his life away," he teased, knowing that his friend was actually tired from the recent full moon. Emmett grinned, holding up the camcorder in his hands. "Not a problem. Dumbles did the voodoo magic again to make our stuff. We got it all on video, well except for the part where Harry's broom started going off on him." Rose dropped the camera. "Yay, because I wouldn't be horrified watching my brother being thrown off his broom in midair," she snapped in irritation. With an irritated sigh she turned back to Harry and began threading his hair around her fingers. "You need to stop trying to get yourself killed," she said sternly. He laughed and hugged her tightly. "I'm fine. Really. I mean sure I could have gotten into a cum because I could have fallen into a very uncomfortable position." He flinched at the look his mother was giving him. The troll was worse. Esme threw her hands up in exasperation. Carlisle chuckled and patted his son's back. "Let's try to look at the positive of this situation. Harry won the game for his house and he did amazingly out there." "Thanks Dad," Harry answered. "You were great," Alice grinned, Jasper nodding in agreement behind her. Edward smiled at him and winked. "Moves like the ones you did out there will impress many a lady." Emmett whistled as Jasper laughed when Harry's face turned beet red. "Oh, leave me alone," he complained. "And who's that Hermione girl?" Alice smirked. "Is she your girlfriend?" "Oh come on, she's like a sister." "I saw you staring at the Bell girl on your team," Emmett said, wagging a finger in the boy's face. "Going after the older ladies. You dog." "Mom." Esme glared at them all. "Children, leave Harry alone." They all got quiet, looking around innocently. Sirius cleared his throat and they all looked at him. "I saw Parvati Patil eyeing you in the Great Hall." Harry groaned and covered his face with his hands as his siblings began laughing again. Sirius Black, when I said children that included you. Don't be so harsh on him, darling, Carlisle laughed at his wife. He's just teasing. Besides, I'm sure Parvati wasn't looking at Harry. Harry grinned at his father's support. It was probably the girl's twin sister. He let out an angry shout as he threw himself back onto the bed. How do you even know about Padma? Oh, so that's your girlfriend's name. Rose cut in. Fowlin. Melinda. The large snake lay in front of them, hissing violently while Fowlin appeared next to them with a menacing growl. Harry. Jasper shouted. Call them off. Fowlin. Tear their clothes apart. Melinda hissed, pleased to see her master's other familiar attacking those who had made him uncomfortable. The snake slithered up and coiled her body onto Harry's stomach. Oh mother, Hermione gasped, ignoring her slightly frazzled parents who had traveled by portkey for the first time. They noticed that their daughter had much more tolerance for the horrid transportation method. Look at how beautiful it is. Jane Granger looked around with wide eyes. John, look at this. Is that a peacock? He asked in disbelief. Who has pet peacocks? Come on. They're all probably here already. Hermione said excitedly. This seems quite pleasant. Jane smiled as she helped them pick some bags off the ground. We actually get to the others about normal things, not, yes, so I heard your sons tried to save my daughter from a troll. Mother, she groaned in embarrassment as they made their way to the front door. Hermione pulled on the door knocker and knocked twice. The door was opened by a tiny house elf. Hermione gasped and they all took a step back. She had never seen a house elf before, so she was quite startled when it opened the door. Dobby is sorry, the house elf said in apology. Dobby didn't mean to scare the Granger guests. It's all right, Dobby, a musical voice rang. Jane, John, it's nice to see you again, and on so much better terms. Narcissa, Jane leaned over and gave her a hug. How's Draco? Last we remember he was complaining about the troll ruining his hair, John chuckled. Oh Ronald Weasley. They heard Molly yell. Sorry. Narcissa. Molly strode into the hallway. I'm so sorry but Ronald spilt his pumpkin juice on your carpet. It's not a problem, Molly, Narcissa said kindly. It'll be off with a flick of a wand. Oh, Molly said, noticing the Grangers. You're here. How wonderful, the boys have been anxiously waiting your arrival. She rolled her eyes. It's why Ronald spilt his pumpkin juice. They wanted to make sure they ate their chocolates before Hermione scolded them for overstuffing themselves with sweets. Hermione groaned and marched into the room that Molly came out of. They're all hyped up on sweets now, she laughed. Leave your bags here, Narcissa told them. The house elves will bring them up. Come in and meet the rest of the Cullen and Weasley brood. Where's Harry? Jane heard her daughter ask the boys. Draco, who was nearly bouncing out of his seat, nodded at her. Yup, she grimaced. Draco, I asked where he was. Oh, ahahaha. Hermione took a step backwards. He's downstairs with his brothers in a training room that father made for me. Jasper and Emmett come during the summer to teach me self-defense. Harry's much more advanced however. Ron's slightly more advanced too. They teach him as well. Did we ever tell you? Salazar snakes, where is Neville? Mr. Malfoy, she said slowly, quickly fearing Draco's health. Lucius gave a quiet chuckle and shook his head. Leave him be. Draco is usually quite serious. It's, dare I say it, amusing really. She frowned before sitting down next to Ron. And you? Anything wrong with you like the nutter over here? Ron turned his head and looked her in the eyes. After taking a small bite of his last chocolate, he gave her a loud laugh before falling onto his back. She shook her head in disbelief. I've never seen them like this, she stated. It's slightly scary. Don't worry, Hermione, Narcissa said with a twinkle in her eyes. Draco and Ron, Molly cut in. Both know the consequences for eating too much sugar. Not only will they have stomach aches but because they didn't listen to us, they won't get any of the cake Esme made. Is that bad? Let's just say, darling, that Esme's cake tastes like heaven in your mouth. Esme hid her face in Carlisle's shoulder. It's not that good. Have mercy on the boys, Narcissa, Lucius said with a raised brow. They're just enjoying themselves. The fireplace erupted with green flames and Sirius tumbled out, falling to the ground, while Remus walked out calmly. When Sirius got back onto his feet they all looked to see that ash was imprinted in the shape of his body on the carpet. Sirius grinned sheepishly and gave an innocent wave to Lucius. Merry Christmas. Lucius glared at him. You can however punish your infernal cousin. Ah now, Lucy, Sirius began. You will refrain from calling me that ridiculous name, Black. Geez, Sirius backed up and his behind Remus. What crawled up your ass and died? You can sleep with the peacocks tonight. Ooh, I'm Lucius Malfoy and I'm so cool with my pet peacocks. You're absolutely juvenile. Yay, well at least I don't have pet peacocks. Harry grunted pantomimed motions that looked like he was really fighting his brothers. He kicked Emmett's chest and turned to hit Jasper with his forearm. When Edward pulled him around by his arm, Harry raised his other and pretended to punch him in the throat. Edward made a choking sound and fell onto his knees. Dude, Emmett said. Look what you did. Harry laughed and jumped onto his brother's back. Edward got up and began turning in circles. Stop it, crazy leech. Harry shouted. Not everyone has the incapability of getting dizzy. Edward laughed and set him down. Get changed. You smell all salty, Emmett told him with a scrunch of his nose. You don't want to smell bad with pretty ladies around. Harry rolled his eyes and made his way to leave the room. Just as he was about to close the door, Edward called his name. In 2 hours, we're going to the piano. He groaned. Everyone will follow us. Then you get to show off. Now go on. Harry nodded, knowing he wouldn't win against his brother. He walked up a flight of stairs and opened the door that led to the basement. When he stepped into the hallway, he found Neville and his grandmother standing at the doorway with Narcissa. Nev, he said happily. Ms. Augusta. The two smiled at him and went to hug him. Oh please don't, he laughed. I'm a bit gross right now. Neville laughed. Just hurry up. Hermione just ran out here to tell me that Draco and Ron are having a sugar rush. Apparently they ate all the chocolate. Harry's eyes widened. All of it. That was my chocolate too. He ran up to change so he could yell at his friends. Neville laughed as Harry slammed a door, screaming all the while. He watched Rosalie walk out of the living room. Harry Cullen, she said, following him quickly. Alice saw what you want to wear. You're completely out of your mind if you think I'm going to let you wear that. She disappeared around the corner and they heard the door open and slam shut again. Rosalie, I'm Beep D. They heard Harry nearly squeal. Don't sass me. Rose, what do you mean, sass you? I'm Beep D. Get out. Don't scream at me. I'm your sister. Have some respect. Get out. A silence fell over the house. Everyone was in the hallway now, looking up the stairs in amusement. Hermione was giggling with Ginny while Fred and George were snickering at Harry's misfortune. Ron and Draco, who were slightly level-headed, felt bad for their friend while Neville was waiting for the next thing to happen. They heard the door creak open. And put those clothes on, Harry Cullen. It's disrespectful to be BPD in front of a lady. They heard Harry's angry shouts muffle when she slammed the door shut. In a few seconds, Rosalie turned the corner and bounced down the steps. Lucius had a smirk on his face while Narcissa and Molly were laughing quietly. Rosalie, Esme admonished. The blonde shrugged and threw her arms around Emmett's neck. The large vampire groaned. Rose, you're gonna give the kid a complex. I'm fine, a voice hissed. They looked to see Harry descending the stairs, Melinda wrapped around his torso and Fowlin trotting down by his side. The snake's body stretched across Harry's back and was resting its head on his shoulder. She hissed when she saw the others. And now, Harry, Rose stuttered, hiding behind Emmett. You don't want to ruin your big sister's pretty clothing when she just helped you look oh so handsome, do you? She turned to Alice with a glare. You saw this, didn't you? I told you not to go, Alice responded with a roll of her eyes. Harry turned away from his bickering sisters to see Ron and Draco trying to quietly sneak back into the living room. Miss Narcissa, Miss Molly, did they eat all of the chocolate? Narcissa nodded. Why yes, Harry. Why? Draco and Ron flinched, turning around slowly. Draco, Lucius questioned, knowing that something was up. Some of the chocolate may have been Harry's, the blonde muttered. Lucius gave an irritated sigh, taking his cane up and poking Draco in the stomach. You'll be running laps in the bottom floor gymnasium for eating all of that chocolate. Oh but father, you just convinced mother not to punish me. You'll be joining him, Ronald, Molly said sternly. It's just candy. Ron whined. Never deny a man his chocolate, Remus warned. Sirius nodded in agreement. I stole Remus' chocolate once after the full moon. For the next week I broke out in song. It started with, I Feel Pretty, on Monday and ended with, Dancing Queen, on Sunday. Dumbledore found it all quite amusing. He wouldn't do a thing to help me. A snicker was heard behind them. They all turned to find Severus had just arrived through the flow. If I recall, he started. You sang, "Let me entertain you," with a little tap dance as well. Oh, shut up, Snape, Sirius snapped. Suddenly his eyes widened as he was magically pulled to the umbrella bin. He pulled one out, holding it with both hands, and began to tap his feet on the ground. "Let me entertain you, Snape, let me make you smile, stop it now, snivellus. I will do some kicks." A look of pain came across Sirius' face after he did a high kick. He fell onto his knees before toppling onto his side. Severus stuck his wand back into his pocket with a satisfied smirk on his face. Remus was gripping his sides in laughter. Merry Christmas, indeed. Harry, Ron and Neville laughed at the look of horror on Draco's face. Narcissa had sent Lucius a knowing look, trying to hide the mirth on her face. Pansy Parkinson had sent Draco a box of customized chocolates that had their initials on them. "This is utterly ridiculous," Draco muttered. "We're 11. Odd, does my baby dragon have a girlfriend?" Narcissa asked, pinching his cheek. "Mother, please," he groaned. "I'd rather marry Fowlin." The three boys fell into hysterics as Fowlin got up and licked Draco's cheek happily. "FAO." Draco laughed, pushing him away. "Go on, Harry. You haven't opened your last present. Who's it from?" He looked around for the tag before his mother tapped his shoulder. Harry looked up at Esme, who smiled kindly at him. "It's from Dumbledore. I took the card off while you were opening the last one." He glanced around as he tore the wrapping paper. The Cullen clan was wearing their knitted sweaters, much to the delight of Molly. She had worked hard to make them fashionable for Alice and Rosalie. He turned back to the box and took the lid off slowly. He gasped at what he saw. "Harry," Remus breathed. "It's an invisibility cloak," he said softly, pulling it out and admiring the feeling of it. "I wonder where he got it." "We know," Sirius answered for Remus. The werewolf was looking away with a nostalgic look on his face. "May I?" he asked, holding his hand out. Harry nodded and passed him to it. Sirius laughed softly, pulling the cloak over him. He disappeared under it. "We got into so much trouble with this, didn't we, Moony?" The werewolf laughed quietly. Sirius pulled it off and handing it back to the boy. "Where did it come from, Siri?" Harry asked. Sirius rubbed the back of his neck before ruffling his hair. It was James's cloak. Carlyle's head snapped up and he stared at his son. "Albus must have taken it when." Harry looked back at the cloak and stroked the material. "I'll treasure it. I promise," he swore. Sirius smiled and Remus patted his back. Draco gave a quick wave to Blaise before running to catch up with Harry. The raven-haired boy smiled at him before turning serious when Draco dragged him into a classroom. "What's the matter?" Harry asked. "I was going to Hagrid's today to ask him about Fluffy," he said quietly. "And he was too busy muttering about hiding something." "Do you think it has to do with Fluffy?" Harry asked in disbelief. "It's Hagrid. What would he do?" "See, that's what I was asking myself," Draco told him. "Okay," Harry nodded. "We'll go tonight." "Tonight? We aren't allowed outside at night, Harry. You know that's past curfew." "Yes, and we know a spell to expand clothing, don't we?" Harry said. "We'll just enlarge the invisibility cloak and go to his hut." A look of hesitation came over Draco's face. "If you think we won't get caught." "Oh, come on," Harry smiled. "It's us. What could possibly go wrong?" "Now that you've said that, everything can go wrong." He glared as they walked out of the classroom. "We have to tell Ron and Hermione." "Ouch, Ronald. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Would you two be quiet?" Draco hissed. "Nothing but complaints from the both of you since we left." The blonde, who had been waiting for the three in a dark corner behind a statue, hadn't heard anything but Ron and Hermione bickering back and forth since they found him. Harry glanced at Draco to calm him and the young Malfoy nodded. "Come on, guys," Harry encouraged. "Just a little bit longer and we'll be at the hut." They looked across the ground and saw Hagrid's hut lit brightly. Their pace quickened, wanting an answer about Fluffy quickly. After a few more paces they were at Hagrid's door. Harry knocked on the door and the four heard the clattering of pans and Hagrid's hurried, "Comin'," before his heavy footsteps got closer to the entrance. The half-giant opened the door and stared out in confusion. Hello." Harry pulled the cloak of their heads and smiled up at him. "Blimey, Harry, what are ye guys doing here? It's much past your." "We know about Fluffy," they all said simultaneously. Hagrid's eyes widened before he looked around and stepped aside to let them in. A black pot over a roaring fire caught Harry's attention, but he said nothing. "How do you three know about Fluffy?" he asked suspiciously. "We're troublemakers, what do you expect?" Draco said. "Now what is that brute hiding?" "Nothing that you four have to go looking into," Hagrid said sternly. Now, the pot's top began moving and Hagrid jumped out of his chair, muttering excitedly under his breath. "What is that, Hagrid?" The man took his oven mitts and picked the top off. He grinned as he took a large egg out of the pot. "What is that?" Hermione gasped. "I know," Ron said in awe. "Where did you get it?" "I won it," Hagrid said proudly. "Hagrid, that's illegal," Harry said in seriousness. "You can't keep a dragon egg." "A real dragon egg?" Hermione asked, leaning in to look at it. She pulled back, startled, when the egg shook and cracked. The shell began to fall apart and a baby dragon tumbled out. "Look at him. Isn't he a beauty?" Hagrid asked, nearly crying. "Little Norbert. A Norwegian Ridgeback," Ron exclaimed. "Wait, you're naming him Norbert?" "Hagrid," Draco said softly. "I know you want this dragon, but who exactly did you win it from?" I'm not sure. He was wearing a hood over his head." "Hagrid, you have to give him up," Harry said sadly. "You could get into trouble." A look of reluctance and sadness fell onto Hagrid's face. "But he needs me. I have no one else to give him to." Ron shook his head. "Charlie works at a reserve, Hagrid. You could visit Norbert every summer, every month even." "Oh, I don't know," Hagrid muttered sadly. "I've always wanted a pet dragon." Fang began whimpering as he settled his head on Hagrid's leg. "It's better to have him at a reserve than for you to never see him again because you're in jail." Hagrid nodded silently. They knew it would be hard for him to give up something he had been wishing he had for so long. "I don't mean to do this, Hagrid," Draco cut in wearily. "But we really do need to know what Fluffy is hiding." "Oh no. You kids leave that for the headmaster to worry about it if you go looking for the old Nick's stone then." "Nick's stone?" Hermione asked. His eyes widened. "I shouldn't have said that. I really shouldn't have said that." He got out of his seat and began ushering them out. "You kids really need to go. And don't go looking around for some information or anything. Just trust me. Don't do nothing." Severus glared at the four before him who were looking away innocently. "How do you know about Nicholas Flamel's stone?" he asked suspiciously. Harry took a book out from behind his back, tapping the cover smugly. "And where did you get that?" "Last time I checked, that was in the restricted section." "His invisibility cloak, Severus, really," Draco said with a roll of his eyes. "And why shouldn't you all receive detention for breaking the rules?" "Wait," Ron exclaimed. "Just let us explain. Stop wasting my time. We're all suspecting Quirrell, right?" Harry asked him. Severus gave a slight nod. "Well, the stone has been giving Flamel immortality, allowing him to live until this day. If it got into the hands of Quirrell, he could use that power," Severus finished. They all nodded. "One problem, however." "What?" "I have reason to believe that he's a supporter of the Dark Lord." "Why do you say that?" Harry asked. "You've told me that in his class your scar starts hurting, am I correct, Mr. Cullen?" Harry's eyes widened. "My scar would react if Voldemort was near." "Quirrell isn't the Dark Lord," Draco pointed out. "So then, what is he hiding?" Hermione questioned. Ron snorted. "A bald head under that turban." Snape's eyes widened. "The turban," he looked at the four and pinched the bridge of his nose. "You four will stay in your respective dorms tonight. No sneaking around, no invisibility cloaks, no nothing. In fact, you will go up to your dormitory and hand in your cloak for the night, Harry." "What?" he asked, jaw slacked. "No. For all I know, you'll burn it. It's common knowledge that you didn't like James Potter." Snape glared at him. "I assure you, Mr. Cullen, I won't destroy your cloak." Harry sneered as he got off the couch and stormed out of the room. "Harry," he heard. The three were jogging behind him. "What are you going to do?" Draco asked. "I'm going to get that book Aunt Minnie gave me." Ron snickered as a grin spread across his face. "Professor McGonagall must have been bonkers to have given you one of the only copies of Rarest Charms." He shrugged with a smirk. "She said she didn't need it anymore and that I needed it more than she did." Apparently, she was right. "She was talking about facing your enemies, like Voldemort and those Death Eaters," Hermione said with a roll of her eyes, trying to catch up with them. "Well, if Sev is right and Quirrell is a supporter of Voldemort, then guess what?" Draco asked sardonically. "Severus has the fake cloak." Harry nodded before picking up his real one. What did he have to say? Hermione asked. Did the lock work? He didn't reveal the charm on it, did he? Her nervousness came into play when she thought of the transparent box they had put the decoy into. No, not at all. I convinced him that I didn't trust him with my cloak unprotected, which he got insulted by and will now speak to my father, Harry scoffed with a roll of his eyes. He didn't even check the lock, something about proving that I could trust him by not breaking the box. And the cloak? Ron questioned. The box indeed works, Harry said smugly. No spell can penetrate it, so the charm we put on that old shirt wasn't reversed. It still looks like my cloak. Remind me to write a thank you letter to Emmett about this. He always manages to give me the most useful gifts on my birthday. No offense, but knowing Emmett. Hard to imagine, right? Harry laughed. A knock at the portrait hole broke them out of their thoughts. They quickly walked over and opened it to reveal Draco standing there with an irritated look on his face. What happened? Crabbe kept pestering me about why eating muffins could save Hogwarts a great deal of money or whatever, he said with a roll of his eyes. Can we just get this over with? This year was much more eventful than I wanted it to be. Harry nodded. Is everyone ready? They all nodded. Remember, be quiet, and if something bad happens, all of you leave. I'll stay behind to help Sev. Harry, Hermione said hesitantly. Are you sure we can't stay to help you? You promised me that you would run if it got too dangerous, Harry said sternly. No turning back. I need you to listen to me, just this once. Ron patted his back as he pulled the cloak over them. Harry, we listen to you all the time. It's why we get into trouble. Harry gave them a smile before they walked out into the corridor. Draco pointed to the left and they nodded to each other before going on. If we're lucky, Severus has left the dungeons already. He has, Draco whispered. The 4 first years made their way down flights of stairs, trying to get to Fluffy's room as fast as they could. His office was empty when I walked past it to get here. Then he quieted when they turned the corner. At the bottom of the staircase, Snape was standing, looking around with a glare. He cursed under his breath. Before walking through the door and closing it behind him. Hermione, cast a silencing charm around us so they won't hear us. She nodded and waved her wand after saying a quick incantation. They waited another minute before opening the door and walking into the dark corridor. The 4 gasped when the cloak was taken from them. Do you 4 think I'm a bloody fool? Severus snapped. There is a reason why I'm a spy, I hope you know. Sev, we couldn't let you go down there alone. Harry answered him pleadingly. You will go back immediately. He whispered angrily. The 4 looked at each other before quickly running down the corridor to Fluffy's door. They heard Severus groan behind them and his footsteps double in frequency. If the 4 of you get killed, you will receive a detention so long that your great-grandchildren will have to continue serving it for you. Stop this foolishness, Ronald. Severus hissed. There must be another way then too. Severus, look at it. Ron shouted, his voice echoing. It's the only way. I'm not allowing you to sacrifice yourself. Well, guess what, you have to. Ron told him. Severus crossed his arms, daring him to say something. Ron, Hermione whispered desperately from the sidelines of the large chessboard. Draco held her hand tightly, trying to give her support. Mate, there must be something else, Draco begged. None of you are listening to me, Ron said, irritated. Ron, please, Harry said. Take a closer look. Ron smiled at his friend. Good luck, Harry, and too quickly for them to realize, he commanded his piece to move. A look of fear overtook him as realization came to him. This is bad, he muttered. Detention, Mr. Weasley. Severus shouted as the Queen moved in her path towards Ron. Hey. Ron laughed nervously. The deal was if we died. Ron, Severus murmured softly. Your father would be so proud of you. Hermione clung onto Draco as Harry looked away sadly. You mean you're proud of me, right? Ron asked. He held onto the rein of his chess piece as he watched the Queen prepare to strike. His breath caught in his throat and he heard the others shout his name before he screamed himself and succumbed to the darkness that called him. Harry called out in pain as debris cut his already bleeding arm. He looked up at Severus to find that the man was clutching his head, blood seeping through his fingers. The potion's master groaned before pulling himself together and limping across to defeat the Queen. A sword dropped and so did Severus. Harry ran over, knowing the game was over. He looked down at Severus' obsidian eyes and the dark-haired man chuckled. Your parents will never forgive me for letting you follow me. Harry smiled, taking his wand out to clear the blood, but the gash was much too deep for him to fix. Harry, stop. The boy ceased his actions and looked at the man again. You need to continue. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you need to finish this, Harry. None of us, common, ungolden low ones, Harry laughed weakly, would be able to do what you can in there. His head lolled backwards. Then again, I wouldn't be saying this if I didn't have a hole in my head. Hermione, go back and get Dumbledore, Draco said hurriedly. The girl nodded as she quickly ran back to where they came from. Harry, Severus is right. I'll stay here with him, but you need to go, quickly. Severus' head dropped onto Harry's lap, the man finally unconscious. It's better this way, he said hastily, taking Harry's position. If he went in and it really did have to do with Voldemort, he would have been discovered. With him unconscious, we won't have to force him to stay out, Draco laughed. Harry smiled and gave his friend a quick pat on the back. Go on, I'll watch them. Until Dumbledore gets here. Wish me luck. What does luck have to do with it? Harry stumbled into the chamber after just picking the right vial. He coughed, an involuntary action he made after drinking down the liquid. Quietly, he walked down the steps and glared at the man before the mirror. We expected it to be you, Harry said loudly enough to be heard. He knew it wouldn't have mattered in the first place. Quirrell was standing in front of a rather large mirror that gave him a good view of what was behind him. Potter, the man smirked. Of course, your excellent use of deduction has brought you to the right conclusion. 10 points to Gryffindor, he mocked. Harry smirked smugly, hiding his fear from the man. Now tell me, Potter, since you're such a smart boy, do you know how this mirror works? He shook his head truthfully. He had never seen the mirror before. It's called the Mirror of Arised, Quirrell informed him. It shows you what you desire. For instance, I see myself holding the stone. Now how do I get it? Single quote. Use the boy, a voice hissed quietly. Harry looked around in panic before stepping backwards. Come here, Potter. Now, where's all that Gryffindor courage your house claims to have? Harry took a deep breath and moved forward. He stopped next to his professor and looked into the mirror. Well, what do you see? Harry stared at the beautiful figure of his mother smiling down at him. Carlisle was standing by her side, holding her tightly. Harry's eyes shone as he looked. He gasped and stared in shock at what was on the other side of the reflection glass. There were James and Lily Potter, waving to him happily. He didn't care that Quirrell was standing next to him. He smiled. He smiled at the vision of his true parents who were mouthing, "I love you," to him. Both sets of parents pointed down to his mirror counterpart's pocket. The boy before him smiled sneakily as he took his hand out and revealed the stone. Harry's eyes widened as the image brought it back to his pocket. What do you see? Harry looked down and saw the bulge in his pocket. He let out a shaky breath. I'm at home with my family, he said slowly, roasting your body over a fire. Oh, and look. There's an apple in your mouth. A comedian, the voice hissed. Harry could tell by the pain in his scar that Voldemort was somewhere near. Stop hiding, he shouted angrily. He ran up the stairs only to be stopped by a wall of fire. He looked around to see that he was trapped. Where was he? He thought hard about their conversation with Severus before realization hit him. He whipped his wand out and pointed it at Quirrell's turban. Accio! He shouted. The turban went flying in the air. Harry ducked and it caught fire when it hit the tall flames. No! Quirrell shouted angrily. Harry gasped in disgust at what he saw in the mirror. A face was molded into the back of Quirrell's bald head. Voldemort chuckled as he saw the look on Harry's face. Scared, Harry? He asked slyly. Harry scrunched his nose up and looked away. Slightly appalled, more like it. Can you justify what you look like? I was hoping that people joined you because they were superficial, wanted to join a handsome-looking chap. I can see I was wrong, they were just stupid. Insolent boy. Voldemort shouted with his raspy, worn-out voice. You don't know what it's like, living on unicorn's blood. Using a body as a host. And this is your entire fault. What are we, three? Harry asked in exasperation. Going schoolyard on me. What would you do if I pulled your pigtails? Oh wait, you don't have pigtails. 'Cause you're an ugly, old, wrinkly thing. Kill him. Quirrell leapt from his spot towards Harry. The boy fell as a hands wrapped around his neck. He chalked in his eyes. widened as he tried to claw the man's hands away. Quirrell's face twisted in pain as he began to burn. He pulled away, crying aguishly before watching in horror as his hands disintegrated into dust. "What is this magic?" he cried. "Don't stand there, fool. Kill him," Voldemort commanded. Harry glanced at his hands before advancing towards Quirrell and pushing them onto his face. Quirrell whined like a wounded animal as he tried to move away from Harry, but he was trapped against a wall and the boy wasn't giving up. Voldemort began to shout as well as his host began to slowly die. Harry stumbled backwards and watched Quirrell fall apart into a pile of dust on the ground. He let out a breath he was holding and pulled the stone out of his pocket. He stared at it, wondering how he had gotten it from the mirror. Movement caught his attention and he watched Voldemort's spirit rise up. Alarmed, he began to run up the stairs, the fire now gone now that the caster was dead, but before he knew it, he fell into unconsciousness and Voldemort escaped. "You need to stop this hospital wing nonsense." Carlisle laughed when he saw his son waking up. Harry groaned and looked around wearily. "How are you, son? Dad, did you bring me breakfast?" Harry heard laughter from his brothers and sisters. "Silly Harry," Alice laughed. "Once I got a vision of you little musketeers following Sevipu. We got here as fast as we could, but obviously not fast enough. We couldn't get past Fluffy because Edward didn't bring his piano and none of us can use magic to play an instrument obviously." "Why are you blaming me for not bringing my piano?" Edward snapped. "I resent that horrid name, Mrs. Whitlock," Snape muttered from his bed, calling her by the last name she received in marriage. She grinned cheekily before turning back to her little brother. "We're really proud of you, Harry," she told him softly. Esme nodded, stroking his hair with a sweet smile on her face. "But if you get yourself nearly killed again, I'll take away your broom." "Mom," he groaned before he remembered something from the night in the chamber. Wait, what happened? The stone. And how did Quirrell burn up like that? Where did Voldemort go? Did I defeat him? What about my friends, are they okay?" "Calm down, Harry," a new voice laughed. He smiled when he saw Dumbledore at the doorway. "Albus," Esme started softly. "Now that he's awake, would you like to explain just what happened down there? How did I do that to Quirrell?" Albus could see the horror in his eyes as Harry remembered how he killed a man. "Harry, what you did was necessary. Not only were you protecting yourself, but you were protecting the safety of everyone else," Dumbledore told him firmly. Harry nodded, but it was visible to everyone that he wasn't so sure of himself. "Lily Potter died protecting you that Halloween night many years ago." Harry looked up sadly. "What does that have to do with?" "It has to do with everything, Harry." "What do you mean, Albus?" Carlisle questioned. "Lily's unselfish, pure and loving sacrifice provided Harry with an ancient protection against Voldemort. Because of this, you were untouchable to him in the chamber. Professor Quirrell was killed because of it." Esme continued to stroke Harry's hair as they listened to him. "How did I get the stone? What happened to it? I was just looking in the mirror and then it was in your pocket." Albus laughed. "Another one of my genius ideas." "How humble," Rose joked. "Those who wanted to find the stone, but not use it, would be able to retrieve it from the mirror. It was why you were able to acquire it. I've spoken to Nicholas Flamel and he has agreed with me. The stone is destroyed so Voldemort will never be able to use it, but he'll die. Nicholas has enough elixir to sort his affairs in order. He believes he has lived a full life and that it is time to move on. He'll be okay." Carlisle was proud to hear the caring tone in Harry's voice. Dumbledore smiled. "He'll be just fine." "Of course Slytherin won the House Cup again," Ron mimicked Draco. "Would you shut up already? I ought to hex you into oblivion. You know what's even more humiliating?" Draco asked pompously. "We won by only 10 points. If I didn't go down to the chamber with you lot, my house would have lost. It's a good thing that I was there to help you through it all. I don't know what would have happened if you were all left alone." Harry laughed as Ron began turning red with anger. "Times like these makes me wonder why I decided to be your friend," he growled. Hermione pulled Ron back into his seat before he could lunge at the blonde. Now, Weasel," Draco smirked. "Play nicely. Look at this way, Ron," Harry told him. "We have next year to beat them." Ron nodded, crossing his arms and looking out the window to see what the train was passing by. "It will be nice to have a quiet, peaceful year," Hermione said. That'll give us plenty of time to beat the likes of you, Draco, she teased. A nice, quiet year, Harry thought. That'd be nice. This was our first year and we already got into loads of trouble. Let's relax and enjoy the summer first, Draco told them. Why rush into thinking about second year already? It's not like anything's gonna happen. And you just jinxed any chance of us having a simple second year, Ron chuckled. A simple year, she tells us. We'll have a bloody simple year. Ron helped Harry onto his feet as Ginny clung onto her old brother. First we get another horrid defense professor, then Hermione and Draco go and get themselves petrified. He wrapped an arm around Ginny and hugged her tightly. And then because of my silly sister, we get to take a fun slide down into the Chamber of Secrets. What a simple, relaxing year. I'm sorry, Ronnie, Ginny muttered sadly. He sighed and keyed her forehead. It's all right, Gin. Just be thankful the basilisk was killed and Harry was bloody clever enough to destroy that horrid book. What were you thinking anyway? Don't you think a book that writes back to you is slightly, oh I don't know, odd and maybe dangerous? I was just really lonely, she cried in despair as Fox took hold of the group and flew them up the long, wide pipe. I don't have a lot of friends like you do. Then why didn't you tell us, Ginny? Harry shouted. Lockhart laughed. This is just like magic. Harry glanced back at him with a roll of his eyes. Once they landed in the girls' lavatory and sent a quick spell at Lockhart to render him unconscious, the two boys looked at the girl with crossed arms. She looked down at her feet, crying. I was scared that if I told you, you'd make fun of me. And then the book came and, I wasn't lonely anymore. Ginny, Ron told her quietly. I'm your brother. I may tease you sometimes, but I love you and I would never make fun of you for not having friends. Do well to remember that Harry and Draco are your friends. They have been since we were younger. Then you became friends with Hermione in the summer. This whole year we thought you were keeping your distance because you wanted to hang out with the girls your age. Look where that got us. Draco, Hermione and other students are petrified. She sobbed, hiding her face in her hands. And you have Luna, Harry told her softly. Although rather unique and, well the point is she's our friend too. And what about Neville? Poor Neville nearly had a heart attack when he found out you were in the chamber. We had to send a Petrificus Totalis at him and carry him back to our dorms. He was ready to dig a hole into the ground to find you. Really? Ginny asked in disbelief. You'll see when he wakes up, Ron laughed throwing an arm around his sister. For now, you're going to the headmaster's office, a voice hissed behind them. Harry stiffened and the two Weasleys flinched when they turned and saw Severus standing behind them. And now, Sev, Harry stuttered. I completely agree. Another voice said. Harry gaped. Traitor. Harry, this is serious. You're serious, he said, hoping to distract his godfather. Sirius stopped and began laughing. Do you get it, Severus? 'Cause that's, my. He slowed down when he saw the glare the potion's master was giving him. Right. Punishment for the two of you. And I'm calling your mothers. Don't. The two boys shouted. Please. Harry begged. Mother is ready to suspend me from Quidditch. And Mum is already cross with me. Why? He asked in confusion. Oh, Harry, when is she never cross with me? That brought a laugh from Ginny, who still had tears trekking down from her eyes. Miss Weasley, Severus nodded. Good to see you are safe. Sorry, Professor, she whispered. There's nothing to apologize for, Gin, Sirius reassured her. That book could have tricked anyone. Oh but, you too, Severus cut off. He strode forward and took them by their ears. The two boys began whining in pain. Come on, Ginny, Sirius said, pushing her lightly by her back. You should rest in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey would like to know that you are okay. Lucius Malfoy did not look like he usually did. His eyes were weary and he was tired and upset. He was slightly slumped forward, all signs of Malfoy posture gone. Harry smiled subtly at the man, knowing that it had taken a toll on him when he got news that his son was petrified. Harry, Ronald, Lucius greeted kindly. The two boys frowned when they heard his raspy voice. Don't worry about me, you two. I'm just fine. No you aren't, Mr. Malfoy, Ron said with a roll of his eyes. Come on, we can go see Draco. I'm afraid Madame Pomfrey will not let any of the parents in until the children are healed. They have the cure, finally, he said, a relieved breath sounding. I'm sure we can convince her. Lucius looked up at the headmaster and Dumbledore nodded, signaling that it was okay. Harry looked back to see another man in. "Ah, Mr. Knott," Dumbledore said cordially, but Harry could hear a lace of anger in the old man's voice. He glared at the people before him. "I see that the matters in school were taken care of. Everything is safe as houses, as the Muggle saying goes." Harry tried not to smirk. The Muggle reference Albus made was obviously just to spite the man. Knott's eyes narrowed even further. "I'd hope so. I may not be on the board like Malfoy is." The man gave a grim smile, "but I'm sure we can convince him if there is another occurrence like this, especially since his son was nearly killed in this one." He gave Dumbledore one more warning glance before turning to leave. "Oh, Mr. Knott," Harry called. The man stopped to look at Harry, sneering all the while. Harry gave him a kind smile. "You forgot your book," he told him. With a flick of his wrist he threw the book, basilisk fangs sticking out and all, and it skidded across the floor before landing at the man's feet. Anger flashed across his face as he kicked the book away from him. "I assure you, I have no understanding of what you mean." "Oh, because you didn't pick the second-hand books out of Ginny Weasley's cauldron then mock them before stuffing them back, with an extra one for her." "Right, I guess you're right. It must have been someone else at Diagon Alley." Knott stared at the boy. He was much more than he had expected. With an angry sigh, he turned on his heel and fled from the room. Harry rolled his eyes. "What a baby. You cheated," Draco theorized. "That must have been it. You wouldn't have won any other way." "Yay, well we did win," Ron taunted. "So beep it up because now we get to annoy you with our winning." "We're 13, Draco said angrily. "Aren't we a little old for this? I mean, it's just a house cup." "Absolutely not," Harry chuckled. "Ron is right. You wouldn't stop bothering us until you got petrified. That shut your gob up, didn't it?" "Oh, leave me alone, Harry." The blonde laughed. "Where is Hermione anyway?" He sent a knowing look to Harry before the two stared at Ron. The redhead looked at the two in confusion. "What?" "Nothing," Harry said, looking away. "Nothing at all," Draco echoed. Ron gave the two an odd look. "You two are bonkers." "What?" he gasped. "We didn't do anything. We're just lounging in your backyard, enjoying the sun." "I must agree with Draco," Harry nodded. "We were just wondering where Hermione was. But then you two looked at me like I would know." The redhead exclaimed. "Do you?" Draco grinned, turning in his spot to look at his friend. "What's the matter with you two?" he asked in exasperation. "Not getting into any fights, are you?" The three looked up to see Luna swaying back and forth in her spot. "Hey there. It's our lovely Lady Luna," Draco laughed. "When did you get here?" "Oh, I just walked over to Harry's house and noticed no one was there, so I came here," she said dreamily. "And I found you, next to a patch of dandelions where widgets live, mind you. You might crush their homes." "That's a really long walk, Luna," Harry started. He got up and gave Luna a hug. "We'll move away from the widgets so we don't kill any of them." "Oh, but don't you think it's a good thing if you do? They eat hair." She giggled and tousled Harry's hair with her hand before skipping away into the house. The boys grimaced and began to sift their hair through their fingers. "I don't care if she's wrong or right, I'm not taking any chances," Draco said as he ran towards the house. Draco fell onto his back with a thump. Emmett frowned and straightened from his fighting stance. "That beeped," he told him. "Oh well, sorry," he said sarcastically. "You're the only one here who's going full force." They looked around to see Harry and Ron holding up against Edward and Jasper respectively. Emmett shrugged. "Well, I expect more from you." "You expect more from someone who's only been learning this since he was 8. "Yay. Harry's been learning this since he was 4. "Okay, that's true, but get your logic straight, Emmett," Draco laughed. Emmett rolled his eyes when Rosalie came out, laughing as well. "It's true, Em," she told him. "That didn't make any sense." "Hey," Draco teased. "While you try to figure out why you decided to use all that vampire strength on me, I'll just cozy on up with your wife. How's that sound?" Rosalie tried to hide her smile as Emmett playfully glared at the young blonde who was sauntering over to her. The other boys stopped to watch what was going on. "Oh, Draco Dolan," she said in a southern accent as the boy dipped her. Jasper frowned. "That was a terrible impersonation," he muttered. Rosalie sent a glare his way to shut him up. "Ooh, okay." Emmett took a few leaps forward and pulled Draco off of Rosalie. That's enough play time. Back to training. Ah, I could have gotten a key from her that time. Draco whined. In your dreams, kid, the burly man laughed. Draco laughed as he began to fool around, exaggerating some boxing movements. Try and get me, try and get me. He rolled his eyes. Well, if you're going to make it that easy then. Get him. Ron and Harry jumped onto his back while Jasper and Edward grabbed him by his legs. Draco fell onto the ground, laughing hysterically as he watched the four take Emmett down. Hey, get off. Melinda. Get the snake out of my pants, Harry. Harry James Cullen. Esme shouted from inside the house. She threw the door open and pulled the boys off of Emmett. You get that snake out of Emmett's pants. What if she decides to make a home up there? Esme. Emmett groaned, hiding his face in embarrassment. Esme hummed a happy tune as she prepared dinner for Harry. She unconsciously listened to Alice and Rosalie arguing about wizarding fashion trends in the living room with the sound of Jasper and Emmett playing video games in the background. Carlisle was working at St. Mungo's and wouldn't be back until midnight. She looked up from the simmering pot and out the window to see Edward and Harry come back from Ron's house. She smiled when she saw her youngest. There were many times when she thought of her baby boy and wondered if he was sitting in heaven, watching over them. After time, she began to believe that her beautiful boy was the reason why her family was blessed with Harry, why she was blessed with him. A familiar tune came onto their little radio. Esme had forgotten the song was on the tape. She turned back and stared at Harry as she listened to the melody. Mama. 5-year-old Harry complained. I just can't do it. Oh my darling, Esme told him. She picked him up into his arms and softly swayed him back and forth. Harry giggled and burrowed his face into her shoulder. You'll become a wonderful dancer when you're older. Why every one of my children has grace and poise. Why should you be different? Mama, I can't dance. I look silly. She smiled and kissed his forehead. Fish got to swim, birds got to fly, she sung softly. I got to love one man till I die. Can't help lovin' dat man of mine. Mama, you're singing silly, Harry told her. She chuckled and continued the song, dancing him around the living room. Harry squealed before he gained balance in her arms once more and took her hand, pretending to be lead. Tell me he's lazy, tell me he's slow. Tell me I'm crazy. Maybe I know. Can't help lovin' dat man of mine. I like this song, Mama, he told her. So do I. Edward and Harry quieted as they entered the kitchen and heard Esme humming, Can't help lovin' dat man of mine. Edward nudged Harry's side before creeping up to his bedroom. Esme was much too absorbed in the memory to realize her boys were already in the house. Harry stepped beside her and took the knife out of her hands before pushing the chopping board away. Esme's eyes flashed to him in surprise. Harry, darling, I didn't even notice you came in. She laughed. He smiled and kissed her cheek before bowing and holding his hand out to her. A bright grin fell onto her face as she took Harry's hand and felt his other hand on her back. Fish got to swim, birds got to fly. I got to love one man till I die. Can't help lovin' dat man of mine, she sung quietly. Sing louder, mother, Harry encouraged. You have such a beautiful voice. If she could blush she would have. When Harry saw that he had embarrassed her, he laughed and kissed her cheek. Tell me she's lazy. Tell me she's slow. Tell me I'm crazy, maybe I know. Can't help lovin' dat gal of mine. She rested her head on his shoulder as they danced around the island and into the hallway. Oh listen sister, I love my Mr. Man. And I can't tell you why. Dear ain't no reason why I should love dat man. It muse be sompin dat de angels done plan. Would you like to spend the rest of this day with me, mother? Harry asked. I was at Hogwarts for Mother's Day so I haven't had one with you for the past 2 years. Well, she looked at the food on the counter. We can go out for dinner. We can go out for dinner, Harry said. It's okay. You were only just starting it, weren't you? She smiled and nodded. I guess we're going out. Harry, this is much too much. Esme protested. Harry shook his head and took her hand, leading her to the dress robes shop. I'm sure my real parents would be proud to know that I'm using some of the money they left me for my new family, especially for the woman who loves me as much as they did. She threw an arm around his shoulders and held him close to her. Now come, Mom. There's bound to be a ball sooner or later, especially with all the purebloods in my school and, he stopped and cleared his throat with a bragging tone, my popularity. Harry Cullen, you know better. She laughed. He glanced at her with a smile as he opened the door for her. Are you sure you want to do this? We could just get you that new broom, the lightning bolt. Honestly, mother, he teased. It's the firebolt. She rolled her eyes. Well, excuse me, she said. But really, Raven, are you sure? I'm absolutely, positively sure that I want to get my mother a dress that she will look absolutely, positively stunning in. You're making me blush, she said, swatting her hand at him. Lies, he said. Vampires can't blush. It's a physical impossibility. Well then, if it were possible, I'd be blushing. Well, you can keep blushing for the rest of your life. Just look for a dress while you do so. Harry, be honest, are you completely? Harry turned to the woman with a charming smile. Can you help my mother here? She's being quite stubborn when all I want to do is buy her one of your magnificent dresses. Don't you think she'll look beautiful in one of them? The dressmaker blushed and nodded. Of course I'll help her. She took Esme to one of the racks in the back. You have such a charming son, miss, Harry heard her say. He grinned to himself. Success. A half hour later, Esme finally entered one of the dressing rooms to try on a dress she found. Harry pulled a chair up and sat outside by the mirror. Tapping his foot, he began to whistle a little tune quietly. A few teen girls had entered the store and were glancing at him every once and then, blushing when they were caught. He tried not to raise a brow when one came over and began to talk to him after he cleared his throat. Hi, she started. You're Harry Cullen, right? Yay, he said while hiding his grimace. He wanted to laugh at how nervous she looked. Well, my friends and I were wondering if maybe you wanted to, she drifted off, not sure on how to ask. He waited to see if she was going to continue, and when she didn't, he sat up straight to be polite. Sorry, but I'm here with someone. Oh, can't we take you away for just a few minutes? She nearly pleaded, her mood suddenly changing. Your friend can come with you. He shook his head. Sorry. I gave her my promise. Her. Harry, darling. The two heard. Harry looked up and saw his mother push the curtains apart to reveal herself. His jaw nearly dropped when he saw her. Standing, he pushed the girl aside and walked in front of her. Esme was dressed in a long, blue gown that hugged her figure, the straps grasping her shoulders. Her hands were behind her back, making her look like a timid, young girl. Do I look okay? You look beautiful, he breathed. I can't wait till you show this to father. She smiled and kissed his cheek. Are you sure about this? He rolled his eyes. Change and we'll pay for the dress, mother. She shook her head as she walked back in. I don't know what I'll do with you, Harry. Cullen, your mother? The girl asked softly. Harry nodded in response, a bright grin on his face. Sorry for bothering you, Harry. He shrugged. No harm done. Carlisle shook his head at their protests. Really, please come. I'm sure Esme has more than enough for the three of you, including Harry, to eat. She always goes overboard when making dinner for him. Remus and Sirius glanced at each other hesitantly. They had been at the hospital to check on Remus' scars. The full moon had been rough on the werewolf this month and caused him to gain deeper cuts and darker bruises than ever before. Are you sure, Carlisle? Remus asked. We wouldn't want to impose. You're joking, right? He smiled. You're part of the family. The only difference is that you live in your own house. You wouldn't be imposing at all. Dr. Cullen, one of the nurses said. He nodded to her, showing that he was listening. Your daughter is on the phone for you. Thank you, Martha, he told her as the two men followed him to a phone. Hello. Hey, Doc. Alice's cheerful voice sounded. How are you, Alice? Carlisle asked. Just fine. I just wanted to say that Rosalie and I made the dinner for Remus and Sirius. Why's that? Esme isn't here. Carlisle frowned. He was looking forward to seeing his wife. After his knowledge of the wizarding medical world advanced to their satisfaction, the hospital board gave him a much busier schedule. Because of the change, he didn't have as much time with Esme as he used to. Where is she? Harbert took her out for a mother-son day. They're at Diagon Alley right now. You should see it, Carlisle. They're so cute together. He got her a beautiful gown. Carlisle smiled. That's awfully sweet of your brother to do for her. Remus, Sirius and I shall be home in a few minutes, Alice. Sure, we're all ready for. The girl trailed off. A silence fell over the two as Carlisle looked at the two men before him in confusion. He felt a chilling feeling of foreboding come over him. Alice, darling, are you there? Carlisle, she whispered. You three need to leave now. Someone's there and they're going to try and hurt you. Carlisle, you need to leave now. She gasped in horror. Guys. Esme. We need to get to Harry and Esme. Carlisle dropped the phone in horror. Quickly, he pulled out an emergency portkey from his pocket. Sirius and Remus, who had heard the girls' frantic screams on the phone, had quickly grabbed onto the portkey. Coven, he said firmly. They disappeared, but not before Carlisle got a glimpse of a tall, dark figure appear in front of St. Mungo's glass doors. Meanwhile, Esme's arm was hooked with Harry's as they strolled back down the cobblestone road. Although there were a few lamp lights around, the moon and stars were mostly lighting up their path. Did you enjoy yourself, Mom? He asked her caringly. She nodded and rested her head on his. The dinner was quite delicious, don't you think? He joked, patting his stomach. I wouldn't know, would I? She laughed. This day was wonderful, Harry. I truly did enjoy myself. I'm happy to know you did. It's been a while since we spent time together. You're growing up so fast, she told him sadly. He shrugged. I'm still not as old as any of you geezers. Have some respect for your elders, Harry darling, she teased. You'll be 60-year-old, but your brothers and sisters will always be older than you, remember that. 60, he muttered. So old, like father. Harry. She giggled. His eyes suddenly lit up in amusement. Do you realize that father is much older than you are? That's, Dad is a cradle robber. Harry. She snorted. He's a handsome cradle robber, at that. And you're into older men, for their money. She tilted her head in thought. Fair enough. He did accumulate a lot of money by that time. They continued walking in a comfortable silence. We're a weird family, Harry finally said. Indeed, she agreed. He grinned up at her. His eyes shone with admiration and love for her. I know I don't tell you this often, but I'm very happy to have you as my mom. Esme gave him a teary smile. And I'm as equally happy to have you as a son. They leaned in to hug each other when she gasped and turned around. Inflammare. A voice hissed. Mom. Harry. Esme guarded the boy from the spell and shouted in horror as her arm caught on fire. Mom. Harry cried, dropping to his knees beside his fallen mother. He fumbled for his wand, glancing up to see the figure disappear into the shadows. He finally grasped the wooden instrument and pulled it out. He said a quick spell and liquid rushed out, putting the fire out and leaving her skin black and burned. Tears were streaming down his face as he tried to figure out how to help her. He looked up when he heard his name being called. Carlisle, Remus, and Sirius had just landed on the ground and were running towards him. Carlisle appeared before him much faster than his two uncles. Dad, I don't know. It's okay, Carlisle whispered. He took Esme's hand in his and keyed her knuckles. Esme smiled at him weakly. You're both okay. Dad, Harry stuttered. He pointed at the burn mark on Esme's arm. Etched in her skin was, Cullen's, beware. Severus Snape looked at his vials and quickly put them into his bag. When he was sure he had everything, he picked his things up and flowed to the Cullens' mansion. He looked around the living room. The first thing he saw was Remus and Sirius sitting on the couch, talking quietly. Molly was standing by the door with Arthur, both restraining Ron from running upstairs. Draco was sitting in between his parents, a sad expression on his face. Hermione and Ginny were sitting on the ground by the table, busying themselves with Muggle playing cards to get their minds of what happened. Neville waved shyly at his potions professor and his grandmother gave a curt nod. He looked above him and listened to Harry play a poignant melody on the piano. Severus, Lucius greeted. Where is she? In Harry's room, he answered. He nodded and walked up the stairs to see her. Alice and Rosalie smiled sadly at him when they saw him. Where are the boys? Edward is inside with them. Emmett and Jasper are downstairs, sparring, Rosalie told him. Alice opened the door for him and he entered quietly. Esme was lying on Harry's bed with Carlisle sitting next to her. Edward was at the piano with Harry, quietly whispering to his brother. Severus cleared his throat and turned back to Esme. This is just a healing salve for burns. It should be able to heal any creature. I'll be quite shocked if it doesn't work for you. After all, he said as he smoothed it out on the burnt part of her skin, I was the one who perfected it. You don't give yourself enough credit sometimes, you know. She told him sarcastically. That's a new one he's playing, isn't it? Severus asked as, changing the subject as he took a wand out to take away the words that were carved into her skin. Esme gave him a small smile. Edward composed it many years ago. Harry was just starting to learn it. Don't you think he's quite good? Your son is a prodigy at the piano. She nodded as she held her arm out further for Severus to tend to. You must be proud of him. I really am. Harry's next note went flat as he heard her response. No, Harry, Edward seemed to be correcting, but there was an indefinable look on the vampire's face that said he wasn't talking about the slip of Harry's finger. Edward glanced back to look at Carlyle. The blonde vampire raised a brow in question. Edward shook his hair and glared at the young human. What is it, Harry? Carlyle asked him. Nothing, the boy finally answered after a few seconds. It obviously is, Edward snapped. Stop thinking that, you little moron. Gee thanks, Harry said sardonically, turning back to the piano. When he was sure that the boy wasn't looking, Edward nodded towards Esme mouthing the word, proud. Esme seemed to understand him and she stared at Harry's back. Is Albus lying, Severus, or are Harry's grades some of the top in his class? He's in competition with Miss Granger for the highest rank in their year. How amazing, Carlyle said firmly. We've never been more proud. Harry's hand curled into a fist and slammed down onto the piano keys. He gritted his teeth and his eyes snapped shut. Proud of a stupid idiot who has the highest grades in his class and he still couldn't protect his own mother. That's what you're proud of. Harry, Edward warned. Why would anyone be proud of that? I'm supposed to be the savior of the wizarding world and I can't even defend my mother when someone attacks us. Harry, none of this was your fault, you must believe that, Carlyle told him. What kind of a lie is that? They attacked Mom because of me. They were going to attack Remus, Sirius and you because of me. It's about me and you can't hide me from that because I know it already. All of you are going to get killed just for being my family. Esme shook her head. Harry, it isn't your fault that you couldn't save me. Look at me. I'm fine, aren't I? You can't blame yourself for not knowing that someone was going to try and hurt us. But it is, he said miserably. That's enough of your melodramatics, Cullen, Severus drawled as he finished with Esme's arm. Harry's eyes blazed as he picked up one of his piano books and threw it at Severus' back. The potion's master jolted in shock and Carlyle stood in outrage as he quickly made his way to his son. He was too quick for Harry to move away in defense and the boy's eyes went wide behind his glasses when he was taken by his shoulders and shook by his father. Harry James Potter Cullen, he shouted. How dare you? Carlyle, don't, Esme pleaded. She got up as quickly as she could, softly pushing Severus out of her way. No son of mine ever steps out of line like that. Do you hear me, young man? Never. Carlyle, you're hurting him. Edward shouted, prying his hands away from Harry. Carlyle stepped back in surprise as he saw Edward pull Harry's shirt down to check for any marks. Sure enough, bruises were slowly developing on both his shoulders. The door opened and Alice and Rosalie were staring at the scene, stunned. Harry, Carlyle whispered, horrified with himself. Son, I'm Harry. Severus called as the boy ran from the room, pushing his numb sisters out of the way. Severus was following him as quickly as he could. Carlyle stood in his spot, staring at his hands with disgust and anguish, as he listened to Severus call his son's name. Harry, come back. Harry, open this door. He could hear from the basement. Harry had locked himself in the second sparring room and Emmett and Jasper were trying to help Severus without making too much damage. Edward gave Carlyle one angry glance before running down to the basement with Rosalie and Alice. Oh, Carlyle, Esme whispered. The man shook his head and looked down in shame. I wasn't thinking, he nearly stammered. I would never hurt Harry like that. He's my son, I would never. I know, darling, she told him, hugging him tightly. I know you didn't. We're all stressed right now. It's taking a toll on everyone. I should be able to control myself, he protested. I've always been able to and I let myself slip today. You nearly lost the both of us, Esme said quietly. I know you're blaming yourself as well, Carlyle, for not being there with us and Harry's guilt just furthered your anger towards yourself. You may have taken your anger out the wrong way but there are no buts, Esme, he said, an inconvincible tone in his voice. What I did was wrong. I don't know how I'll fix it. A look of misery came on his face as he shook his head. How could I have done that? The house was quiet now. Everyone had gone home and the children retired to their rooms, although none had to. Esme was already in the kitchen, baking brownies and cookies to make Harry feel better. Carlisle, however, was sitting at the basement stairs, listening to Harry kick his frustrations out in the training room. Harry's heart rate had increased, and the rapid beating was hammering more guilt into Carlisle. "Please calm down, Carlisle," he heard Jasper say from his room. "You're making me anxious." "Sorry, son," he muttered, staring down the stairs. "Just talk to him," Alice encouraged. "I've seen it, haven't I?" "Go on, Carlisle. He won't set you on fire." Carlisle wasn't sure if he should go down. He wanted to give Harry his space, but at the same time he wanted to talk to him already. After a few minutes of hesitation, he got up, brushed the dust off the back of his pants, and began walking down the stairs. He passed the first training room door before staring at the one Harry was in. The door was locked before, but he took a chance and reached out to turn the knob. From nervousness, he broke it and the sound of Harry exercising stopped. Carlisle flinched as he pushed the door, groaning when he realized he used too much strength once more and broke one of the hinges. He laughed nervously when he saw Harry staring at him, arms crossed and eyebrow raised. "I'll get Emmett to fix that later," he joked, knowing that Emmett didn't like doing the handy work around the house. "What do you want, Dad?" Harry sighed, sitting down on the mat and resting himself. I just wanted to say that." Harry gave him a quiet chuckle. "Sorry. I know, Dad. You didn't mean it." Carlisle sighed as he pushed the door as closed as it could be and sat next to him. "Harry, don't make excuses for me. I was hoping you would forgive me, but I was also hopeful that you wouldn't do it so easily." "Why not?" Harry said as he allowed Carlisle to place a hand on his shoulder. "You were right. I shouldn't have let my anger and guilt control me. Harry, I don't know how many times I'm going to have to tell you this, but it wasn't your fault. It wasn't any of our faults. The one who is to blame is the crazy bastard who decided to try and attack us. Your mother was only caught in the crossfire and I let my anger get a hold of me because of that." He looked at the bruises that were now visible since Harry took his shirt off. He turned his eyes downward in shame. "I'm lucky that Edward pulled me back before I injured you further." "I'm sorry, son. I don't know how to make this up to you." Harry smiled sadly as he moved closer to him. "I'm okay, Dad. Look at me. More than 2 bruises can keep me down. In fact, it was much harder to keep Fallon and Melinda from appearing and attacking you." Carlisle laughed softly and gently rested an arm around his shoulders. Harry could see the immense pain in his eyes. "Father," he said in all seriousness, "I know that you weren't thinking straight. Bloody hell, I threw a book at Severus." "Watch that language," he said sternly. A comfortable silence fell upon them as Harry tried to think of something to say. "Dad, humans are humans, even when they're vampires. We both felt the same way, scared, anxious, angry. I hurt someone in my confusion and so did you, but Severus understood and he forgave me. I understand you and I forgive you too. I'm lucky to have such an insightful son," he said. Harry couldn't help but notice the gleam of pride in Carlisle's eyes. "You must believe us when we say how proud we are of you, Harry, how proud I am to have a son like you. I don't know how I was so lucky to find you. In fact, I'm shocked that you didn't run away after I hurt you." Harry shrugged. "You're my dad. You were bound to do something stupid sooner or later. I was just waiting for it to happen." Carlisle's laughter echoed in the room as he pulled Harry into a hug. "We're going to find the people who did this, and they will pay." Harry nodded before grimacing. "Dad, you're kind of hurting my shoulders." Carlisle groaned and pulled back. "Oh, stop that. I know you've forgiven me already, son, but..." "What, Dad?" he said with a roll of his eyes. "How about I buy you something new, That piano is getting pretty worn out." Harry rolled his eyes at Carlisle's humor. He grabbed his hand and allowed Carlisle to help him up. "Very funny, Dad. You don't need to bribe me. How about that new firebolt we saw in Diagon Alley?" His eyes widened as they walked out of the room. "You know what? I'm not very forgiving after all. Maybe I do need that new broom." Carlisle stopped and laughed again, allowing Harry to skip in front of him and go up the stairs first. At the top of the staircase, Carlisle raised a hand and placed it on Harry's cheek. His son's emerald eyes looked up into his. "I really do love you, Harry." The boy groaned. "Ah, Dad, men like us aren't supposed to be sentimental to each other." Carlisle gave him a gentle smile as he turned to walk into the kitchen. "I love you too." Carlisle glanced back and watched Harry walk up the stairs. Cradle robber. His face contorted in confusion as he looked at Esme, who came out of the kitchen, giggling. Did he call me a cradle robber? It's a long story, darling, she responded. Don't worry about it. Harry laughed as Draco danced around the pole that was holding the tent up with Fred and George. Their arms were flapping, making the flags they were holding flutter in the air. Hermione giggled as they teased Ron about Victor Crumb. Just admit that you're in love with him, Ronald. She teased. Oh, shut it, my own. Ron groaned. Don't encourage them. When will you propose to him, Ron? Next World Cup, Harry asked, nudging Ginny's side. The red-headed girl laughed in her hand, shaking her head. They all looked out when they heard fireworks coming from outside. The Irish must be celebrating, Draco mused. Fred and George began chanting along. Stop it, Arthur commanded. Carlisle looked at him in confusion before stepping out fractionally. Boys, he commanded, take out the emergency portkeys now. Dad, Harry asked, panicked. Go. Take Draco with you. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out an eyeglasses case. Grab on, he told Draco. Draco touched the case as they watched Hermione, Ron, and the rest of the Weasleys disappear. Edward, Jasper, Emmett, go. We'll be right behind you. Edward told him. Harry nodded before he looked at Draco. Coven. They felt a pull at their navel before they were whirling back to the Cullens' mansion. A year had passed and Harry was in his 4th year. Things were still running tense between the Cullen family, especially since they were still unsure of who exactly attacked Esme and Harry and because of the recent Death Eater attack, but things were returning back to normal. They were slowly trying to move forward, but at the same time, they were weary and defensive, making sure that everyone was safe. Albus was still trying to look for the men who had planned to break the family apart, and they knew he wouldn't rest until he got his hands on them. Remus and Sirius had moved back in with the Cullens, Esme insisting that she wouldn't feel confident of their safety until they were back with them. Harry sighed as he ruffled his hair and walked down the hallway. He didn't know how Albus could do so much simultaneously. While running a school, and assisting in searching for the people who had hurt Esme, he was also hosting the Triwizard Tournament. Harry hoisted his books up as they began to slip and turned the corner. He was shocked when he bumped into someone and dropped all of the books onto the floor. Sorry, Professor Moody, he exclaimed. The elder man grunted and continued walking. Harry shook his head as he watched him disappear from sight. There was something odd about that man. Albus had convinced him that the ex-Auror was only edgy about the summer Death Eater attack during the Quidditch World Cup. He bent down on his knee and began to pick the books up one by one. Need any help, Harry? He heard behind him. Harry looked up and smiled. Hey there, Cedric, he said. I'm glad to see you made it out of the camp unharmed. The boy nodded with a grin on his face. Of course you escaped, unharmed as always. He laughed at the 7th year's humor. Very funny. Anything new with you? No, not really. He blushed and cleared his throat. I've asked Cho Chang on a date for the first Hogsmeade. Harry grinned coyly. You dog, you. Cedric glared as he gave him the rest of his books and began walking down the hall with him. And what about you? I heard the Pottle twins gossiping about you with that Remilda Vane girl. Really? He asked. What were they saying? Oh, you know, the usual, Harry is so cute. I wish he would ask me to be his girlfriend, stuff. He grimaced. Remilda Vane said that, I'm sure of it. How do you know that? She told the same thing to Hermione. I thought my own was lying at the time. They fell silent before they finally made it into the Great Hall. Listen, Harry, I don't want you to think I just wanted to talk to you about this, but, Harry waited for him to continue. I know you're close with the headmaster and, I was just wondering if you know what's going to happen this year. I mean, it was supposed to start on the first day we came here, but I heard Dumbledore has been so preoccupied with that Death Eater attack and... You're rambling, Harry said, cutting him off. Cedric grinned sheepishly. Well, you're right, I do know what's going on, but I'm not allowed to tell anyone. I had to force it out of Grandpa Albus to begin with. Cedric groaned. I was really hoping I could learn something from you. Let's go back to that part about not using me, yay. Harry teased. Sorry. It's fine, really. Don't worry, Cedric. He'll be announcing it sooner than you think. Harry stopped in his tracks as the others walked into the Great Hall. Cedric was wringing his hands nervously as he paced back and forth near the hall's doors. "Seed?" Harry asked. The boy looked up and gave a small smile. "Is something the matter?" He started. He shook his head and glanced into the hall, staring at the goblet of fire longingly. "I want this so much, Harry." He reached out and patted his friend's shoulder. "You'll get it, Cedric. Just watch. That cup will call your name out. But at the same time, I'm scared mindless." "Obviously," Harry answered. "This game is quite dangerous. I hope you don't mind me asking, but why exactly did you decide to join?" Cedric glanced at him before looking at the cup again. I guess I don't give my father enough to brag about." He frowned as he stared at the 7th year before him. Cedric was head boy, which in turn meant his grades were the top of his grade. He had girls falling at his feet and he had beat Harry at a Quidditch match last year. Oliver wouldn't take, "I was sick, Oliver. Give me a break," as an excuse and wanted his head on a silver platter. What more could a father want from a son? "I think that you underestimate the pride your father has in you, Cedric." Cedric finally gave his full attention to the younger boy as he looked at him, trying to see what Harry was seeing. "Good luck, Seed. I'll be rooting for you." With that, he walked into the Great Hall and found his seat next to Hermione. She smiled at him and nudged his elbow. "Where did you go?" she asked. "I was just outside. I saw a friend." She nodded before turning back to talk to Ginny. "Settle down." They all heard. Dumbledore was holding his hands and the students slowly began to quiet down. Albus gave them a kind smile. "Thank you. As you know, this ceremony for the Triwizard Tournament is to watch the goblet choose our champions. Once you are chosen, you are bound to the game and must compete, but you know this from before when you put your name into the cup. I wish the 3 champions who are chosen good luck." The students cheered as the teachers clapped politely. "Let us begin." The fires dimmed, making the light from the cup look brighter. The flames grew stronger and everyone began whispering under their breaths once the fire erupted in the air and threw out a small piece of paper. Albus caught it and read the name. For Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. Her schoolmates cheered as Fleur stood with a beaming grin and walked down to Albus. Dumbledore smiled at her and shook her hand, handing her back her paper and pointing to the door that led to the trophy room. They quieted once more, waiting for the next champion to be chosen. The fire emitted another loud whoosh as a rough-looking piece of paper fell into Albus' hand. The Drumstrang champion, Victor Crumb. A look of pleased determination fell onto Victor's face as he stood and listened to the others celebrating for him. He strode down with utter confidence, bowed in respect to Albus before taking his paper and walking to the same door Fleur went to. Finally, Albus started. He watched the flame rise and the final paper came out. It just slipped his fingers and many gave quiet chuckles as their headmaster had to bend down to pick it up. Albus had a playful grin on his face as he got back up. "Sorry about that. Our Hogwarts champion, I am very proud to say, is Cedric Diggory." Harry turned around and saw Cedric close his eyes as a bright smile came onto his face. Hufflepuff erupted into applause as their housemate stood and walked down to Albus. Dumbledore shook his hand happily before giving a quick point to show Cedric something. The tall boy turned to look at Harry. He grinned and Harry found himself smiling back before Cedric walked down to the trophy room. "Everyone let us cheer and celebrate for our champions once more," Albus said, clapping his hands. The great hall was filled with roars of clapping and shouting. "Yes, indeed. Let us wish good luck to the champions for they have." Everyone fell silent as the sound of the flames echoed over Dumbledore's voice. They watched in confusion as a piece of paper slowly drifted downwards. Ron and Harry glanced at each other in confusion as Hermione looked over at Draco, who was quietly whispering to Blaise Zabini. Everyone stood up as they watched Dumbledore grow pale and walk over to McGonagall, who's standing just behind him. "Good heavens," she said in shock. "This must be a mistake. There has to be some way to fix this." Albus shook his head as he looked back into the crowd and miserably announced the name on the paper. Harry Cullen. Harry's eyes widened as he slowly sunk back into his seat. Everyone turned to look at him. He heard the whispers begin and he shook his head furiously. "This couldn't be happening. Harry, they called your name," Ron said sadly. No," he stuttered. "There must be something. I mean, I didn't do it. I didn't put my name in." "I know, mate, but you have to go. You know the rules," Ron insisted. "You'll be okay, all right. They're gonna find a way to fix this." He pulled Harry up, and the boy looked around at the faces looking at him. He flinched as he walked up to Albus, who was waiting for him. "Grandpa Albus, I didn't do it," he started, terrified. "It's okay, son," Albus whispered. "Go down to the trophy room and we'll be down there with Crouch, okay?" Harry shook his head. "I don't, but I didn't." "Harry, just go." The boy had the firm tone and knew he couldn't fight against this. He stepped backwards before turning and slugging his way towards the doors he had watched the champions go through. Minnie was giving him a sad look while Severus was glaring at him, probably wondering if he had found a way to put his name in. Sirius nodded his head, assuring Harry they would be down there in a few minutes. Harry opened the door and walked down the steps to the trophy room. Fleur looked up at him and tilted her head in confusion. Victor came up behind her with a questioning look on his face. "Harry," he heard. Cedric began to walk towards him, but the boy ran forward and met him halfway. "Harry, what are you doing down here?" "Cedric, someone put my name in the goblet and I don't know what happened. This can't be happening." "Whoa, Harry," Cedric said in shock, never having seen the boy so distressed before. "Someone put your name in the goblet. Do you know who?" He watched Harry shake his head and clench his eyes shut. "And it called your name out. How is that even possible? I don't understand." "Cedric, I can't do this," Harry muttered desperately. "Once the cup calls your name out, that's it. There's no going back. You have to compete. What am I going to do? I can't do this." Cedric took him by the shoulders and shook him slightly. "Come on, mate, snap out of it. What happened to all of that self-defense you told me you learned? You're amazing in your year, aren't you? You're the youngest Seeker in a century, Harry. In first year, you faced a Quirrell and you went down into the Chamber of Secrets and defeated a basilisk. If they can't find a way to get you out of this, then you can do it. You can do this. Seed, you don't understand." Harry groaned. "The things I did, they were because I had to. This isn't just some game. When they said that you can die in this competition, you can die. Have you even read about any of the previous competitions? Dumbledore didn't want to alarm us, but the tournament was discontinued because the death tolls were getting high. Do you understand the amount of danger we're already in?" The four champions looked up as they watched teachers flood into the room. Severus nearly pushed everyone out of his way as he reached Harry and took the boy by his shoulders like Cedric had. He shook the boy roughly, glaring at him angrily. "Foolish boy. Did you put your name in the cup?" "No, sir," Harry shouted. "Did you get help to put it into the cup?" "No. Sev, I didn't do it." Sirius pried Severus' hands off his godson. "That's enough, Severus," he said as he pulled Harry into a tight hug. "Sirius, I don't want to do this." "I know, kid," Sirius muttered, keying his forehead. "I know, but you have to. It's the rules. Once your name comes out of the goblet, you must compete." "Sirius, this isn't some joke. Someone who put my name in that cup is intentionally trying to kill me." His godfather held him tighter, knowing that what Harry was saying was most likely true. "Where's Grandpa Albus?" he whispered. "He's flowing your parents. They should be here any." "Harry James. Second," Sirius finished flatly. "Dad," Harry said as he quickly ran to his father. Esme intercepted him and swept him into her arms. "What have you got yourself into this time?" Harry laughed weakly at her attempt to make him feel better. Harry woke in the morning and remembered what happened the night before. He flipped over and hid his face in the pillows. Last night, Sirius had asked them to stay in his quarters and they gladly agreed. Ron and Draco came over to stay with them and Remus flowed over as quickly as he could. Hermione stayed in her dorms, just to preserve decency and not stay in a room full of boys. He sat up and carefully stepped over Draco and Ron so he wouldn't wake them, although he didn't really have to worry. He could take a pot and start banging it with a ladle and it still wouldn't wake the two. When he got out of the room he found Sirius, Remus and his parents sitting on the couches. "Good morning," he said, almost too quietly for his godfathers to hear. "Come here, darling," Esme said, patting the seat next to her. Harry grimaced and shook his head. "I should brush my teeth first, Mother. I'm sure my morning breath smells horrible." "You're right," Carlisle grinned, laughing when his son gave him a glare. "Go on. We'll be waiting for you." And as we wait, Esme got up and walked over to Harry's room. "You two, get up. We're having a family talk to strengthen Harry's spirit." The others laughed as they heard Esme give a feral growl and the two sleeping boys stirred with a groan. "Don't you hide underneath that blanket, Draco Malfoy." A blanket was thrown out the door, landing near the sofa. "Esme," Draco whined. "Up, up, up. Now, sleep," Ron drawled, his voice muffled from being buried in his pillow. Suddenly, Ron's tired voice turned into girlish shrieks. "Esme, give me my pajama bottoms back." Harry burst into laughter, falling to his side on the ground. Draco came running out of the room, tears streaming down his face as his laughs grew hysterical. Esme came out of the room, a rolled-up pair of pajamas in her arms. "Stop blushing, young man. Don't forget, I used to give you baths when you stayed over at our house. I was 4, I'm 14 now, Esme. So then start acting like a 14-year-old, Ronald." "Oh, I just wanted to sleep more." Ron stepped out with a look of utter embarrassment on his dark red face. "Hey Ron," Draco stuttered. "Your face matches your red boxers." The redhead glared at them and crossed his arms as they all laughed at his expense. Harry looked at the door and gulped. Hermione, who had arrived a few minutes after the morning escapades, gave him an encouraging smile. "Remember Harry, no matter what they say, we're still going to support you all the way through." Harry smiled at her and kissed her cheek before he waved goodbye to Esme, Carlisle and Remus. "Come on, kid," Sirius said. Harry opened the door and stepped outside. He waited for the others to exit before they made their way down the corridor. They had a few minutes of peace and quiet before they reached one of the main hallways to the Great Hall. Everyone stared and pointed at him. Harry shrugged uncomfortably as his pace quickened. The whispering to him grew louder and louder. "Did you hear he got Cedric Diggory to put his name into the cup? Why would Harry do something like this? He never did like attention. I don't want to believe it. Harry's too nice to do something like this. Attention hog if you asked me. He probably got sick of pretending like he didn't care. I bet his parents wish they didn't adopt him now." That one stung. Harry turned around, furious and about to defend himself, when he felt a hand fall on his shoulder. "It would be wise to take that back, you slimy little git." Harry looked up to see Cedric and Blaise standing behind him with his friends. Cormac McLaggen looked up and began laughing. "You're joking, right? He's trying to take the attention off you and you're defending him." "He's not doing anything, McLaggen," Ron sneered. The two glared at each other. "Those who are too stupid to realize can go F. Ronald," Hermione hissed. Ron flinched before turning back to Harry. "Come on, mate. You don't need to listen to pricks like him." "Ronald." Hermione stomped her foot like a child as she followed them quickly. Harry glared at the egg before him, accusingly. "I bet you're working for the other champions. I bet you're only being temperamental with me because you're a barmy git." Hermione scrunched her face up as she watched her friend talk to an inanimate object. "Seriously, Harry," she said. "You should get more sleep." Ron laughed as he picked the egg up and knocked on it. "Is there anything we haven't tried, mate? There has to be something. They wouldn't just give you a screeching egg." "Well, last I checked, they didn't give it to him," Draco cut in. "He fought a behemoth of a Hungarian horntail to get it. Did you see how big that dragon was? It was definitely one of the bigger horntails. They must have been truly trying to kill you. They must not like you very much." "You aren't helping," Harry muttered, dropping his head back onto the arm of the couch. "Okay, let's just think," Hermione said with confidence in them figuring the problem out. "Once you open the egg, it starts screeching. Right, so all we know about the second task is nothing." Harry groaned, throwing his arm over his eyes. "Grandpa Albus said it had to do with the Black Lake." Hermione frowned. "You aren't supposed to get outside help, Harry. That's cheating." Moody said cheating was a long-standing tradition in the tournament, the one thing I understand from him, ever. Hermione shook his head. "Okay, so the lake and the screeching is obviously not just a chair being scraped across a floor, but it has to have been made by something. Maybe a creature." "That sounds plausible," Ron agreed. "But now the question is what creature would make an annoying sound like that?" "Turkeys," Draco said. They all turned to look at him in confusion. "What? That weird noise they make is so annoying." "Right," Hermione said dully. "Let's get answers from someone who isn't a complete fool." "Hey," he defended, feeling affronted. "Guys, if it has to do with the lake, do you think maybe something with water will help us understand the egg?" Harry asked as if a light bulb lit in his head. Ron's eyes lit as he took his wand out and pointed it at the egg. Aguamenti, he said as he turned the knob on the top. The stream of water jetted towards the inside of the egg, but the screeching was still heard. Harry gave another grunt of annoyance. Of course it wouldn't work. Wait, Harry, that isn't a bad idea. Didn't you hear it? Harry stared at Ron. Yay, I have no idea what you're talking about. Hermione rolled her eyes. Didn't you hear it, Harry? It didn't sound as bad. It sounded deafening. Draco frowned. What are you two talking about? Hermione grinned at Ron. Take it up to the bathroom and fill the tub up. They took something that I'll sorely miss. Harry frowned. That's not very nice. And I can't think of anything that's missing unless they stole my piano from home. How am I going to retrieve a piano from the bottom of the lake? Hermione sat in her chair, wondering. Don't worry about that part yet, Harry. Let's just focus on what we know. He nodded his head. Okay, a voice that can't be heard above the ground, that's obviously a mermaid. So mermaids took something that I really, truly like, and I only have 1 hour to look for it before it stays down in the lake forever. That's potentially problematic, isn't it? Potentially problematic, Harry. Draco laughed. When was the last time you held your breath underwater for an hour? We can ask Professor Snape if he knows any potions that can help us, Ron suggested. That's outside help, Hermione protested. Again, the tradition of cheating, Hermione, Harry grinned. Harry and Draco stared at Ron in horror. The boy was standing in between them, his jaw dropped at what he had just done. I'm really sorry, Harry apologized for him. He searched for a lie to help his friend. We were just having a go at him. We dared him to hey. Ron. The redhead jetted down the corridor as fast as he could. Draco laughed at the boy's expense as he left Harry to explain why Ron had just frighteningly shouted at her out of nowhere. Really, Fleur, we didn't know he was going to shout like that. We wouldn't have dared him to ask you to the ball if we knew, he lied. The French girl nodded with a giggle. Has he asked the Grange girl? You mean Granger. Even you have noticed the two, huh? Harry smiled. But he hasn't. No. Draco and I are still trying to figure out how to get him to realize it. Fleur nodded in understanding. Have you solved your egg yet? He nodded hesitantly before looking around. Have you? A sad look came onto her face. No, Maze, I will soon, Harry. Don't worry. He winked at her. Try giving it a wash, maybe a little bath, he whispered before waving goodbye and walking down the way that Draco and Ron did. Merci, Ari. He heard. He turned back to give her one last smile before turning the corner. Although she didn't see, Harry's exit was ruined as he crashed into someone before him. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, hi Luna. He greeted. The B***owned girl smiled at him as a dream-like haze filled her eyes. Hi there, Harry. How has your championing been going? He laughed and pulled her up onto her feet. Just fine, but even this champion can't find a date for the ball. I think I'd have better luck with that Hungarian horntail. It glared less than some of the girls in this school. Luna giggled and keyed his cheek. You'll find one soon enough, Sir Cullen. She waved and turned, skipping away. He watched her go before a sudden thought came into his mind. Lovely Lady Luna. You're taking Luna? Draco asked. He had just told Harry that he was taking Daphne to the ball, hoping that he could brag about how he was the only one with a date out of the three of them. Harry nodded. I asked her if she wanted to go with me as a friend. She could always walk off if someone else interests her. How noble of you, allowing your dates freedom if you bore them, he said sarcastically. Did you hear who Neville is taking? Who? Ginny. Ron sat up in shock. Did you say Ginny? Just as he said her name, his little sister walked into the common room with a smile on her face. Ginny. She flinched in shock. What? You're going to the ball with Neville? Yay, didn't I tell you? He groaned and flopped back into his back. Now I'm the only one without a date. She shrugged and flipped her hair as she pushed his feet of the couch and sat down. You know, we've all been waiting for you to ask Hermione. Harry and Draco sat up straight and shook their heads at Ginny. They didn't actually want to directly confront him about it. The last time they tried to convince Ron that he had a crush on Hermione, they were landed with bat bogey hexes. Ron glared at the two and they immediately looked away. Oh, stop that, his sister commanded, smacking the back of his head. Ow. Ginny. Would you get your act together and admit that you like Hermione already? I heard Victor Crumb has been following her around, so it's only a matter of time until he asks her to the ball. His eyes squinted, but he crossed his arms and shook his head. What do I care if she takes that Bulgarian bonbon? Ron, Harry said in exasperation. If you don't admit that you like her, well then guess what? She'll think you don't like her and she'll start looking for other boys. Do you think she's going to find anyone better than Ron Weasley? He got up with a fire in his eyes. No. So then do you want Hermione to settle for less? Draco cut in, taking advantage of Ron's rage. Absolutely not. Doesn't Hermione deserve the best? Yes. Who's the best, Ron? Draco jumped up, taking him by the shoulders. I'm the best. Who's the best, Ron? Ron Weasley is the best. Then go out there and give her your best. Yay. Ron pushed Draco off of him and went running out of the common room. How'd you do that? Harry asked, awestruck. Draco shrugged nonchalantly as he flipped his hair. Don't ask a man why he's amazing. Yay, that didn't make any sense, Ginny said. Shut up, Mom, Harry exclaimed in surprise as Esme walked through the portrait hole. What are you doing here? I thought you went on that romantic getaway to France with Dad, he teased. She laughed as he pulled him up and gave him a tight hug. Oxygen. Oh sorry, darling, she smiled, keying his forehead. Our romantic getaway, as you said, has finished. Alice welcomed us back with pretty flowers and new clothes, but I have a better surprise for you. Really? He asked with bright eyes. Oh I know. New clothes for Fowlin. The wolf appeared and glared at his master. Just kidding. Fowlin huffed before trotting off to Draco and laying his head on his lap. So what's the surprise, Mother? Albus asked me to decorate the Great Hall for the ball. He grinned. That's great. It'll look beautiful once you're done with it. That's not all, Harry, she said with an evil glint in her eyes. He frowned and looked back at his friends. Ginny shrugged as she moved further away from the vampire. Well, she let out a giggle. I'm going to be a chaperone. His eyebrows shot up and his voice turned squeaky. Oh, he cleared his throat. Wow. Yay, that'll be fun. Of course it will, Harry darling. Now I can take pictures of you and your date to put up at home. Please don't, he muttered. Chin up, Harry, Draco laughed. This is going to be too good. Have I ever told you that I loved you, Esme? Esme raised a brow. I wouldn't be making fun of Harry, mon petit Draco. He frowned. Why? To answer his question, Narcissa walked in and stood next to her friend. Hello, love, she smirked. His lips twitched and he hid his face in Fowlin's fur. Hello mother, he said, his voice muffled. This shall be so much fun. Half an hour had passed and Narcissa still hadn't left Draco alone. She was teasing him mercilessly about going to the ball with Daphne and how cut a couple they would make. Luckily for Harry, Esme had finished her tirade. Harry darling, we've all been rather curious to know who your date to the ball is, Esme told him. Hasn't Alice told you yet? She shook her head. She doesn't want to ruin the surprise, but she won't stop talking about how cute you two will be, especially with the outfits she got for you two. Harry groaned. She bought me new dress robes. My dress robes still fit. I don't know why she always has to buy me new clothes and I don't think Luna will need a new. Oh Harry, you're taking Luna. Esme gasped as her hand flew to her cheek. Oh darling, you look adorable together. He rolled his eyes. We're just going as friends, mother. She shrugged and waved her hand. It doesn't matter. Oh, I can't wait to tell your father. You know how we both love Luna. She's such a beautiful, young girl. Mother, please, Harry begged. Before she could continue, Hermione came running into the common room. Harry, Ginny and Draco glanced at each other with a smirk. Guys, guess what? Oh hello, Miss Esme. Miss Narcissa. You're just in time for the good news. What is it? Harry asked with a smirk. Draco nudged his mother and Narcissa looked at him questioningly. He leaned in and whispered in her ear and a bright smile came across her face. I have a date to the ball, she said in excitement. Oh congratulations, Hermione dear, Esme said with a smile. Who has the pleasure of taking you? She blushed as Ron came behind her with a weak smile. Hermione glanced at him with a giggle. Victor Crumb, he answered for her. What? Draco nearly shouted. Narcissa gave a quiet gasp as Ginny and Harry looked at the redhead sadly. Oh Ronald. She laughed. You know I wanted to tell them. He asked me today in the library, and once he left I ran out as soon as I could to tell you all. I hope you all don't mind, especially since he's one of the other champions, but he's a lot nicer than he looks. I was thinking about what to tell you all, but I just happened to run into Ron on the way and he convinced me that you would support me." She frowned. "That reminds me, you wanted to ask me something." "Sorry Ronald, what was it?" He gave a sad shrug. "It was nothing. I was just wondering if you would help me with my charms assignment, but I'm not going to steal your excitement away from you with boring homework." She smiled at him. "Ron, you and I both know that you're amazing at charms. You don't need my help, you're just being lazy." "Oh, leave him be," Esme laughed. She took Hermione's hand and led her up the stairs to the girls' dorm rooms. "Come on, Ginny, Narcissa. Let's have girl talk and give them their boy time." Ginny gave a small wave to her brother. "Love you, Ron," she told him. He nodded with a smile. Narcissa stood and hugged Ron tightly. She sifted his hair through her fingers and kissed his cheek. "The girl you take to the ball will be a very lucky one, Ronald." "Thank you, Narcissa," he whispered before she followed the girls and walked up the stairs. Draco and Harry looked at the sad boy. "Ron, mate," Harry started. "I'm just going to go do some homework," he said suddenly. "I'll see you guys later." Draco frowned and shook his head. "I shouldn't have forced him to." "Don't blame yourself, Dre," Harry said, patting his friend's back. Draco nodded and gave a smile. "Help him cheer up, yay mate. I'll try and find him a pretty Ravenclaw." "Deal." Harry stuffed his hands into his pockets as he gave himself one more look over. He nodded, pleased, before ruffling his hair and grimacing when he thought about how much of an unruly mess it was. He shrugged. "Whatever. Girls like it anyway." He looked back when he saw Ron walk in, fixing his bow. "Talking to yourself again, Harry?" he asked. Harry laughed at the redhead. Draco had found Padma Patil for Ron, who was more than excited to be going with him. "Thanks again for lending me your dress robes, Harry. I promise there won't be any juice stains on it or anything." Harry grinned. "I told you already, Ron. Keep it. With Alice as my sister, I'm bound to have a new set in, 5 seconds." He chuckled in response. "Really, Harry? Thanks." He nodded and patted Ron's back. "Try not to be all upset once you see her with Victor. You don't want to ruin Padma's night." Ron rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm that insensitive? Trust me, growing up with Esme and Narcissa has taught me a thing or two about how to treat pretty ladies." The two laughed with each other before settling and checking the time. Ron didn't have to worry about picking Padma up because she was getting ready with her sister in the Gryffindor Tower. "You should go, Harry. Luna's probably waiting." "Well, you know Luna," he joked. "She's probably busying herself by looking for those crazy creatures she's always talking about. Go on. I'll see you down there." Harry quickly made his way out of the dorms, making sure that he wasn't going fast enough to break a sweat. He walked through many corridors and climbed down many staircases until he finally reached the Ravenclaw house. Luckily for him, Severus was passing by. The raven-haired boy grinned as he looked at his professor. "Hey, Sev." "No," the potions master said as he continued walking. "Oh come on, Severus. Just one word. Just a little hint. Try not to overdo yourself in showing off tonight, Cullen." Harry rolled his eyes as Severus disappeared around the corner. "Greasy git," he muttered before he turned and dread filled him. Of course. He had forgotten that he had to solve a riddle. Just as he stepped forward for the question, the entrance was opened and giggling girls came to a stop before him. "Oh, sorry. I was just wondering if—" "Hi, Harry," one of the girls said slyly. Harry immediately recognized her as Cho Chang. She was probably on her way to meet Cedric in front of the Great Hall. "Hey, Cho, you haven't seen Luna, have you?" "We have," one of the other girls giggled. "Luna. Harry's here." They parted to let Luna through. Harry glanced at all of them in confusion before his eyes set on his date. His eyes widened and he choked on the air he was breathing. Luna. She grinned and held her hand out to him. "Hello, Harry. I really do like this dress Alice got for me. Thank her for me." She was wearing a floor-length, blue dress that had a decent cut and, to Harry, fit her curves perfectly. He took her hand and kissed it softly, ignoring the girlish shrieks behind them. "You look quite beautiful, lovely Lady Luna," he said softly. "I do believe this is one of the rare times that I've seen your hair down." She smiled at him. I hope it doesn't look too casual, she said as she tucked a few strands behind her ear. He shook his head and led her away from the nosy girls. You look wonderful, he told her. And you're looking quite handsome yourself, Sir Harry, she grinned, hooking her arm with his as her excitement grew. I hope you're a good dancer, Harry. We have to look our best for the opening dance. Yay, he smiled. Wait, what opening dance? Luna looked up at him with a smile. Surely Professor McGonagall told you that the champions are the first to dance. No, she didn't. Oh, well now you know. So are you a good dancer? He grinned at her and kissed her cheek. Trust me, Luna. I don't like to brag, but I'm a fabulous dancer. Luna laughed as Harry took her by the waist and spun her off the dance floor and towards their table. I must agree, Harry, she started, your dancing is quite fabulous, just as you said. Why thank you, Lady Luna, he said, bowing as he held her seat out. Did you see Padma? She was so happy to be here with Ron. Luna nodded. She's thought he was cute for ages. She was a bit hesitant when Draco came up to her for Ronald, but she figured it didn't matter. Harry smiled. Ron seems to be enjoying himself, considering. Hermione does look awfully pretty tonight. Doesn't she? He asked as they looked over at Hermione, who was happily dancing away with Victor. Ron and Padma were laughing as they stumbled clumsily around the dance floor. He never was that graceful, he snorted. Neither was Padma, Luna giggled. She curses Parvati for being a decent dancer. The pair waved at Draco as he walked over with Daphne. How's the start of your night? He asked. Lovely, Luna told him with a dreamy voice. And yours? You're lucky Daphne said yes to you. Oh, and why's that? Draco asked with a teasing tone in his voice. Are there little creatures in my hair today? Luna frowned. Obviously not, Draco. It's only because you have such high standards that girls get rather annoyed with. Daphne covered her mouth as she began laughing loudly. Harry dropped his head into his arms as he tried to smother his laughter. Very funny, Luna, he muttered as he sat down with his date. Suddenly, the four teens were blinded by a bright flash that went off before them. What the bloody hell? Watch that tongue, Draco Malfoy, a voice warned. He groaned. Mother, please go away. She ignored him and walked towards her son's date. Daphne darling, you look amazing tonight. I don't know why Draco doesn't want to show you off with the pictures he could have. She blushed and thanked Narcissa. Maybe it's because of the blinding light required to take them, he sneered. Harry smiled as the mother and son began to bicker before he turned back to Luna. Are you thirsty? He asked. She shrugged in response. Just a bit. Would you like to go get some punch with me? She smiled and stood with him. The two walked over to the punch table, not noticing Esme, who was creeping up on them slowly. As they turned to fill each other's cups up, Esme raised her camera and took a picture of them. She had turned off the flash, but like Narcissa was using a magical camera that would take in the movements of the scene. She smirked before walking away in satisfaction. Success was hers. Ron sat down with Padma and placed her drink in front of her. Thanks for coming with me again, Padma. She shook her head. Really Ron, I'm happy to be here with you. She grinned at him. You've been thanking me since we left the dorm. I think I understand the gratitude. He blushed and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Okay, I'll stop, he joked. She laughed at him before her eyes trailed to the dance floor. She glanced at him and sighed. Hermione looks wonderful tonight. Ron's head snapped up and he saw Padma smiling kindly at him. He frowned in exasperation. Did everyone know before I did? She shrugged with a grin. Pretty much. Then why did you agree to come to the ball with me? She smiled softly at him. I'm a hopeless romantic that wanted to help you get her jealous, and you were always one of the cuter looking lads. She laughed as she leaned forward and pinched his cheek. He chuckled with her and took her hand. You're a real good friend, Padma. Too bad you're wasting your time with me. It's obviously not working. He pointed to Hermione, who was still dancing with Victor. She patted his shoulder. Well then let's make it work. She gulped down the rest of her punch before pulling him back up to his feet. Come on, we're the worst dancers out there, but that doesn't mean we aren't having fun. Meanwhile, Luna was humming to the song as Harry guided her around. The two smiled as Ginny and Neville passed by them and swayed gracefully to the music. Can we rest now, Harry? She asked politely. Of course, he told her. They walked back to their table just in time to see Padma and Ron leaving to dance again. He waved to them as they passed before sitting down with Luna. "I must say, the ball is much more fun than I thought it would be." She nodded. "Me too, Esme did a beautiful job with the decorations." "She's pleased to hear you say that," he said, pointing to his mother who was covering her cheeks as if hiding a blush. Their view of Esme was obscured once Cedric Diggory stepped in front of them. The two fourth years looked up at him questioningly. Cedric grinned and leaned down. "Sorry, Harry, but I just wanted to ask if you figured your egg out yet." He nodded. "Yay, I did. Have you?" The surprise on Cedric's face didn't go unnoticed, but they chose to ignore it as pride filled the seventh year's eyes. "Yay, I have too. I wanted to come tell you how for telling me about the dragons." Harry shrugged. "You didn't have to do that, Seed. I know, but don't you worry. I'll find a way to repay you, Harry." He waved slightly before turning and going back to Cho. "He's one of the nicer boys, isn't he?" Luna commented. "Boys can be very nice," Harry defended. He shrunk back at the look Luna gave him. "Yes, he's one of the nicer ones." She gave him a cheeky smile and laughed. "Like you." Edward alternated his fingers quickly on the piano to produce a perfect trill that echoed in Harry's room. He looked at the picture on Harry's piano. Esme had framed a picture of Harry twirling Luna off the dance floor and placed it in his room. 2 months had passed since the Yule Ball, but Esme still couldn't stop talking about how handsome he looked that night. Tomorrow would be Harry's second task. After they watched him duke it out against a dragon, it was only safe to say that if they were all humans, they would have gone through a nervous breakdown by now. Harry had written Edward a letter, telling him to guard the piano with his life, and if anyone came to get it, to eat them like you've never eaten anyone before. According to the riddle Harry solved, they would be taking something that Harry truly loved, so everyone in the Cullen house was on full alert. Harry assigned each of them something to watch over as he took care of the valuables that he took with him. Edward, however, was left to watch everything since everyone was out. Jasper and Alice were hunting so that the vampire could control himself the next day. Esme and Carlisle were already at Hogwarts with Remus and Sirius to give Harry extra encouragement. Rose and Emmett were God knows where. Edward suspected that she took him out to buy Harry a gift for completing the second task. If he completes the second task. He shook the thought out of his head and frowned. Of course Harry would complete it. He was a Cullen, and Cullens had determination, bravery, and were always victorious. Edward's hands paused as his eyes trailed to look at the door. The sound of fire called to his attention, and he got up and quickly made his way to the living room. Albus was standing there, brushing the dust off his shoulder. "Headmaster," Edward greeted politely, bowing slightly. "Ah, Edward." Albus smiled. "Are your parents here? I must speak with them about something." Edward shook his head. "No, sir. They left for Hogwarts about an hour ago. They must be in Sirius quarters." "Ah yes, of course. Silly of me to forget." Albus chuckled. "Is anyone else here?" "No, sir." A twinkle in the headmaster's eyes caused the vampire to step back wearily. Albus. "Well then, this will make it much easier. No questions from the others. Come along, Edward." "Where are we going, sir?" "To Hogwarts. Harry must have told you about the riddle the egg gave him," he said with a smile. Edward shook his head in confusion. "Yes, he did, but..." Suddenly realization came over him and he gulped. "This isn't good," he thought to himself. "This is useless," Harry sighed. He rested his head on the book and closed his eyes. "I might as well just give up now. There's no way I'm going to win tomorrow." Ron and Draco frowned as Hermione patted his back softly. They had searched the library that whole week and it remained fruitless. Harry was ready to stop and disqualify himself from the task. "Come on, mate," Draco said firmly. "No giving up. You're a Cullen. And, Harry." "Well, that was encouraging," Ron said sarcastically. "Granger." The four flinched in surprise and looked up at Professor Moody. "Why yes, sir," she stuttered. "Professor Dumbledore wants to speak to you." He turned to glare at the boys who were getting up with her, "and only you." Harry, Ron and Draco looked at each other before slowly sinking back into their seats. Hermione gave them a sad smile. "Good luck, Harry," she said before leaving. Moody looked at them and huffed. "Problem, Potter." "No, sir." "Yes, well, you should go rest now. The second task will be a handful." "Longbottom." They heard Neville squeal. "Come here and help the boys put the books away." Neville appeared and smiled at them when Moody walked away. Hey guys, he said sheepishly. Ron groaned. This beeps, now we really won't find anything. What were you guys looking for? Something that will help me breathe underwater for an hour. Harry sighed as he picked a book up and put it back into its place. Neville's eyes lit up. Well, I don't know if you prefer charms or spells more, but I know a plant called gillyweed can do just that, Harry. They looked at him happily. Really, Nev, do you know where I can get gillyweed? The boy frowned. Well, that I don't know. It's not something that someone just carries around. You'd usually use it for potions or... Severus. The three boys shouted. Thanks, Nev. Wish me luck tomorrow, Harry said as they ran out of the library. Neville shook his head and put the few remaining books away. More like wish him luck with Snape. Severus, please, Harry begged. I found out for myself, kind of, can't I just take it? You can say that I stole it. Severus glared at the boy. Although I'd much prefer helping you, Harry, you know that I am not allowed to. If you had researched this much earlier, then maybe you wouldn't be in such a problem as this right now. I suggest that you, bahaha, mahahaha. They all turned to Draco in shock and confusion. Ron started coughing alongside him. Are you guys okay? Harry asked. Severus was glaring at them suspiciously. Sev, Draco said in a soft tone. Harry and Severus stared at the ridiculous boy as his voice fluctuated randomly. Please just give us the gillyweed. We know you have it in your potions cupboard. Severus' eye twitched as he listened to his ridiculous godson. Good night, he said stiffly before closing the door on them. Harry glared at the two before him. Look what you did. Ron laughed as he patted Draco's back. Indeed. Why were you coughing like that? Harry said as he started to walk away. A loud crack to his left caused him to gasp and fall over. So that Master Severus wouldn't hear me, Harry Cullen. Dobby laughed, holding up a jar of gillyweed. Harry stared at it before grinning at his friends. You guys. They shrugged and threw it around each other's shoulders. Us guys, they laughed. Harry stood next to Cedric, Carlisle and Esme behind him. His father had a hand on his shoulder and he was whispering encouraging words to his son. Harry was shaking slightly as he looked at the others. They seemed confident and ready. The fourth year felt like he was going to soil himself. You can do this, Harry, Carlisle said. Don't forget how proud we are of you. Harry smiled. Which stand is everyone in? Carlisle pointed towards one to their right. When he squinted, he saw Alice and Rosalie holding up Cullen as number 1, Signs and Emmett and Jasper, waving Gryffindor flags. Where's Edward? Esme frowned and stroked his hair. Don't worry, son. He's just running late today. You're lying, Harry said knowingly. She looked at Carlisle before sighing. Your brothers and sisters haven't seen him since last night. Great, he groaned. The one time I need all of you here and someone is missing. I needed him to tell me what they took. His eyes widened and he stared into the water. Oh gods, he whispered. Dad, welcome to the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore cheered as the crowd shouted in excitement. Each champion must go to the bottom of the lake to retrieve something that has been taken from them. At the sound of my whistle they will have precisely an hour to recover what has been taken from them. Dumbledore nodded towards all of the champions and they waited for his signal. Harry quickly stuffed the gillyweed into his mouth and swallowed. He gripped his neck and began coughing. Harry, son, he heard Carlisle say, but the sound of the whistle cut his father off. He watched the others jump into the lake, but he was still on the stand, his eyes clenched and his fists gripping his shirt. Before they could do anything, he fell over into the water. The two vampires stared in horror. After they recovered from their shock, they turned to look at the headmaster. Albus. Esme gasped. Harry. Just as his name was said, the boy came rocketed out of the water and dove back in with a cry of happiness. Esme grinned as she laid a hand on Carlisle's chest. Never mind. He's okay. Under the water, Harry was looked at the watch Hermione had waterproofed for him a while back. Only 2 minutes passed, so he had plenty of time. He looked around wearily before swimming ahead. I'll find you, Edward, he promised himself. He swam around, looking around in every direction to make sure there weren't any threatening creatures and to see if he could find his brother. After a few more minutes his eyes lit up when he saw 4 people floating next to each other, chained to a large tail-shaped stone. He made his way to Edward as quickly as he could, knowing that the mermaid was watching him closely. He looked at the other faces. Cho Chang, a girl who looked a lot like Fleur and Hermione. Harry looked distraught. He moved over to Hermione, but another mermaid intercepted him and brought her trident up to his throat. Only one. Harry heard it hiss. She's my friend too, he pleaded. The mermaid shook his head and pushed him away. He sighed and held onto Edward's arm tightly. If they weren't going to let him take the others, he was going to wait until the others came for them. Those who were watching began to fidget nervously. The time was at its halfway point and no one had come up yet. Draco and Ron were still looking around the stands for Hermione. The Cullens were quiet. Alice was too distracted worrying about Harry and wherever Edward was to look at the future. Jasper had an arm around her while Emmett was holding Rosalie tightly. He'll be the first one out, Emmett whispered. Just you watch. Suddenly a head popped out of the water and they pulled Fleur Delacour out. Her schoolmates cheered until everyone saw the look of sadness on her face. Dumbledore raised a wand to his throat and announced what had happened. Fleur Delacour was attacked by the Grindylows and has been taken out from this task. Dumbledore leaned towards her and Fleur's head fell into her hands. Those who were close enough could hear her scream, Gabrielle. Harry looked at his watch and began to fidget. Where was everyone? A happy smile came onto his face when he saw Cedric swimming towards him. He waved at the boy and Cedric waved back with a grin. He swam over to Cho, took his wand out, and freed her from her chains. He hooked his arm with hers and pulled his hand towards himself, telling Harry to come with him. Harry shook his head fervently and pushed his hand against the water, telling him to go on. Cedric shook his head with a smile. He saluted the boy and swam up as fast as he could, holding his girlfriend. Victor came shortly after. Harry's eyes widened when he saw that he partially transformed himself into a shark. When the boy had trouble freeing Hermione, he finally broke the chain with his jaws and grabbed the end of it, pulling Hermione with him. Harry closed his eyes. Now all he had to do was wait for Fleur. Minutes passed. And more. He looked at his watch. It was already 10 minutes till the hour was over. He shook his head, knowing he couldn't wait anymore. With a quick look around, he quickly freed Edward before swimming to the other girl. When she was freed, he pulled her towards Edward, grabbed both of their arms, and began swimming upwards. He saw the merpeople coming up, screaming obscenities at him. He used all his strength to swim faster while pulling the two up with him. One mermaid caught his leg and pulled him downwards. Harry let out a guttural noise as he kicked the mermaid away and pushed the two further up. The merpeople grabbed his arms and tried dragging him down, but Harry knew he couldn't give up. He felt himself weakening. The gillyweed's effect was ending. With one last final push he untangled himself from them, pushing them away, and swam up, grabbing Edward's and the girl's hand before dragging them up to the surface. As the air hit him, his gills disappeared and he took a deep breath. Edward awoke and looked around wildly while the girl next to him began coughing wildly. He heard everyone cheering his name as they swam back to the stand. Edward pulled himself up before helping the other two onto the platform. Once Harry got a towel around him, Edward hugged him tightly. I knew you could do it, he said softly. I'm so proud of you, kid. And flattered, he finished with a grin. Harry smiled at him, shivering furiously. But I'm last, Edward. No, I am, Fleur said. She got down next to him and kissed his cheek before throwing her arms around him. Merci beaucoup, for saving my sister, she said when a look of confusion came over Harry's face. He nodded. Yay, sure. It wasn't a problem. Gabrielle, Fleur said lovingly. The girl smiled. Thank you, Ari, she said happily. Edward rolled his eyes when they walked away. Idiot child. He laughed. None of us were in real danger. You should have just rescued me and gotten us up here as quickly as you could. Gee, sorry for being chivalrous, Harry said sarcastically. How was I supposed to know? They didn't tell us that. Edward laughed as he let Esme and Carlisle push him away to hug their son. Oh Harry, Esme exclaimed. We're so proud of you, even though you came in third place. To rescue two people, including your brother. Hey look, Harry heard. He turned when he saw George and Fred running towards him. He groaned and began sprinting down the hall, but the two were much quicker. It's the boy with all that morale fiber. Please stop, he moaned. Oh, he's a jolly good fellow, with a lot of morale fiber. They sang. Please leave me alone. You know, morale fiber is the best thing you can ever have. Go away. A few minutes later, he had lost the twins. He found Ron sulking around and brought the boy along with him to the kitchens. His best friend still hadn't said a word and the silence was making Harry uncomfortable. "What's the matter with you?" he finally asked. Ron shrugged and looked away. "Oh come on, mate. You've been acting like this since yesterday." The redhead snorted and glared. "I'm fine." "Obviously not. Just leave it, Harry." "Gods, you're annoying." "I'm annoying," he exclaimed, outraged. "I'm not the annoying one. The annoying one is that stupid Git Crumb." The boy blushed and looked at his feet as Harry reached out to tickle the pair. "Oh," Harry laughed slowly. "Is that what this is about? Victor Crumb rescued Hermione from the lake. He has no right. He can't help who he likes, Ronald." "Yes he can," Ron grumbled. "Harry, you're the boy who lived. You have so many advantages that you don't take. Why don't you use one to make him go away?" He rolled his eyes. "Really, Ron, beep it up. He stole my woman." Harry stared at him. "What? She was never your woman." "She would have been if that git didn't steal her." He sighed and patted Ron's head. "Poor chap. Quit it. Don't worry, we'll get you a new chew toy and you'll stop worrying about that nasty Crumb monster." Harry. A few months later. Kill the spare. Harry was shaken. It happened again. Beads of sweat were trailing down his forehead. His scar was stinging. He looked around wildly as he tried to even out his breathing. His hands trailed up the sides of his face before they gripped his hair. "What's going on?" he whispered to himself. When he closed his eyes, all he could see was the graveyard. "Ron," he said, his voice raspy. "Ron," he called louder. The redhead sat up with a snort and looked around. "Ron, something bad is going to happen, I know it. We have to tell someone, Ron. We got to go to Albus and—" "Whoa, Ron muttered, getting out of his bed and sitting next to Harry. "What's the matter with you?" "Ron, I had a dream and I just know that, I know something bad is going to happen. It's all I've been seeing. We have to stop it before something happens." "Harry," his friend said softly. "It's just a dream. Calm down, mate." "No, Ron," he told him, a desperate tone in his voice. "It isn't just a dream. We have to do something. Harry, you need to calm down," he said firmly. Harry looked up and looked at the redhead. After a moment of silence, he nodded his head. "Yay, I need to calm down." Ron suddenly looked hesitant. "Harry, maybe you should see Albus." "No, Ron, you're right. I just think the disappearance of Crouch got to me, and the maze, God's the maze." He pushed the covers off. "Ron, after Crouch disappeared I stayed in Albus' office for a while. I saw a pensive and when I looked in." He looked at his friend. "Crouch had a son who was a Death Eater. He was one of those who were at fault for Neville's parents," he whispered. "And Crouch Jr., he's been in these dreams that I've been having, Ron. I don't understand what's going on anymore." Ron looked down as he saw Harry's head drop and disappear in his arms. "Something bad is coming, I know it," he heard his friend say. Harry looked around nervously before turning back to his breakfast. He pushed his eggs around and watched the yolk leak from it. The bacon was lying on the edge of the plate while the edge of his toast was turning yellow from the yolk. "You have to eat," Hermione nearly begged. "You have to be ready for tonight." "I'll just puke it all out anyway," he groaned. "Just try, okay mate," Ron said. Harry nodded as he picked at his egg and raised it up to his mouth. He showed them that there was something on the fork before putting it in his mouth and letting out a sarcastic, "Yum." "Good boy," Hermione grinned. "Now eat your vegetables." "Yes, Mother," he grumbled. "What did you call me?" she snapped. "He called you, Mother, Hermione." "Stop henpecking him," Ron said as he rolled his eyes. "If I weren't here to discipline him, then he'd be easily influenced by you and become a slacker." "It's not slacking. It's relaxing a bit and having fun. Not everyone has a stick up there." "How dare you, Ronald Weasley." "You'd think they were dating," Ginny said loud enough for them to stop and everyone to laugh. Hermione blushed while Ron glared at his sister. Harry felt a fraction of his tension disappear and he smiled thankfully at Ginny. The girl winked at him and kicked her brother under the table. "Ow. Ginny, what?" She gave him a look telling him to say something to Hermione. Ron cleared his throat and turned to her. Hermione," he started. She looked at him and nodded. Never mind," he said and turned back to his food. Hermione frowned in confusion while Ginny smacked her forehead in exasperation. Fool, she muttered. Everyone turned back to their own business except for Harry. The emerald eyes looked shocked when his brothers came in. A smile came onto his face and he got up and ran to them. "Hey guys," he said happily. "You're really early." His voice was echoing around the hall. "We know, kid," Emmett grinned. "We just wanted to see the champion a bit earlier." Jasper nodded. "The others will come afterwards. We just wanted some brother bonding time before you throw yourself to a questionable death." Emmett and Edward frowned while Harry scratched his forehead. "Thanks, Jasper, I guess." The blonde vampire shrugged and looked away, crossing his arms. Edward cleared his throat noisily. All the students were leaning in. The brothers weren't talking very quietly and of course, they were rather curious about the Cullen family. "Anyway," Edward started, "Father told us that you've been having nightmares. Something about a graveyard." Harry looked around. Yay. "Wanna quiet down a bit, Edward? He's not talking loud," Emmett nearly shouted with a barking laughter. Harry flinched as his nervousness grew. "So, any faces in the dreams? You said your scar started hurting, right?" Harry looked straight into Edward's eyes. The vampire nodded. "We got him," he whispered. "Harry, just calm down," Carlyle said worriedly. Just a few minutes ago, Albus had flowed him, telling him that Ronald brought Harry to his office. Once he stepped through with Esme and the children, they found a distraught Harry shaking on the couch. "Albus, do you know why these dreams are coming to him? His scar couldn't possibly be hurting. The Dark Lord was defeated." "I may have an answer, Headmaster." Severus closed the door behind him. "Severus?" Albus asked. The man pulled his sleeve up and revealed that his dark mark was growing stronger and darker. "Severus," Albus murmured in horror. "I flowed Lucius," he said stiffly. "It's happening to him as well. If Harry's scar is hurting him and the dark marks are coming back, without a doubt he's getting stronger again. Why didn't he inform us of this before? He's one of the most-trusted." "Not anymore," Severus responded. "They're beginning to doubt him just as much as they doubt me. You should remember, Headmaster. Lucius nearly lost his mind when he saw Draco writing in Riddle's diary. He gave it to Nott as fast as he could." "Forget all of that," Emmett said, crossing his arms. "The bigger problem is that someone's trying to raise Moldy Shorts, aren't they?" The old headmaster sat down with a sad sigh. "The question is who?" "Sir," Severus said, "I may have an answer to that as well." "What is it, Severus?" Rosalie asked as she sat down and held Harry close to her. He let out a deep breath. "Since the start of this year, ingredients from my stockroom have been disappearing, all that are associated with Polyjuice Potion. I don't think it is any coincidence that your precious Alistair Moody takes a flask out of his jacket every hour and takes a quick gulp from it." They all looked at the potion's master. "I knew there was something wrong with him," Harry exclaimed. Ron nodded in agreement from his seat on the other side of the room. "The man showed us unforgivables in class," he said. "Surely, you jest," Albus said in shock. Ron shook his head. "All of us were too shocked and scared to say anything to anyone else. Neville and Harry," he looked at his friend, apologizing. "They nearly fainted from the demonstration, sir." Alice raised her hand as his eyes glazed over. "Oh," she sighed. "This will be easier than running a mile in half a second." Edward looked up and nodded to Albus. The headmaster stood and pointed a wand at Moody. "Severus," he called. The potion's master stood and took a vial of a water-looking potion out of his pocket. A smirk came onto his face as Emmett and Jasper quickly made their way up to him and took him by the arms. The students rose in shock and watched the two large vampires pull the protesting man out of the great hall. "I hate to say this," Severus told Harry as he passed him, "but I feel ridiculously sadistic right now." "Get the champions, Harry," Edward told him. "Moody won't stop thinking about the maze and the cup. You're not the only one in danger." Harry nodded and walked up to the professor's table. He stood in front of Igor Karkaroff and Madame Maxine. He leaned in and whispered a few words to them. They nodded and went to collect Victor and Fleur. Harry turned and walked down to the Hufflepuff table. "Harry, what's going on?" Cedric asked. "Just come on, Seed. It's important." "Severus, administer the Veritaserum," Dumbledore commanded. Moody smirked as the potion's master came up and forced the liquid down his throat. He spluttered and coughed before regaining himself again. "Who am I?" Instead of answering, he looked around the defense office, away from Dumbledore's eyes as he groaned and hissed. "Who am I?" "Albus Dumbledore. Are you Alistair Moody?" Or you. The man began trying to force himself out of Emmett's and Jasper's grip, but Carlyle stepped forward and pushed him back down, a subtle glare in his eyes. You might want to answer. We could continue with the questioning and you could go to Azkaban, or I could just kill you, slowly, for endangering the life of my son. So answer, are you Alistair Moody? No, the grumbled response came. Carlyle smiled and stepped back to his wife. That wasn't so hard, was it? Who are you? Albus asked calmly. He opened his mouth to respond, but a sudden jolt in his body caused him to laugh madly. Emmett and Jasper looked at each other in confusion as the man's arms grew smaller until a skinny man was sitting in Moody's place. Fleur gasped as Victor straightened and pulled his wand out. Cedric raised his wand as well and looked to his left when he saw Edward quickly step before his brother. The two gave each other an odd look before turning back to the man. Barty Crouch Jr., Albus stated. The man licked his lips and shifted forward with a growl. Emmett let out a ferocious bark as he threw the man back down. Potter, he hissed. If your meddling family hadn't interfered, you know what would have happened. He laughed maniacally. You'd be dead tonight. You will be dead tonight. No he won't, Edward stated. It's all right in your mind right now. You turned the cup into a portkey, didn't you? Was it going to lead to the graveyard? Ah, the graveyard of that maniac's father. Crouch growled as he tried to lunge for Edward once more. What were you going to do? Give a spectacle, strike fear into the hearts of the students, and then portkey out of the stadium to the graveyard to raise the scum. How were you even sure that Harry was going to win? Oh please. Crouch snorted. Did you think I wasn't manipulating the contest in some way? Who do you think put his name into the cup? And like your idiot boy could figure out anything by himself. His godfather, he spat, looking serious up and down, may have helped him with the first task, but who do you think told Hagrid he should show Potter the dragons? Who gave Diggory the hint about the egg? I knew he would pass it along. It was the only noble thing to do when Potter told him about the first task. Cedric snorted. Except, Harry had already figured out the egg. He didn't need your help at all. Well, I sent him Longbottom, didn't I? He sneered. You gave him that book after your horrid defense class, Harry realized. You knew he loved herbology and that he'd read anything about it. That's probably where he got the idea from. Oh, you're a smart one after all, aren't you? He answered sarcastically before he glared. Too smart for my liking. You would have been at the graveyard, Potter. You would have been kneeling before the Dark Lord and he would have shown your mercy by killing you as fast as he could. Shut up, Rosalie hissed as she pulled Harry close to her. Who was the spare? Harry muttered. Who was there with me in my dreams? You were planning to have someone else with me. Who was it? Crouch chuckled as he threw his head back. Now that wasn't part of my plan. Why would I need anyone else to raise the Dark Lord when all the blood that needed to be sacrificed was yours? His eyes suddenly widened as he laughed loudly. Why, Potter, you must have been gracious enough to share your glory with someone. His breath caught in his throat as he looked at the other champions. If I didn't stop you, then I would have taken someone with me. It would have been my fault. Fleur and Victor looked at each other while Cedric raised a hand and rubbed Harry's shoulder. Don't look at it that way, Harry. You saved us too. We're entering that maze without that threat anymore. They'll fix the cup and it's nothing to worry about. It didn't even happen. Edward nodded in agreement before the two looked at each other again before quickly glancing away again. What is the matter with you? Alice hissed. Does he look really familiar to you? Edward whispered. What? The champions watched the curse breakers leave as Dumbledore tested the cup cautiously. They heard him mutter a few counts before touching the cup again. They sighed in relief when nothing happened. Well, Dumbledore said with a cheerful grin. It is safe to continue the competition. No harm will be done to you with this cup, however do be careful in the maze tonight. Fleur frowned while Victor smirked and chuckled under his breath. Albus, Harry said softly. What will happen to Crouch? The old man gave a tired sigh and sat down at his desk. The champions crowded around him, anxious for an answer. As you know, that man didn't just endanger the life of you four, but he also killed his own father. With the records he has from earlier in his life, they will surely give him the key. Harry gulped and stepped back slightly as Fleur gasped and Cedric helped steady her. This news has been taking a toll on everyone and I would have liked to stop the competition, but we all know that the contract is binding. I wish you all good luck tonight. Do your best. Thank you, sir, they all said before leaving. They reached the bottom of the headmaster's steps before they all looked at each other. Fleur lunged forward and gave Harry a tight hug. You, Avenue saved us again, mon petit cho. Harry blushed as he hugged her back, the two boys smirking at him from behind her. She kissed his cheek and pulled back. Good luck, Ari. You too, Fleur. She gave him one last kiss before walking away. They waited for Fleur to disappear, and when she did, the two older boys began teasing Harry mercilessly. Did you not kiss her back, Harry? Victor laughed as he made smacking noses with his lips. Harry rolled his eyes. Let's just say that I'm not just ignoring your accent, Victor. I'm just ignoring you as a whole. Ah, come on, Harry. Cedric grinned. You should have dipped her and kissed her for all it was worth. Would you two stop? He glared. She has a boyfriend. Ah, vas that what vas stopping you? Victor asked smugly. No, she has her boyfriend and I have, well I don't. Oh I know. Cedric laughed as they began walking down the hall together. You have Luna Lovegood. Merlin, he exclaimed. Just leave me alone. Who is this Luna? The Bulgarian asked. His date to the Yule Ball, Cedric answered before Harry could. Harry's completely in love with her. Harry sighed in exasperation and started to answer, but a gasp behind them stopped the three. They turned around and saw Esme, Rosalie and Alice standing there with their hands on their cheeks. Oh no, he groaned. Ah, the three chimed. Harry. Esme smiled. That is so wonderful. You know we love Luna so. Whatever his mother was saying was drawled out by Cedric and Victor's laughter. He twitched and glared at the two. I'll kill the both of you. He shouted. Cedric's eyes widened as he pulled Victor by the arm and began running. Harry Cullen, apologize. Esme demanded, but he wasn't listening anymore. The younger boy was quickly chasing the two older seekers. Victor, run faster. He's a lot quicker than I thought. Night had fallen and the stadium was filled. The champions were down in the center, waiting to enter the maze, but to everyone's surprise, they weren't waiting with their separate headmasters. They were all together, fooling around. Victor was dancing around with Fleur, and whenever he turned to Harry and Cedric, he'd make a kiwi face that would send Cedric into laughter. Harry glared at the boy and pushed Cedric over, making the seventh year fall into the grass. Oh look, Harry, he exclaimed, pointing at someone behind the raven-haired boy. Harry turned and looked up into the stands to see Luna waving at him. He blushed and turned to glare at Cedric. Would you stop? Harry, my boy, he heard. Dad, Cedric groaned. Would you just leave him alone? Amos laughed as he threw an arm around the fourth year. Am I that much of a bother, Harry? Of course not, Harry answered. Well good. Now where's the family? Well my parents are right there, he said, pointing at Esme and Carlisle who were talking to Madame Maxime. My brothers and sisters are up in the stands and all the Weasleys are here too. Oh are they? He asked with a kind smile. I've wanted to see how Arthur and Molly were. Well your luck is great, Mr. Diggory, Harry grinned. They're coming down the stands with Charlie and Bill right now. Amos gave the boy one last smile before walking over to Arthur. The two parents stopped to speak to him, but Bill and Charlie continued on. Well if it isn't the youngest everything in the world, they teased. Charlie took him by the legs as Bill took his arms. The two brothers lifted him up and began rocking him back and forth. You guys, he shouted. Don't worry, Harry, Bill started. What we're going to do is rocket you into the maze when the task starts. There will be a good chance that you'll actually end up hurt and not near the cup, but that's okay. Actually, there's a good chance that he'll end up smashing against the bush, Charlie frowned. The two looked at each other and shrugged. Oh well, they sounded together. Put me down. Charlie laughed as he dropped his legs and allowed the boy to gain his balance again. You know, when you were coming down here I thought it was for some support, not to hurt me before the task even began. Ah, Bill, Charlie laughed. We've hurt his feelings. Come on then, let's lift him up again. Harry groaned when he knew they weren't talking about lifting his spirit. The two oldest Weasleys hoisted him up onto their shoulders and walked over to the Gryffindor side of the stands. The house began cheering as they saw their champion laughing and waving to them. Hey Ron, he yelled. From the top of the stands, Ron grinned and waved back at him. Bill, Charlie, Esme nearly screeched. Put him down, now. Oh you two. Molly scolded when she finally noticed them. Put Harry down. You'll hurt him. Charlie rolled his eyes. Mum, we want Bill. Harry's eyes widened as he fell off of Charlie's shoulder when Bill stepped out from underneath him. "Bill, you stupid Burke. What the hell were you thinking?" "Mom, I'm fine," Harry said as she began fussing over him. Dr. Cullen kneeled down and began checking him over for any scrapes or cuts. "Dad, really? William Arthur Weasley." Molly smacked him on the back of the head. "You could have killed Harry before he even entered that maze. What do you have to say for yourself?" "William." The boy snapped out of it and looked at his mother. "What?" he asked before his eyes widened and he looked behind him. Harry. I'm so sorry. I was just." "Hey guys," Harry interrupted. The champions looked at him. "Come over here, I want you to meet my family." Cedric smiled as he walked over. "These are my parents, Esme and Carlisle. These are the parents of my best friend, Ron, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley." He paused as he looked at Fleur. "And these two are Ron's brothers, Charlie and Bill." He leaned in and whispered, "You owe me, you nutter." Bill grinned as Fleur looked at him with a shy smile. "How do you like those dragons?" Charlie asked with a grin. "I'm sorry," Victor responded. "Oh, those were my dragons. How do you like them?" The three male champions laughed. Fleur was too busy talking with Bill. Mrs. Weasley watched them suspiciously. All of Hogwarts' houses cheered as Harry and Cedric held up the cup in triumph. Victor smiled and clapped behind them while Fleur was grinning, waving at the two. "I can't believe we did it," Cedric said in disbelief. "We won, Harry. We won." Harry shrugged sheepishly. "Only because you told me to grab it at the same time, Seed. Who cares? We're the winners." Harry laughed when Cedric gave him the trophy as his Hufflepuff friends came down and hoisted him up on their shoulders. They cheered Cedric's name and Amos was following behind, teary-eyed and proud. Harry's eyes widened when he himself was picked up. "You better not drop me this time, Bill," he warned. The oldest Weasley laughed as they bounced him up and down. Cedric, Harry, Cedric, Harry. For once, Harry loved the attention he was getting. It was finally summer and the only work Harry had to worry about he had already finished. The boy took one last stretch before he looked around his room. Ron and Draco were sleeping soundlessly while Cedric was stirring in his spot. Harry grinned at their new friend. After the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric became quite close to their group. Esme had even baked him a graduation cake and Alice bought him a wand holster as a gift from the Cullen family. He turned to his bed and looked at his snake. "Are you sure you don't want to come, Melinda?" he whispered, not noticing that Cedric was fully awake. The snake hissed and turned her head away. "What an attitude," he teased. The snake gave another hiss before burrowing under the covers. Harry sighed as he snapped his fingers. "Come on, Fowlin." The two trotted down the stairs, making sure they didn't wake any other humans up. He smiled when he entered the kitchen as he gave his mother a peck on the cheek. "Morning, Mom," he greeted. "Good morning, darling," Esme answered cheerfully. "Are any of the boys awake?" "Wait, don't answer that. It was silly of me to ask," she joked. Harry laughed as he grabbed an apple and took a bite of it. "Yay, they're still asleep. Not me, the herd." Cedric smiled at them. "Morning. I just wanted to know if I can go on your walk with you today, Harry." The raven-haired boy nodded. "Of course. If you don't have any sweats, you can grab some from Edward's room. You two are the same size, don't you think, Mother?" Esme nodded before turning back to the breakfast she was cooking. "Go ahead, Cedric dear. Edward won't mind." "Thank you, Mrs. Cullen." He gave her a charming grin before running up the stairs so he wouldn't keep Harry waiting. "He's going to wake the girls up," Harry noted as he popped a grape into his mouth. She glanced at him questioningly. "Are you eating our entire stock of fruit?" He asked as he began peeling a banana. "Harry, save some for the guests." "Oh, but Mom, you know I love fruit." "Take the banana, but that's it, Harold." "Mom, you know that's not my name," he said with a roll of his eyes. Fowlin barked in agreement as he stood on his hind legs and placed his paws on the kitchen island. The hungry wolf looked around for some meat but fell back in disappointment. "Ah," Esme cooed. "Fowlin, you know your food is over by your dog bowl." Fowlin growled at the thought of dog food, even though he knew he wouldn't ever be forced to eat anything that a domestic pet would eat. "Here, FAO, Harry said as Cedric came back. "Take some berries and we're off." He tossed a few berries into Fowlin's mouth and the wolf barked in appreciation. He nuzzled his master's leg before running out before them. "Ready?" he asked. Cedric nodded and the two followed Fallon's lead. So why did you decide to come on the walk this morning? You guys usually sleep in until noon, he teased. Cedric laughed as he shrugged his shoulders. I just wanted to talk to you is all. Oh, what about? The two watched Fallon prance around the trees. Cedric gave the younger boy a hesitant look. It's just, since after our celebration at the end of the tournament you've been acting a little tense around me. Harry straightened and looked up at him. Have I? He asked nervously. Don't try to trick me with that, Harry. I may not have known you as long as Draco or Ron, but I can still see something's wrong. He rubbed the back of his neck and the two noticed that Fallon stilled when he felt Harry was uncomfortable. The wolf whined and lay down on the grass, waiting for Harry to feel better. It's nothing, Seed, really. I'm fine. Would you tell me the truth? Cedric laughed. Come on, I won't tease you. Harry sighed and looked down at his feet. If we hadn't stopped Crouch, I was just thinking that we were the ones to get to the cup and, he asked gently. A tearful haze covered Harry's eyes and he looked away shamefully. What if it was you? What if you were the one that could have gotten killed because of me? Oh, Harry, the older boy said softly. I thought we told you not to worry about that anymore. But, Seed, if I hadn't stopped Crouch you might have. First of all, Harry, it could have been any of us with you there, he said firmly, and second, it isn't important anymore, remember. You stopped him. We don't have to worry about that. No resurrecting Dark Lords and no dead bodies. We're all fine, and if I was the one to be there with you, well then, Cedric paused and gave him a friendly smile. I would have been proud to die to protect you. Please don't say that, Harry chuckled darkly. I'll keep it to myself if you forget about this, Harry, he said sadly. Promise you'll stop thinking about this. He looked up at the older boy and nodded. I promise. Cedric left a few weeks ago. It was only 2 days away until 5th year for Harry and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. He was finally an upperclassman. However, the day wasn't going very well so far. Alice flinched as Rosalie rolled her eyes at the noise overhead. Jasper and Emmett were placing bets on who would win the argument while Draco and Harry were trying to ignore the sound. Another shout and clash was heard and Harry nearly fainted when he heard something smash against his piano keys. Why did they have to be in my room? He groaned. Ginny plopped down next to him and patted his back. Luna smiled up at him from where she was sitting on the ground, in between Draco's legs. Would you just tell me what your problem is, Ronald? Would you stop pestering me, Hermione? Esme sighed as she sat on Carlisle's lap. You'd think they were a married couple, she said quietly. Edward chuckled as he flipped through the channels. Stupid, arrogant git. Obnoxious, know-it-all chit. A resounding slap echoed that even the humans could hear. Remus took a sharp intake of breath while Sirius let out a loud, "UHOH." Edward slowly raised the remote and turned the TV off while Alice and Rosalie glanced at each other worriedly when they heard Hermione start sobbing. Come on, the blonde whispered as they went up the stairs. Esme sighed as she followed them. We should go too, she said, motioning to Ginny and Luna. A few minutes after the girls disappeared, a furious red-cheeked Ron stormed down the stairs with a glare in his eyes. I hate girls, he growled as he threw down the box he was holding. He grabbed his jacket and ran out. Ron! Harry shouted, running out after him, Draco hot on their tails as well. Are you sure you want to give it to her so early? Her birthday isn't for another 2 weeks, Draco said. Ron nodded. If I wait forever then I'll never be able to tell her, he said. He opened the box and looked at the gifts he got for Hermione's birthday. He was extremely excited to give them to her, but nervous at the same time. What if she rejected him? Well, that wouldn't really be so entirely shocking to him. It was only a few months since she saw Crumb after all, but the letters were getting fewer, so he figured why not give it a try. Harry nodded as he looked at them once more. She'll love them. Ginny giggled. Just look at this. My brother in love. Mum was so pleased when he asked for the necklace, whichever necklace it was. Luna smiled dreamily as she fell onto Harry's bed, next to the raven-haired boy. I'm sure she'll love it, Ronald. Just on cue, Hermione came into the room with a grin on her face. Ron quickly hid the box behind his back, closing the lid while doing so. Guys, look. She laughed. Victor sent me an early birthday gift. Isn't that thoughtful of him? She pointed to a beautiful diamond necklace that was hugging her gracefully. In between each diamond were a line of 3 small sapphire stones. Her birthstone. Ron looked down in horror. Victor had beaten him again. Isn't it beautiful? She sighed. I told him not to get me anything but, gosh, I can't believe he actually got this for me. Yay, it must have cost a fortune, Ron said bitterly. Hermione frowned. What's got your wand in a twist? Oh, nothing, he said sarcastically. He's known you for what, 5 minutes and he's already showering you with presents. What exactly does he want from you? Oh, here we go, Draco mumbled. Harry shook his head as Hermione glared at Ron. Maybe. He just wants friendship, Ronald. Is that so hard to understand? Does every boy have to be trying to steal my innocence? Oh, he's trying to steal your innocence now, is he? Ron shouted furiously. Ginny groaned, hiding her face in Luna's stomach. That's probably why he got you an early gift anyway. He just wants to get on your good side. I don't see any of you giving me early gifts, but that doesn't mean you like me any less. Oh geez, Harry muttered, slapping his forehead with the palm of his hand. Oh, you don't see us giving you any early gifts. I'm sorry. Maybe we should give you your gifts early every year now. Let's all just steal my idea, right? What are you even talking about, Ronald? We should leave, Draco whispered. The four nodded and quickly made their way out of the room. Why do you even like Crumb so much? He's ugly and weird. He isn't ugly at all, Ronald. He's rather handsome and he isn't weird. He's very nice to me. He has a wonderful personality. Well, laddie frickin' da. Ah. Hermione growled as tears poured down her cheeks. Her fists pounded against the mattress as she kicked her feet up and down. What is his problem? Esme looked at the other girls, knowing exactly why Ron overreacted. I don't know, darling. Boys are just boys. Do you want me to flow Narcissa? She told me she went through something like this with Lucius back in Hogwarts. Alice scurried over towards the fireplace for her in the guest room and stuck her head in after she called out, Malfoy Manor. A few minutes later, Narcissa stepped through with a caring smile on her face. Oh, darling, she laughed. What's happened this time? He's being an absolute jerk. Hermione scowled. I don't even know what his problem is. He was such a big fan of Victor and all of a sudden he became a Triwizard champion and he's hated his guts. Narcissa glanced at Esme knowingly. Rosalie patted the crying girl's hair down before clearing her throat. Sweetie, did you probably think that maybe Ron has a crush on you? Alice nodded in agreement. She laughed at the idea. That's ridiculous. He's screaming at me too much to have any other emotion but annoyance for me. Ginny looked around, trying to avoid Hermione's glare. Gin. The redhead cleared her throat and looked at Luna. It's not true, right? Well. Luna swayed her head to the side with a smile on her face. Ronald was going to ask you to the Yule Ball. What? Hermione asked in surprise. Esme looked satisfied, slightly proud that she was right about her suspicions of the ball. The eccentric B** owned hummed. He went off to ask you but you had already said yes to Victor just moments before. What? Ginny told me so. Hermione glared at the redhead. Is she lying? Ginny frowned. No. He realized he had a crush on you and figured he would ask you to the ball as a way to tell you the truth. In fact, he figured that he would try and tell you again so, she trailed off when she realized what she was saying. Never mind. No, what were you going to say? Esme glanced at Narcissa with a hesitant look on her face. The Malfoy raised a brow in question, waiting for a response. Did you hear what Ronald wanted to do, Esme? Alice and Rosalie shook their heads, warning her not to say anything. She cleared her throat and looked away uncomfortably. It's not really my place to say. Oh please, Esme, I need to know, Hermione pleaded. A knock on the door interrupted them and with a quick turn of the knob, the door swung open. Draco stood there with a sour look on his face, his arms crossed. Harry was behind him, warning the blonde not to be rude. Here, the Malfoy heir said stiffly. He threw a box at the bed and it landed right at Hermione's feet. Eat it up, heartbreaker, he sneered before pushing Harry out of his way and walking down the hallway. Draco Malfoy, Narcissa said in horror. She got up and followed him quickly. Young man, you get back here and apologize. Harry ran a hand through his hair and gave Hermione a friendly smile. Sorry, my own, he said. You know, Draco. He's very protective of Ron and me. We're like the brothers he's always wanted. He'll start thinking clearly in a few days. He's just upset at seeing Ron so, He stopped abruptly before he could say more than he should. Yeah, I'm gonna go try and help Narcissa. Hermione shakily picked the box up that was decorated in chicken scratch written, "Happy Birthday." All over. She pulled the lid up and looked in to see a smaller, wrapped box sitting next to a smiling doll. An ugly, fierce, but smiling troll doll. She let out a laugh as she picked it up and placed it on her lap. "Do you know what this is?" Hermione asked when she pulled out the wrapped present. Ginny shook her head before giving her a thoughtful look. "I mean, I know what it is but I don't know which one it is." Hermione tore the paper and tilted her head to examine the slim, felt case. "What is?" she gasped when opened it. Her gift from Victor was truly divine. No matter how the sun hit it, the diamonds shone vividly and made her eyes light up. Victor probably had to pay so much and take a lot of his time up to find such an ideal necklace. But this was a simple sapphire stone shaped as a teardrop, hanging from a plain, black necklace band. And for some inexplicable reason, Hermione knew Victor's gift couldn't compare. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Hermione," Ginny breathed. They all looked at the youngest Weasley who was staring at the necklace in shock. "That necklace, that's the necklace my dad gave Mum on one Mother's Day." No wonder Mum was crying. She snorted. "And why she gave him a talk about giving this to you?" She shook her head, horrified. "I can't keep this. This must be so special to your family. It's obvious," she said firmly, "that you're important to Ron, making you important to us." She blushed. "We're only 15, even if Ronald and I do." "Ah, you're thinking about it, are you?" Luna asked slyly. Her blush grew darker. "This is all so sudden. I didn't even know he liked me, how do I know what I feel about him?" "I mean sure, I feel something, a little." "Darling," Esme said, pacing an arm around her shoulders. "If Ron is the kind of boy that we know he is, I'm sure he can wait until you're very sure about this." "What if I'm not sure about this?" she asked desperately. "Well then Ronald will understand," Ginny said with a roll of her eyes. "And if he doesn't, I'll beat him up until he does." Harry, Ron and Draco walked into the great hall behind the other fifth years. The morning after the fight, Hermione had to leave because of a family emergency, and when they got back to school, the girls were swarming around her, asking if she heard from Victor. This gave them a 0% chance of seeing her until everything settled down. Ron was fidgeting nervously while Harry looked around for her excitedly. Draco let out an irritated sigh as he crossed his arms. "Where is she?" he asked impatiently. "I can't just stand here. I have to go to my table." "Just sit with us," Ron said with a shrug. Draco gave him a look of disgust. "There are only so many Gryffindors I can take. You're always in our common room," Harry scoffed with a roll of his eyes. "That doesn't mean I sleep in the same dorm rooms. You're not making sense. You're not making sense." "Oh, I missed this," they heard someone laugh behind them. "Hey, Nev," Ron grinned. "Hey guys. Sorry I couldn't come this summer." The boy apologized. He blushed and rubbed his neck sadly, volunteering at St. Mungo's. The three smiled kindly at him. "I have to go to my table," Draco said. "Tell Hermione I said hello and that, just hello." Neville frowned as he watched the blonde walk away. "What's wrong with him?" Harry grimaced while Ron looked away guiltily. Draco acted a bit mean to her. "What? Why? Draco is always so protective of you guys." "Of us, Neville," Harry said softly, including Neville in their group. The boy blushed and gave him a hesitant smile. "And that's just the thing. He's known Ron, you and me longer, so he couldn't help it when." Ron's shoulders slumped. "Hermione and I got into a fight again. Crumb sent her an early birthday gift the same day I was planning to give her my gift." "Oh geez," Nev said slowly. "You just have horrible luck, don't you?" "Shut up." The redhead scowled. He rubbed his face tiredly. "I didn't even give her the gift. I don't even remember where I threw it. It's probably lost in your garbage now, Harry," he groaned. "I really wish I just gave it to her. That necklace meant so much to Mum and I managed to lose it." Harry began coughing as he looked away nervously. Neville's eyebrow rose as he stared at his friend. "Are you okay?" Harry waved his hand and sat down. "Let's just sit. The sorting must be starting soon." Ron glared at him as he plopped down on the bench. "Look at this Burke. He's supposed to be my best friend and he completely ignores me when I pour my heart out." "Hermione." They heard the girls gasp. "That's such a pretty necklace." Are you kidding? Ron muttered. There are people who haven't seen Crumb's gift yet. She shouldn't be wearing that. Someone might try to steal it. Where did you get it from? Lavender Brown asked slyly. Was it Victor? It's your birthstone too, isn't it? Ron looked over and saw Hermione blush. No, actually. It came from someone much more special than Victor. Ron frowned and leaned forward to look at the necklace. Hermione was holding the gem between her thumb and forefinger. My own, he said softly. The girl looked up at him with a shy smile. Hi, Ronald. You're wearing the necklace. She nodded with a blush. I hope you don't mind. His eyes widened. No, of course I don't mind, I thought that Victor's necklace was. She smiled and shook her head. I love the troll, Ronald. Yay, he stole my idea, Harry joked. Ron sent a glare his way and he held his hands up in surrender. He turned back to Hermione and he quickly softened. Her blush darkened even further. Wait, Lavender said, holding her hand up. The necklace is from Ronnie. Ronnie? Harry asked with a snort. Yes it is, Hermione said with a beaming smile. And I'm sure it'll be my favorite this year. Lavender frowned and shook her head. But I mean, shut your gob and move over, Brown, Draco drawled. Blaise was standing behind him with his arms crossed. Oh right, Ron said. Draco said hi. A little too late, don't you think? Are you going to move or what, Brown? He snapped. Now, Draco, be civil, Blaise said nonchalantly. Don't worry, Lavender. Although Draco is pushing you away from this pretty little group, I'm sure you can still stare at Ronnie from wherever you're sitting. The girl turned red and looked around in horror. No, I never, Hermione frowned as the girl glared at her. Never mind, she muttered before shifting away slowly. Parvati patted her back. Draco gave her a smirk before sitting down next to Harry. Blaise pushed his robe out as he sat down gracefully and gave Ginny a friendly smile. The Weasley blushed and looked down at her hands. Why are you sitting here? Ron asked in irritation. He knew that Lavender was pining after him, but he didn't want everyone to know. Shouldn't you be sitting with the other snakes? I thought you didn't want to sit with us anyway. He shrugged and looked away. Dumbledore wouldn't mind. Besides, Blaise and I couldn't help but overhear. Eavesdropping, Harry coughed. Draco glared. We couldn't help but overhear this merry little gathering. We figured to hell with it. What if no one wants you here? Lavender asked bitterly. Hermione rolled her eyes, already thoroughly annoyed. Grow up, Lavender. She sneered and looked away. I don't even know why Ron would like you. You're ugly and all you ever do is study. Don't you have a life? Hermione flinched, looking as if she'd been slapped. Draco snorted at the murderous look on Ron's face. Well, we know one thing for sure, and it's why Ron doesn't like you, Brown, he ridiculed. Parvati pulled Lavender away and began scolding her for her behavior. Really, don't listen to her, my own, Ron pleaded. She shrugged and looked down at her lap. I guess. The redhead bit back a growl. If he could have killed Lavender without getting in trouble, he would have. Slowly, I said slowly. Harry gasped and dropped the ladle into the potion. Luckily the hook-like handle hung onto the edge of the cauldron. The raven-haired boy glared at the blonde next to him. You know, when we decided to be partners, I was hoping you wouldn't be breathing down my neck. He snapped. I have to breathe down your neck, or else you'll get it wrong, Draco stated, pushing his shoulder roughly and taking over. Now why don't you just sit down and look pretty? I was doing it just fine, Draco. He exclaimed angrily. Most of the class was glancing their way while Severus was trying not to kick them out of his classroom. You were stirring it too fast, Harry, he gritted. I've done this potion 7 times already, Draco. You've done it 4 times. I think I would know if I was stirring too fast or not. You'd like to think that, wouldn't you? That's enough, Severus shouted. He waved a wand and the supplies on their desk vanished. The cauldron lay empty and the 2 boys stared at their potions master with wide eyes. You juvenile, obnoxious. What did you do that for, Professor? Harry asked innocently. Draco nodded in agreement as he twiddled his thumbs. We were almost done with it, you could have had it in a few more minutes. Everyone tried not to laugh as the usual alabaster skin of their professor slowly began to turn into a violent purple. Out! Get out of my classroom now. Wait, Draco said, holding his hand up. Just give us another chance and we can. Get out. Draco and Harry laughed loudly once they were out of the dungeons. Slowly, I said, slowly. Harry imitated, making Draco only laugh harder. They snickered and tried not to fall over. Okay, now that we finally got kicked out of class, no thanks to you. Hey, it would have looked suspicious if I started berating you in the beginning of class. Ron's going to be upset that we didn't take him along. He doesn't look so upset with Hermione by his side, Draco said with a smirk. Halloween was coming up in a week, and Hermione and Ron were closer than ever. Ron was trying his best not to follow her around like a lovesick puppy while Hermione hid starry-eyed expressions whenever he was near. Lavender, who was still trying to catch Ron's attention, was privately insulting Hermione to Parvati and Padma. The twins, who never had a problem with Hermione, were trying to discourage Lavender's advances. Everyone knew it was going to happen, Padma had once said with a roll of her eyes. Unfortunately, it only fueled the girls' determination even further. Ron and Hermione were now trying to avoid her every chance they got. Well anyway, Harry continued. What do we do now? We can go out to the grounds. McGonagall will see us. She always catches us when we don't attend class. Technically, we got kicked out. Which will just get Minnie angrier. Does Sirius have a class? Draco asked. Harry's eyes lit up excitedly. No, he doesn't. Wonderful, we can go visit him, and he won't tell on us. He loves us too much. Debatable, Draco argued as they walked towards Sirius' room. Why's that? He nearly suspended us from Quidditch last month. Harry grimaced. The two were now the best seekers in the school and Sirius had not taken lightly to the latest prank they did with Ron. For that matter, neither was Hermione. That was our fault. How was that our fault? Harry gave him a disbelieving look. We dyed his hair pink and put a potion in his drink so that Padfoot's fur would be multicolored. It wasn't that bad. We made sure that there was an irreversible charm on his hair until we, the casters, decided to undo it and Padfoot still has rainbow spots on his body. We reversed it, didn't we? Draco complained, as they stopped in front of a portrait of a strong, confident-looking stag. Padfoot isn't in proper shape. Merlin's sake, he has a patch of rainbow right on his page. Swearus, Draco said quickly before Harry could finish his sentence. Harry rolled his eyes as they walked into the room but decided to change the topic when his godfather looked at them curiously. Seriously, Uncle Siri, you're going to get killed one day, or robbed at least. Why do you think that, Bambi? Draco snorted before waving towards the entrance. How about the oh-so-original password? Stupid, he drifted off. Hey, Sirius defended. No one will ever think that my password is my name backwards, and what are you two doing out of class? Oh, Sev kicked us out. What? Why? We were annoying him by making him think we were annoying each other. Yes, Harry agreed. We spoke on the way here about how Ron won't be pleased to know we left him there to skip class. But, I also noted that he should be fine in the capable hands of Hermione, Draco said. Sirius laughed and ruffled his own hair before falling back down on his couch. Sevy darling must be so irritated now. I must thank you, for he will be much easier to aggravate at dinner tonight. Draco and Harry grinned at him before sitting down as well. So you want to play with the big dogs today, do you? We could always call Moony over. The old wolf is being coddled by your mother, Harry. I think it's time to save the poor man. Or we could just prank him, the blonde answered nonchalantly. Harry and Sirius stared at him for a second before turning back. Yay, sure, Harry agreed. We'll have to wait for Ron though, make sure that Hermione won't find out too. We're gonna prank him, Sirius. The older man nodded his head thoughtfully. Yay, we're gonna prank him. Remus Lupin was not a happy man. Oh no, he really wasn't. Rosalie had buried her face into Emmett's shirt, trying to smother her laughter. Jasper's lips were twitching in amusement while Edward's snorts sounded every few seconds. Alice was bouncing in her husband's lap, trying to reach out and pet Remus but he'd pull back and snarl before she could. The worst out of them was Emmett. He was cracking joke after joke and his booming laughter was echoing loudly. What in heaven's name is going on in? Esme, who had just walked into the room, stopped and stared at Remus in shock. What? I don't know, okay. He shouted angrily, crossing his arms. What did you five do? She demanded. What makes you think we did anything? Rosalie scowled. It isn't like we're the ones with magic. He just came down here like that. Emmett began cackling. Hey Remus. You wanna go play fetch outside? I can go find a bone somewhere and, Remus growled as he crouched low, ready to attack the large vampire. Oh, look at his tail. Remus blushed and quickly straightened, grabbing his tail and tried grasping it tightly in his paw-like hands. The wolf-like ears on top of his head fell flat. Ah, Edward cooed. I'm sorry, Remus, did we scare you? Oh, shut up. The man snapped. He rubbed his face with his paws before looking down at his feet angrily. Instead of seeing smooth flesh, he saw furry paws as well. How could this have? His eyes lit in recognition and all the laughter in the room stopped. Sirius, when do you think he's going to realize it was us? Ron asked as he brought the chocolate frog up to his mouth. Draco shrugged as he levitated the coffee table. He's smart. I suspect he'll realize soon. Harry nodded in agreement. Hermione will kill us. Not if she doesn't find out. How do you think we'll accomplish that? Draco snorted. She pretty much knows everything we do. Fair enough. A sudden thump was heard in Sirius' bedroom before the man crawled out with fear on his face. Run, he shouted. The three boys shot up in surprise before laughing hysterically when Remus pounced on the cowering man. Moony, do you think this is funny, you juvenile ass? They helped me. Uncle Sirius, Harry gasped as Ron and Draco looked away, affronted. How could you blame us for helping you prank Uncle Remy, especially with such a joke? You little bugger. Sirius growled, trying to escape Remus' grasp. It was your idea. I can't believe you're accusing Harry of this, Ron said, shaking his head sadly. Remus' face turned red as he pulled Sirius up by his collar. It's one thing to prank me, but then to accuse those defenseless boys. If I calculated the time right, they would have all been in class during that time, Sirius Black. That's right, Draco said indignantly. I'm horrified that you'd try and use us too, Uncle Sirius, really I am. But, the man gaped. Those cheeky, little. Harry, Ron and Draco fell into laughter as they supported each other from falling. Draco wiped his cheek, as if brushing a tear off, and Ron's ears were turning beet red. Harry sighed with a smile on his face. No yay, we helped him, he told Remus. Harry James Cullen. He heard, and in horror, he noticed it had not come from his werewolf godfather. Carlisle stepped out of Sirius' room with an angry look on his face. You are in serious trouble, young man, and just you two wait until I tell your fathers. Draco and Ron gulped, all amusement gone. In fact, all of you better hide because I'm telling your mothers first. No don't, they begged. Sirius gripped Carlisle's feet tightly. She may just be a portrait, but she's a bloody annoying one. Not you. Carlisle snapped in irritation. Boys, apologize. Sorry, they all muttered, looking down. Remus rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. I look ridiculous, he said with a pout. Harry, I can't believe you were skipping classes. Carlisle said, ignoring the man. But I wasn't. It was during a free period. Ron snorted. If you two had gotten me kicked out of class as well, we could have done it earlier than our free period. His eyes widened and he slapped a hand over his mouth when he realized what he said. Draco groaned and glared at him. Good going, Weaselby. Excuse me. The blonde vampire hissed angrily. Harry started hesitantly. You're going to tell Mom, aren't you? Harold, you two are really being unreasonable about that. It seriously isn't my name. I don't know if you're going to realize that soon or not. But, Harry James, stop stalling. Draco cleared his throat. Well, Harry and I were working very hard in potions and Uncle Severus unreasonably threw us out of the classroom. Before Carlisle could say anything to scold them or accuse them of lying, the portrait swung open and Severus swept in holding a vial in his hand. Mutt, send this to the werewolf with my, oh so best regards. Oh, and do talk to that brat godson of yours. His disruptive ways in my class are becoming unacceptable. The man trailed off when his eyes turned to look at Remus. The potions master's lips twitched before he fell into peals of laughter. What in Merlin's name happened to you? Harry nearly squealed in pain as the hooded man tugged on his arm and took the dagger he was holding to make a large cut in the boy's arm. What? He breathed as tears streamed down his face. The humility and embarrassment of crying in front of his enemies was enough to kill him right there. What are you doing? My family will. Your family will do nothing, the voice laughed mockingly. Do you think they really want you? You were abandoned by your parents and thrown away by your relatives. My parents died fighting the dirty likes of you. The covered hand reached out and struck him across the face. Harry's jaw fell open in surprise before his head was pushed up by the hand grasping his chin tight enough to bruise. What makes this family any different from the people who just don't give a damn about you? The man hissed into his ear. Harry glared at him and tried to lunge forward but was held back by the binds that were chaining him to the wall. They'll find you, and you may kill me today, but once they find you, you sick bastard, they'll rip you to shreds. The man shrugged nonchalantly before picking up the dagger and tapping it against the cauldron in the middle of the room. They can try, Harry Potter, unfortunately, someone is out taking care of them right now. Harry let out an enraged roar as he fought as hard as he could against his chains. Dad, Harry whispered. He knocked on the door again, tears streaming down his cheeks. His voice was so soft that he wouldn't be shocked if the vampires didn't hear him. Clearing his throat, he called out for his father again. He heard a thump and a few giggles which would have caused him to blush if he wasn't so upset. The door opened and he looked up sadly into the eyes of his father. Carlyle's face was suddenly flooded with worry and he began to wipe his son's face. Harry, my son, what has happened? Harry, he heard. Esme appeared next to her husband and gasped at Harry's appearance. Darling, what's wrong? She cooed, pulling him into the room and wrapping her arms around him. Mom, I had another dream, he told her, trying to level his breathing. I'm sorry, this is really stupid. No, darling, we believe you. That's not what I'm talking about, he nearly stuttered. He looked down at his feet and he suddenly looked like a young boy again, all maturity gone. Harry, Carlyle asked softly, closing the door behind him. I don't want to sound like a kid but. Darling, Esme said with a mother's intuition. Would you like to stay with us tonight? She asked, knowing it was embarrassing for him as a 15-year-old to be asking to stay in his parents' bed for a night. Harry blushed and looked away, sudden pride reappearing. He answered hesitantly. Why would I want to do that? So stupid. Esme gave him a kind smile before lying down on the bed and opening her arms to him. His blush darkened as he climbed in, under the covers, and let out a deep sigh when she held him close. Sorry, he apologized in shame. Don't be embarrassed, darling, she whispered into his hair. Go to sleep, Harry. Forget about the bad dreams for now. Harry's fear to fall asleep was very strong, but her soothing voice and quiet hums were pushing him back to relaxation and calmness. After a few minutes, he was asleep once more. Carlyle let out a heavy breath as he sat next to them. We should call Albus, Esme. Her face grew heartbroken as she stroked Harry's hair. Why must this always happen to him? And on Christmas too. It'll be all right, dear. We'll see through this, just like we have with all the other obstacles we've overcome so far. Rosalie held Harry tightly as Albus paced back and forth. Sirius and Remus were giving the boy supportive smiles while Emmett was cracking his knuckles and Jasper was trying to calm himself. Alice and Edward were whispering to each other quietly while Esme and Carlyle were glancing around to make sure everyone was all right. Harry, the old headmaster started. His voice was weary and worn out, not like his usual cheerful tone. I believe that if your dreams are visions like before that someone is attempting to raise the Dark Lord once more. You can't be serious. Emmett growled. I would not jest about such a matter, Albus said gravely. Taking a person's blood and dripping it into a cauldron. Only the strongest, most potent potions and elixirs are made with the blood of a human, with only a few exceptions. But polyjuice potion only requires hair. Harry protested, not wanting to believe that they may be getting close to another attempt to bring Voldemort back. Yes, hair, Harry, he answered with a nod, but blood. No, my child, blood is so much more important, symbolically and physically. You can live without hair, but without your blood. His face fell into the palms of his hands as he shook his head angrily. Why can't he just stay gone? He nearly shouted, panicked and frightened. Carlyle got up and kneeled in front of him. He placed a hand on his and looked at his son's eyes. Harry, he said softly. Harry looked up with sadness and anguish in his eyes. We're going to stop this before anything happens to you, do you understand? We're not going to let this happen. He nodded stiffly and held onto his father's hand tightly. You have all of us, Emmett said with a cheery grin. You think that some stupid group of Death Eaters can get through 7 vampires and a bunch of powerful wizards? Correction, they heard. All looked up at the door to see the Denali coven walk in with determination on their faces. Tanya smirked at Harry and opened her arms to hug him when he ran up to her. You have us as well. I took the liberty of calling them, Albus stated. So now, we have 12 vampires, a group of powerful wizards and a werewolf on our side. It sounds like something from a comic book, Edward joked, trying to lighten the mood for Harry. The boy gave a small smile at his brother as Tanya stroked his hair. We're going to fight this, Kate promised, even if we have to bring the Volturi into this. That doesn't sound like a very good idea, Jasper said wearily. Isn't there strong hatred between vampires and wizards? In truth, Albus started, we may just be able to get them on our side. How? Rosalie cut in. The only vampires aware of the wizarding world are those who side with Voldemort. However, if he returns, they will risk exposing themselves to muggles in the process of killing others. You want to bring up that argument with the Volturi? She said in disbelief. What if it doesn't work? They'll kill us all for housing a human. No, it won't matter with Harry, Carlisle answered. He's in the magical world, he was already made aware. Won't that still pose a problem? Edward asked. Well, we are working on the potion for bloodlust control, Albus said, although they could all hear the hesitation in his voice. Surely the Volturi speak for civility and coexistence like you said. How are we supposed to convince the Volturi to take a potion that will stop their lust for human blood? Rosalie scoffed. Alice held her finger up with a grin on her face. It may just work. What? How? They all looked at Albus, who blushed at his exclamation. I'm sorry, but everyone could see that I wasn't very sure of what I was saying. Alice continued, holding Jasper's hand tightly. Arrow was always the open-minded one of the group. He's going to find the potion very interesting, which means Severus will have to work 10 times harder to finish it. Besides all of that, what? Carlisle asked when he saw Edward stiffen. Because of such strong, rare power, he's going to take a large interest in Harry, he answered angrily. Esme looked at her husband, slightly frightened. What does that mean? He'll want Harry turned and placed within the Volturi guards. Let's do it, Harry said, cutting in before any of them could answer. Carlisle gave him a horrified look. Harry, I refuse to let you. We can deal with that later, Dad, he answered angrily. It's not like he'll be turned tomorrow, but we need everyone on our side if those asses. Harry, Esme gasped. Try to resurrect a homicidal maniac. Carlisle sighed and looked away in shame. Maybe we should try it. You can't honestly expect us to go along with this. Edward shouted in outrage. What choice do we have, son? Edward was silenced. He looked at his little brother sadly. We aren't forcing you to do this, Harry. Remember, Alice's visions aren't set in stone, Jasper said kindly. Harry shook his head. I'm not going to let Voldemort back into the wizarding world. I'm going to make sure he's gone. Forever. Harry shook in his step as they entered the dark, ominous-looking place. I changed my mind, he whispered. Let's leave. Now, pet. Harry flinched at Jane's voice. Let's be a brave boy and follow me to Arrow. He will be very unhappy if you just leave without saying hello. He may do something rash for such horrible manners. Edward growled at her as he stepped in front of his brother. You aren't here to talk to us. You're here to lead us to your leaders. Shut up and keep moving. Jane glared at him before whipping around with a grunt and walking forward, purposefully faster so that the little human wouldn't be able to catch up. Rosalie rolled her eyes and nodded to her husband. Emmett gave her a look of understanding before going over to Harry and hoisting him up on his back. Hey, Harry protested. Let me down. Despite his obvious embarrassment, the smaller boy wrapped his arms around Emmett's broad shoulders and held on tightly. If you let me go and they eat me, you're gonna be in so much trouble with Mom and Dad. Even Jane snorted at that. I'm not joking, Emmett, he continued flatly. Okay, obviously I'm not gonna let them eat you. The vampire said in irritation. Emmett, stop being mean to your brother, Esme hissed as her grip tightened on Carlisle's arm. Esme, behave. If you're done quarreling, Jane interrupted with her arms crossed, we're here. She walked ahead and bowed. Harry frowned as they entered the room and saw Arrow, Keys and Marcus nodding at her. Well, aren't they just the handsomest men you ever saw, Harry whispered, knowing that they heard them anyway. He watched the glint in Arrow's eyes shimmer as he came closer. Carlisle, my old friend, it is wonderful that you've finally decided to visit again, and with a new addition I see. Tell me his power is to look like a human, Keys said with distaste. No, he's a human, Alice said, not frightened by what their reaction may be. And he's a wizard too. Alice, Edward hissed. The plan was to ease into that. You're trying to get me killed, Harry accused. Mom, Dad, she's trying to get me killed. Mother and father, Arrow asked, curious and slightly amused. Harry squirmed off Emmett's back and made a move to walk towards Arrow. Rosalie jumped to stop him, but the three Volturi leaders raised a hand to stop her. We won't hurt him, Vampire's honor. Yay, because I'm going to believe that, the B***own scoffed. It's okay, Rosie, Alice told her. They really won't. Marcus smirked as Keyes glared at the stubborn vampire. Restrain your daughter, Carlisle. I have no patience for wizards, after all. I may be tempted to. Okay, yay, we get it, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. If Rosalie doesn't shut up, you'll do your crazy vampire quick stuff, grab me and pretend you're going to hurt me. Can I get my word in now? Keyes' eyes widened and he took a step forward in anger. Edward crouched, ready to attack when Arrow pulled Keyes back. Now brother. Do calm yourself. This one seems very interesting. Harry took a deep breath and gave them the bravest face he could muster. I need your help to save the wizarding world. Now I know there's a huge animosity between. Huge. You underestimate the hatred between us. Marcus exclaimed. Okay, I understand there is a tremendously large animosity between us that will not be resolved very easily, but this isn't just some kind of, do my work now, deal. More like, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Arrow tilted his head and stopped his brothers before they could make a move to hurt the boy. What exactly is it you want from us? Do you remember the Dark Lord Voldemort? Arrow's nose scrunched up and he waved his hand, turning to sit down on a throne-like chair. If it is a problem with that ridiculous fool who thinks he can trick us into falling into his ranks, then you might as well leave. We want nothing to do with that mongrel. Not even if it's to destroy him. Harry asked, desperation seeping through. Keyes looked at him and glanced at Arrow. Let him speak, brother. Vengeance was something we always wanted in terms of the Dark Lord. Speak, Cullen, Marcus demanded, eager now for information. Well, Harry glanced back at Carlisle, who nodded encouragingly at him. I know that your coven is, the ruler of vampires or something. Close enough, Jane snorted from her position in the corner of the room. He rolled his eyes and ignored her. And I also know you have rules that must be obeyed, such as keeping this whole vampire world a secret from humans, or muggles. Muggles. Non-magical people. It's just our name for normal humans. Although it is wonderful that you've done your research, Arrow voiced, what does it have to do with you-know-poo? Well, did you just call him? Harry stared at the vampire, bewildered, as the two other Volturi leaders turned to glare at Arrow. Anyway, there have been some vampires who have joined Voldemort's cause and are working with the Death Eaters to bring him back. If they bring him back, then you all risk being exposed. Are you sure of this? Very sure, Carlisle cut in. We have spoken to Albus Dumbledore, who has much experience fighting against Voldemort. The Dark Lord feeds on the fear of others and likes to make a show of his raids and attacks. There's no way he wouldn't use vampires to massacre the human world. Well, this isn't very nice, Arrow frowned. We may feed from humans, but that doesn't mean we are trying to exterminate the world of them, and I'd rather not be left alone with just the wizarding world. Gee, thanks, Harry told him sarcastically. I'm still not sure we should become involved with the affairs of the wizarding world, Marcus said wearily. Please, we need all the help we can have, and from what I hear, the Volturi are the best anyone can get. Flattery will get you nowhere, Arrow said with a smirk. Harry fell to his knees in frustration and bowed his head. Harry, get up, Edward hissed. Listen, Harry started. I know there is bad blood between us, but our world does need your help. And what happens after we help you? They round us up and kill us again. Keyes growled. No. Harry started angrily. A powerful potions master is making a potion that stops bloodlust for humans. And why would we take that? Jane said in outrage. To drink animal blood. Revolting. Harry gave them a sheepish smile. You'll have pretty eyes. Arrow couldn't help but laugh. This is obviously important to you. Why? Because I'm the boy who lived and he comes back, he's gonna kill my family, my friends, everyone who isn't a pureblood, and then me. Pureblood, Marcus scoffed. They think so highly of themselves just because they have pure-blooded magic. Yes, and they're willing to kill any non-pureblood in their way, which includes half-breeds. He'll turn the vampires he recruits against you, I know it. Arrow stood still, all laughter gone. How about this for a deal? He started seriously. What if they ate him? Draco said anxiously. What if they beaked his body dry, not one drop of blood left, and now he's lying on the ground dead? Would you calm down? Ron said in irritation. Ron, how could you be so, Draco jumped out of his seat and began pacing around the living room. Our best friend, is dead. And you're just sitting there playing chess. He isn't dead, Hermione answered flatly as she moved into a more comfortable position now that Draco was off the couch. You're overreacting. Why don't you do something relaxing? Take a nap, blah, 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 Ron snickered as he leaned over and kissed her cheek. He waited for Neville to move before pondering what to do next. Draco's jaw dropped as he stared at them in shock. Harry may have been killed by these Volturi people and all of you are pretending like he's in the lavatory. What kind of sick friends are you? Who would have guessed that it would be Draco who would be the first to start flipping out on us, Ginny said thoughtfully. In all honesty, I thought Neville would crack first. Neville glanced up at her with a snort. Funny enough, I thought that too. Draco glared at them before shaking his head and crossing his arms. He turned away from them and growled. I'm so sorry, Harry, that our friends are horrible, inconsiderate people who don't worry about your well-being. I'm sorry that I'm the only one worrying that your family has been torn to shreds while the Volturi feast on you. It's okay, Draco, Harry shrugged as he walked into the room. Draco's eyes widened and he stumbled back in shock. A bright smile stretched across his face and he lunged forward, embracing his friend tightly. Harry, you're alive. See, I told them you'd be okay, but they didn't believe me. Oi, Ron shouted as he picked up a pillow and threw it at the boy. Draco's head jerked into Harry's and the two fell into the wall laughing. Look what you did, Ron, Draco scowled in faux annoyance. He's safe from the vampires but you've given him a concussion. Course I did, with that thick head of yours, the redhead muttered. Ginny fell back laughing as Hermione jumped onto Ron's lap when she saw Draco moving forward angrily. Now, Neville laughed, he was just joking. Harry smirked as he pulled the blonde away. Hermione gave an annoyed humph as she watched them move to the other couch. And don't think about attacking my boyfriend again, Draco Malfoy. She warned him. I'm already beating Lavender Brown away with a stick and I don't need to protect him from you too. I don't need you to protect me, Mia, Ron groaned. The others looked at each other before giving the couple a look and letting out a loud, "Ah, Mia. Where'd you get the A from him?" Draco asked. Yay, did you just put it in randomly? Harry said. Neville nodded in agreement. If you chose a letter randomly, it could have been Mio or Mike or Mix or Min or Mim or Mi. I get it, Neville, Ron sneered with a glare. Ooh, attitude, Ginny chuckled. Leave him alone, Hermione demanded. Hey, Draco said, holding his hands up and pointing to Ron. He doesn't need you to protect him, Mia. They fell into laughter once more as Hermione hid her blush by burrowing her face in the crook of Ron's neck. All right, knock it off already, the redhead exclaimed. An awkward silence fell upon them before Ron cleared his throat. Well, what happened? Harry looked up and smirked. They gave me ice cream. This is not something to joke about, Hermione reprimanded with a roll of her eyes. Harry sighed in response and stood to face all of them. Arrow. Oh, Harry, you're alive. The wispy voice of Luna interrupted him and he turned to smile at her. She closed the portrait hole behind her before gliding gracefully towards Ginny. Professor Snape was looking quite worried in our class. Was he really? Draco asked in amusement. The B***owned Ravenclaw nodded with a giggle. Someone in my class got high marks and he said, excellent work as usual, Cullen, and walked away. The poor boy was standing there so confused. I had to wake him from his stupor so that the Purbles wouldn't eat his books when he wasn't looking. Right, Purbles, Neville answered, nodding slowly for everyone. Anyway, Harry. Would you like to continue with what happened? Harry sighed with a frown. Arrow isn't going to take the potions. What? So it didn't work? Draco exclaimed. You always make things work. You're Harry Bloody Cullen and before that you were freaking Harry Potter. Draco, why are you so hyper? I had 5 coffees and I didn't sleep last night because I was so nervous that you'd be eaten. He shook his head and continued. The Volturi and any other vampire that chooses to drink human blood will continue. However, Arrow was curious about Severus' first attempts. He wanted to see his notes on the potion, which we brought of course to convince Arrow of its efficiency. We weren't expecting him to be interested in the prior stages of Severus' work. What did he want? Hermione asked. He wanted to see if Severus had made any potions where both human blood and animal blood tasted horrible. And he did, Ron said with an excited smile. Severus was so pissed off that day because he thought he finally had it. What is he going to do? Punish the vampires on Voldemort's side. He figures this is a more pitiful death, Harry said with a grimace. They'll probably starve themselves to the brink of insanity. It still smells as tempting and delicious as it was before, it's just the taste is stinging and gross, I guess. When that happens, the Volturi will take mercy on them. How kind, Ginny said sarcastically. If it doesn't work, I mean, what says that will be enough to stop them? Well, they're only giving them a few weeks of this punishment. After that, they're going to send out their best trackers to bring them back and kill them slowly and painfully. Well, vampires really don't like us wizards, do they? Not when we're threatening their lives. Harry grinned smugly. They took quite a liking to me. I think I even saw Jane blushing. Vampires can't blush, silly. Harry, Luna told him with a twinkle in her eyes. So get over yourself. Oi, he shouted as the others laughed at his expense. So what are you going to do? Draco asked when the laughter died down. Harry shrugged and rested his head on the palm of his hand. We're going to have to comply with his rules if we want them backing us up. Do we really need the Volturi to help us? The raven-haired boy turned his head to give his friend a look. Draco raised his hands in surrender. Sorry. It's necessary, Neville nodded. It's definitely important if we want to win. There are highly trained Aurors, Ginny voiced. That had to wait for a baby to take the Dark Lord out, Harry said with a dark grin. Okay, fine. We need them, especially since the whole vampire problem is something they can take care of, but if they try to bite me I'll throw fireballs at them. Deal. Now tell me, how was the opening feast last night? And the first day of classes today? Delicious and boring respectively, Ron told him. Too bad you missed it, mate. I can't believe you got to stay in Italy for the whole week. And Esme allowed it. Blasphemy. Oh. And Severus was glaring daggers at the new defense teacher. Ronald, Hermione said in irritation. It wasn't like he was in Italy for leisure. Be a little sensitive. It was just a joke, my own, the boy whined. Yay, Hermione. Draco butted in. Let the pup off the leash once in a while. Who's our new teacher? Harry quickly asked before the red-faced Ron could say anything. Ginny decided to fill him in. Some man named Wallington. Dumbledore said that he's from the Ministry. People are saying that the Ministry almost sent a woman named Umbridge, a person with a much higher position than Wallington. Why didn't they? There's nothing serious going on in Hogwarts. Nothing dangerous, the school isn't falling apart. Why send her if it isn't so important? Well then why did they send Wellington in the first place? They all shrugged at his question. There aren't even rumors for that question, Harry. Ron snorted as he crossed his arms. All I know is that he looks like a right git. You're only saying that because he's handsome and every girl was practically drooling when he walked in, his sister accused. He rolled his eyes and nodded his head. Yeah, Ginny. Remember Gilderoy Lockhart, the man who lied to the public and wouldn't help a defenseless girl that was stuck in the Chamber of Secrets? She blushed and looked away with a humph. That's what I thought. Just you wait. Wellington's name will be on the list of Hogwarts' worst defense teachers. Ronald, have some respect. Hermione snapped. Sorry, he mumbled. Draco snorted and ignored Harry's warning glare. Arf arf. Malfoy. Last night, Azkaban prison was attacked by an unknown leader and his group of followers. Although actual identities of these people could not be seen, those who survived the attack gave a description that closely resembled the once large group of Death Eaters that followed he who must not be named. If this grave image wasn't enough, a large number of prisoners have been reported missing. Unfortunately, these were no ordinary prisoners. Among the list of the missing are Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Augustus Rockwood, Antonin Dolohov, and more. After further investigation, it has been found that those who have escaped were all Death Eaters. Is this a sign of the Dark Lord's return? Ron and Draco glanced at each other when McGonagall stared at Harry's seat for a few moments before continuing in her lesson. She was the fourth teacher to realize that Harry was missing from class. "When do you think someone will ask where he is?" the redhead whispered quietly. Draco shrugged in response. "Probably in potions. Is there a problem?" McGonagall questioned when she appeared in front of their desk. The two boys stared at her with widened eyes. How had she come over so quickly? "No, Professor," they both answered. Hermione glared at the two. Of course she was concerned about their friend, but getting in trouble wouldn't help anyone. "Then continue your discussion after class unless you want a detention tonight," she said snippily before returning to her place in front of the class. "What will we tell him?" Ron continued, ignoring McGonagall's warning. "The truth," the Slytherin answered, looking at his friend as if there was something wrong with him. "But Harry should understand the gravity of this situation, especially since he's the one who preparing to fight the Dark Lord. Keeping secrets from the people who are helping him won't benefit him at all. Telling the truth is the right thing to do. You'll see. Harry may be angry with us, but we'll have to deal with it, okay?" Ron nodded slowly before crossing his arms. He hated betraying Harry's trust, but Draco was right. They couldn't hide Harry's nightmares from everyone anymore. "Are you two done yet?" Hermione hissed angrily. "Miss Granger, 5 points from Gryffindor for talking after watching your classmates being reprimanded for the same reason. I have never seen such blatantly rude behavior," McGonagall called. The girl stared at her teacher in shock before dropping her face into her hands in embarrassment. She was going to kill those two idiots. Hermione was seething as they made their way to dinner. Ron and Draco had finally been able to stop her from running away. "You have some nerve telling me it isn't your fault. If I didn't have to stop you too. What are you guys arguing about?" All three jumped up in shock when Harry suddenly appeared in front of them. "Blimey mate, how'd you do that?" Ron asked nervously, knowing that Severus had spoken to the boy. Harry's glare darkened as he stared at them. "Now Harry, be reasonable," Hermione told him, unaffected by his frightening look. She continued walking, grabbing Harry's arm along the way. "If we hadn't told Professor Snape, then you never would've. You can't just hide this from the people we're supposed to be trusting. It's only fair that if you don't want to be excluded from information Dumbledore may give your family, then you in turn must." A hand was clamped over her mouth and they were pushed into a shadowed corner. When Harry turned to Draco, the B***owned was holding a finger to his lips. Ron was holding Hermione in a tight embrace. The Muggle-born's eyes widened as she pointed out for Harry to look at what she was seeing. Harry slowly turned his head and saw more than 24 robed and masked people walking through the halls. In the midst of them was Gregory Goyle. "Well done, Gregory. You've made me very proud." "I can't believe he was actually able to pull it off," one muttered. "Silence your tongue, Bella." "Father," Draco whispered when he recognized the voice. Lucius continued. "Hurry, get into the classrooms. I'll find that damn headmaster. Avery, go to the grounds. My son has written that Potter has detention today with that oaf Hagrid." "Your son is probably lying, Malfoy," Avery scoffed. "He may be fooling you into thinking he's spying on that brat, but there's something suspicious about. Go, you insolent fool. If Potter isn't down there, I'll whip Draco myself." They heard Avery snicker before his footsteps grew quieter. Ron grabbed Hermione by the waist and held her close to him. Without hesitation, she buried her face in his robes. When they were sure that the other Death Eaters were gone, Draco launched and pulled his father into the shadows. Lucius' eyes widened before he relaxed and glared at his son. "Are you out of your mind, boy?" he whispered. "What if I cursed you?" "Father, what's going on?" the blond boy asked, ignoring his father's anger. Lucius sighed and placed a hand on Draco's cheek. "The Death Eaters have come to take Harry and the headmaster." "What?" the raven-haired boy said in fear. "So soon? Why didn't you tell us? I warned Albus and your parents with a Patronus. Severus has been discovered as a spy. Is he okay?" Hermione voiced quietly. "He's surviving." "Where is he?" Harry hissed. "You left him to die." "Of course not," Lucius told him, offended. "I threw a portkey at him. The others think I sent him to Albus' office, dead. I sent him to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey is taking care of him." "Well then what are we doing now?" "Your family will be here in a few seconds, literally. They'll go to the Great Hall and help them evacuate the students." Some will be going down to the trophy room, while the others will be making their way down to the dungeons through the back exit of the hall. Once they're all gone, the headmaster will follow me with your family close behind. The Aurors are already in their hiding spots. The Aurors. How long have you known about this attack? Since yesterday. And you didn't tell us. Lucius wanted to strangle the boy. Harry, I'm telling you now, so lower your damn voice. What is the nearest secret passage? Down the hall and to the right, Hermione answered. Behind the... It doesn't matter to me, Lucius snapped in irritation. Go to it, now. Get out before they find you. Make sure Harry is safe. Draco. Draco looked up at his father with an emotionless look on his face. Carlisle. The kind vampire looked up at the call of his name. Lucius was standing at his door, a hesitant look in his eyes. May I speak with you in private? Carlisle nodded. Of course, come in. Close the door behind you. Lucius nodded and pulled on the knob as he walked in. What is the matter? The wizard opened his mouth to speak, but Carlisle's laugh interrupted him. Aren't you going to sit? That aristocratic posture you have will start to pain you one day. Says the vampire. That's posture is perfect even when slouching, the man grumbled as he took a seat. Carlisle gave another laugh before allowing Lucius to continue. I have a problem, and I don't usually do this, but you need my assistance. Lucius frowned before his lips thinned and he nodded in embarrassment. What's upsetting you, Lucius? You are usually one to hide your emotions. He let out a shaky breath before looking Carlisle straight in the eyes. I'm scared, for Draco. What's wrong with Draco? Nothing at all, but some Death Eaters are trying to find a way to raise the Dark Lord. They're already talking about our children being initiated once he's back. If Draco ever fell into my position, I cannot even begin to fathom the heartache I will feel to know that Draco might be dragged into the same fate I have been pushed into. Carlisle stared at the man in confusion. What are you asking of me, Lucius? I know that it is a lot to ask of you, but he loves your family so, and I know not to doubt your coven's strength. The vampire nodded, urging him to continue. If Draco's life is in jeopardy, if he becomes involved with anything concerning the Death Eaters, I need your promise that you will protect him. If they end my life, I want to die knowing that my son is safe. Please, Carlisle, I will do anything for your family if you will take him under your wing when he needs protection. I don't want anything from you, Lucius. Lucius looked near devastation. Carlisle, I will do anything, please just think. Protecting Draco would be an honor. Carlisle smiled when Lucius turned to see Esme standing behind him. How did you? The woman smiled and placed a reassuring hand on Lucius' shoulder. We love Draco like our own. Asking us to protect him was simply unnecessary. It would insult me if I didn't do anything in return. Esme bit her lip before walking out of the room and re-entering a few seconds later. Can you taste these cookies? Harry likes them, but he's biased. After all, he is my son. You surely jest, woman. Keep yourself safe, son, Lucius nearly begged. Emmett and Jasper will find you soon enough. Hagrid is waiting for you with a portkey. How did you have this all planned? Harry asked in confusion. Oh, it was much more complicated than this before. We're just lucky that you never seemed to go along with the plan, Potter. Lucius hugged them all before walking back into the light of the hallway and disappearing into one of the classrooms. This is it, huh? Harry asked them shakily. Hermione nodded while Ron gave him a brave look. We should go to Hogsmeade after this, play some chess and relax, you know. We could fly around on our brooms for a while, Draco piped in. I'm sure the school will give us some time off for being the youngest wizards to defeat a Dark Lord. It sounds like a lovely plan, Hermione answered earnestly, with a slight quiver in her tone. Harry smiled, giving them one last sign of assurance. Time to go. Together, they ran down the hall and away, praying that everything was going to be okay. Finally, Hagrid said in relief when he saw the four. I thought they'd gotten to ya. Come on now. Hurry up. Where's this taking us, Hagrid? Ron asked quickly. Now, I can't tell you that. Anyone can be listening. Hurry up, grab on. When they all took hold of the portkey, Hagrid counted and they felt a tug at their navel. When they all opened their eyes and let go, they fell onto a dusty floor which caused them to cough and sputter furiously. Are ya all right? The giant asked. We're fine, Draco told him. Some warning would have been lovely. Where are we? Harry asked, looking around. The Shrieking Shack, Hagrid whispered. What? Ron shouted, his face turning pale. This place is supposed to be. Honestly, we run around Hogwarts with Sir Nicholas following right behind and he's still afraid of ghosts, Hermione said exasperatedly. Ron glared at her. You're lucky you're my girlfriend and that we're in an emergency situation right now. Hermione grinned and took his hand. Where are we going to next, Hagrid? We're staying there for a few more minutes, till a black carriage appears outside. It'll take us out of Hogsmeade to another Portkey location. They all waited in silence before Hagrid stood at the window and nodded. There it is. Harry ran towards him and looked out. He frowned at what he saw. That ominous-looking carriage, with the black horses and the cloaked figure was taking them to the next Portkey. Are you sure, Hagrid? Yay, Fletcher is underneath that hood. We'll be all right. Harry shrugged. Most people didn't say nice things about Fletcher, but this was their only hope right now. Okay, come on, let's go. They all followed Hagrid out into the carriage. Fletcher. Hagrid called out. The man nodded at Hagrid's voice. Come on, kids. Get on in. He opened the carriage door and they all froze. Inside walked Mudungus Fletcher, tied up and shaking furiously, yelling things they couldn't understand. Harry immediately reached for his wand while Draco's fell out of his holster into his hand. The blonde pointed it up but the figure was gone. Back to back, Harry commanded. They all turned and pressed against each other. Hagrid pointed his umbrella up, trying to defend them all in any way they could. Ron's hand was shaking as he grasped his wand tightly. A movement caught his eye and he shouted out a stupefy. The figure fell to the ground. Harry, watch out. All of them were distracted by the shadow that was flying towards their friend. They all raised their wands towards it, not knowing that something else was waiting behind them. Hermione let out a shriek when someone grabbed her by the waist. Let me go, Draco demanded when two men grasped his arms. Hermione. Ron raced towards his girlfriend but he was shot down by a Cruciatus. Stop. Leave them alone, Harry shouted. He heard a giggle that chilled him to the bone. Poor little Potter. Did you think we actually believed that traitor Malfoy? What did you do to my father? Draco growled. Hermione sagged in relief when Ron stopped screaming and, instead, lay on the ground, panting. What did you do to him? Don't you worry about dear old Lucius, Draco. When he dies, Auntie Bella will take care of you. Suddenly, several jets of light hit Hagrid and the giant fell backwards, unconscious. Well, there goes the muscle of this team. Harry gasped when an arm grabbed him from behind. Bellatrix Lestrange snaked a hand around his face. Who's next? You are a lot stronger than you are crazy, huh? Harry grunted as he struggled against her. The deranged Death Eater laughed. Bring those vermin back to the school to show to those pretty vampires. I'll take this one. Harry hissed in pain when Bellatrix jabbed her wand into his back. You leave. Shish, darling. It's not time for you to talk right now. Prepare yourself. You're going to go on an apparition trip. And with a last scream of, Harry. From Hermione, the view of his friends disappeared and he found himself in a dark room, alone with his godfather's insane cousin. Bellatrix stood in front of him with an odd grin on her face. With a wave of her wand, he was pulled against the wall by chains that latched onto his wrists and ankles. His eyes widened as he watched her pull out a dagger from the back of her skirt. Aw shit. Any last words, Potter? Bellatrix sneered, laughing maniacally as she drew closer. Harry shivered as she neared before opening his mouth. I'm sorry, he told her, with all the sincerity he had. He could see Edward and Emmett, who had just appeared with a portkey in hand, in the corner of his eye. His lids fell shut and he turned his head away as he tried to block out the sound of his two brothers destroying his attacker. Bellatrix's pained screams echoed around the room. A feeling of sickness overcame him and if it weren't for the restraints, he would be doubling over, vomiting at that moment. Silence overcame the room. Harry looked up and his eyes widened at scene before him. Get me out of this, he demanded. I need to get out of here, take these off me. Emmett rushed towards him and broke his bonding. Harry gripped his mouth and ran out. Once in the other room, he fell to his knees and began gagging. Edward walked in and picked him up. There's no time to be sensitive about her, Harry, he said sternly, gripping the portkey and walking over to Emmett. She doesn't deserve your pity. That is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen, the boy spat. Was it necessary to rip her apart like that? She's not like you guys, you know. The blood is still pumping through her and whatnot. You'd think seeing us after hunting trips would make you less squeamish, Emmett muttered with a frown as his hand shot out and he grabbed the portkey. Harry flinched as he felt himself spin before immediately stilling once more. I never saw you rip your prey apart, he answered with a glare. We saved your life, now cut it out. The large vampire whined. This fight isn't over yet, Harry, so don't start falling asleep on us, Edward told him. Because I'd fall right into a peaceful sleep after that show you made for me, he told them sarcastically. Would you lower your voice? He hissed. Dalhav and Nott are still missing, along with a few other Death Eaters and Voldemort's decrepit body, if you could call it that. And you took my back on the grounds? Harry asked, his eyes widening in horror. Let me go. Let me go right now. Harry, we have to use something as bait. Are you joking? I thought all of you had some spectacular master plan. Yea well, it didn't work out so well, Emmett told him. Some rebellious Death Eaters saw the others getting the students out of the Great Hall. The others? Where were you two? How do you think we found you? Edward drawled. Alice got a vision of you being kidnapped. We arrived at the carriage a second after you were apparated out. The Death Eaters with Bellatrix weren't very brave. Emmett smirked. With one growl we got them to give up your location and a urine sample. Narcissa wrung her hands nervously, staring at the fireplace. She shook her head and felt a wave of nervousness overcome her. Carlisle had been sent to tell her that the plan didn't work and they had to take the children up to Dumbledore's office to use the fireplace to reach safety. Draco should have come through the flow already. Where is he? She whispered to herself. That's it. I'm going. She grabbed her wand off the coffee table and reached up to get flow powder from the beautiful vase sitting atop of the fireplace. She stepped in and shouted her destination before tumbling out and finding the children staring at her in shock. Draco's eyes lit up in fury. Mother, what were you thinking? Draco Malfoy, I have never been more insulted. Narcissa. She whipped around to see Lucius glaring at her. Her eyes widened when she saw blood trickling down his face. I was just informed by Nott that not only was I exposed as a spy, but he also had a much larger army of Death Eaters take over the ministry. We've been hiding in this room, with nowhere to go, because those Death Eaters have been watching the fireplaces of Hogwarts. She paled. How was I supposed to know that? Carlisle didn't tell me. Carlisle only found out minutes after flowing. Rosalie and Esme are with him at the Ministry of Magic right now, along with all of the Order, he groaned as he took his wand out. Well, who's here? We are, Draco told her sarcastically. And so are Alice, Jasper, Emmett and Edward. And hopefully Harry, Ron whispered. Hermione smacked his chest. Don't talk like that. Of course they got him. Wands at the ready, Lucius whispered when he heard banging on the door. Hermione stood quickly, pointing her wand at the fireplace with Narcissa while the others focused on the entrance. Draco, open the bloody door. They heard Harry shout. We heard you screaming at your mother from downstairs. You know, for people hiding, you'd think you'd put up a silencing charm. Lucius nearly blushed before he opened the door, still holding his wand high. His shoulders sagged in relief when he saw the vampires with the boy. Hurry, get in. Narcissa flowed here and we don't know if your coven and the Order have taken down the Death Eaters at the Ministry. Has there been any word on Severus? Harry asked worriedly. Because I had time to stroll by the hospital wing in the heat of battle, he answered sardonically. Before Harry could bite back, Tanya sauntered out of the fireplace with a grin on her face. Harry's eyes lit up and he hugged her tightly. You came. Of course I did. And look who I brought along. Arrow was the next to stumble out and he looked around. How fascinating. What a marvelous way to travel. You actually helped us. He asked in disbelief. Silly boy. Arrow laughed merrily. Those fools found our humble abode and asked us to join on their side. When we refused, they decided to throw a number of mean-spirited insults at us and actually tried to kill us. Can you believe the nerve? No. Indeed, so naturally we came to kill them as revenge. One of my men fell because of them, he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Which one? Edward questioned. Felix. I'm sorry. No matter, Edward. Felix died taking 3 of them with him. Let us not dwell on such sad matters. We are dealing with something very important right now, after all. So tell me, what is the plan of action? Sirius and Remus stumbled into a room, breathing heavily and looking around wildly to make sure no enemy was inside. How does he stay so strong? Sirius panted. Remus shook his head and looked out to see Dumbledore take down a few more Death Eaters. Look at us. We're about to drop dead, and he's still fighting the lot of them. What does that say about us? That we have not even an ounce of stamina, but a man probably more than 2 times older than us does. Sirius stared at his best friend, his face quickly twisting into disgust. Do you think he has a girlfriend? I don't want to think about our school headmaster's love life, Sirius, the werewolf growled. Don't you think we should get back out there? But I'm so tired, Sirius whined, before pushing him out of the way and running back out. Remus rolled his eyes and followed him. He watched Sirius send a stunning curse towards someone rounding the corner. You idiot! They heard someone hiss. Remus couldn't help but snort when he Narcissa standing above Lucius' frozen body. What kind of stupid XOR are you? Oh shut up, Sirius muttered as he ended the spell. Lucius shot up and pointed his wand at the man. Narcissa, tug on that leash you've got him on, will you? He drawled. He's being a bad dog. Why you? Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa snapped. This isn't the time. Where is everyone? Remus asked. Edward, Emmett and the girls are laying the trap down right now, Hermione said, her hand shaking slightly in Ron's. The redhead frowned at her and held her close, Draco coming to her other side. Where's all that courage you just had? He whispered to her. She smiled at him hesitantly before straightening her back. Sorry, she apologized. It's just, this is it. Harry's last stand against him. He'll be fine, Draco assured her. Don't worry about. The wall behind them exploded. Bricks and debris burst outward. All of them ducked down and watched Arrow, Edward, Alice and Emmett skid across the ground. Rosalie flew out afterwards, her clothes burning. Emmett jumped up in a panic and began trying to put the fire out. With a quick motion, Sirius waved his wand and a jet of water ended the flame. What happened? Narcissa screeched. Arrow looked up, an embarrassed look on his face. We may have underestimated the guardsmen under his employment. Edward was already running back into the hole, Emmett at his tail. Both of them were screaming Harry's name. Rosalie picked Alice off of the floor and followed them. Well, what are you all standing there for? The head of the Volturi snapped. Aren't you going to follow them? Lucius snapped out of his shock and pushed the others ahead, running into the new passageway. Alice was on her knees, the rest of them nowhere to be seen. He's gone. Harry really wished he could hate his family at this moment for being stupid enough to let him get captured, but he was much too frightened to be thinking that way. Besides, they were really his last hope. Again, he stared at his masked enemies, wondering where he was and what they were going to do with him. So, he started really quietly, shaking the shackles that were holding his arms above his head. We gonna have some din-din. They ignored him. No. Some snackies maybe. I'm dying for some chocolate frogs. I mean, you guys have got me working up an appetite, what with me running away from you this whole day, kind of hungry, burned up some carbs and all. He stopped speaking when one of them came up and brought a wand to his throat. It would be in your best interest if you would shut up. Oh, that's not very polite, he said with a frown. You should respect me a bit more. I am the boy who lived after all. And that got them. The shackles were the only thing holding him up when a punch to the gut had him doubling over. We'll be back, Potter, he heard a voice sneer at him. He heard the door close. And now he was standing in the room alone. Mom is going to kill them, he whispered to himself. Emmett and Edward looked away in shame as Rosalie and Alice comforted a hysterical Esme. Wah, what do you mean they took him? She sobbed. Jasper, who was staring at his feet, pulled at his hair in frustration. Carlisle was staring at his sons, waiting for a response. They blasted us off our feet and when we got there they'd apparated away already, Emmett answered. And I don't know why you're only blaming us. Alice and Rose were. He stopped and they all winced when Esme's cries grew louder. Well, what are we going to do? We have no idea where they are. They could be gutting him by now. Don't think like that, darling, Carlisle said soothingly. The Aurors are out right now and we. She glared at him, pushing Alice and Rosalie away. You're taking too long. Get out of my way. Everyone, not wanting to cross an angry mother vampire, stepped back a pace. Esme wiped her tears away and marched into the hall they last saw him. What's this? She asked. Edward jogged in and looked at what she was holding. A mask. Oh, I ripped that off onto their faces, Emmett answered. They apparated before I could see the guy's face. Esme gripped the mask in her hand and closed her eyes in exasperation. And you didn't think, oh I know. Dimitri. Dimitri. Edward smacked his forehead with the palm of his hand. Dimitri. Harry opened his eyes and squinted when light hit his face. Two Death Eaters walked in, seemingly staring at him. He grinned widely at them. Hey fellas. You gonna unchain me? To further annoy them, he frowned when they growled at him. Is that a no? I'm not really sure I understand what you're saying. I speak Parseltongue, not Mutt. Listen here, you little. Now, he heard a voice hiss. His scar stung and his hands shook, making the sound of the shackles echo the room. Let's not disrespect our valued guest. Okay, Harry whispered to himself. Now I'm scared. Harry Potter, the disfigured bundle chuckled. What an honor it is to see you again. Oh, I assure you, it's well reciprocated. Harry laughed nervously, but it's actually way past my bedtime and I think my mother might be worried about. Oh my dear boy, don't be frightened. You'll only feel pain for a little while. Oh, he nodded. Well, that's good news, but I still think I should be on my way home, so if you would just unlock these shackles I'll be out of your hair in a jiffy. Voldemort's decrepit figure chuckled once more. I see that you use humor as an evasion method when you're in trouble. Yay, old Tommy Boy wasn't pleased with that, was he? He bit out, finally glaring and pulling himself off the wall. Bite your tongue, boy. Voldemort hissed. You dare call me by that disgusting, filthy name. Yay, because Voldemort isn't weird enough, right? Nagini. Harry's eyes widened when he watched a large snake slither in, making its way towards him. Bite him, Nagini, and use enough venom to have him withering in pain. He closed his eyes, listening to the gleeful hisses coming from Voldemort's familiar. Biting his lip, he tried to prepare for the pain he would feel, but it never came. He heard a panicked hissing noise. Two of them. Nagini. Fight her off. Harry's eyes flew open and he looked at the ground. Melinda. Melinda was wrapping herself around her foe. Nagini, only slightly bigger than Melinda, was struggling desperately, wriggling and throwing her head backwards to try and bite her, but nothing seemed to be working. Melinda's grip only tightened. Fowlin. Harry summoned. The wolf appeared with a growl and pounced on Nagini's head. No. Voldemort shouted, looking at his followers in disbelief. What are you fools doing? Stop those creatures. They're killing my familiar. But it was too late. Fowlin and Melinda disappeared, leaving a motionless Nagini on the ground. Harry couldn't keep the grin off of his face. He should have known those two would come for him. Now that they knew his location, they'd probably be off to get his family. You've done it now, Burks, Harry chuckled. Those were my familiars and they'll do anything to ensure my safety. So they left you here by yourself. The Dark Lord spat, staring at Nagini in horror. All of you, prepare this room. We shall wait no longer. The ritual will be done now. The Death Eater carrying the bundle brought him closer to Harry. The boy hissed at the stinging in his scar. You'll regret killing Nagini, Potter. Ah, were you in love? For a second time that night, Harry was silenced by a quick blow to his stomach. Dimitri raised his head and his red eyes looked around wildly. Finally, they settled westward. He nodded, and walked forwards. This way, he told them. Edward was quick to follow, pushing the others out of his way so he'd be in front with the tracker. Wait, Alice commanded. They all stopped in their place, Edward skidding to a halt. Do you hear that? Off in the distance was the sound of a howling wolf. Fowlin. Emmett called excitedly. The wolf appeared quickly, Melinda wrapped around his leg. Carlisle got to his knees and allowed the wolf to jump on him. Fowlin. Have you seen Harry? Has he called to you? The snake hissed in response. No, he was talking to Fowlin, Emmett cut in. Rosalie rolled her eyes and smacked Emmett's chest. It doesn't matter who he was talking to. They've probably seen him. They can lead us to Harry. Well, what was I doing a few moments ago? Dimitri asked sarcastically. Rosalie had the decency to look embarrassed. This is different, Dimitri, Esme answered. He isn't tracking. He knows exactly where Harry is. The wolf let out a sorrowful whimper, laying his head on the ground as Melinda slithered up Alice's leg. What's wrong, Fowlin? He let out a loud bark, followed by a howl towards the moon. Harry might be hurt, Jasper said worriedly. Fowlin only ever acts like that when Harry is feeling pain. Quick, darling, Esme said to the wolf hurriedly. Get us to him. Race the fastest you can. We'll be right behind you. Fowlin nudged Melinda off of Alice's leg, urging her to wrap herself around him again. When the snake was secure, he took off, faster than vampire speed. "Come on," Edward shouted. All of them ran, their feet beating roughly on the ground. Harry couldn't help it. He was screaming and shouting, squirming in their arms, as if his life depended on it. "Let go of me, you bastards. Let me go." He went completely unnoticed and his pleas did nothing to stop them. "What are you going to do, eat me?" he accused when he realized that they were dragging him to a large cauldron. "Shut up, Potter." A swift strike to his temple had Harry seeing stars. "I've had enough of your mouth," the person on his right growled, but he was barely listening. Hardly able to keep himself up, the two hold him were now easily pulling him to the cauldron, his feet dragging behind as if unconscious. "What are you doing?" he slurred dizzily. "Lego. This didn't happen in my dream." "You've made him delusional," someone called out. Everyone laughed as they circled around them. "Enough. All of you." Not commanded. Harry threw his head back so he could look up at the man holding Voldemort. His eyes squinted and he shook his head. "I can't be in the presence of ugly." Dre said it might be contagious. Knott's lips tightened into a thin line as he tried to ignore the boy. Harry's head lolled over the cauldron. "Soup's on," he called out as loudly as he could. He was met with silence again. "All right, fine," he shouted out. He pushed the two Death Eaters away from him with the strongest wandless magic he could use. Already weak, his efforts brought him to his knees in front of the Dark Lord. "What are you going to do to me?" he spat. He wasn't going to be weak and he sure as hell wasn't going to scream and cry in front of his foe. "How does it feel, Potter?" "What? To know that you will be the one to revive me?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know what that means, but it sounds disgusting." Voldemort hissed and Harry couldn't help but bring his hand up to his scar in pain. "You shall be the one to restore me to my true form." No, I don't think I will. Thanks for asking th. But before he could finish his sentence, he was seized again and pulled up roughly. Too panicked to actually listen to anything, he watched them throw a bone into a cauldron before Knott stepped up and, to Harry's disgust and shock, cut his own hand off over the cauldron. Knott fell to his knees in pain as Harry gasped and fought against them, much harder than before. "You're bloody out of your mind. The whole lot of you. That was your hand, you sick freak. Do you see what this maniac has you doing? It's unthinkable. Chain him back to the wall." Knott ordered. "We'll never get his blood if he keeps this up." Harry's eyes widened as he struggled, his head turning to see how far he was from the shackles. "Let me go. Let me go. What are you going to do to me?" He heard the shackles click around his wrists and ankles. Knott came forward, the same dagger in his hand. Harry nearly squealed in pain as the hooded man tugged on his arm and took the dagger he was holding to make a large cut in the boy's arm. "What?" he breathed as tears streamed down his face. The humility and embarrassment of crying in front of his enemies was enough to kill him right there. "What are you doing? My family will." "Your family will do nothing," the voice laughed mockingly. "Do you think they really want you? You were abandoned by your parents and thrown away by your relatives. My parents died fighting the dirty likes of you." Oh God. Here it was. Just like in his dreams. The covered hand reached out and struck him across the face. Harry's jaw fell open. He wasn't shocked, no. He knew that was coming. But the pain from being struck in the same spot so many times was making him see more than stars. He was seeing full-blown planets now. What makes this family is any different from the people who just don't give a damn about you? The man hissed into his ear. Harry glared at him and tried to lunge forward but was held back by the binds that were chaining him to the wall. "They'll find you, and you may kill me today, but once they find you, you sick bastard, they'll rip you to shreds." The man shrugged nonchalantly before picking up the dagger and tapping it against the cauldron in the middle of the room. "They can try, Harry Potter, unfortunately, someone is out taking care of them right now." He heard that before. Those words chilled him to the bone. He let out an enraged roar as he fought as hard as he could against his chains. Tears streamed down his face as he watched them ready themselves to put Voldemort into whatever botched-up mixture they made. This was it. He wouldn't see his family again. Fowlin and Melinda were going to die with him, so no one would be left to protect his family. He closed his eyes and shook his head. How had he failed? "Goodbye," he whispered to no one. "That's not nice. We just arrived." Harry's eyes opened wide and he looked up with a grin so large his face was nearly splitting. Emmett had not pinned down to the ground while Rosalie, Alice, Carlisle and Jasper were throwing the Death Eaters towards Dimitri. I must admit, the Volturi guard said with a smirk. All this hunting and searching for you has gotten me hungry, Harry. Harry watched as Dimitri's teeth sunk into one of their throats. He couldn't help feeling sorry for whoever was behind that mask. Harry, Esme whispered, running over to him once she came in. She ripped the shackles off of him and held him close. Edward walked in and took the dagger from Not's hands. Say goodbye to your master, he whispered sadistically. Grabbing Voldemort's figure from his arms, he raised the dagger high in the air. No, Harry shouted. Everyone stopped to turn and look at him. He got up onto his feet and walked calmly towards his brother. What are you doing? Not growled. Harry glared at all in the room. He took the blade from Edward's hands, raised it parallel to the ground, and swiftly brought it down on the tiny figure's neck. He looked away when his work was done. It's tradition that I conquer him, don't you think? He asked them. Everyone fell into outrage as they tried to get to him. Edward took Emmett's position as the much larger vampire fell into a threatening stance in front of Harry. Edward used his free leg to kick the remains of Voldemort's body into the fire beneath the cauldron while Emmett and Esme stood in front of the weak wizard. Were we not invited? Arrow asked as he walked into the room with many of the guard behind him. Keyes and Marcus entered with smirks on their faces. Master Arrow, Dimitri said with a bow of his head. You've made it in time for the banquet. I must say, however, the dark magic within them is making them taste slightly bitter. We'll make do, faithful Dimitri, Marcus said with a dark laugh as he walked up to a man quaking in Rosalie's grip. May I have it? Rose sneered. Come on, darling, Esme whispered. She picked Harry up into her arms and carried him out of the room. You don't have to see this. I want to, he whispered back but couldn't fight his falling eyelids. Harry woke up to find himself in the hospital wing. Again, for like the 7th time. He groaned and rolled over onto his side. He was alone, but the table beside his bed was covered in sweets, flowers, and balloons. He looked to the foot of his bed and found the same kind of decorations. He let out a yawn and stretched his arms up. What had happened? Oh, that's right. Voldemort had almost been resurrected. And then the Volturi came in and had an all-you-can-eat party time. Harry, he heard. His green eyes looked up towards the door to see Hermione, Draco and Ron standing there hesitantly. He smiled and raised his head to assure them that he was awake. Oh, Hermione cried out as she rushed forward and threw her arms around him. We were so worried. You've been out for a few days already. We thought you were never going to wake up. Your face was covered in blood and you had a concussion, Draco informed him. My face had blood on it. Harry said in shock. I never felt it. Yea, well, your family and the Volturi did when they came to save you, Ron said with a snort. You may as well have bathed with blood, mate. Harry rolled his eyes and fell back onto his pillow once Hermione let him go. What's been going on? Well, Dumbledore put your family into a magically influenced sleep, Draco started. Even vampires could become tired after events like that, after all. He didn't want them all worrying and tearing themselves apart because you were completely out of it, so he knocked them out instead. Harry laughed. That sounds like something he would do. Anything else? Ron looked at him hesitantly. Severus still hasn't woken from his coma. He will, though, Harry told them, his hands tightening into fists. Where is he anyway? In a private room, so no one can disturb his healing, Hermione answered. Remus and Sirius are all right, although Remy's got to walk with crutches for a while. Sirius has bandages wrapped around his forehead but he thinks he looks like some tragic hero, so he doesn't mind them. Most of the Order are all right. Who didn't? He asked quietly. Tonks is in a coma as well. Shacklebolt is recovering at St. Mungo's and Moody. What happened? They all looked down at the bedspread, unable to meet Harry's eyes. Moody was killed by a New Order member who turned out to be a Death Eater. Moody, Harry said in horror. Alistair Moody was found after Crouch Jr. was caught. Mad Eye was quite eccentric, but when Harry met him, he knew he had to strive to be like this man. Nothing got past him. But Grandpa Albus said he always had his guard up. There's no way Moody was killed by some spy Death Eater. He knew all along, Harry, Hermione said sadly. The man's mission was to get close enough to Dumbledore to kill him. Moody had followed him to a meeting and heard everything. On the night of the battle, he took a polyjuice potion and made Albus promise not to come out of the headmaster's room for an hour. Harry closed his eyes and shook his head. Grandpa Albus isn't upset, is he? I know they were good friends. He's as fine as he can be, Harry, Draco told him sadly. Harry nodded. Anything happy happen? Hermione grinned. Dumbledore was given information that the reason why Voldemort has been surviving for so long were these things called Horcruxes. It's when you split your soul and put it into an object. Voldemort made many, 6 of them, but Dumbledore has suspicions of what they are, so Aurors are out searching for them already, she said happily. If they're found they can be destroyed, but Dumbledore won't tell us how. Her happy smile turned into a frown. That's great though, Harry said with a smile. Any other good news? Draco, Hermione and Ron all grinned at each other. Draco pulled him up and slapped his back. Come on, mate. Let's get you changed and we can bring you to the Great Hall for breakfast. Harry's eyes widened when a large uproar of cheers and applause began to echo the Great Hall. Everyone's been celebrating their hero's safety. Your family are Wizarding World heroes now too, Harry. For saving you that is. Draco laughed. Seamus, Dean and Neville all came running at him. He laughed when they enveloped him in a huge hug. Unbelievable, Harry. Dean said. Of course you'd survive it again. Don't get too excited, mate. There's still a lot of unfinished business, he answered over the loud cheering. Harry. They heard. The boys let go so that Ginny and Luna could pull him towards them. Both of them had tears streaming down their cheeks. We thought you were dead, Ginny sobbed into his shoulder. He rolled his eyes and watched Ron pull his sister off of him. Hermione tugged Luna off with a laugh. Ari. Harry's eyes widened when Hagrid hoisted him up in a tight, bear hug. Always defying the impossible. Harry laughed as he looked up and saw Dumbledore smiling kindly at him. He couldn't help it. He had been tortured and almost died. Damn it all to hell, he was going to enjoy this fanfare while it lasted. Severus Snape had a killer headache. And it didn't help that Harry Potter Cullen was sitting on top of him, incessantly rambling on about waking up and whatever the hell else he was saying. You will kindly remove yourself from my body, Cullen, he groaned. Sevi poo. He heard Draco squeal. Of course I would wake up only to fall into immediate torture, he muttered. Now, Severus, Ron frowned. The man opened his eyes and stared at the ginger boy sitting next to him. We've been waiting for weeks for you to wake up. You can at least be nice. Weeks? Severus asked in concealed shock. What has happened so far? Well, I chopped Voldemort's head off and Edward threw his body into the fire, Harry said with a grin. That's before Voldemort was restored to proper form, so don't think he's oh so strong, Hermione said with a roll of her eyes. Oh, I'm so sorry for taking it the easy way out. If there's a next time, I'll be sure to have him all nice and proper before I kill him. Ron snorted in laughter before turning back to Severus. The Cullens are anxiously waiting for your return, as well as Sirius. The mutt survived. Severus groaned as he rolled onto his side. And Dumbledore is out looking for Horcruxes with a bunch of Aurors and Order members. Horcruxes, Severus said in horror. What? Why? Voldemort's Horcruxes that is. Can you believe the nerve of that man? Splitting his soul ever which way and what not. Harry's eyes suddenly widened. Hey guys, if tiny bits of Voldemort's soul went into me when he tried to kill me when I was a baby. Hermione's eyes widened and Severus nearly fainted into unconsciousness. Is nothing ever going to be simple for me? Harry groaned. We're not going to kill you, obviously, Draco snapped. There has to be some way to just kill the Horcrux part of you. Let's hurl a killing curse at him and find out. That is enough out of all of you, Severus shouted. We're obviously not going to be taking this easily. Wait, Harry shouted. Does that mean once we destroy the Horcrux inside of me, all my cool powers that I got from Voldemort leave me too? How will I talk to Melinda? Severus pinched the bridge of his nose and counted to 10. This is a very serious matter at hand and you are worried about. Parseltongue has become a part of me, Severus. I can't just let it go. Well, if we don't figure out how to fix this issue, you won't be worrying about losing your cool powers, but your life. They all stopped and stared at him. That's rough, Ron said. Severus fell into another daze of irritation as Harry began rambling on about Melinda and his cool, awesome powers. At least he was trying to stay strong in the situation, Severus thought to himself. In all seriousness, Harry said suddenly. How are we going to fix this? Severus placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. We'll find something, Harry. I promise. And you'll protect my powers. He groaned and put a pillow over his face. Leave now. All of you. Harry smiled and hugged the man again. Thank you, Severus. I should probably go tell my family about this. We'll go with him, Draco said. No, wait, Severus said with a sigh. He sat up. Let me come with you. This will be hard to explain. Harry nodded slowly. Can we do this soon? I don't think I can let this stay in my mind for so long, he laughed quietly. Severus patted Harry's cheek. Cheer up. We'll figure it out. Harry nodded. Come on, mate, Ron said. The hard stuff is almost over. Hey wait. Melinda's my familiar. I don't have to worry about us understanding each other. Of course, I'll still understand her. Hermione groaned, stomping out of the room. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to the library to research. Barmy, that one, Ron said, stuffing his hands into his pockets as they walked out to leave Severus to change. Absolutely barmy. Severus shook his head as he got up and made his way to the bathroom to wash up. All of them were much too ridiculous. Venom, Dumbledore said cheerfully. Of course. Vampire venom is nearly as strong as basilisk venom, and that's exactly what Harry used to destroy the Riddle's diary. You can't be serious, Esme said in a panic. What if we turn him? Well, that's the risk, Albus told them. There has to be something else, Edward pleaded. We can run him through with the sword of Gryffindor, Severus answered flatly. Something else, Rosalie spat. I think this is the only thing we can try, Carlisle told them. If he becomes a vampire, then fine. At least the Horcrux is destroyed as well. He is not going to become a vampire, Rosalie said angrily. I won't allow it. Can we remember that this is my life on the line? Harry frowned. We have to do it. A vote, Edward said firmly. A family vote. I vote yes, Remus said quickly. It's the most plausible thing to do. There is no way the Horcrux will survive vampire venom. Basilisk venom can kill, but vampire venom gives new life. They're both equally powerful. I have to agree with him, Sirius said slowly. I'm sorry, Edward, but I won't lose another person to Voldemort. No, Rosalie said firmly. We can find something else, I know we can. Sorry, baby, Emmett told her. But I'm gonna have to agree with Sirius and Remus on this. So do I, Carlisle said. Esme looked down at her lap before nodding and taking Carlisle's hand. And me, and Jasper, Alice said, taking Jasper's arm and pulling him towards her. Well, we're already completely outnumbered, Edward said with a groan. Great, Harry said with a smile. Bite me, Brotha. Harry's eyes opened. He looked around wildly and found Edward staring at him. Quickly, he jumped up and growled. Edward rolled his eyes. Harry, he drawled. Harry fell back onto the bed with a groan. Aw man, why aren't I a vampire? Severus used a spell so that the venom would only be inked in the scar's area, and nowhere else, Carlisle answered as he walked into the room. It's wonderful to see you up and about, Harry. Daddy, I wanted to be a vampire. Don't whine, sweetheart, Esme said. The boy sat up and smiled at his mother. Where is everyone? Rosalie is down in the Great Hall with Emmett. She's been terrified that the spell wouldn't work, so she's obviously much too anxious to be coming here. Didn't Alice tell her I would be okay? Alice giggled as she hopped onto the bed with him. I wanted to keep it a surprise. What song were you singing this time? That double-double, toil and trouble song that the Hogwarts choir sings. I thought it would be funny if I hinted that you would be turned. What's wickeder than that in the mind of one Rosalie Hale? I'm sure Rosalie didn't appreciate that, he laughed. Oh, she really didn't. Jasper had to stop her from strangling me one day. Harry sighed angrily. Will I ever be a vampire? Let's not talk about that right now, Esme answered. Oh, but mother. Harry, I just told you not to whine. Besides, you're much too young to be turned. Oh, that means there's hope for my change. Edward smacked the back of his head. No, there isn't, so cut it out. Mom, did you see that? Dad, Edward hit me. Before the two could do anything, Edward was shoved away by Rosalie, who pulled Harry into her arms. You're alive, he groaned, his eyes popping out and his arms flailing wildly. Rosie, he can't breathe. Emmett laughed as he pried her arms off of their brother. Oh no, my lung, it's collapsed. Harry said, falling back and holding a hand to his heart. You'll have to turn me to save my life. Harry, Edward growled, glaring at Carlisle who wasn't helping by laughing in his seat. Quick, before I die. Harry, shut up. Harry rolled his eyes as Ron and Draco pretended to coddle him like their mothers would. Ah, our cute little Harry Munchkin pie. Draco cooed. Look at you with yow whittle salutatorian sash. Can you talk like 17-year-olds please? Come on, mate. Ron grinned. Smile a bit, why don't you? We're graduating today. No more Flitwick yelling at us for our terrible charms or Snape criticizing our already perfect potions. I disagree with that statement, Ronald, Severus hissed as he walked into the room. Are you three quite ready? All of your classmates are lined up already. Of course, you three would be late. Hermione's gonna kill us, Ron said, horrified, as he picked up his cap and ran out of the room of requirements. Come on, Dre, Harry smiled as Severus left right after Ron. We can't be late to our own graduation. Mother, please, Harry said with a groan. Esme brought the camera down with a sheepish smile. He was now 19 and a fully trained Auror. Ron was standing next to him proudly. The two were able came out as the top second and third of their class. Molly was crying into Arthur's shoulder as Ginny leapt forward to hug her brother. I can't believe it, she said with a laugh. When did you become smart? Shut up, Ginny. Charlie and Bill were talking with Fred and George. Percy was off, bragging about how his brother had finally come into his own after years of goofing off at Hogwarts. Where are Hermione and Draco? Luna asked as she presented a crown of lilies to Harry. He chuckled and placed it on the top of his head, keying her cheek before leaning over and doing the same to Ginny who had given Ron and him a new wand holster. They're taking a final today, Ron said, bending down so Luna could place his own daisy crown on him. They were supposed to finish by the time that we're here, we're here. Hermione shouted as she hopped on one foot, trying to put her heels on the other. Sorry. Oh gosh, I really didn't want to be late. Draco wanted to stay and see if we passed because our professor has them automatically graded by A. We passed with flying colors, yay, one step closer to being the next Medawizard and Medawitch of St. Mungo's, woohoo, alright, Draco drawled. Ron snickered at the pout on Hermione's face. He keyed her softly and her frown turned into a bright smile as they hugged tightly. Congratulations, Ronald, she said happily. I have a surprise for you. Quickly, she reached into her bag and pulled out a wrapped present. Now I know it's not much but. She trailed off and her eyes widened when she turned to find Ron on his knee, holding a tiny box up. Ron. He opened it and a sparkling diamond stared into her eyes. I have a surprise for you too. She dropped her present and her eyes rolled to the back of her head as she fell back into Arthur, unconscious. Ron stood, panicked. Was that a yes or a no? Molly's sobs grew louder and Esme hugged her, smiling happily. Wedding. I love weddings. Oh, this is so exciting. So is best man. County best man. You're ruining my speech. You're ruining my spotlight. Hermione stood with a glare. You're ruining my wedding. The two gulped and smiled nervously. Harry cleared his throat and started again. So as Ron's best men, we want to say congratulations. You two may be completely different but it's obvious how much you love each other and that's what love really is. No matter how different you are, no matter how much you change, you two will always love each other. We all can only hope that we will be as lucky as you two. He read my part of the speech, Draco cut in jokingly. The part that I wrote. Hermione and Ron smiled as they got up and hugged the two while everyone clapped for them. Neville and Ginny were smiling at each other, holding hands and staring into each other's eyes. Out of the corner of Harry's eyes he could see that most every couple there was acting exactly like Ginny and Neville. His smile quickly vanished when Esme appeared in front of him, crying her eyes out. That was a beautiful speech. Oh darling, when are you going to get married? Mother, now is not the time to talk about this. He groaned in annoyance. I'm sure Luna will say yes to you. I'm not getting married to Luna. Well, get married to someone. I'm your mother, Harry Cullen, and I deserve to plan a wedding. You've planned 20 of them. You've married Father 5 times, Emmett and Rose have married 6, and Alice and Jasper 9. I didn't get to plan all of those. Well, how many did you plan? 15 of them. Oh, Harry, please. Mother. Ow, oh ow, ow, Draco, ow. Would you grow a pair? Draco snapped in irritation. Whatever you are doing to my arm hurts. You've been an Auror for 3 years. I'd think you should be accustomed to pain by now, mate. I demand a new Medawizard. Where is Hermione? There has to be someone here who is much more caring than you. No, I'm the only one at St. Mungo's right now, so shut up and take it. How could you do this to the savior of the wizarding world? Oh please. You've never once taken the glory and basked in it. Now would you just shut up and let me heal your wounds? Neville walked in and handed Harry a vial. Drink it up. It's a new potion Severus just developed a few weeks ago, to numb pain but keep your motor skills. You're screaming so loud that you're scaring the kids in the children's ward, Harry. I wouldn't be screaming in pain if Draco wasn't literally poking my wounds with his wand. Draco scoffed. He picked up a Muggle alcohol swab and pressed it onto one of Harry's cuts. Hard. God damn it, Draco. Drink the damn potion, Harry. Their eyes widened. Draco and Harry began to snicker while Neville glared at them. You got Neville to swear, Draco giggled. No you did. You started it. Neville growled and turned away. No matter how old they get, they're always going to act like 12-year-olds. Savior of the wizarding world, taking his last breaths. Harry Potter Cullen, age 23, is known as the undefeatable savior who freed the wizarding world from the evils of he who must not be named, but has he finally met his match? Auror Cullen led an amazing attack against runaway Death Eaters that have their names down for a cell in Azkaban, but the mission was not as successful as everyone hoped it would be. While in a duel, an unseen Death Eater hurled an unknown spell towards the man's back. The Death Eater was fortunately caught, but Auror Cullen was quickly taken to St. Mungo's hospital. Is this Harry Cullen's last day, or will the Medawizards at St. Mungo's be his saviors? The wizarding world is keeping Harry, an admirable and selfless man, in their thoughts and prayers. Carlisle and Esme were waiting in front of the room, staring through the glass as they frantically worked over Harry's body. Edward was pacing behind them while Hermione and Ron were sitting quietly in a corner. She had her hand over her rather noticeable bump and Ron, who was fearful that she was getting overstressed, wanted to take her home before she could hurt herself and the baby. Alice was sitting a few inches away with Jasper, her eyes clasped shut as if trying to find something deep within her mind. Emmett was holding Rosalie in his lap who looked like a child that needed comfort. In a moment of fury, Edward kicked a chair out of his way, growling as it made a large hole in the wall. How long is this going to take? Calm down, son, Carlisle tried to say soothingly, but his voice was wavering. They're doing the best they can. Come here, Edward, Luna cooed. The vampire looked at her. She had been so quiet they all forgot she was there. Rolling his eyes, he walked over and fell into the chair next to her. She took his hand and drew circles on it with her thumb. He'll live, just not the way you want him to. Alice looked up, as if Luna had just answered all of her problems. What? There is still a great uncertainty in your family, my dear, that's why you're blind, but I know he'll live. We're here. Sirius, Remus and Severus were running down the hall towards them. Severus, surprisingly, got to them first. Is he all right? What's happening? Before anyone could answer, the door opened and Draco came out, a sullen look on his face. What is it, Draco? Esme asked. What's happening to him? Esme, he can't be saved, not by our magic. We have no idea what curse was used on him. He broke off as a tear fell down his cheeks. I wasn't even the one operating on him. They pushed me in the corner of the room in fear that seeing my friend lying on the bed would make me lack concentration. I don't know what to do. Esme bit her lip and brought Draco into a hug as he sobbed into her shoulder. Hermione began crying as well and Ron picked her up. I'll be right back, he promised. She shouldn't be here. The stress on the baby. We understand, Ron, Carlisle told him. Hermione shook her head, fighting against her husband. But Harry. He gave her a sad look before taking her hand and apparating them away. Sirius, with a desperate tone in his voice, turned to Remus. There has to be something, anything to save him. Or Cullen's family. They all turned to look at the Medawizard in the doorway. Esme rushed towards the man. Please, Draco told us that there's no hope for my son, is that true? The Medawizard hesitated. He can't be saved by our own hands. There's no way we can use magic because we have no idea what the curse was, only that it is moving through his systems at a very rapid speed. I'm sorry, but we can't save Mr. Cullen. Carlisle grabbed Esme before she could fall to the floor in hysterics. Please, sir, there has to be something we can do. Well, this has never been suggested before, but due to the circumstances that Mr. Cullen is in, it is important to take into consideration that you all are a family. How is that relevant? Edward growled impatiently. Carlyle held his hand up. Please, continue. Yes, well, as I was saying, you all may be a family, but you're also a coven of vampires. Rosalie gasped and glared at the man. Absolutely not. There has to be some other. As I've explained, there isn't anything we can do to save him. Trying to turn him might possibly not work. There have been cases where vampire venom was strong enough to break through any spell that a person is under. This is because vampire venom has the amazing capability of killing and then giving life once more. There is no magic that can raise the dead. Vampire's venom is the closest there really is. I don't know if the venom will actually work because we don't know anything about this spell, but either way Harry will die. With the venom, there's still a chance. Draco was sitting horrified on the ground. There has never been any suggestion about turning patients before, mainly because vampires were dark creatures, but what else was supposed to save his best friend? Do it, he said weakly. We have to try something. No, Rose said firmly. No, we can't. I'm sorry, Rosie, Emmett whispered, but I'm not ready to let him go yet. We have to try. Please, Carlyle, Esme whispered. Let's do it before it's too late. Death is better than this life and I will not damn my brother to this, Edward sighed sadly, standing next to Rosalie. You guys, Alice started. What other hope do we have? Jasper nodded, holding her hand. Remus nodded his head slowly. He's too young to die. To think that he might suffer the same fate that his parents did, we can't let this happen to him. Turn him. At least try, Sirius said earnestly. It may not work, but we'll always wonder if we didn't do it. They all looked at Luna, who was already nodding her head. Severus sighed. Lily would have wanted him to live. Hey, Ron came in, this time with Neville instead of Hermione. What's going on? Edward zeroed in on the mountain lion in front of him. It had to be a good few yards away. He waved Jasper and Emmett away so that they didn't close in on the animal. Like a perfect predator, he sifted through the trees without making one noise. Alice was on Rosalie's back, giggling in her hand. He stopped for a brief second and looked at Esme, who was standing next to Carlyle. Esme nodded with a smile. You ready, darling? She whispered to the wind. A lean, sparkling figure leapt out of the bushes and caught its prey. The mountain lion fell to the ground, letting out cries of despair as its attacker devoured it. Finally the poor animal became immobile and the vampire stood, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Harry Cullen, Esme scolded. How many times do I have to tell you not to get blood on your clothes? He grinned widely, his amber eyes shining bright with mirth. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.